Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome back to, what is it now, day 9 of Brighter Shores. And guess what we have? You know it. He did another update today, like every other day, because he's been on top of everything. So, I'll suppose it's a little loud on my end. Let me lower it a little. I think on your guys' end it's the same. 1 second. It's like extra loud for some reason. There we go. Anyways, so of course, let's go read through it real quick. And then our main goal for today, I might as well say our main goal first, and then we'll go and get into this. So our main goal for today, of course, is we've been working on the Lost and Found quest. It is the 5-star quest that is in the 3rd region, the Mines of Matabal, or whatever that thing is called. But basically it allows us to create 4-star gear, mostly 4-star weapons and shields, because it's going to be kind of hard to do it with armor until the armor maker comes out in chapter 5. But it is technically possible to do it to everything, and I'm not quite sure exactly how this mechanic works, so we might find out today as we are getting decently close to finishing it. And the main goal for today is to finish it. We mostly have to do a little bit of combat, a lot of stonemason, and maybe a little bit of mining so we don't burn all of our money while doing stonemason. And by all of our money, I mean like all of our non-existent money, because we're like so poor in the game right now. Anyways, because we keep reinvesting it. So, I read this over earlier, but it's pretty minor stuff as far as the changes today, but I still wanted to go over it for any of you interested. They added to the graphic setting to control the camera centers on the player or the room. They added graphic setting to disable the camera zoom, in which occurs whilst doing an activity. Which, actually, I saw that yesterday when we were messing around with the camera while doing all the stones. Make more interfaces respond properly to escape key. I did notice this, particularly this next one. Make more interfaces possible to close by clicking outside. I was trying to do this because yesterday's patch said that they did this, but for whatever reason, when I was messing around, it seemed like it wasn't working for some reason. But yeah, they fixed a lot of those windows that weren't working before, so hopefully we can actually utilize this. Because the patch notes yesterday said this, but now, hopefully, they're all fixed, because a lot of windows were still not doing this properly, so hopefully they will now. And I haven't logged in yet today, so we'll find out. And improved keybinds handling for control plus letter keybinds are now shown on the controls interface and are properly reconfigurable. So if you want to like hold down a different key in order to do something. Aside from that, I don't believe there's anything here really relevant to mention in bug fixes. I read over them earlier. They're pretty minor stuff. Yeah, it's pretty minor stuff, you know, just kind of fixing things. Still in beta kind of stuff. Yeah, it's mostly just visual all this stuff. I don't think we need to read through all that. Anyways, and then just a normal early access thing. But yeah, that's the big thing of it. Overall, pretty small patch today, but you know, he's still been on it, especially with the bigger patch that he did the other day. Very, very nice. Still getting all those bug fixes and everything in. Looks like we've been gone for about 10 hours, grabbing lunch and sleep. So, yeah, let's get into things. Of course, our 2 other accounts, so I might as well click these real quick. They're still AFKing their way to the next combat. I believe they need combat level 30, so they're getting pretty close. I might have to actually go get them their points later today, so later tonight they can start doing their big AFK, where they can move up to level 30. Yeah, they're getting there. At 29.5 it looks like. Of course, trading does not currently exist, but the whole reason why we're doing these other 2 side accounts is hopefully one day they will be able to convert over to our poor main account that is absolutely has 0 gold. Look at this. I'm pretty sure these both have more gold than my main right now. Let's see. How much are we at? We are at, of course we could sell some stuff. Look at this. Look how sad it is. They both have 231 silver, and my main's here at 140. So if we could ever trade it over, either partially or however that will work down the line, obviously we need to get them to chapter 4 still at some point. But yeah, it could definitely help. We could use every little silver we can get at this point. But anyways, we left ourselves AFK at the Stonemason, and look at that. 16.3k and 16.3k gold. Overall, you know, just a nice little burst to help us get going a little bit. As far as this activity, it looks like you just make a snake every single time, similar to the other one where you just make like that one creature. It seems to be a different creature every single time you upgrade it. So at a later level, it'll be some other creature, then some other. But yeah, he just makes this. I'll show the full set real quick. But yeah, he just sits here and AFK's a little stone creature. Pretty cool. And I'm pretty sure this is the same spot that you do for the next like 4 or 5 upscales, whatever it has, whenever you get to a higher stonemason level. That was probably the only time we'll really be utilizing it, just because we're trying to, of course, get 46 stonemason. The only requirements we still need is 59 minefighter and 46 stonemason. So we need 20 stonemason levels, technically 19, and 9 combat levels. Of course, the combat levels are a little bit higher. However, combat should be pretty straightforward. The biggest concern, of course, and as the title says, and the thumbnail says, is the stonemason portion, as 19 levels is not going to be quick. That's going to be an endeavor and a half. Anyways, hello, everyone! Hello. Oh, let me go bring up the other thing, too. I can't even see it. 1 second. Oh, wait. I see why. 1 second. My OBS is acting up. There we go. Boom. Okay, I think it's working properly now. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Anyways, hello everyone. Hello, hello. Hope you guys been having a wonderful middle of your week. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Baham. Hello, Riot Stuck. Hello, Ricardo. Hello, Tyrion. Hello, Lamback. Hello, FCP Dev. Hello, Chi. No auto zoom. Is that what they changed with that? I didn't fully understand what that zoom change was when they mentioned the zoom thingy. Honestly, everything that I'm still zooming with seems normal. Not sure what they changed, but for my needs, it seems like it's doing what it needs. Anyways, we're done with our sculpting. Just wanted to show that real quick. So, where do we start? What do we have in our inventory right now? At level 28, we can start doing Deathstone. So, I think we go use all this granite real quick with these potions and go see if we can get up to Deathstone. Because honestly, I wouldn't mind doing some blast mining. Blast mining is not really worth doing in old school, so I would love to just do some in this game. I've heard, or not just heard, but seen that it's kind of slow. I'm just not sure if the EXP is worth it from what we actually craft. It seems like it'll sell very well, but EXP wise for the skill, it seems like it's going to be very, very slow, which means we might have to go for other alternatives, like, you know, do merchant or something to feed it up, or even just do combat in this region, try to feed it up or something. But I don't know, we might need to find another alternative, but for now, let's just use the rest of our granite, see what this gets us. Ideally to 28, but I have a feeling it will be a little short of 28, but I don't know, see how far it gets us. Go from there. But yeah, ideally this gets us to 28, but I'm pretty sure it's 27.5, but we'll figure out. We could always just buy some more granite if we need to, with our non-existent money stack, but it's still enough to buy some. So hello Genki, hello Dasboot, hello Kejar, hello Decopen, and hello Lunar Complex. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone. You need to change it in the settings. Oh, okay, that's why. It's a changeable toggle. I thought it was just like a default thing. I guess that makes sense. When you use a station, it auto zooms on it, on you. It's really noticeable in carpentry. Interesting. You mean if you have the setting on, or when you have the setting off? Let me go say, I'll turn it on real quick. Let me wait till he finishes this. Let me see. I'll check it after this. Oh wait, did it just zoom right now? Okay, I think I see what you mean. Yeah, let me try disabling it then if it's on by default. Let's see. Let me go check. Yeah, I would like to turn auto zoom off if it's currently on then, just so we can maintain whatever our normal camera is. Let me see. I'll do it after this one just so I don't interrupt it. Controls or settings? Controls. Probably not controls, actually. Wait, where is it? Settings? Privacy settings, not so settings. Default, no. There it is. Camera center on player. Graphics settings. Okay. I have it on now. Alright, and then like zoomed in. Oh no, I guess it's fine. Whatever I just did, we'll try it. It's a new thingy, so we'll just have it on. Check it from the bottom. It's on by default. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, camera zoom. Wait, I think the problem is this text is too small. There we go. That's better. Alright. Ambient occlusion, fine. Shadows, fine. Adjacent rooms, fine. Decorative, here it is. Camera zoom in for activities, off. Camera center on player, on. Okay, I turned on the new one and I turned off the old one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's what I wanted. Perfect. Okay, I figured it out. Sorry, I just had to make the text bigger. I'm trying to read like microscopic text. But yeah. Camera zoom for activities, I turned off. And camera center on player, we turned on. Alright, nice. Alright, there we go. I've done the new patch. My bad. It's early. We're just getting started. But yeah, I see now. So now whenever we do an activity, it's not going to auto zoom into our character, which is nice. And also it will now auto center on our character for everything. Perfect. Alright, that's not what I want. Remote storage. Get rid of all this junk. What do I have right now? We have plenty of room still. Well, plenty. Quote unquote plenty. That's could use some more, but it'll be fine for now. But yeah, let me finish processing this. This will definitely be level 27. How much further it gets us is questionable though. But at 28 we can start using Deathstone, which I'm not sure. I like the activity of mining Deathstone. It's just the EXP rate, and I'm pretty sure the amount of EXP we'll get for, you know, effectively Stonemason. I'm just not sure if it's going to be worth it or not. That's my biggest concern. But I still want to give it a shot and see. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do I have a venture I need to go do? Yeah. I gotta go do my grapes real quick. I don't know. Do we just finish what we're doing right now? I might just finish. Is this some free merchant XP right there and a bunch of herbal ore supplies? Honestly, I've been kind of sticking with the grapes because the other thing just didn't seem as worth it for detective. Even though I do need that detective XP, but we can get it through other means. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, I turned off the camera zoom for activities. So now if we want to, we could be like a mile away. Before it would like auto zoom you like all the way over here. But now, yeah, we could like zoom out to the atmosphere. We like peek at the other room we could zoom so far. I'll do something like in between. Now move between rooms and you'll see. Wait, what? The auto center thing? Let me see. Does the auto center thing change anything? I guess it's not as jarring when you go. I can't quite tell if that does anything different. Well, we'll keep it at this, see what it's like. We changed 2 of our settings now, and they seem fine for now. Yeah, that was one thing that was kind of annoying, like the auto zoom kind of thing here. That was something I never even thought about when doing stuff, but it's kind of nice just to be able to move it wherever. It helps when trying to pre-click things in the next room faster. Oh, true. I didn't think about that. Let me see. Let me try to pre-click like the AFK activity. Let me see. Because there's not as big of a jarring like move. So if I want to pre-click this, boom. Yeah, okay, I see now. Okay. Because it doesn't do like an extra movement thingy. Because wasn't there like a slight jitter whenever you move between rooms? It's something I never really paid much attention to, but yeah, it would make it a little bit quicker to click things from you know, thing to thing. Oh yeah, the minimap. I've been using the minimap some for double room clicking. I'm just prefer clicking in the environment, but there are some instances where we use it, particularly in Chapter 4, while I'm still learning the layout of the city. It's really convenient for getting to a room where you don't quite know where the door is, because there's just so many buildings in that place. So it's really convenient in an area like that. But honestly, outside of Chapter 4, I haven't really been using the click map feature much. Right, let me go put these away. Alright, we're at level 27. We're making good speed on this. It's actually going a bit quicker than I thought. Because at 28, we could start doing a different method, which I'm looking forward to. And at 38, we're basically done. Because at 38, we get a really, really good EXP method. And 38 to 46 is honestly probably going to be easier than 27 to 38. Just because of how much better EXP rates will be at 38. As well as the ease of access of getting the material very quickly. So the biggest issue right now is getting the 38. After that, it's basically maxed. It's just you know, a few hours from there, however long it takes. I say a few hours, could be longer, I have no clue. I didn't end up mathing it out. We'll just guesstimate, and whatever happens, happens. It's not that big a deal. Sad to you know you won't be the first to 200 cooking, but kind of expected it. Yeah. I'm not even sure what the meta is for cooking. It's probably like juggling bounties literally every hour. And then also, you know, just doing whatever the best EXP food is, regardless of profit. Because those things that you get every hour there are huge, huge, huge bursts to your EXP. So someone who's checking that like 20 hours a day compared to only like, you know, like 16 hours a day, probably getting a little bit of an edge. And also, if they don't care about profit, there's probably a few dishes that are quite a bit better EXP rates, but make like break even or even negative or something. But they give quicker EXP per hour or something. I'm just going to be doing a little bit of everything so far. I haven't really prioritized or focused on any skill yet, I would say. The closest we've gotten to like specializing in a skill is probably smithing. And going forward, I probably still plan on getting smithing quite a bit higher. Obviously, we're not stopping at 60. While we probably are for now, just for our sanity and just to get out of this region. I do plan to do a lot of smithing in the future. But we are going to be taking a little bit of a break from it because, gosh, it feels like the last week we've been on and off just kind of poking at smithing. So, yeah, we need a bit of a break from it. As useful as it is, it's high enough that it will, you know, it works for all of our areas now. You know, we can make up to 60 gear. We're not even level, you know, 50 is our highest combat. So, as long as our combats don't shoot up too high, we should be okay. The only thing is we will have 59 Mind Fighter to our 60 smithing, so that'll be a little sketchy, but it's not that big a deal. It's not like we're going to train more Mind Fighter. I say that, but we'll see. But no, I don't think we really need to train more Mind Fighter. I'd rather get Chronopolis up, get that to like 50, 55, so we can do the 51 outbreaks at 51 Detective, and go from there. Oh, I also AFK'd some Detective off stream. I really need to go and get that to 51 already. That's really been bottlenecking my EXP there because I keep having to do the level 8 and level 18 raids. But obviously we want to be doing the level 51 ones. And that's actually one of the reasons why I want to do this quest. One reason I haven't really mentioned, well, maybe I mentioned it, but I didn't really make too much of an emphasis on it, is one of the reasons we actually are doing this is for the DPS in every other region. If we can make 4-star weapons in every region, most notably the 4th region, that's a huge DPS increase. So it makes sense to do this quest before we ever even think about really doing combat in the other areas, even though we have poked it a little bit, obviously, in the other areas. We truly don't want to, like, go all in on any of the other ones until we end up finishing this. And the main reason for that is because of the 4-star weapons. If we could just 4-star a weapon at any point we feel like it, obviously it's not instant. Obviously it'll take a process. It's not like we instantly get a 4-star within like 10 minutes. It'll probably take like, you know, an hour, 2 hours, however long the process is. But regardless of what the process is, you know, we'll get a 4-star weapon, a 4-star shield, and, you know, that'll bolster up our defense. We'll have great DPS, and it should offset the fact that we don't have armor making yet. As we'll have a, you know, a 4-star decent shield at whatever level range we can. Like we did it for Mindfighter right now, we'd have a level 50 4-star shield, hypothetically. Or in the case of Chronopolis, you know, more so that one, we'll have like a level 51 shield for when we go do the thing, or 50, whatever we end up getting. And, you know, a 4-star 50 weapon, a 4-star 50 shield. That would go a long ways. That can last you like 20, 30 levels before you really need to replace it. So it should work out pretty well. And then once we hit like 70, we can replace it again and get our smithing up, so on and so forth. That's pretty much the game plan. That's why I wanted to try to prioritize this quest so hard. As much as I didn't want to go like pigeonholed all into this quest, it's kind of required. It's like as required as remote storage, this quest. Actually, I'm not even sure I said its name off stream, but Lost and Found. You guys know the one. Most of you do. Because, yeah, this is like the quest. Like, this is the quest of quests. It's the only 5-star quest particularly worth doing. I do plan to do all of them at some point. But obviously this one is the highest priority. It's very similar to Spider's Nest and just how absurdly required it is. Let's see. Camera use, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I'm missing some of the chat. Bounties, if you miss out at this level, is like 150k missing. Yeah. Yeah, so it really adds up if you could do it every hour. You were close at 180. Saw someone off and he got 200. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I've heard that the EXP spike at 200 is high, though. I'm not sure if I'm going to be going for more than base 200s for any time soon. Maybe in some skills that are really, really useful, obviously, like smithing. But if this activity that we're about to unlock uses like the level of everything, we're eventually going to need to get like 100s in Bone Right and Stonemason, and maybe even 200. And these two I'd definitely stop at 200 though. But we might, to properly make some stuff, need like, you know, 300-400 smithing, while having like 200 Stonemason and Bone Right. That's way down the line, obviously. We're not doing that anytime soon. No worries. We're not going to go grind right now to 200 on all these skills. But, you know, down the line, like way down the line, like, you know, a month from now, 2 months from now kind of thing. We're going to need that for PvP and everything else. Just so we have our really good gear whenever we need it. The epic weapon that you craft takes the average level of the 3 weapons. Yeah, someone mentioned that earlier. What determines what weapon you get, though? Is it completely random, or is it based on your highest one? Like, do you get to choose your weapon? Like, if I wanted to make a rapier for this class, and it's the highest level of the 3, does the highest level of the 3 just become the weapon? Or is it random, or how does it work? Because I know it's the average of the 3, and you need one from each class. But I don't quite understand, like, how does it choose what the byproduct is? Or do you get to choose? It takes the weapon that you place in the middle. Oh, wait, that's huge. Okay, thank you, Prince Vex. That's huge intel. Yeah, I personally haven't looked at anyone do it yet, so the first time I do it myself will be the first time I ever see the activity. I haven't, like, looked up anything else on it yet, because I wanted to experience it for the first time, you know, myself, personally. But, that's interesting. I'm really looking forward to that, then. Alright, so we gotta make sure we put the rapier or whatever we want in the middle, then. Alright, that's good intel. Thank you, thank you. Also, hello, Dilax Rex. Hello, Slide PH. Hello, XX. Hello, everyone who's lurking and, are watching right now. Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful week. Alright, let me do one more inventory. My inventory's getting so cluttered right now. But, yeah, as long as he's still making shields. How many do we have left? Okay, we could do one more set, I guess. So we can make 3 more shields, come back one more time. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little short of a level. I might have to buy an inventory or 2 or 3 of granite. I'll do 2 inventory and hope that's enough. I might even need to go store my potion, because I can't really do it while doing it. But I guess I could pick it back up. It's not that big a deal. You can leave it on the ground for a little while. It's not like it's going to despawn. Chronopolis Rage is the fastest knowledge points to farm? No. But it's the most knowledge per click. But no, Chronopolis Rage is not the quickest knowledge farm, though it is decently quick. But it is the most amount of knowledge per click. So if you're at the rate where you're doing it at level, for example, if we do it exactly at 51, we will be getting 3% per kill for 15% per raid. At 15% per raid, you can do a raid in 3 clicks. So basically, you're getting 5% knowledge per click you do, which is the highest click to, knowledge ratio in the entire game. It is not the quickest knowledge in the game, but it is the most amount of knowledge per click. So you can just click 3 times, AFK for like 2-3 minutes or so, come back, and you have 15% knowledge. This does go down as you start to overscale above. Like right now, if I do the lower ones, I only get like 10% knowledge instead of 15%. But, you're still getting some. But, yeah, that's the whole reason why it's done. It's not the quickest method, though it is decently quick. It's because of how AFK it is. It's like 2 to 3 minutes AFK, 3 clicks for 15% or so. Slightly lower as you get over-leveled compared to the raid. But yeah, it's really, really solid. It's really nice. The biggest issue is there's a huge gap from the raids. You get one at 4, you get one at 8, you get one at 18. But then after 18, you don't get one until 51, which we're getting close to. I kind of want to try pushing that after we get all this settled. Like, get to 50 combat there, get to 51 detective, hopefully have enough durability to survive. My biggest concern there is I might have to do some more combat to, like, 55, just so we can get some good armor there. Because my biggest concern is, obviously, you need to be able to full AFK kill them. And I'm not sure if at level 50 or so, we can full AFK kill them with our armor. Even with a tier 4 shield that's, like, really, really strong, I don't think it's going to be good enough. Still grinding, sir? Oh, yeah, we're going for 12 hours every day here on the channel. I would say subscribe right now, but I'm pretty sure most of you guys who are here at this exact moment in time are probably already subscribed, so I won't mention that yet. But, yeah, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and helps people find the channel. And is greatly appreciated. But, yeah, if you guys want to subscribe, though I'm pretty sure most of you are by now. But, feel free to do so. We are going to be streaming here on this YouTube channel every single day. Monday streams will be a little bit shorter, but otherwise we're going for basically 12 hours every day. Or like 11 and a half. YouTube has like a weird thing where I have to stream like slightly under 12, but, it's basically 12 hours. Anyways, I'm going to go and clear all this junk. Get all this. Honestly, I should keep one of these shields down the line, but I need to make sure it's a higher level since it takes the average of them. I might get rid of all that. Junk all this. And sell. Give me that. Thank you. Boom. Alright. Nice. So, let me go do one more inventory and then we'll start doing the whole granite thing. Actually, you know what? I got an idea. Let me go grab an inventory as I go back. Because we already know we're going to need slightly more. I might as well grab that slightly more right now. Hopefully I have 1 granite in this storage right now. I don't know if I do, otherwise this is... Hey, Roydy. Wait, is that the Roydy? I wonder. I highly doubt it. There's someone somewhat popular in old school RuneScape called Roydy. I don't really watch much or anything, but I know he exists. I highly doubt that is the Roydy, though. Anyways, let me go buy the granite. Let's grab all that. Hello, Beast. Welcome, welcome. At level 200, knowledge XP decreases from 25% to 6%. Ooh, that's rough. That is really rough. That is really, really rough. Even more of a reason why we're going for base 200s. Remember when we said, like, ages ago that we would go for base 200s before we even realized the XP curve or anything else like that and all that? Before we ever go for a level 500? Well, you guys just keep convincing me more and more that we are 100% doing that. Because, gosh, those XP curves sound awful. If knowledge goes from 25% to 6%, and you need like 4 times more XP or 5 times whatever it is. He saw skill specs in game and then laughed because you could never see him grinding out any skills. I think he's currently grinding a hardcore Iron Man group or something with like Alfie and a few other people. I've been watching some of them on YouTube. I never catch them live because I pretty much never watch Twitch personally. But I have been watching the recap videos that Alfie's been doing here and there occasionally. I think he actually died first as well. Well, spoilers. Skill specs was the first death. Though, honestly, is that spoilers? Who is going to be spoiled by the fact that skill specs was the first to die? He's literally known for dying. Not only die, obviously he's known for PvP and a bunch of other things like that. But, you know, he's pretty notoriously known for being the guy who dies. So, of course, he's the first guy to die. The way he dies is kind of funny, though. I won't spoil that. Like, it was such an absurdly avoidable death. You want to see his keyboard collection of how many he smashed? Oh, gosh. I don't know. I never get angry. It's weird. I feel like I almost never feel the emotion of anger. Like, very exceedingly rare. But I'm not the kind of person who really, like, rages at anything. or anything like that. Like, even if it's something that should kind of, like, evoke that emotion, I just don't feel it most of the time. Alright, looks like that'll be 2.5. We have 3 to 4 inventories of these that we can go and do. Not what we're doing right now, but once we go process them. So we'll see how far that gets us. Yeah, he definitely plays it up for, you know, the crowd and everything. There's no way he actually gets, you know, that angry and everything every single time. I don't know, I'm somewhat bad at faking things, though. I can never really, like, fake a response to something. Generally, if I'm responding to something, it's my, like, actual, fully genuine response. Which I guess is somewhat boring sometimes, because sometimes I'm pretty, like, monotone. Well, maybe not monotone is the right word, but, you know. Like, you know, I generally don't try to overhype something. If I'm, like, actually really surprised about something, then, you know, I'll give it, like, an accurate kind of, you know, like, response. But I feel like I try not to, like, overhype anything. Which leads to me underhyping some things. But I'm really looking forward to when we make this first 4-star. That is going to feel so nice. The satisfaction when we finally finish this quest, put in our 3 weapons and or shields, and go get ourselves our 4-star weapon shield combo is going to be so, so good. I'm not even sure where I'm going to use it, though, initially. I'm doing all this right now, and honestly, the main reason I'm doing it is for Chronopolis. But my level's not there yet. I need 51 Detective and 50 Watch Person, so... if we somehow finish this grind this stream, which I hope we do, we need to also have another grind. Because I need 50 plus Watch Person and 51 Detective. Ideally, even almost closer to 55 Watch Person, because we're going to probably need to grind some armor. Because my armor is really far behind. I think I'm using, like, level 20, 30 armor right now. And we're going to be fighting level 51s. Can't wait till Armor Maker comes out. I recovered a first impressions video thing. Actually, it's kind of funny. Because I noticed a little bit after the fact, like about like last night, Bodhi, who is probably like the biggest old school RuneScape streamer. He does a little bit of other variety, but he's generally like the biggest. He actually posted pretty much the exact same video I did at the exact same time, and now it almost looks like I'm just trying to copy him. If anyone looks at it in the future. Because we both posted like a 1 week, like, you know, overall, like, first impressions kind of video at like the exact same hour, which was really, really funny. Obviously, we both recorded it beforehand and everything, so we had no way of knowing we were both, you know, doing it. But now it looks like, because he's more popular, that I'm just copying him. But of course, we were going to do that regardless at the 1 week mark. He actually finished his quest in, I think he prioritized it a lot earlier, though. I started prioritizing this quest like 2 days ago on Tuesday. But he actually finished the quest that we're trying to do right now in like 20, 30, 40 hours less than us. But it's also because we got distracted with like a lot of other skills. Like I think he had like level 20s here and stuff like that. Whereas we went a little bit harder on some of the other stuff in other chapters. Yeah, he grinds really hard. Yeah, he's definitely going to go hard on leagues and stuff like that too. I do plan to do leagues here on this channel. I'm just not sure how to do Brighter Shores and leagues simultaneously. Still trying to figure that out. Though I plan to just get Dragon Rank and stop. Other people grind leagues for like the whole 2-month period or something. I plan to play for like 2 weeks or so, and then that's it. I just want to get to max rank and then stop. We're not going to be the first person to hit max rank, but you know, as long as we get there in the first couple hundred, we'll be good to go. Get in and get out. You can check the armor shop in Chronopolis. You believe the armor scales to your level? Does it? Ooh. Didn't someone earlier say that they only sell 1-stars though? Because if it's only 1-star, like a 3-star level 20 is going to be stronger than a 1-star, like 50 armor, I'm pretty sure. That's the only problem. If they're only 1-star, then it's not going to be worth it, I don't think. Unless our armor's... Oh, it's 2-star? Oh! Hold up, that changes things. Wait. I need to go check that later. Is it only the chapter 1 that is 1-star or something? Wait, that changes everything. Never 3 stars though? Okay, well, 2 stars kind of different then. Because a 2-star level 50 compared to, you know, like a level 20, level 4-star, or 3-star, I mean. Yeah, that can make a difference. Because I believe 2 to 3-star, the only difference is like 10 levels, 15 levels or so. So yeah, that's huge then. Because most of my gear is like at 30. So all 50 gear would be an improvement. Every single one would be an upgrade. I need to go check it later then. I don't want to do it right now because we need like at least a few more combat levels before we even do it. Like the earliest I would probably check it is 50 combat in Chronopolis. Yeah, that's actually huge if so then. I'll need to go check it later. Just need a bit more combat then. Is there any way to do that for other chapters? Is this stuff untuned, or is it tuned to chapter already? Because we could technically get better armor for this chapter. Because what's far behind right now? Our helm. Our helm is absurdly far behind right now. Oh, wait, I'm using episode 3. Never mind. Wait. Hold up. I'm not even in episode, I'm using episode 4. It's not 3. I'm gonna go check real quick. Auto equip. No, not deposit all. Let me check real quick. What's our gear in this area? Yeah, our helm needs the biggest upgrade. Boots, if they're 2-star, could use a little bit of an upgrade. These two probably need an upgrade. I'm not sure exactly when a level 50 2-star would outpass these, though. And the gloves are probably fine for now. And shield we can upgrade just, you know, on our own. We don't need to buy one. They are random chapter gear? Oh, so it's across all chapters. So they're not untuned, but they're for different chapters. I see, I see. Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. Honestly, I kind of want to check it out right now. I'm going to wait until we finish this inventory because I get to sell my junk to him anyways. Which is something I just now realized. Yeah, we can just literally sell all this junk that we have right now to him. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish processing everything we have right now. And then we'll go sell him all the junk. What am I doing? Quartermaster. But yeah, I get to sell it to his shop. I don't have to keep going to, I always do it out of habit. But we can go to his shop and sell everything. Alright, how much do we have left? Alright, 2 more inventories it looks like. And after that, yeah, we'll go sell everything to him. And check his shop out while we're there. Because we're going to have to sell everything anyway, so might as well. We'll work out perfectly. Yeah, we'll check it in a few minutes then. Perfect. Oh, I keep forgetting. Use my knowledge points. Do I want to do this on XP or on an activity? I believe I need one more for smithing, so we could technically do the next step if we want to. At the end of last night's stream, for any of you that didn't catch it, we did end up going and doing 2 to 3 steps into the chapter. We are currently missing 3 steps. The smithing requirement, which I think I can get right now as we speak. Oh, you need level... Wait, what? Oh no, I already have it. Wait. I have 8 knowledge. Never mind, I already have the smithing requirement. Perfect. So I could technically do that right now. Bonewright we already did. Stonemason, I can't get more knowledge until we go a little higher. We need this activity. So until 36, I can't actually get the full amount of knowledge we need. And then, how about battling? I think I'm level locked out of this as well until I get to it. We're going to skip 2 levels. So yeah, level 51. One more level I can get that. So yeah, this is an XP angle for sure. So let me go do that. So we drank this. And you know what we're putting it into. It's a little bit painful doing it this time, but we kind of have to. Anything to speed this up. Anything at all. Stonemason. Well, at least we definitely get to 28. Was this person dancing? Let's see. Good moves. Guy's been dancing here for, like, minutes now. I thought he was just doing it for fun at first, but... That's funny. But yeah, thanks for stopping by the streams. Greatly appreciate it. Hey, there it is. We can finally use Deathstone. Oh, wow. You need Deathstone for some of the really good weapons for Hammer Mage. Those look like the core items you would use. Ooh, I've even seen a lot of people using this as well. Yeah, you really need that Deathstone on a Hammer Mage, don't you? Bro's level 619. What, us or them? I wasn't paying attention to their level. Also, hey, look, at level 628. He's 10 levels above us. We've been slacking. We're slacking too much. No, there's a lot of people higher level than us. Not really trying to race upwards at the moment. Just kind of trying to just mess around, play with the game. We'll be min-maxing eventually. At the first week, second week, we've kind of just been doing whatever. Still kind of want to try to get all quests done, but honestly, I think our next big grind after we finish this is 51 Detective and 55 Combat for Zone 4. Then after that, honestly, I think I'm going to be like Zone 4 locked because I want to start doing Merchant into Leatherworker, but you have to do Merchant absurdly high first. I'm not going to try to multitask it with Detective. I think I'm just going to do Detective separately and then go all in on Merchant Because the multitasking we were doing earlier just seemed... It was too mind-boggling for its own good. I'm pretty sure there's some people who will min-max that like crazy. But I can't really do the detective thing and the merchant thing at the same time. My brain just can't function for that. So I'm just going to do them both separately. As doing them separately is just probably better XP for me personally. But if you truly want to min-max, you would definitely do detective and merchant at the same time. Or you take those investigations and do your merchant run at the same time. But I'm just going to stick to just going all in on one, going all in on the other. You still get profit from Leatherworker even without the discounts? Yeah, but you get like absurd money with the discount. So I want to get absurd money because we need it. Look at our cash stack. You know how little gold we've ever had on this account? The most we've ever had was 1 gold piece, and the longest it survived was like 3 hours until it immediately got reinvested into something. Like, I need the gold. I need that discount. I need as much of a discount as we can get. Yeah, it's 5% profit without and 75% with. One sounds better than the other. Do you want 5% profit or 75% profit? I'm not sure which, but I believe one of those is just ever so slightly better. Just possibly. I'm not sure which. But one of those is a slightly bigger number than the other. Which is why I want the discount. But that's actually cool that it still makes profit even without it, though. I didn't realize that. I knew it made absurd profit with, but I never really calculated out to see if it made a profit without. That's kind of cool that it does. That means all the hides I made earlier were technically not at a loss. I didn't actually sell them yet, but I did process them, you know, to level 20 without the discount. But that was just to rush 20 for base 20s. But any skilling I do for Leatherworker post 20, I want to have the max discount for on Merchant personally. Which leather makes the most profit? Whatever you have the biggest discount for. So for example, there's a quest where you need 55. So going a little bit further to 59 for moderate deer hides is pretty good. I think you can start doing this at like level 21 or whatever it is. So, or you can keep going further. But generally, you should be doing the highest tier hide that you can currently do for Merchant. You might be getting a little bit less XP because you might be doing a slightly lower hide than what is optimal XP. But you basically need your Merchant level at any given time to be like double your Leathermaker level in order to be able to get the discount for the best hide you can do. But any single one of these little discount things that you see next to a hide, this is like 70% off for approximately. Which is a huge discount. So basically the best hide to do is whatever is the highest discount you're willing to grind to. For us, that's probably going to be 59 at first, but we might go further. But 59 Merchant is going to be our goal at some point somewhat soonish. Not like right now, but you know. One of our upcoming goals, probably within the next week or less, is to get 59 Merchant, so we can then start doing Leatherworker. So we can then start making money. Because I eventually need 55 Merchant and 50 Leatherworker for a quest anyways. So the Chapter 4 quest is going to be the Chapter 4 5-star quest is going to be the next one we go for. As far as 5-star quests. Like, obviously we're finishing this one today, hopefully, fingers crossed. But then after that, our full focus is going to be on Chapter 4 for a while. Until we get all that, get a bunch of profit, get the Chapter 4 quests done. And then we can still AFK the detective raids. And then after that, I guess we'll take out Chapter 2 because it's the easiest. And I'll probably put Hopeport on hold for now. Just because 61 cooking sounds like it'll take forever. Plus you need 50 alchemy. But 61 cooking is not quick. And we still need like 50 plus combat anyways. So out of all of these, we're definitely going all in on what we're doing now, obviously. Then Chronopolis. Then maybe Hope Forge, just because I believe it's like the easiest of all 4 of these, as far as requirements are concerned. Plus I'm going to need the higher carpentry level anyways for the tools, for making weapons. So, you know, you got to do that grind anyways. Eventually might as well do it with the quests. And then after that, I'm probably going to skip Hopeport, just because cooking is honestly just weaker Leathermaker, because of Merchant. And, yeah, the reward for it, I think it's only like 300 silver or something. It's really small. It's nothing particularly useful, unfortunately. I wish they would make the reward better. But I guess it's because it's a free-to-play quest. They're like, we're not going to make it too good. But I wish they would have made it way better than it is. Because from what I've heard from it, it's not worth it. If you're free-to-play, obviously, you know, that could be like one of your end goals. Because I believe it's the hardest quest you could do in free-to-play. But, you know, if you have the member areas, it's pretty low value to bother going for it. Just because of how far out away you have to go for combat and cooking in Region 1. But for a free-to-play player, that doesn't matter as much. Oh yeah, I can grab my grapes while I'm here. Oh no, I can't. Oh, please tell me I have storage. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'll grab my grapes in a second. I think the shop's right at the front gate anyways. So I'll go sell everything to him. Show this, see this armor mechanic you guys keep talking about that I keep not doing. Let me see. Let me go trade. Sell all. Oh, does he not have an armor thing on him? That's kind of annoying. Alright, fine. I see why that guy's using a spell. Because you actually have to manually get everything out from the spell. Which isn't that big a deal, but let me go withdraw it all. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Sell, sell, sell. Alright, so where do I buy armor from him? Trade. Buy. Oh. Oh. And it's scaled to the chapter. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, I see. Interesting. So we would want to look at the armor tab. He only sells one 2-star though. And he's selling it for the wrong chapter. How often does this refresh? Oh, it literally says 2 hours, 13 minutes. This is interesting. Thank you for mentioning this mechanic, everyone. I don't think this helps me right now, though. It's really annoying that he only stocks one. And his stock refresh time is like 1 billion years. I'm not sure how helpful this is really going to be. Because tier 1 stuff is very rarely ever going to be an upgrade. It's across so many chapters. Like, if I want a Chronopolis upgrade, I only have one Chronopolis thing here. It's a 46 leg. I don't know, is 46 leg better? Let me see, what do I have right now? Is a level 46 1-star leg better than what I have right now in Chronopolis? Oh no, it's hard to tell. Can I check its info? Let me see. Info, around base 60s or so, a couple 70s. What's his legs? Base 60s, kind of 70. It's about the same. The distribution just a little different. Say it's not really an upgrade. Yeah, unfortunate. Oh yeah. Hopefully I get lucky with a 2-star armor for this chapter or something. But yeah, that refresh time seems like it's going to be a little bit too long to bother really getting value from it. Though, speaking of getting value from something though. How do I want to do this? I guess I want to get rid of my potion real quick. Actually, you know what? There's an easy way of doing that instead of going to Hopeport. There's a storage bin right over here. So I'm going to go use this real quick. Teleport back to the mines and start doing our Death Stone. First we'll go mine some and then we'll go and, because I think I have 48 blast thingies ready to go. Oh yeah, I forgot to get my grapes. No, I should have grabbed the grapes first. I should have grabbed the grapes first. Alright, that was very inefficient. I should have grabbed the grapes, then went to the portal thingy. Whoops. Does anyone know, what is the closest, I think it might be chapter 2. Does anyone know what the closest storage rift is to a teleport? Because I want to say it's like southwest of chapter 2, but I've never actually paid much attention to it. Because that's actually really useful when I have like a weird inventory like this. Maybe remember to pay. Yes, I would like more grapes, please. Thank you. Alright, teleport. I want to say it's hopeful. Yeah, chapter 2. That's what I thought. It's chapter 2 southwest of the teleport. I've used this a couple times, but I never really like tiled out if it was quicker or not. But I believe there's a storage rift right in this room. Not this one, but the next one right here. Right here. I believe there's a storage rift like right there. Right? Yeah, right there. A little further than that. I'm pretty sure this is the closest one to a teleport. All I could do is just store everything. Alright. Now let's go do some blast mining. Teleport. I think I have 48 dynamite, though I could always buy more if I need. Because this is the... Oh, wrong teleport area. Whoops. That's not where I want to go. Where can you find that cooking bounty NPC? Wait, cooking bounty. Which one? Oh, hello, Greg. Let's see. Inside the Thieves' Den? The cooking bounty NPC. Oh yeah, mine deep teleport and going east is actually pretty quick as well. I know which one you're talking about. We're about to pass it in a moment. So hello, Eliminus. Hello, Fifto. Who nice hello to? Hello, BK. Hello, Apex God. Hello, let me catch up on chat. How am I missing so much? You're making about 1 gold an hour doing leatherworker right now? At what level? Also, nice. But yeah, Landback, what level hide are you doing? Or, you know, like, what level, whatever. I'm not sure what to ask for that. But, like, what tier anything that you're doing for that? Because 1 gold an hour is kind of nice. That's some profit right there. You found 1 gold in the search chest? Really? Maybe I should start doing them. Also, hello, Evil Shadow. Finally, 50 gather. Nice, huge congrats. Gonna get the cape. But definitely come in handy. Also, hello, Galaxy Beard. Hello, Trey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, let me go grab my dynamite. I should have, I'm not the puzzle doll. I should have 48 in here. Yeah, alright. These are all from the dailies. So we've been getting 12 daily brimstone, or sorry, 24 a day. 12 every 12 hours, so basically 1 per hour. And you get these dynamite. These dynamite normally cost $6.75 each, which isn't that pricey, because the thing that we're actually getting is almost 3 silver each. It's like 2 $6.75. So basically, we're getting 2 silver profit per ore we blast. Let's see. I have yet to, oh, there he is. I was gonna say I have yet to see anyone else do this activity. But he might just be taking on the boss. Because every time I'm ever in one of these rooms, I'm the only person here. I'm not sure if it's because 1 person per instance, though it can't be because we just saw a guy. It seems like this is not that worth doing, but we're getting like 200 XP each. So it's not awful. I switched the explosion one a little quicker, where you can set up multiple at once. I think the biggest issue is you can't set multiple at once. But if you're going to make it so you can only do 1 at a time, the timer needs to be like 3 seconds. Instead of 6. Oh gosh, I forgot you can cancel the thing. I wish there was an option in the menu to make it so movement never cancels a loading bar. How's it going? Hello, Donkey. Been going pretty well. Currently trying to get level 48 Stonemason. And I figured we'd blast some of our own ore for Death Stone. I believe it's the highest tier ore we can use right now. I believe we unlocked that 28. I sure hope so. We'll find out when I go there later and I can't use it. You liked your video for reviewing the thing? Oh yeah, no problem, no problem. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was more so just a kind of ramble video on my thoughts and everything. Some people were asking about it. If you guys haven't checked it out, yeah, we did kind of just like a 1 week overview kind of thing. I feel like a lot of people have done kind of like a first impressions video, but some people were asking for mine and everything. Even though we kind of mentioned on stream, just to kind of, you know, collect it a little bit. From 32 to 38 Stonemason, you believe you used roughly 500 Death Stone? Oh yeah, that's good to know, thank you. Because I think I have about 100 right now after we do this. I think I had 60 banked. And after I finish this, I'm going to have about 100 banked. Which means we're only 1/5 the way there after we finish these. Oh gosh. That's not ideal. Did you blast all of your own Death Stone? Or did you do it through, or did you buy it? I assume you blasted it because, gosh, buying them seems like it just burn a cash stack like crazy. Unless the gear you make out of this is worth like $1 billion. Okay, you mined them all? Okay, that makes sense. Honestly, I'm considering it. I actually personally enjoy this activity. I just wish the timer was either quicker or you could set multiple dynamite at once. As well as there being a explosive storage, like right there or something. Because the fact that there's no explosive storage nearby is kind of annoying. Because you have to do like a gigantic walk to go and actually utilize it. So I hope they change that in the future. That's not too bad. Next Nexus, that's funny. Oh, what's up, Vince? Welcome, welcome. What are your thoughts on pay to play? Do you think it's worth it yet? Oh yeah, I definitely think it is. I believe there's a lot of free to play content though. If you truly want to stay in free to play, you could easily for hundreds of hours. However, yes, I would say it's worth it right now. Chapter 3 and 4 have some really broken mechanics. Chapter 3 or Chapter 4 having some of the best money makers in the entire game, or actually the best money makers in the entire game right now, as well as just the best in-chapter synergy of any chapter. And Chapter 3 has basically the ability to make 4-star gear yourself. Right now it's only realistic to do weapon and shield. However, it does allow you to make any 4-star gear in the game. It just armor's a little bit harder until Chapter 5 comes out down the line. I don't know, membership's pretty cheap. It's like, what, $6 right now? Or regional equivalents? It is pretty cheap right now. Oh yeah, I forgot. What am I doing? Whoops. I forgot I'm out of dynamite. This is why we need that dynamite storage over here. I really hope they add one down the line. Because right now, the clunkiest thing about doing Deathstone is you have to go... this one isn't clunky. This one's fine. But unless I'm missing a very obvious, like, explosive deposit box down here or something, you have to go here, which is fine. This part's fine. Doing this, and then... Also, we really need deposit all button on these things. Or right-click deposit all. But that's fine. But what isn't fine is you have to walk all the way back here. Go all the way back to that shop. Either buy 24 dynamite or go take 24 dynamite out of storage. And do that every single time you want to restock. And this is not good. The way that Old School RuneScape handled this for blast mining is they just put a bank every like 5 inches. So regardless of where you are, you'll have a bank. But the easiest way for Brighter Shores to fix it is just one single explosive box in the second room. Or in the room prior. I don't care where. Just put it somewhere in that area. Because this is way too far of a walk just to re-get your explosives. There's a few spots that would be really, really good for it if they were to. One of them would be in the room over there to the left, like 2 rooms forward. Another one would be in this room because you have to come here anyways for the deposit box. And the other one would be in the corner of not this room, but the next room. Any of those 3 spots would be so much better than where you currently have to go for it. Like, it's not that bad of a walk, but it's way longer than it should be. Which is not ideal. Coarse granite looks pretty good. Honestly, everything is basically better than doing this once we have it. But I don't believe we get a better option until 48 stonemason. Sorry, 38 stonemason. Where I can do rugged flint. Once we get rugged flint, we're doing rugged flint pretty much, I believe, all the way to 48. Pretty sure. That and dopamine hits, of course. We're doing that almost entirely to 48. But yeah, like right there is where they need the explosive bin. Right there. There's even a corner carved out for it, ready to go. After the quest, just spawn an explosive case right there or something. Yeah, honestly, this does kind of feel like RuneScape Classic. Like way back OG RuneScape Classic. I never played RuneScape Classic back when it was a thing. But I have played RuneScape Classic back when they had RuneScape Classic official servers back in the day. Currently, Jagex does not support that. Unless you do like a third-party one. But they used to have officially supported Classic servers. And I have played that. And it does kind of have that vibe. As well as the vibe of like really OG RS2. Like, you know, 2004, 2005 RS2. It's very similar to both. And the reason it feels like that is that was like peak Andrew Gower years. Like 2001 to 2006 or so. Like he was still all, you know, doing stuff beyond that. But the earlier years was when he had the absolute most control in the game. Yeah, Flint's really good for XP. Well, not really good, but you know. Like if you're at that mining level, it's among one of your better methods, if not your best method. I was doing the tier above it and Flint together. It worked out really well. Honestly, I do like this activity. I just wish the explosive timer was way quicker. Or you could set more than one at once. I guess they did that for XP balance or something. But honestly, I don't feel like our XP rate is that good right now. Like it's 200 per hit, but those hits are so slow. Compared to just clicking on rock and getting XP. You also have to keep in mind, we do lose 675 gold every time we do one of these. Or sorry, bronze, I mean. 675 bronze is consumed every time we use one. We'll make it back once we process all these ore, obviously. But at least in the short term, we do lose 675 per thing. Luckily, I've been doing the daily for it. So one of the nice things about the daily, other than the mining XP, is it does save you from that. Like right now, the explosives I used, the last inventory and this inventory cost me nothing. They were all from the 2 times a day daily where you get 12 of them. And hey, in an hour and a half we get more. But all these I'm using in the 2 last inventories have been completely free from the daily, which is really nice. There's a lot of MK jets. But any blast mining I want to do beyond that starts costing us 675 per. Which isn't that big a deal, but you know, it's still cutting into our profits and everything. For Stonemason, do you recommend purchasing a stone to craft? Only for granite. Granite and below, it's fine. You definitely do not want to buy your own death stone. You will burn your bank so quickly if you do. But yeah, you can buy it up to granite. Anything beyond granite is too expensive. And that's the case for most skills. At a certain point, you want to stop buying the material ever. Because buying it from a shop is just way too expensive compared to farming it yourself. Which is why we're farming the death stone right now. Alright, we're out of here. I should have about 100 death stone now. Honestly, I think I'm going to keep going. I'm actually really starting to get in the rhythm of this. This activity's starting to grow on me a bit. I just wish it was a little bit easier to get dynamite. Or, you know, a bit shorter of a walk. We've got to make this walk every time we want more. That's not that far out of our way, I guess. It's further than I wish it was, but it's not that bad. But yeah, if you run out of dynamite like we just did, this guy sells them for 675 each. And you just buy them up. Which might sound expensive, but def ore costs like 3 silver each if you buy it from the shop. So we're saving like 2 silver each from mining them ourselves. I wish there was like an EXP tracker in this game so I could figure out like more consistently what my EXP rate is for anything. I hope he adds that down the line. Like obviously this early in the game, I guess, you know, max efficiency kind of stuff like that doesn't really matter too much. And you can keep track of it, but you would have to, you know, keep a timer going while also manually like seeing what your mining XP is before and then after. Which is just a lot clunkier to do compared to a system that automatically does it for you. I'll likely add it at some point though. Do you need to unlock this mining method? Yes. This mining method is locked behind the quest, the Mutabin's Legacy. For the quest, you will need 29 mining, 35 smithing, and the ability to kill level 35. You can kind of kite around the room, but you definitely want to have like 25-30 combat to take him on. He is cheesable, but you definitely want like at least 25 ideally. You could probably cheese it lower, but 25 is a good point to maybe attempt it. And the quest gives a bunch of mining XP, enough to get 30, so you can actually do the activity, the venture. Because the venture that we're doing right here requires 30 mining. But the quest itself gives you 30 mining, because it requires 29 and gives you enough XP for 30. But this venture that I'm doing right now actually requires completion of this quest. Because the drill that you use for this activity is only repaired after you finish the quest. But luckily the quest gives you enough XP to immediately be able to do it, which of course is by design. So you gain access to it. And it also gives you access to what we're doing right now, which is really important for hammer mages. But it's also important just for training the stonemason skill in general, like we are right now, even though we're not a hammer mage. I would say hammer mages and cryo knights gain the biggest benefit from this, because they both gain a new training area. One thing that's weak to ice is down here, and the other one is weak to whatever this storm is called, the yellow one. So hammer mages definitely gain the biggest benefit from this quest, with cryo knights gaining a small benefit. But all accounts gain the benefit of, you know, being able to get this ore, as it is impossible to get Death Stone without completion of this quest. Well, it's not impossible, but you have to buy it from the shop. You can't mine it yourself without completion of this quest. Do you think maybe it would be reasonable to just have the banking spell accessible anywheres? Well, being able to bank anything from anywheres? I think that could get slightly broken with some training methods. I do wish there was a way to check your entire storage of all of them, though. Not necessarily be able to, like, withdraw from it, because I don't think the game is really balanced for that. But being able to go click a spell and it shows you all your storages. Like, you'll be able to see your herb lore supplies, your ore supplies, your stone supplies. You won't be able to withdraw from it for balance reasons. But just some menu where you could see all of them would be really convenient. Because right now, I don't believe there's a single place you can go in the entire game that lets you check every storage you currently have to see, you know, what you currently have in the bank. To be able to do that, you manually have to go to every single individual storage. There's no, like, one master spell that or master location where you can check all of them simultaneously, which would be very convenient. Yeah, you don't get the shop till after the quest. You have to fully finish the quest to get access to what we're doing right now. Partial completion does not unlock what we're doing right now. You can't do this passive activity, and you can't get explosives in general without full completion of the quest. You can get access to fighting the 2 units, though. Like those slimes I was talking about and the wraiths I was talking about. Ones that are weak to ice and storm. Those, oh, I forgot we'd even get this. Nice. Yep, you know what we're putting this into. I don't have the extra XP, but give me that. But yeah, you don't need full completion of this quest to access the enemies. But you do need full completion of this quest to access what we're doing right now. The Death Stone mining. Right, we're out here. There should be a lot more rifts. I do feel like they should double the amount of rifts. I do feel like there's slightly too few rifts, storage rifts. If they're going to make that like the core mechanic of how you bank and everything, they should probably double the amount. Tripling might be a little bit too far. Doubling, there's definitely a lot more spots they can be added to. Is this the only way to get dynamite from the shop? There's 2 ways to get dynamite. You can get 12 every 12 hours using the venture, which also gives you mining XP. Like my next one will be in 1 hour 19 minutes. And after you get that brimstone, you go talk to this guy, and he'll make it in those 12 brimstone into 12 dynamite by talking to this guy right here. And the other way is, yes, you just have to buy them. So the most you can get per day is 24, but they're completely free instead of 675 each. But otherwise, you can only get 24 dynamite a day, assuming you perfectly time your venture. Or realistically, you might miss an hour or 2 on it, because it might not coincide perfectly. But yeah, anything beyond that 24 per day, you have to buy yourself. It's not that bad. You're still saving 2 silver a Death Stone, which adds up very quickly, given that we need hundreds of Death Stone. Oh, I've never seen this room so crowded. There's 3 people in here. Also, what's he doing right now? It's like he's trying to get across the bridge. Oh, I know what he's doing. I can't see it. But he's currently trying to move the drill. I think I can't see his drill is the problem. Yeah, I think I see what's going on now. He's moving the drill, but I can't see the fact that he's on a drill. So it just looks like he's moving all over the place or something. Or he's just dancing in here. Do you think they will add a quest cape? Sometime eventually, probably. I don't think they really have enough quests to bother. But knowing him in quests, he's definitely going to add plenty down the line. But it could be a good, like, year or two, I feel, before he really bothers with that. Just because of how few quests there are. Because how long did it take OG RuneScape? Like, when did the Legends Guild come out? Or is that even when the Quest Keep came out? I'm actually not sure when the Quest Keep was released. Because the Legends Guild came out in, like, what, 2003? Which for the longest time was, like, the highest guild related to questing. I'm pretty sure that came out in 2003, which is 2 years after launch. Yeah, the Quest Keep didn't come out to 2005, it looks like, based on what Fifto said. And the Legends Guild didn't come out till 2003, which is 2 years after Classic launch. Or 1.5, I forget exactly when it launched. Yeah, Legends came out during Classic. It was basically like the end goal of end goals in Classic. And I'm pretty sure it was 2003. Or maybe it was 2002, I don't remember. But it was about a year after launch, I know that. Because it was basically like the quest of quests at the time. At least until Recipe for Disaster, which was the 100th quest added to the game. Which was like a quest celebrating all quests. Oh, that's a bit of a different kind of thing. I do find it kind of funny because Recipe for Disaster at one point was considered like the end goal of end goals. Of like, you know, like the penultimate quest. Celebrating, you know, the fact that they've done 100 quests and all that. But nowadays it's like the tutorial for starting the game. Because pretty much everyone just rushes Barrow Gloves. Because they're so good to get in early game. But at one point it was like the penultimate quest. Kind of like the quest that we're doing now. Like right now, this is like the penultimate quest of like the hardest thing you could possibly do quest-wise in this game right now. But you know, in like 2 years from now, this quest is going to be like, yeah, it's going to be like Spider Nest. It's like, yeah, this is one of the things you do in early game just because you have to. It's going to be on the same level of Spider Nest is right now. Like one of those super required early game quests. But right now, it's like the biggest mega grind you could do beyond keep goals. Or trying to finish the 490 forging monument. So, hello, Adelaide. And which stone do you use to level up? Like right now? Well, we're trying to get Death Stone because I believe you can start using it at 28. We're at 28 Stonemason right now. Oh, I forgot to go grab the thing. Let me go get that. Oh, penultimate means second to ultimate. Never mind, I forgot. Well, I guess ultimate. whatever the term would be. Alright, I'm going to do one more inventory, and then I think we're going to go see how much XP and everything we get from this stuff. I'm going to do one last inventory of Death Stone. It should bring us to, what, 200-ish? A little under? Either a little under or a little over. Depends if I did extra inventory or not. But it either brings us to 170-something or slightly over 200. But whatever it is, I'll do one more trip. Then I'll go process this, see how much it's worth, and see what level it gets us to. It should get us to at least level 30, if not 31. The problem is we need 38. So we need to figure out something. Oh, a lot of people in here. I normally don't see so many in here. People are actually joining us on the grind. Yeah, this is a Gower game, so early game means you gotta play the game for about 1,000 hours. And then you'll be out of the tutorial. I mentioned that when we finally finished the main storyline quest. As a joke, but also somewhat seriously. That the second we finished the Chapter 4 quest, we finished the tutorial for the game. It was somewhat as a joke, but I was serious. That basically was the tutorial for the game. It might not seem like it, having to play for like 30, 40, 50, 60 hours to finish the tutorial. But that's what an MMO is like these days. Especially Andrew Gower MMO. Like 50-ish hours to complete the tutorial. After we all have max skills, we finish the demo. Honestly, after maxing in old school RuneScape, it really does feel like getting 99 all is like the tutorial for the game. Then you can actually start playing the game. Because the way that you play after 99 all is so much different than how you play prior. And I feel like 99 all in Brighter Shores is basically 200 all. It's one of the reasons I want to get 200 all. It's the closest equivalence to 99 all in old school. Or, you know, just even RuneScape in general. It's pretty much the equivalence of 99 all. Is what 200 all is in Brighter Shores. Which is one of the reasons why it's kind of like our... Like, it's not our end goal of end goals. But it's like our most realistic, eventually SoonTM end goal. Like, obviously no time soon. We're talking like months upon months. But it seems like an end goal that's decently achievable within a realistic amount of time. And when I say realistic, I mean several months. Maybe a year. Obviously, we're not rushing it anytime soon. We are still miles upon miles away. Just a lot of small goals until we get there. Nope, don't go that way. I hate that mass clicking it makes you move and grab the item. Because I always like to like double, triple click. But doing so makes you move to the tile. Which always throws me off. Like sometimes I want to, like right there. But other times I don't want to move there. Yeah, I'm really curious to see exactly how special attacks work. I'm really curious how much that will change up the game. He's obviously right now, combat is pretty bare bones, for better or for worse. But obviously that's not the final version of what combat will be in this game. It just has the basic structure at the moment until they develop it further. Is that guy trying to +2 boost? I don't think it works like that. Did that guy just waste a +2 boost potion? Oh, he just wasted 40 gold or 40 silver. That's funny. Oh, did I forget to mine this rock? Oh, that's a fail. I forgot to mine this rock last cycle. I'm gonna have like 1 dynamite left in my inventory. Wait, that's not ideal. I'll have to come back for 1 single rock later. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, I forgot to blast that rock last inventory. Oh well. It's not that big a deal. We'll waste like 20 seconds. Yeah, this is the last trip we're doing for now, though. I said hello, Envy. Welcome, welcome. Oh, so surely we're going to get uniquely named drops that you can't craft? I'm not sure. If, like, some bosses or stuff will have stuff like that. Maybe that's where he's reserving the amulet slot for or something. Make the amulet as unique drops, but keep all armor and weapons as craftable. Because that'd be an interesting way to go about it. Especially if he adds a ring slot at some point or something similar. Make it so only jewelry are from bosses. Like super unique jewelry that you can't craft. But make all armor and weapons only craftable. Or not only craftable, but you know, obtainable from both. But make like the amulet and or like other ring slots and other similar things as actually I can keep this on me. I don't need to store that. I'm gonna go back over there. I'm not sure how he's gonna go about it. Because honestly, I really like the system where you can craft all your own stuff. But obviously you need some incentive to kill bosses. Otherwise no one will. But I feel like the amulet slot, at least in, you know, the current setup of the game, could be a really good incentive for it. Every boss dropping a specific, really unique amulet in different tiers. So not only would you need to farm the boss, but you need to farm the boss at different levels. So even if you're like a low level, you can still get some amulet from it. But if you're like a really high level, you can get like a really even more powerful amulet. And then every boss just has like a different amulet that has different effects based on the boss. Because I feel like that could be a pretty cool way to handle it. And just make like the amulet slot basically boss exclusive. But make everything else craftable like it already is, or will be by chapter 5. There we go. Our first etched Death Stone. The stuff better sell for a lot, given that they cost 2 silver each, or almost 3 silver each. Obviously, we got them for cheap because we made it, or we mined them ourselves. But these things better sell for like 5 silver or something. At least 3 silver for a 1-star. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if bosses are exclusively the things that drop tier 5. I'm slightly concerned about that if so, but that's fine if they do. And then crafting can just go up to tier 4. My only concern with bosses being the exclusive way to get tier 5, which I'm pretty sure is how they're ultimately probably going to do it, is obviously it's going to make the game just grind bosses, basically. You would make your initial tier 4 gear so you could take out a boss, but then all your actual gear would come from killing the boss. You would only craft your own gear in order to get the gear you need from the boss. Whereas right now, you craft your own gear as your own best in slot. Where's Death Stone? I thought that was my Death Stone stack for a second. I'm like, wait, that's way more than I thought we had. Alright, okay, I did one less inventory than I thought. Yeah, we're at like 180. Actually, 180 on the dot. Alright, that's fine. But I did one less inventory than I thought we did, but that's fine. Just doing this for some XP. Obviously, this won't be enough to go all the way to 38. I just want to see where it gets us. And sell and see how much profit we make. And then we'll figure out if we invest in granite or go get more Deathstone or what. Or even just do another activity and start just knowledge boosting it. There's going to be a lot. Oh, actually, we could do that. You know what? That might be what we do. I think we're going to go take a combat break and go get Miner up a little bit. The Mine Fighter. Probably keep killing those level 49s that we were doing earlier. Because those seemed pretty free. And it's honestly probably what I'm doing all the way to 59 realistically. Because every other enemy coming up, I don't have a good weakness weapon to. So we're probably just going to stick with the 49s all the way till 59 realistically. We're not going to do it all at once though. But I think after we process all these stones, make them into whatever they get made into, we'll take a break and go over to do some combat. And use all the combat points on Stonemason, of course. These 38's like the hard goal. Everything beyond that should be okay, because then we can start using Rugged Flint. And Rugged Flint is way, way quicker to obtain than Deathstone. It might sell for less, but the XP rates should be way better. Also, I just realized something. I'm going to need a log in order to make this, don't I? Because the first weapon I can make with Deathstone looks like it has like 2 hammer thingies on it. So I'm going to need a rod or 2 to do that, aren't I? Oh no. There's a chance I don't have whatever the other material is that we need. Let me go check. I'm going to go use this Deathstone on a thing. I think it's 2-handed melee? Back to carpentry, I know, right? Well, we need 50 at some point, so. And 45 woodcutting. So it's not that big a deal. Because I need the levels regardless anyways. So if we do need a specific log, I'm just going to cut it myself, assuming I have the level for it. Let me go check. Where's 2-handed? Oh, no, I'll check it here. 2-handed range. Yeah, it's 2-handed melee. 1-handed melee. Where's 2-handed melee? 2-handed melee. Oh, it's not 2-handed melee? Oh, sorry, that is back. Don't die on me. Interesting. Coarse pine pole. Do I have that? Please tell me there's like 200 of them in here or something. Good morning, Tom. Welcome, welcome. Coarse pine pole. I have 108. I need more, right? What's the ratio? Need some math going on here. Oh, I need way more. Alright. We'll worry about that after we process these. But yes, I need more coarse pine poles. We're gonna need like, let's see, if I have 180, I would need 270 of them, and I currently have like 100. So it's gonna be several inventories, but yeah, we'll need to go get them. Honestly, I might just buy them from the shop, though, instead of woodcutting them, but I really need the woodcutting XP, but I feel like there's better things I could do for woodcutting XP. Isn't it coarse pine only like level 8 or something? Where's pine? Yeah, it's only level 4. I think I just buy the logs. I don't think it's worth woodcutting it. It's too low of a level. If I'm woodcutting, I should be doing like rugged ash logs right now. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna skip, or not skip, but you know, just buy the logs. I'm still gonna process them through carpentry, because I believe it comes out cheaper that way than buying it from the shop thingy. But I'm not gonna go woodcut them. But I will carpentry the full process for them. That shouldn't take that long. But I need to make 140 of them, which means I need 70 logs. Which means it's only like, what, 5-6 trips? Probably do 6 just to have some spares. Yeah, we'll do that after we etch all of our rocks. Go on a little side tour. I think it's worth it. Because it only uses 2 stone each. It uses 2 stone, but 3 of the little hickory thing, or whatever it's called, the pine thing. Oh, what am I doing? I don't even have all them etched yet. The silver you would save from cutting them is 100% never even close to worth it. Well, for lower tier stuff, that's the case. For higher tier stuff, it definitely is. Like, these rocks are 3 silver each. There's no way I'm buying them for 3 silver each. I can't even afford to buy them for 3 silver each. We'd have like 50 of them right now instead of 180. Hey, grass not touched. That's a funny name. Yeah, for level 4 stuff, it's definitely not worth it. Honestly, anything that's like the lower tiers, you should pretty much just always be buying from shops. It's just always better to get them from shops than to get them yourself, if your level's like way above it already. It's only all the higher tier material where you want to collect it yourself. Because they start to get too pricey unless you're just doing it for like a first time bonus or something. Alright, where are we at? This should get us to about 29 hopefully, or pretty close. Look at all that rugged flint ready to go, and I still need to go mine more. Where's the other resource? Oh yeah, look at all the rugged basalt. I was doing this for mining XP earlier. We have 549 rugged basalt. The problem is I don't think you can use it till like 48. But if we get a few more levels down the line, getting 50 is going to be so free. Because the second I hit 48, I think I already have 52 banked or something. Definitely at least 50 for sure, 100%. I'm only going to 46 for now. Because that's what we need for the quest. Once I get to 48, we get to 50, 51 pretty much instantly. This game feels Iron Man PvE, non-online. Pretty much, at least currently. Because for one, basically everyone is an Iron Man right now. There's very minimal combat, so yeah, you don't have to do anything too combat related. Though, the non-online, I wouldn't say that. We've definitely been having a lot of, like, person-to-person, like, community kind of things. Like, you know, like everyone collectively kind of being together, training, all that kind of stuff. It definitely still has that MMO aspect. Like, even though it's a bit of a solo adventure right now, especially in the current state of the game, like, you know, you're always around other people constantly. And there are a few co-op activities, though none of them seem worth it at the moment with how they're balanced. Unless you're, like, absurdly coordinated with one other person. And even then, it's not really worth the extra time. Just to bother doing it for an hour or two. You just think it's missing chase content? I don't feel like that so far. I have yet to even remotely run out of goals. Though I feel like most of my chase content has been quests at the moment. Like right now we're trying to get to the point where we can make 4-star gear. And then our chase content is to go make 1 billion pieces of 4-star gear. Which is not going to be a short process, but it's probably like 2 hours per piece or something, I'm not sure. 1 hour, 2 hours, depending if we get lucky or not. 2 gold pieces? Nice. I still have never seen my 2nd gold piece yet. It's one of the reasons I really want to do merchant into leather maker at some point soon. Because I feel like for anyone who has this much time in the game, I am one of like the poorest people of anyone who's at like this playtime at the moment. Because I feel like my cash stack is just always zero, perpetually zero. That's because I haven't really been doing any money maker method. I just keep, and any money I do get, I just immediately dump into skilling. We were thinking more in games like Old School RuneScape, you level and get access to new bosses, areas, abilities. Whereas right now, we just get the same enemies skilled up. Well, you do still get access to new areas and stuff. As well as new features from doing quests. Like the 3-star quest in this area unlocks an entire new area. As well as blast mining from Old School RuneScape. As well as the ability to actually get that material. Like Deathstone that we have right now, for example, is locked behind it. At least as far as mining it yourself. You can still buy it, but it's really expensive. But, you know, you still unlock stuff. Like, what the 5-star quest we're doing now, it unlocks the ability to do, you know, 4-star weaponry, 4-star shields, 4-star anything if you have the material for it. Even armor, though it's not realistic until the armor skill comes out in Chapter 5. Though it is still possible to do armor with it as well, from what I've heard. As well as seen on the text to cards. But yeah, you don't really unlock bosses at the moment. Every quest pretty much has a boss, for the most part. I say that as I believe the one we're trying to do right now doesn't. But most quests in this game have a boss. But there's no repeatable boss in this game or anything like that yet. But it's likely what 5-star equipment is reserved for down the line. Various repeatable bosses from various things. And it would likely be locked behind a quest of some kind. I wouldn't even be surprised if every boss in the game is eventually locked behind a quest. I think one of the more notorious bosses that was locked behind a quest is probably Corporeal Beast. In Old School RuneScape it isn't, but original Corporeal Beast was quest locked. You actually had to do a quest in order to get access to it. But in Old School RuneScape they kind of just added it to the game and didn't bother doing that. I'm really excited for new content. Though the first new content we're probably getting is the ability to trade. For better or for worse. Everyone's going to be de-ironed immediately. That's going to be that's going to feel weird whenever that day comes. Everyone instantly getting de-ironed. The de-ironing day. Hopefully the bosses stay low effort. The PVM skill ceiling got to you. So you stop playing Old School RuneScape. I don't know, I didn't really mind it too much. I, for the longest time, didn't really get into PVM in Old School or in RuneScape in general. But when I made a hardcore Iron Man, it was like, oh, I kind of have to now. And I don't know, it's not that bad. I still never died. And I think we have like 6 boss kill counts that were like top 25 now. At least on the hardcore high scores. But it's not too bad. You learn pretty quickly when it comes to a lot of mechanics. And once you start getting some of the fundamentals, a lot of the other bosses become easier. Actually, one thing I would advise you trying if you haven't done it yet. They added I think it was earlier this year or was it last year? I don't remember. But they added Scurious. I'm not sure if you ever killed the rat boss that they added, I believe, earlier this year. But that is a very, very easy boss. But it uses some of the main fundamental mechanics that every other boss does. If you can learn like one-tick prayer for that, where you one-tick flick your prayer to defend against his magic and range attack, as well as one-tick his melee, as well as learn to like dodge all the things that he does, and just the mechanic like with the rats, where you can one tick hit them with the mace or whatever weapon you're using. It teaches you a lot of fundamentals for other bosses in the game. Not all of them. But it's a really good like first boss to try in old school RuneScape that they made for basically teaching people all the mechanics in the game. You did CG on your iron until it's 300-ish. Oh, I skipped the CG grind. I actually still have not done a single corrupted gauntlet. I did 10 normal gauntlets and got the pet in a 1 in 2,000 drop rate. That was funny. Actually, let me go show it. Wait. I can show you right now. I forgot. I have it on screen. If you want to see absolutely spooned, even though you can get really unlucky on things, if you want to see the biggest spoonery, wait, collection log, where is it? Raids, I forget what tab it's in. Where's gauntlet? I think it's just called the gauntlet. Where's the gauntlet? I forget where the gauntlet is. What's it called? It's definitely not called corrupted gauntlet, isn't it? Just called, yeah, the gauntlet. There it is. 10 kill count. 1 in 2,000 drop from just normal gauntlet. Because I haven't stepped foot into corrupted yet, just because it's a hardcore and I've never been in there before. I understand the fundamentals. Like, I can easily like never die in normal gauntlet. I feel like I could do corrupted. I just haven't bothered, because I feel like if I disconnect there or something similar, because you got to prep tier 3 armor when you do what's it called, corrupted, at least on a hardcore, so you don't die. And I just really haven't bothered. I'll be probably trying it in leagues to kind of learn it a bit better. But yeah, we got really lucky. We got absurdly lucky. Like, I understand how to do gauntlet and easily could do corrupted. It's just I don't want to lose hardcore status to something dumb. So I do want to practice it during leagues a bit, during this leagues, in Leagues 5. But yeah, that's a 1 in 2,000 drop in 10 kill count. A little lucky, just slightly, just slightly. Just ever so slightly. Yeah, basically, old school RuneScape is a rhythm game that's pretending to be an MMO. But really, old school RuneScape is actually a rhythm game. Like, it is an MMO, but it's like 80% a rhythm game. If you start doing like PVM and endgame PVM. It's literally just 100 beats per minute rhythm game. Wonder how many people were mad when you got that drop at 10 kills? I'm not sure. Are any of you mad? Are any of you like 1,000 CG in and still don't have like seed or pet? I know some people go like 2,000 corrupted gauntlet without it. And in corrupted gauntlet, it's 1 in 800 instead of 1 in 2,000. Like, some people go like 2,000, 3,000 before they get that pet. If you even get it by then. Did I see today's reveal for leagues? No, what was it? I haven't been keeping up with the leagues reveals. I will be playing leagues while doing Brighter Shores. I still haven't decided how I'm going to be separating it on stream, but obviously we'll be doing both at once, and they'll both be visible on screen. I'm not sure how I want to divide the screen space or anything yet, but we still got like a week and a half to decide how we're going to do that. But yeah, I haven't been keeping up with it, but I do plan to play leagues. I'm just going to last minute make my plan, because I want to wait till almost all the reveals come out, because honestly, making any plans before they revealed like nearly everything is kind of pointless. Because any one reveal could just completely upheaval your entire plan. Also, that's not what I want. Where's my Death Stone? But my current plan is to do... oh, let me go get my Death Stone. I could talk. Wait, there we go. But my current plan is Varlamore, Mauritania, and Terrawind. Terrawind being that elf area. The reason I'm doing this is just for free points. The only reason I will do this, though, is if they make auto-thieving a thing again, though. I didn't try it last league, but I want to try it this league. But they have to add something like Trickster again, where you have a 100% chance of not failing a thief. Because that plan only works if that exists. They already mentioned that they're adding Fire Sale again, with whatever that one thing was called. It's not called Fire Sale, but it's effectively Fire Sale. Because my plan basically requires 3 things to exist in this league that existed in last league. Fire Sale, which you already confirmed is coming back, just under a different name and is stronger. I need basically Trickster to be back, at least the thieving aspect of it. Every other aspect doesn't matter to me. And then I need the Revive aspect back, where you can revive once every 3 minutes. Otherwise, there's some PVM content I'm probably not going to bother with. These I'm probably too newbie to do. Like Inferno, I can't do without dying. Inferno with 1 free revive every 3 minutes. I did it last time first try. So stuff like that I kind of need it for. Because I'm not sure if I could do Inferno or would bother grinding it without a free revive every 3 minutes or however they do it this time around. Alright, now I need to go get all the rods. What rod type was it again? Let me just double check so I don't get the wrong one. Let's see. And same because I'm taking Voldemort, I'm going to need to be able to kill Colosseum. Which I've never even stepped foot in there yet. So I will need like that 1 free revive every 3 minutes to be able to do it properly. Let's see. Coarse pine pole. Alright, so I need coarse pine poles. So I need pine poles. Oh yeah, pine poles. Let me go get my pine poles. We're gonna have to do like 6 inventories, but it shouldn't take that long. But yeah, my plan is, did I even mention it? Because I keep tangenting all over the place. But yeah, my plan for regions, though, is likely going to change because any announcement could completely upheaval it. But I was going to do Voldemort because it's new content, and I feel like a lot of people who might not have played Old School RuneScape for a while might want to kind of see, you know, what's new. So that'd be a good region to do. It also just seems good in general, and I like the area. It's probably one of my favorite areas in the whole game now. They had been adding to it all this year. But Voldemort, Mauritania, because I'm going melee route, and because I went in range last league. And the final one is still up in the air, but it's probably going to be Terrorwind. Because they fixed the delay that you have whenever you teleport to house. They fixed that earlier this year. And that allows you to have Rejuvenation Pool. It's required to have the Elf region to have Rejuvenation Pool in your house. The alternative is to pick the Desert region. But it's just so much more convenient doing, having one in your house. But I'm also doing that because I want to learn Corrupted Gauntlet. Or at least be comfortable doing it on the hardcore at some point. And it also should have a lot of free points depending on what some of the other relics are. Which is the other reason I want to take it. As my whole goal is just to rush Dragon rank and then stop and just go all in on Brighter Shores again instead of doing both. Because the second I hit Dragon rank, I'm done. My whole goal is just to get Dragon rank and nothing else. Make sure not to buy Hickory. Actually looks kind of similar. Watch this not be the right log and I accidentally got the wrong one again. I've done that before. Oh, sorry, what was the question? I skipped so much. Hello, Vrigius. Hello, Stress. Are the leagues the same as the previous ones? Unlock zone, do stuff, unlock zone, yada yada, pretty much. The main thing that they're changing is they're adding a lot of relics that are different. And so far the relics and some of the features that they added are so different. They're also doing some kind of mechanic with echo bosses. Which will be adding like some kind of unique gear and stuff like that. And every region will have its own echo boss. Which is like a stronger variant of what you would normally have to face. And it drops some kind of unique reward for each one. But basically Leagues is basically just old school RuneScape, but on hyper speed. And with a bunch of like weird mechanics. That are generally pretty fun. Most people play it just for the fun of it. But there's also some in-game rewards you get. But it's mostly just for the fun of it. Just because of how unique it is compared to normal gameplay. Alright, there should be way more than enough. Actually, I think I bought too many. I need 140 rods, so I gotta process 70 of these. So actually, I bought pretty much exactly as many as I need. Because I need 140 rods, which means I need to process 70 planks. Hopefully we'll get a level from this, so I'm not really planning on it. But XP's XP, I guess. We need 50 eventually. I'm doing it this way just because, I don't know. I just don't feel like buying them. It would cost so much more buying them compared to just doing this. And we need the carpentry XP eventually anyway, so it's not that big a deal. I think we're getting a slightly reduced XP rate, but it's still XP. XP's XP. Oh, so what was the other question? You need one more quest item in the mine. There's a magic carried by one who is short of stature, not too far from the crystal. Isn't he north of the crystal? I'm pretty sure he was just straight north of the crystal. He's one of the NPCs that was in that one crafting room, I'm pretty sure. Like, there's a gnome smithing place, and if you just go straight north, I believe he's right there. Though there was another jewelry room that also had a dwarf. He could be that one as well. Oh yeah, FCP Dev ended up saying that as well. I believe land back. Yep, you guys are already ahead of me. I'm just like a little far behind in chat. Wait, sorry. Wait, let me catch up. Let's see. But yeah, I'm not sure which dwarf that is then. But yeah, it should be either the jewelry dwarf or the one that's in the smithing place, where you do gnome smithing. Because I know the other three were what? One was a bug, the cockroach that was at level 17 instead of 14. One was just a rock that you mine near the entrance, southwest of when you come in. And the other one is guarded by that spider puzzle, where you have to walk the path. But yeah, then the fourth one was from talking to some gnome. But I don't remember what gnome it was, but there's only so many gnomes in the area if you just talk to everyone. There's only like 3, 4, 5 gnomes there. How do you get to the top page if you live stream on YouTube? I have no clue. Honestly, I have no clue how and I really appreciate it, by the way. But honestly, I have not the slightest clue how our Brighter Shores stream have popped off as much as they have. I'm literally just doing what I would have done to like 3 to 5 to 10 viewers or something. Yet here we are at like almost 100 right now. And we easily peak over 100 every single time we've been doing it. I really don't know what made YouTube like top page my stream all of a sudden. I have not the slightest clue. But I really appreciate that you guys are here. The Brighter Shores community has been absolutely amazing. And of course, we're going to be here every single day, streaming for 12 hours here on this YouTube channel. With the main exception being Mondays, but we'll still stream on Mondays, a little bit shorter than the normal 11, 12 hours we normally go. I'll be doing this for at least the rest of the year, as well as probably even longer than that. We'll be here for the long term, or here for years. Pretty much as long as Andrew Gower keeps the servers up and still making content, we'll be here. Alright, let's see. Grab all this. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, YouTube, honestly, if you were to stream on YouTube or Twitch, I personally feel like it's easier to get noticed on YouTube compared to Twitch. YouTube's actually been doing a lot to try to help promote smaller channels. They've been doing a ton of that over the last few years to try to give every channel a chance so they can actually grow and develop. Whereas Twitch hasn't really done as good of a job at that. Or at least I don't personally feel so, from what I've seen. The stream is actually suggested after a few Brighter Shores videos. That's kind of interesting. Though, that could also just be YouTube doing it. Because YouTube generally likes to resuggest things that you've subscribed to or to hit the notification bell on. Or if you watched recently. Like, if you watch like 2 or 3 of these streams and you watch a piece of Brighter Shores content, you're more likely than the average person to get recommended this stream again. Because YouTube saw, hey, you liked it once, why not like it again? Because if you keep coming to the streams, YouTube's going to keep trying to recommend it to you over and over again. Which if you enjoy it, of course, is kind of helpful. But it will start to like slightly over-recommend it to you compared to the average person. Just because YouTube already saw that you liked it once, so it's like, oh, maybe they'll like it again. Hello. Hey, another person grinding. Watching right now? Nice, thank you. Greatly appreciated. Both on the carpentry grind. Are you on the 32 carpentry grind right now? Are you trying to get the spider quest done? Because based on that level, assuming that's you right there. Is that you? Oh no, slide. Wait, I can't see your name. That's weird. Oh, yep, you are. Nice. Good luck. Hope it goes over well. It's definitely a bit of a grind, but it's 100% worth it. Oh no, honestly, I was too harsh on carpentry. It's not that bad. Like, don't get me wrong, it's still bad. Like, relative to every other skill, I would say my least 2 favorite is bone right and carpentry. But, you know, all the skills still, you know, they have their value. They're still useful for things. But they've definitely been my personal least favorite. Though carpentry I've learned to enjoy a little bit more if I'm doing it for something. Like, right now, I don't mind it as much. because I'm doing it to train Stonemason, you know, in order to make equipment and everything. So I don't mind doing it for this purpose, but when I'm just like making logs, selling them, making more logs, selling them, that doesn't feel as satisfying. But we're doing it for an actual goal right now of, you know, making equipment. Oh, is that the detective cape? Ooh. Interesting. I kind of like that. I'm not sure if I want to get any cape other than our smithing one at the moment because it just looks so cool. But honestly, I haven't seen a single cape that I haven't liked yet for the, like, profession capes. He did a really good job on them. Making them, like, these cool prestige items that you can wield. Really big fan of them, all of them. So, hello, Helvy Crypto. Welcome, welcome. You've just been dumping your knowledge into carpentry so you don't have to. Yeah, I did that for a while. I did the manual grind until, like, 27, 28, and then I was like, okay, I'm done with this. I'm just going to go all in knowledge points. But yeah, that tends to happen for a lot of things. Even right now, like, we're knowledge pointing Stonemason. It's definitely not the best thing for us to be doing it for right now. But we're just trying to get the grind done quicker, so I'm just dumping all of it into it. Even if it's less efficient, it just speeds up the grind. There's definitely better things we could be putting our knowledge points in right now. But if I kept dumping my knowledge points, we're going to save like 3 hours of having to do Stonemason. So we're dumping all of them into it. Like 2-3 hours will be saved probably, if we just keep doing that. Oh no, I don't mind Stonemason that much. Stonemason and smithing I haven't actually mind. It was mostly bone rate that fell off to me. I think the weirdest thing about bone rate is you have to get all the material. If you want to get it yourself, you got to get from chapter 2. It uses carpentry, woodcutting, and gatherer very heavily. Particularly gatherer, because that's where you get your bones from. It's really weird compared to the other ones that both use primarily mining. And a very small amount of carpentry. Oh, it's Fifto! Hey! Hello. Hello, Fifto. Hope the grind's been going well. Oh, is that the level 100 guard cape? Didn't you mention that earlier? Because I see that has that, like, that little extra thing. That looks cool. I don't think I've seen the 100 yet. You're about to hit the carpentry grind? Good luck, good luck. It's definitely... The carpentry grind is like the true test for this game. If you can like handle the grinds. Because I feel like it's the first like mega grind the game just slaps you with. And it does it pretty early. If you can survive the 32 carpentry grind, you could probably survive anything. It's the true test on if someone will quit the game or not. When they are presented with that grind so early. I really wish they would lower the requirement a little bit though, like down to 20 or 25, just to whack newer players with such a huge grind wall. Because on top of that, you still have to grind combat in this region to be able to kill two 35s, which means realistically at least level 25 combat, or even slightly higher depending on what your gear is. Yeah, you think it's clever because it would kind of let you know if this game is for you. That's true. That is kind of true. Kind of letting people know early on. And honestly, the quest is pretty good. Like the humor and everything during the quest. It's just the pacing of it just seems weird because of the 32 carpentry grind you have to do during it. But the actual content of the quest is really good. Like if you ignored the 32 carpentry grind, it's actually probably one of the more solid quests in the entire game. If you just do the quest but ignore the fact that there was a 32 carpentry. Like, let's say hypothetically, before you started the quest, you already had 32 carpentry. I would say it was probably like one of the top 3 quests in the entire game. As far as like the humor and everything else that I end up doing. It was pretty high up there. It's mostly just the carpentry grind that you have to do, like, generally during it that kind of breaks the pacing of it all. Because I'm pretty sure almost no one had 32 carpentry before starting that quest. Like, some amount of people did because they knew ahead of time that they need the grind for it. But the average person would not have had 32 carpentry prior to starting it, or prior to knowing that the quest existed. Like, that's not something you just randomly stumble upon. Like, you're not just going to accidentally get 32 carpentry before you start that. You have to actively go out of your way for it. Whereas for a lot of other things, like, you could have accidentally gotten 25 fishing for the quest in Chapter 1, for example. Like, you might have to grind out of your way slightly, but it is very possible you accidentally got the requirement for it. But that's not the case for 32 carpentry. Or a few of the other requirements just in general in this game. Could you get a shout out? Hello, Pure Runes. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hey, sorry if I'm missing any of you guys in chat. Hello, Dreamt. You're about to hit the carpentry grind. Good luck, good luck. Hello, Ian Wright. You're at 29 carpentry at the moment. Nice, you're almost there. Going slower as you're getting your own wood. Getting wood cutting up. Honestly, wood cutting's still good to get up. You need 45 eventually for a 5-star quest. So, yeah, might as well get pre-started on it. So all that wood cutting will come into play eventually. Plus, it's way cheaper to cut your own logs, of course, as well. You won't burn through a bunch of cash. I believe we only have one more inventory and we're out of here. I had to make 140 of these stocks so we can go do all my Death Stone. And after that, we'll see what that gets us to. I want to say like level 32 or 33 Stonemason. And honestly, the rest, I'm probably just going to get up with knowledge points. Because otherwise, I got to make more rods and go get more Death Stone. And I think the better play is just to get a bunch of knowledge. Because let's say it's like, what, 5 per? It's about 5 knowledge points per level. We're going to need, what, let's say we get to 33. We're going to need 5 levels. So we're going to need 15 knowledge points. Sorry, we're going to need 25 knowledge points. That's not too bad. Like, that'll take a little while, but we have to get 59 combat anyways. And if we're still short after that, you know, we can still do, like, some Chapter 4 skilling. Maybe some merchant, some detective, something else. 50 alchemy. Oh, no, I don't feel like 50 alchemy is going to feel as bad. Because as long as you get half your secondaries, not only do you profit from it, but you also get a lot of potions that you actually need. I feel like alchemy is a lot more rewarding because if I get like a new log in carpentry, let's say for example I go from I don't know, rugged or rugged juniper up to a rugged polar pole. Like, yeah, I might be able to craft a few things, but I don't really feel anything from that. But you know, if you go from like I don't know, let's say in something in alchemy. Let's say you go from like my next goal. If I hit from 29% or sorry, 25% heal potion and they move up to 28%, we're really going to feel that difference. Like that 3% extra heal. Like that's really going to come into play whenever we do some of those 5-star quest bosses and stuff like that. Whereas the impact that we're going to feel from being able to do like one extra tier higher pull is like pretty much nothing until maybe once we need like what, a single item that we need for it or something. But even then we can just buy from a shop. But I don't know, I feel like this just feels so much more rewarding. Like the kind of alchemy goals they end up hitting compared to, you know, like carpentry or something else. So the grind isn't as bad. Just because you're kind of being rewarded every few levels with a really cool potion. Alright, 2 more inventories left. We're almost there. And there should be slightly more than enough poles. I think we're going to have a few spears. We're going to have like 148 or whatever it is. I need 140. Hello, Kiefer, or Rest999. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, thank you everyone for stopping by. We just hit over 100 views. Definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and helps other people find this channel and is greatly appreciated. If you guys haven't already, we've been streaming Brighter Shores here on YouTube every single day for about 12 plus hours. A little bit shorter on Mondays just to be a kind of catch-up day. If you guys want to subscribe or turn on notification bell, feel free as, yeah, we're going to be here constantly doing good old Brighter Shores. So if you have any questions, want to ask about anything, or just kind of want to chill or chat, feel free to do so. But thank you everyone for stopping by again. Greatly appreciated. As well as all of you who've been watching for a while, new or old, also greatly, greatly appreciated. It helps out the channel a ton. Right now, currently, actually, I should probably say what we're doing right now. We're currently trying to do the Lost and Found quest. The Lost and Found quest is pretty much like the best quest in the entire game, but it also has the highest requirement. It allows you to craft 4-star gear, both armor and weapons. However, realistically, you can only really do weapons and shields at the moment until we get the armor making skill in Chapter 5. You can still do it now, but it's really luck-based if you get enough gear to do so. So realistically, it is just weapon and armor. I mean, weapon and shield. Though technically, you could also do it for armor. So once Chapter 5 comes out, you do it for that too. So basically, you want to have this before Chapter 5, ideally. You don't have to rush it right now like we are. But at some point, you do want to finish this quest before Chapter 5. The main reason being is you're allowed to make 4-star weapons. And for any of you that don't know, once Chapter 5 comes out, we're going to be getting special attacks. And only 4-star equipment will have special attacks on them. So you want to be able to make 4-star weapons. It is really, really important to have a bunch of them pre-made for Chapter 5. It's not required, but if you want to be able to use every special attack weapon as soon as Chapter 5 comes out, you are going to need to complete the Lost and Found quest at some point. The biggest issue with it is it has the highest requirement of any quest. You are going to need 61 Mind Fighter. This is boostable by 2, so you can do it at 59. You're going to need 40 Bone Right, not boostable. 60 Smithing, boostable by 2 if you want, though I am a Cryo Knight, so I just got the full level. But if you're not a Cryo Knight, you probably want a +2 boost at 58. And 46 Stonemason, which is not boostable. The reason why some of these are and some of these aren't is because they all require doing a passive activity. For this one, you have to passive a 61 fight, but you can +2 boost it. This one, you have to passive a level 40 activity, but you can't buy the material until level 40, so you can't actually boost your level for it. The smithing one, you have to boost a level 60 activity, but you can do it because you get access to the shop item at level 56, so you can end up boosting it from 58. And Stonemason, once again, similar to Bone Right, you cannot boost it because the material you need for the passive activity, you do not get until 46 from the shop, so you do need the full 46 level. But yeah, those are all the requirements for it, which makes it by far the highest requirement quest in the entire game right now, but it is worth it to be able to make 4-star equipment, which is hopefully something we can do later to stream. Of course, we're getting pretty close. The only 2 goals we still have left is 59 Mind Fighter, so 9 more levels in Mind Fighter, and 46 Stonemason, which we need, what is that, 17 more levels. And it might seem like we're not doing any of that right now, but I'm currently trying to get some rods for some stuff I need for Stonemason right now. And I believe this is my last trip, and then we'll actually go make everything. And then hopefully go sell it all, get to like level 33-ish, and then I think I might just knowledge point the rest of it. Because I want to get to level 38 so we can go use all of our better ore. But there's a bit of a weird in-between from like 28 to 38 or so, where the ore that you need to get is kind of inconvenient to get and is way too expensive to buy. So it's a little bit of an awkward training area for Stonemason. Once you get past that, it becomes a lot easier. Oh yeah, we also did a little minigame thingy. That's true, what Kiel mentioned. Yeah, there's a little minigame that you do for the level 35 one. I'm not sure how it works. Some people have been mentioning it. But yeah, there's some kind of different process for when you get to 35. And I think that's the first potion that starts utilizing it. But we'll find out in 4 alchemy levels eventually, though we're probably not going to have that today. But I do kind of want to get that in the somewhat near future just to see what's up with it. Because some people have been kind of mentioning stuff about it. And 35, I believe, is the first potion that utilizes the mechanic. You've been playing for a few days now. Do you have anything you're hoping for the future of the updates? I'm not sure. There's definitely quite a lot. Obviously, there's already things on the board that they're definitely going to be doing. But I'd definitely love to see like more of a purpose for combat. Obviously, combat's probably the most bare bones mechanic in the game at the moment, for better or for worse. Because it's pretty chill at the moment, but you know, there's definitely a lot of content that can be added for it. But honestly, knowing Andrew Gower, the main thing I really want to see are mini games within the game. He's really passionate about making games, which means he's also really, really good at making mini games. And I'm really curious what Brighter Shores mini games will look like. Like if he tries doing a Stealing Creations equivalence or a Castle Wars equivalence or, you know, any kind of mini game whatsoever. I'm really curious what he does for Brighter Shores, because I know that's definitely a passion of his, and he's really, really good at it. So that's probably the thing I'm most curious about. Like, what does a Brighter Shores minigame look like? Because currently there's none, of course. Like an actual minigame. Like, you know, either a 1 versus 1 or like group versus group of some kind. Like, what does that look like in Brighter Shores? And that's probably the thing I'm most curious and kind of interested in whenever he finally gets to that point. Obviously, that's not on the priority list of things that are going to be coming, like, particularly soon. But of any one thing that he's probably going to do with this game, you know, at some point, that's the one I'm most curious about. Like, what does the first few minigames look like for this game? Because obviously the first one might not necessarily be perfect, but after that he'll get a lot of community feedback, and then the second or third minigame that he might add might be some of the funnest things ever. So I'm really curious to see what happens with that, more so than quite a few other things. Yeah, I would say that's like the biggest one. Like, what does he do with minigames in this game down the line when he eventually adds them? AFK scaling feels so satisfying. I know, honestly, the logout system, yeah, what Anvi mentioned, I really, really love the passive XP system in this game. Like, for example, last night, right at the beginning of the stream, we, of course, you know, slept, ate lunch, all that kind of stuff, came back 10 hours later, and then boom, we got like 16k carpentry XP. It just made it so, you know, we had 16k less that we had to do today. Might not have been the best activity we could have done, but, you know, our current grind just got a little bit shorter. That probably saved us, like, what, 15 minutes, half an hour? And, of course, yeah, it took our account being offline for, like, 10 hours to do so, but, you know, that still, like, saves us about half an hour today that we otherwise would have had to collect resources and then go process things and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Up or done. Though, just out of, just to make sure this bin is empty, I'm gonna run these U-logs. There's no reason to, but given that this is the only log left, I'm gonna be so paranoid if I don't process them all. So really quick, I'll just go do these 7. I don't actually need these right now, but just to make sure there's no logs in my bin, I'm just gonna run these real quick. And then we can go over to our other activity. Any idea what to do with brimstone? Yes, you make them into explosives. The way that you make them into explosives, so of course, you already probably know the area. You ended up getting brimstone right here from this passive activity. Go west to this guy right here. And there's a guy to the south of the room, like right on these tiles right here. Can't miss him. But if you use your brimstone on him, like use item and then brimstone, he will make all the brimstone in your inventory into explosives. There's then a case right over here that you can then store away all your explosives. Or if you want to actually use them, go southeast and use them in these 2 rooms over here. And bring 24 with you and then just do some deathstone. We were doing deathstone mining earlier stream. I'm not sure if we're going to do any more this stream. But that's where you go and use them. But yeah, you get them here from this AFK activity, or not AFK, but venture. Actually, I could take that in 20 minutes from now too. But yeah, you get it there. You talk to this guy down there. You can store them there if you want, or go use them southeast and on the deathstone over there. Yeah, there you go. All right, let me go store these away. And then, yeah, let's go. Speaking of deathstone, let's go and process our deathstone now. Because the whole reason we did all this carpentry was for the rods for the deathstone. And then we can go cash in all of our material, get hopefully like 3 levels at least. And yeah, see where that brings us. All right, go teleport to the mines. Actually, is my inventory cleared? Let's double check. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Deposit all. Teleport to the southwest. And yeah, let's go make some hammers, I guess. Hopefully these sell for a lot. The deathstone itself is worth almost 3 silver each. And you need 2 of them per object. So these things gotta sell for a pretty penny. Like at least 2 silver each, even for a 1-star. Oh, I forgot to put away the rods, but luckily, I think I can do it right here. Wait, what? I forgot to fully process them. No! No! I didn't put them on the machine thingy, did I? No wonder why they wouldn't go in. Alright, in other news, let me teleport to... Honestly, I'm about to just drop these things, but I can't. It's too much value. I forgot to... Oh, gosh. I'm talking so much, I'm forgetting where we are in the process. Whoops. Well, let me go teleport back. I kind of want to just drop them, but I don't know. It would pain me too much to drop these. It's probably worthwhile to drop them, but it would hurt me too much to do so. So I will waste all my time to go back here just to process these. Whoops. It's not that big a deal. We're just going to waste about a minute here. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Actually, I want to see something while I'm here. I don't think I've done the first time bonus for an ash tree yet. Let's see how much XP this is. 127, not bad. Oh, I did do the first time bonus, never mind. Well, mistakes were made. I might as well process this 1 log as well. In case I need it for something down the line. Alright, let's remember to actually process it this time. And not fail on that. Oh, 89 each on those two? Nice. Not bad. Alright, let's do these 14 rods and then we can go head over there. Hey, we almost gained a whole carpentry level from what we were doing earlier too. Not bad. Especially for doing a lower tier log. But ideally, we just keep doing ash logs later. We'll go woodcut them all, then we'll go carpentry them all, rinse, repeat. But that's a later issue. Not really looking to do the Chapter 2 quest quite yet. I do want to do it though, but it'll probably be the 3rd one we go for, because if we want to do the Chapter 4 first, Chapter 2 should be pretty free. Chapter 1's the only one I'm really skipping, just because I feel like 61 cooking is going to take too long for its own good. I'd rather get Leatherworker to 61 than bother with Chef to 61. Just because of how much more money we'll make. especially once we get merchant up. It's definitely worth it if you're like a free-to-play player. But once you have access to the later areas, it just does not seem that worth it. But you know what? Just in case it doesn't store, let me go put all these away here. I'm pretty sure I can do it on the other one. But just in case I can't, let me just do it here while we're here. Not make some kind of mistake again. And then we can go do the objects and be good to go. Alright, we good? We good? Nice clear inventory? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now we can go over there. I just realized they're 5 each. Wait, before we do. Hold. You use 5 each, which means I can actually XP boost these. Which means I want that so I can get Stonemason up a little bit quicker. So let me go grab my potion before we get there. And then we'll finally go do this grind. The reason I want to come back is there's a 5% potion. And it does work on your knowledge points as long as you're boosting something within the chapter you're in. And since we're going to be doing Stonemason, it's definitely going to be worth it. Can you spam raids? Yes. The house raids in this game, you just keep doing them over and over again indefinitely. It's how we have 47 and 48 detective. Like 90% of both those 2 XPs have come from nothing but raids. They're very, very AFK. And a pretty decent way of getting knowledge points. Not the quickest in the game, but relative to how chill they are, it's probably the best way to do it. If you're doing one comparable to your level, you're getting about 5% knowledge per click you do. Because it only takes 3 clicks to go from raid to raid. Because you need 1 to walk out, 1 to click on the door, and then 1 to walk into the center of the room. And then rinse and repeat. So it's about 3% knowledge per click. Or sorry, 5% knowledge per click, essentially. And then you AFK for like 2 to 3 minutes. It's really nice. If any of you guys haven't gotten to that Chapter 4 area, it's probably the most chill AFK method in the game at the moment. Unfortunately, you don't get like any silver or anything from it, but you get like a billion XP between watch person, detective, and knowledge points. You just get a super ultra amount of XP. It's really nice. Only big downside is you don't get any reward for it. Like no silver, no drops, nothing like that. But it's worth it. What am I doing? Oh yeah, mines. Just wanted to get my potion so I can get the extra boost. How do you reset the raids? There should be 2 doors. Every raid has 2 doors. And basically, you just keep clicking back and forth. You do one raid, and then there's a door like right next to it for the same level. You then do that raid. And then you just keep going back and forth over and over again. But yeah, every raid has 2 doors, and you just have to keep swapping between them. Though do keep in mind, if you are using it for a shortcut for whatever reason, make sure the last one you end on is the one that you need to shortcut for. Because both of them unlock a different, like almost like agility shortcut in a sense. So you do want to make sure you end on whatever one you need the most. That's not too big a deal. But yeah, you just keep going between door and door. Okay, how do I do this now? Because I need 2 to 3. What ratio is that? 2 to 3, 2 to 3. So I guess that's 10 and then max, right? No. That's wrong. Wait, no, not that. Wait. My brain's trying to math. 2 to 3, 2 to 3. Well, how many is that per inventory? 5. That means I need 8. I need 8 and then max is the number I'm looking for. 8 and then max, wherever they are. Pine. This is the right one, right? Let's hope so. There it is. Alright. This is the right one? Better be. Oh, fabricate. I was gonna say, why is it not crafting? There we go. Okay, we got it. We're good. Oh, okay. Let's go make these now. Now we process these until we run out of def ore. These things better be a pretty penny. Come on, let me see the price. Show me the 1 star. I don't care if it's 1 star. I just want to see what price they are. That's what we need the poles for. He just jams them right in there. So the weird thing is we're using 3 poles, but he's only pulling 2 of them. So I'm not sure where the 3rd pole is going. Alright, this better be worth like 2 silver or more. Oh, only 1 silver? Yeah, 100%. Do not buy def ore. Do not buy your own def ore. Wow, is that expensive. This weapon, not even counting the carpentry supplies, costs like 6 silver each to make if you were to buy your own ore. Not even counting these poles. That's if you craft your own poles. These are 6 silver costs a piece. Luckily, I mined my own, so it's... honestly, even mining our own, we still lost money if we get a 1 star. That's actually insane. But if we get a 1 star, even with blast mining, we lose money. Because the dynamite is 675 each. which means we're spending 1.3 silver per item here. And that's not even counting the cost of the poles at all, which I believe I bought the logs for. But just the Deathstone alone, we're spending 1.3 if we mine it ourselves. That is so bad. Yeah, this is definitely the last of the Deathstone I'm ever doing. Deathstone is 100% not worth it for anything but the first time bonus. Or if you're a hammer mage just making this gear to actually use is the only other exception. How much is the 2-star one info? Alright, it's 2 silver? That's not much better. Yeah, why are these so expensive? These are way, way overly priced. Like the material needed to make them relative to what you get back in return. Yeah, Deathstone's that one daily. Well, the dynamite is the daily. You have to actively still go and mine it yourself. Speaking of which, I got it in like 10 minutes from now. Gotta remember to go claim it. Alright, there we go. Let me go clear my inventory. No, not teleport. Quartermaster. Deposit all. Alright. What do I need? What do I need? Deathstone. I need 8 Deathstone every time and then just grab max rods. Is how we're going to do this. And then grab max rod. Just make sure to grab the right one because there's so many in here. And now we pot. Upgrade our Stonemason, of course. Somewhere's in all this mess. There it is. Nice. Keep it going. We should get to about level 32, 33 from this. And then the rest I am going to have to use knowledge points for. Because we're definitely not going to keep doing Deathstone. This is just too much of a process. But yeah, I didn't actually spend too much money on these because I have been doing the daily constantly, including in another 9 minutes from now. And from the daily, you get 12 for free every day. Not Deathstone, but the material you need to get the Deathstone. Which saves you 675 per Deathstone. Or essentially gives you, you know, free Deathstone, 12 free Deathstone. You just have to actually mine it still, but... It doesn't save you that much money, though. Compared to some other dailies. I'm not sure what all the values come out to. But yeah, it's saving, what? Whatever 675 times 12 is. I did this math earlier. Let me just double check again. But yeah, doing that daily only saves you 8.1 silver a day. Or technically 8.1 silver twice per day. But the main reason I'm actually doing it beyond that is the free mining XP you get from it. Every single venture you ever do gives you a huge burst of XP to the skill. And because our mining is always going to lag behind our smithing and everything else, I figured getting some passive XP for it is probably best. So I've just been doing it for here. But you get access to it after you do the 3-star quest of the Matabin's Legacy. It does require full quest completion. And doing that quest will automatically make you level 30 mining. You only need 29 mining for the quest, but the quest XP will make you level 30. So you can immediately start doing that activity afterwards. And honestly, it seems like one of the better ventures to do. Not necessarily because of the material that you get from it, but more so because of the mining XP you get from it. Which is really relevant if you are a hammer mage or a cryo knight. Probably less relevant if you're a guardian, though. So you might want to prioritize a different venture otherwise. Because, of course, both of these two need mining quite a bit in order to get the ore they need to process their stuff. Like this Deathstone and just other ones in the future. Any reason not to grind Watchman, Detective as soon as you get to episode 4? Watch Person is definitely by far the most useful combat in the entire game. You do eventually need 59 or 61 in order to do what we're doing right now. Which we do need to go do some combat very soon. As soon as I finish all this processing, we will. But basically, aside from this quest requirement, the most useful place just to infinitely get combat in, assuming you have members, of course, is Chapter 4. Chapter 4 is by far the most useful quest, or the most useful combat. And it's mostly because it affects your XP rate for Detective. It is the only combat skill in the game where it affects a secondary skill. Because the better you can kill in Chapter 4, the more Detective XP you can get per hour. It's one of the reasons why we're actually doing this. It might not seem like it, but this is a multi-step elaborate plan just for us to be able to AFK Chronopolis better when we go do those raids. Because this quest unlocks the ability to make 4-star equipment. And 4-star equipment makes you do more damage. And doing more damage makes you get more detective XP in Chronopolis. And that's basically what we're doing this for. Obviously, there's a lot of reasons why we're doing this grind. But one of, like, the weird underlying reasons of why I'm doing this is just so we could do level 4 raids better. Or, not 4, but the 4th one. The level 51 one, once we get there. Like, that's not the only reason we're doing this, obviously. But it is a reason. Wait, what? Coarse pole? Coarse pine pole. Polar, coarse, polar. I got the wrong thing, didn't I? I grabbed the wrong material. That's funny. I grabbed the wrong pole. I was wondering why I didn't keep crafting. I grabbed the wrong pole. Whoops. They all look so similar to me. They're all pole-shaped. They're like only slightly different tints of colors. Like all those like whiter ones. There's like 3 different ones that look like a white tint. You love the feeling of needing to do 20 tasks just to complete one. Honestly, I do love that too. That's one slight concern I have once trading does get added, since everyone won't be an Iron Man anymore in a sense, is you won't have to do a 30-step process to do any one thing anymore. Instead, it's just going to be a 10-step process. Because any one goal you can have in this game right now is at least like going to be triple as many steps as you think it's going to be, if not more. You're going to have to do some other thing to be able to do some other thing to be able to do some other thing to be able to do some other thing. And by the time you even realize what you're doing, you'll be like, wait, what was I even grinding for in the first place? But honestly, doing this quest just helps with everything. It helps with combat in every zone. It helps with raids and detective XP in Chapter 4. It'll be absurdly useful in Chapter 5 once we get special attacks. It'll be useful in PvP whenever that exists. Oh, someone's at 42 Stonemason? Ooh. That's some hefty level if that's what he just said. Though it makes sense, he's a Hammer Mage. Hammer Mages are going to have high Stonemason level. It's kind of required. Oh, what am I going for here? Oh yeah, I need to do the ore first. I keep forgetting. I gotta grab this first, then do the other one. Really awkward number of supplies we gotta grab, though. I do have to say, but it's fine. I wish you could do, like, grab last number or something. They definitely gotta make, like, the number that you grab system a little bit different. The current system is a little clunky, but it's fine for now. Definitely something they'll tweak in the future. What quest are we talking about here? Why is it essential for detective raids? Well, it's not essential for detective raids. But the quest we are currently working on is the Lost and Found quest. This is the hardest to complete quest in the entire game. Requiring roughly 61 Mindfighter, 40 Bonewright, 60 Smithing, and 46 Stonemason. However, you can have 2 less for Mindfighter and Blacksmith using a +2 boost. So you could technically have as low as 59 Mindfighter and 58 Smithing. I'm only planning to boost Mindfighter. Smithing, obviously, we already have. But beyond that, it basically allows you to make 4-star equipment. Weapons, shields, armor. Though in the current state of the game, it's realistically only usable on weapons and shields, because doing it for armor is pure RNG based on drops. Whereas once the level 5 or Chapter 5 armor skill comes in, it'll be a lot better. The reason why this helps with Chapter 4 and specifically with Detective is there's raids in Chapter 4. And basically, the quicker you can kill your enemies, the more XP you get for Detective and Combat, of course. So it helps Combat everywhere. But it also helps your Detective XP rate. So if we have 4-star equipment compared to 3-star equipment, that's going to help speed things along by a decent margin. This helps every combat region, but it's most useful for Chapter 4, as it also affects how quickly we can get Detective XP in the long term. But yeah, that's not the only reason we're doing it, but in the short term, that's probably like the main reason I'm actually doing it. It might seem weird. But honestly, in the super short term, the main reason we're rushing this quest is so I can AFK raids better. I'm not sure if I ever mentioned that. Like, I was mentioning the long term, like, yeah, we'll need every spec weapon for Chapter 5 and stuff like that. But in the super short term, the whole reason why I'm rushing this is just so AFK raids off stream are quicker. It's a weird goal to have, but you know, I do it for like 3 to 6 hours or so off stream or so. So, you know, that's a lot of extra XP if we have if we have it. Oh, level 30 about to come in. Let me go store all this. I think we're like at the limit though. Deposit all. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we're at the limit. Honestly, once we reach the limit, just because of how weird the inventory is, I'm just going to tell you. Normally, I would go and get a few more, but the ratio that we need for this activity is just so weird that the second we over encumber, I'm just going to sell everything. Normally, I wouldn't do that, but we just need like a weird 2-3 ratio kind of thing, which is rather unique to this thing that we're crafting. The inheritance quest should be of Give, a fast travel stone. Rumor is that it's in the building. Though I'm pretty sure this is purely rumor though. But like it's in that one temple. Once you can eventually get in there. But there is probably a second one. But the rumor has it that at some point when you get into the temple, whether that's 490 or whatever level it requires, there might be a second teleport stone in there. Because so far it's the only chapter that doesn't have a second teleport stone. But it might just have it. It just probably has an absurd requirement to get it. Compared to some other regions. Because Chapter 2 has one as well, but it's locked behind the 5-star quest. So a lot of people don't have access to it at the moment. Including ourselves. But so far every chapter has had 2 teleports except for Chapter 1. But there is a chance it does have it. It's just behind some kind of absurd requirement. Like level 10 temple or something. Or even max temple. Or monument, I should say. I keep calling it temple, but it's called the monument. The foraging monument. But yeah, every single chapter gets 2 teleports. Obviously, the Chronopolis ones are pretty easy to get. The one for chapter 3 is locked behind a 3-star quest. But I think you just have to start it. You don't actually have to finish it. Hope Forest is locked behind a 5-star quest. And I don't believe it's currently known how you get it for Hopeport. But there's a very, very high chance Hopeport does have a second one. Or will get a second one if it currently doesn't have a second one. But rumor is at some point at the temple itself will have it. But I don't think that has been confirmed yet. But whatever requirement you need for the temple, I'm definitely not going to bother with. Because it's probably like something like 200 something, if not 490. Whatever it ends up being. Like, it's just too absurdly high of a requirement. That I probably... it's not that I'm never going to go for it. Like, obviously, at some point, we will finish the temple. But it is, like, the lowest of lowest priorities. Like, there's at least 20, 30, 50 goals I want to do before we do that. It is absurdly low in the priority list. But it is eventually on the list of things to do. Hey, level 30. Nice. 18 levels to go. I will do some combat after we finish processing these, by the way. This isn't just going to be a Stonemason only stream, even though it has so far. I know the title kind of makes it seem like that too in the thumbnail. The stream is only going to be like 80% Stonemason. But it's mostly because it's the one furthest from being where we need it. Smithing's already there. Bone Wright's already there. Minefighter has a little ways to go, but fighting's pretty free in this game, so it's not that big a deal. Plus we might get a cool drop along the way. So the furthest one is definitely Stonemason, needing 18 levels. It should speed up a lot once we hit level 38 though, but the problem is getting to 38. But honestly, I feel like the final 10 levels are going to be quicker than getting to 38 itself. Because then we can start using Rugged Flint or the Tier 2 Flint. And Tier 2 Flint should drastically speed up this process. But how much more XP it's going to give, as well as how accessible it is to get Flint. Train Minefighter? Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. After I finish, that's the current game plan right now. So what we're doing right now is I'm processing all my Death Stones and the hammers, and then selling the hammers. After that, I'm going to do Minefighter until, well, until whenever. I'm not sure how long we'll do Minefighter for. But I plan to do Minefighter for a little while, and obviously we'll use all the knowledge points on the Stonemason. Honestly, I guess we just do it until we get 38 Stonemason then. And if we don't get it by level 59, I'll go do, like, merchant detective kind of thing. The problem is I don't think getting 59 Minefighter gets us to 38 Stonemason on its own. It'll get us closer, of course, but I don't think it gets us there all the way. I don't know, we'll see how far it gets us. It'll definitely get us closer, but it's hard to tell exactly how close. But our current goal is to finish this Death Stone. Then do a bunch of combat. And figure out what we're doing from there. Because it really comes down to what is our Stonemason level going to be by then. But once we get to 38, the plan is to start mining like crazy. We're just going to mine Rugged Flint, which honestly isn't that bad EXP at this current level. It's not the best, but it's half decent. We're going to do Rugged Flint over and over and over again until we have like 1,000, couple thousand. It's going to be a little bit of a grind. But we are going to get all of our own supplies. Mine them all. I'll get us to like 40-something mining. Hopefully 43 so we can get the pickaxe upgrade. Which would be nice. That'd be a nice goal to have this stream as well. It's not like a primary goal, but it's one I hope we passively get while trying to finish Stonemason. I hope we get 43 mining. My pickaxe does have 10% extra XP. And I believe you get another 5% from the next pickaxe upgrade. What's a good skill to focus on for money? Early game, cooking for sure. Later in the game, I would definitely focus on merchant into leatherworker. Those are like the two big ones. Early game is chef. Later game is merchant into leatherworker. Alternatively, if you prefer combat, just focus combat like crazy in a zone. If you're free to play, Hopeport is probably the better location. And if you're members, Chronopolis is the best location. And just go all in on combat in one of those two zones. But yeah, it's either combat as guard, combat as watch person, cooking, or merchant into leatherworker. Those are like all the biggest money makers to my understanding. Everything else is either for making gear or gathering like alchemy supplies or something else. But those are the main ones. Hopeport, being a guard for free to play, watch person for members if you want to go the combat route, or cooking for free to play, or merchant into leatherworker if you want like the best profit in the whole game. I'm pretty sure that is. I haven't heard of anything more profitable than that. The only problem with that is it requires a really high merchant level relative to your leatherworker. Like you almost always need your merchant to be like double, triple your level of your leatherworker. But if you do, you make like infinite cash. Something I do need to get around to because we've been so bad on cash. Honestly, once we finish this chapter, we're going to be like locked to chapter 4. Kind of like how we've been locked to chapter 3 for a little while now. We are going to be so locked to chapter 4 the second we finish this grind and finish this quest. Because I want to do all 4 of these skills. These 2 for money, and these 2 because it's the best combat and also AFK activity in the entire game right now. Someone said cooking at level 50s is 250 silver an hour. That sounds about right. I'm not sure the exact numbers because I haven't personally tested myself, but that honestly sounds about right. Yeah, it's not bad. I forget how much leatherworker is, but I know at some levels you can get over a gold an hour. And the main reason for that is obviously member skilling methods are a little bit more profitable than free-to-play options. But yeah, 250 silver an hour sounds about right for mid-level cooking. Actually, I'm not even sure what to call mid-level. Because eventually down the line, level 200 is going to be considered mid-level. But obviously right now, mid-level is like level 30-ish to 50-ish or so. How much more Deathstone do we have? We're only using 2 per. And I know for sure I have more rods than Deathstone, so as long as we divide our Deathstone by 2, that's how many more hammers I can make right now. I'll go check after we finish this inventory. Getting a little over 1 gold an hour doing fine cow leather right now. Nice. Which one is fine cow leather? What level was that? Fine cow leather. Fine cow leather. Fine cow leather. Fine cow leather? Wait, do you know what level of merchant that is? Oh wait, fine. Wait. That's even higher. Fine cow leather. I'm so blind. Is it fine white cow? I assume it's fine white cow at 97. Because you probably went for the 100 merchant cape. Yep, 97 merch. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, you went for the cape. That's actually pretty nice. What do you say it was again? A gold an hour? Yeah, 1 gold every hour for getting level 100 merchant. Honestly, we need to get on that merchant grind. I enjoy the grind so much for merchant. The only problem is, after a few hours, I don't like burn out on it, but I feel like my efficiency actually goes down, not up, after I do it for a long duration of time. I gotta do it in like shorter bursts. I currently have 124, which means I can make 62 more hammers. Well, let's get going. Yeah, we got to make 62 more hammers, then we can do combat for a while. And then we can focus on whatever we need to go get 38, but from that point. But yeah, honestly, I really need to go do the 100 merchant grind already. It's definitely one of those grinds I'm probably going to do the second I get into Chronopolis. The goal is about 55 combat, getting to 50 so we can use our 4-star weapon that we're going to craft from this chapter. But 55 mostly just to get better armor. 51 detective, of course. Leatherworker like infinitely up. And merchant to like 100. And then we'll start making like 1 gold an hour while getting our leatherworker leveled. So one of the reasons I want to get leatherworker leveled is it's likely to have a similar synergy that carpentry has to chapter 3. And that leatherworker will be really, really important for the armor making skill in chapter 5. So if you want to have the best gear in the game, you're going to need carpentry, bonewright, blacksmith, stonemason, leatherworker, and chapter 5's armor maker. So it's going to be 6 processing skills that you're going to need. And this quest that we're currently doing completed, that we're doing right now. If you have all 7 of those things, you'll basically be able to make anything you ever want in this game. You'll be able to make any 4-star armor, any 4-star weapon. And obviously, once 5 stars come out, that'll be a whole different story. But at least for the short term, when 4-star is best in slot, it's going to work out really, really well. Because you'll be able to make anything you ever want yourself, handcrafted. As long as you keep your levels up and all those things. Doing that quest plus those 6 things. Carpentry, bonewright, blacksmith, stonemason. Prioritizing whichever one your hero is. Like, of course, blacksmith is the most important to us. But you still need a little bit of all of them due to how the system works. Leatherworker and armor maker in chapter 5. Also, from what we currently understand, armor maker is going to be only 1 skill. It is very unlikely to be split into 3 like it is in chapter 3. It is most likely just going to be 1 singular skill, and every single person just simply uses the armor maker skill to make their armor. How exactly that will work, we don't know. But you'll likely need some bones for making armor with bonewright, some bars for making armor basically, guardians will still need bones likely to make armor. Cryonites are likely still need bars to make it, where you're going to use like bones plus leather, whereas cryonites will use bars plus leather. And of course, stonemason will likely use, hammer mages will likely use stones plus leather. That isn't confirmed, but based on the fact that this armor has a lot of bones on it, I would infer, and as well as this one being made of armor and, so on and so forth, I would probably infer that that is the case. Even like this. Isn't this kind of like stones on his body? That sure looks like stones to me on his legs. So yeah, that's likely going to be the case. Not confirmed, but very, very likely. Or they'll all use the leatherworker, but they'll still need the same material that they need to craft all their weapons, essentially. So you're still going to need that material. Which means you're still going to need the foraging if you're a guardian, the gatherer to get your bones. And you're still going to need the mining skill for cryonite and hammer mage in order to get your bars and or stones for your armor. It's one of the other reasons why I want to get my mining level up. Because it's important for getting our armor as well, potentially. Most likely, at least. Hasn't been confirmed, but is very, very, very exceedingly likely. Because obviously, look at our armor right now. Obviously, this uses metal. That's a lot of metal. Like, obviously, he's using some leather for the middle there. But that is, like, overwhelmingly metal. There we go. Yeah, personally, I think Cryonite is the best class. I'm a little bit biased. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We did a poll yesterday. Let me go do it again today. Let's go see. Because I did it last night, but we had quite a few less viewers last night. But now that we have over 100 plus right now, also thank you everyone for the continued support. So greatly appreciated. But now that we have more people here right now, I want to poll the exact same question we did last night. Because I'm curious what it comes out to. Which class did you pick? Which class did you pick? Also, I will put a didn't pick one yet option, I guess. Which class did... Because I didn't last time around, and some people wanted that. Which class did you pick in Brighter Shores? Cryonite, Guardian, Hammer Mage. Also, hopefully I spelled Cryonite right. I feel like I always spell it wrong. I think that's right. Hammer Mage or Undecided. How do you spell undecided? Words. There we go. Undecided. Alright, there we go. I have a fourth option for those few that requested for it last time. Not sure how many people really pick it, but just for a neutral option, or if you just want to see the poll results. Actually, I might still be able to see. I forget how YouTube works. I think you can see the poll results even if you don't vote. Actually, forget. I know I can. I'm not sure if you guys can. Because obviously I'm not allowed to vote in my own poll. Yeah, I put the fourth option. Some people requested it last time, but there you go. Alright, so let's keep making these things. I still gotta make like 50-something hammers, so... Gotta finish those, and then we can do some bunch of combat. Ooh, Hammer Mage is starting to get a lot more right now. Ooh, the Hammer Mage comeback. Because Cryonite, I think, won by almost double last night, which is kind of crazy. But I think that was just my Cryonite bias affecting it a little. But yeah, last night I think it was like 40-something percent Cryonite. But right now, Hammer Mage is actually winning, which is kind of interesting. Though, of course, Guardians in dead last. Poor Guardians. Though, honestly, Guardians, one big advantage you guys have right now, your training spots are so much less populated. So if you fight something that's weak to Arbore, or, you know, the green magic, I wouldn't say you're, like, uncontested in those areas. But the population of people in those areas is so much less. So you have much easier training right now compared to, like, every other class if you're fighting, like, your main weakness. Because obviously you have the best access to green damage. So any area that you train, basically green-wise, is far, far less competition right now. Which is probably the biggest upside of picking Guardian right now. Is training is easier if you're fighting things that are weak to green. Not just because you have the best advantage against those enemies, but also because less people are picking the class, there's less competition for people fighting there. Rise up, Bone Brothers! Nice, Super Saiyan. Let's see. Also, hello, Super Saiyan Rashi. Hello, Drathnor. Hello, Trey. Hello, Hello, Seiko. Hello, Brando. Hello, Prime Vex. I didn't say hello earlier. Hello, Wilhelm. Let me read back on chat. Late game. Hammer Mages rise up. Mage is in the name, so can't not pick Hammer Mage. True. Technically, it's not a difference between like melee range or you know, magic, even though their names almost suggest that. But yeah, he is technically a mage after all. It's basically, do you want to be like a knight paladin kind of thing, like a somewhat ranger bone leather kind of thing, or whatever you call it, guardian. I guess one with nature is the best way to put it. Or do you want to be Thor? The Thor hero class. Oh, no, don't do that. I will eventually misclick that, because some of them I already have. I will eventually misclick this entire line on accident at some point. Luckily, there's like a delay, so you don't accidentally do it. Oh yeah, let me go use my potion. The whole reason why I have this in my inventory is so I could do this. So I could do this. So I can then do this. So I can get 5% extra XP when I click that. And there we go. Nice. Alright, let's keep making our hammers until we run out of supplies. Then we'll go do combat for a little while. Hammers go bonk. What's everyone's carpentry levels? I'm at 38 right now. You eventually need 50 for a quest. And obviously 32 for the notorious spider quest. This is the most important level. But even after that, you eventually need 50. Everything beyond 50 is not that useful, though. Unless you're trying to make some endgame weapon. Like, if I had level 100 something smithing, maybe I would need carpentry to be a little bit higher. But even then, you could maybe just buy the poles yourself if you really wanted to, instead of making them. But the main reason you need carpentry is to make weapons. For all 4 classes. Or all 3 classes, I mean. Guardian needs it the most, but all 3 of them do need it for some weapons. Like, for example, if I want to have a good temporary mace, like the yellow magic, I need to get my carpentry up. So if I ever want to fight something weak to yellow, I need a good carpentry level. These my only weapons that have access to it are locked behind carpentry. Or pseudo-locked, partially locked. Obviously it's mostly locked behind smithing, but I also need some amount of carpentry to keep up with the tier of rod I need. Oh, wrong one. Until trading comes out. True. If you could trade raw material, that will bypass a lot of things. Oh no, honestly, even once trading comes out, even if you can trade resources, I still want to remain mostly self-sufficient. There will be a few things I'll cave in on getting eventually with currency. But the second trading comes out, I don't really plan to trade. Like, I'll maybe give some stuff out to stream here and there. Like various excess 3 stars we have or anything else like that. Or if someone wants something custom, like let's say they're going to a new region, they want like, you know, like a level 20 or something. Not sure exactly how we'll go about it. Because obviously I can't make a bunch of stuff for 109 people right now. But you know, we'll do some kind of system for it. I'm not sure what yet. Maybe it'll just be the spears from when I'm crafting or something else. I have no clue how we're going to go about it. Like if I go really heavy on the smithing grind, for example, we'll have a lot of spear stuff that we could just, you know, just keep handing out to people for free. We'll lose a little bit of profit, but you guys would benefit from it a lot more than me just selling it to the shop. Like we are right now, just to trash it. Also, I get the same XP regardless what level I make. You get less profit from it if you sell it to the shop. But I will get the same XP for making a level 5 hammer right now than I will for making like a level 30 compared to like a level 100. You know, like whatever level I make of this, it's giving the same XP. The reason you want to do max level is because it gives you more gold when you sell it to your shop. It's the only reason you want to do max level normally. But I will still get that 520 XP drop even if I make this like a level 1. When does the EXP drop off killing mobs? I'm not sure. You can tell at the top of the screen if it's giving a depletion number though. But I'm not sure like the exact level difference that it starts doing it. If it's like a static number or percent of your level. Generally speaking, as long as you're killing things that are on your list, I think it's fine. Like as long as I'm killing something here, I think even this is still giving like most XP. Maybe it's like a small reduced amount. But it tells you when you at the fight screen if you're getting reduced or not. They added that a couple days ago. It was always in the game, but now the game actually tells you if you are. Alright, 100 F stone left. Which means we can make 50 more hammers. What is the best play to train combat in the city? Generally fighting whatever you're weak to. Or what they're weak to, I mean. Like, whatever your main class is. Try to find something that you can kill that is weak to that element. So if you're a Cryo Knight, for example, in the final area, you'd want to be fighting the swamp creatures. Because both the face sky and the slime are both weak to cryo. In the case of Arboray, I think these hags are weak to it. If you're a guardian. Not sure what your other option is. And Temporary, I believe the wolves thingies are weak to Temporary. Can't remember what else was weak to Temporary. You're a hammer mage? Yeah, I think the wolves were. Let me double check. Yeah, the wolves that you fight right when you get there are weak to Temporary. Or Tempest Day, I mean. The yellow magic. I'm not sure what the second option was, though. But those are probably the easiest to find. They're also right next to a shop, which makes them really convenient. They're like 1 or 2 rooms from the place you sell all your gear. Which probably makes them one of the better things to do. They start at level 0, but they, you get higher level ones later on. Like, I could fight level 59 ones right now. But that place is like 2 tiles away from a shop where you can sell all your junk, or, you know, all your gear. So it's probably a really good place for hammer mages to grind in the final chapter. You can't think of a reason to leave crime dens? I feel the same way. This whole grind I'm doing right now is pseudo for the whole purpose of just AFKing raid dens. Obviously, that's not the only reason we're doing this. But, like, at least 40 to 50% of the reason I'm going through this whole grind is for raid dens at level 51. It's definitely not our only reason, obviously. There are many others. But in the super short term, this is literally just a raid den grind. You left because you weren't getting any equipment or gold. Yeah, that's the only problem with combat. I feel like the profit from combat is very volatile. Whereas many other activities in the game are a lot more consistent and how much profit they give you. Like, for example, cooking or leather maker or something like that. Like, the amount you're going to make per hour is pretty consistent. Whereas combat is very, very volatile. But it also has the biggest chance of just dropping you a pure RNG drop that's really good. Where's my pole? There it is. Also, I was able to get more cough drops, by the way. Cough is getting better. I'm not sure why. This is why I think it's seasonal allergies. Every time the air conditioner turns on, it's still really warm near me. But every time it turns on, I've ended up getting like a cough, which makes me think it's just seasonal allergies is almost like more so kicking in than anything. I'm allergic to the outsides. No, I still get a walk every single day and everything. I gotta walk at least for like 15 minutes, half an hour. More so just a stretch and everything. You're at the Wasp at the moment? The wolves are right at the front gate. It's a mile from where Wasp are, though. Wasp are over here. But at the front gate that you get to, actually even the teleporter, if you just use the teleporter, the things that you fight are like, oh, okay, it's a little more rooms than I thought. But if you go west to right over here, there are a few rooms further than I thought they were. But if you use this teleporter, they're right over here. They start at level 0, then become something, then become level 59. I'm not sure what their middle level is, though. Yeah, the tigers. I think they're called saber-tooth tigers, whatever they are. The big cats. But yeah, they start at 0, then they become something, then they become 59. I'm not sure what that middle level is, though. Well, they're weak to Tempest Stay, so if you have a good Tempest Stay weapon as a hammer mage, as long as you're not too over-leveled on you, they'd probably be your best bet to kill. Otherwise, just do raid dens, of course, until you get to your next level range. But if you actually want to get gear, those would be pretty good for gear. I might even make a mace to go whack them with once I get a little bit higher. Just so I can get my armor. Oh, our brimstone is ready. I think some people were asking about this earlier. We're doing some blast mining. Someone was asking about this earlier. Let's see. I'll do it once I over-encumber. Oh, we over-encumbered. Let's go do it now. But personally, this is one that feels like one of the dailies that's more worthwhile right now. You can do it twice per day. It has a 12-hour timer. And the main reason I like doing this constantly is it's free passive mining XP every day. I think every time I check this, it's like 3,000 something or somewhere around there. It also gives you the material for doing blast mining like we were doing earlier. I'm not going to do more now, though, because I think we're done with Deathstone for now after we finish processing these hammers. But if we ever do want to do more, we'll have access to it. But you need completion of the 3-star quest, the Matabin's Legacy. It does require full completion. It requires 30 mining, but you need 29 mining for the quest, and the quest reward will make you 30. So simply doing this quest will get you to the point that you can do this. But yeah, he gives you 12 of these. You tell him to go. You get a big XP drop for your mining level. And now we have another 12-hour timer that we'll do later tonight off stream. And it's easy as that. And then once you have these, you talk to the guy on the south wall right here. Use item on. Or just talk to him, I guess. There we go. Or you can also use item on. It's in this little thingy. And then we store away the explosives. Or use them if you want to use them. The wolf killed you? Oh no. What level is it compared to you? Because it could just be at your level range. That's not worth it. Because if it's like 5-10 levels over you, you might not have good enough armor, potentially. You might need to grind something else for armor. Yep, and you just put your explosives away. And that saved us having to buy them for $275 each. Or sorry, $675 each, I mean. And then they stay here for whenever you want to go do blast mining. And you just stack them up over time. You can get 24 of them per day. 12 at a time. One basically every hour, essentially. And then you get Def 4 from it. That's the Def 4 that we're currently using to make these hammers. It's most relevant for hammer mages. Because of, you know, they actually use the weapon. But every other class can still benefit from it. Because you really need it before level 38. Because from level 28 to 38, this is the main ore you use, and it's way too expensive to buy it from shops. So you kind of have to mine it yourself. Better use a lower tier ore like granite. Better just keep using reward points on it, knowledge points. Come on. I wish there was a remove all. Gotta do it one at a time. I think the weirdest part is it doesn't let you left click auto remove it. It still brings up that secondary menu. They never changed it for that one menu specifically in a few other spots. Hopefully they will at some point though. But even though I have one click thing on, it still brings up a secondary menu for some reason. Despite the first option being withdraw. So some players found a way to get you killed by monster aggro. The snake's a player spawned his level snake, then did the immunity and waited. So after he killed the 12, his 100 snake ended up hitting the other person. Oh, that's kind of funny. I haven't seen that yet. Being attacked by someone else's like higher unit because it ended up aggroing them. It would have to be on a unit that's auto-aggressive though. I don't think that would work on a non-auto-aggressive unit. That's kind of funny, though. I know people used to do that all the time back in OG RuneScape. There used to be a fence at one point next to the level 20 mages in front of Varrock. And obviously, I believe this was a time when Grand Exchange existed. And even if it didn't, it was still a trading hub. Because people just used Varrock West Bank. But basically, there was a fence next to the level 20 mages. So you know where all the level 20s and 7s are, right below Varrock. And one thing that I did, as well as many others, is you would lure the level 20 to the other side of the fence and basically form a tower that whenever a lower level player would go by, the level 20 would absolutely obliterate them because I think it can hit as high as like 6s or 8s or whatever it was. And that's enough to like two-shot a level 3. So you would just trap basically a level 20 there as if it's a tower and it would just attack all the noobs. And that was back when like loot showed up pretty much instantly if someone died or something like that. So basically you would use it to try to kill other players and then steal all their loot. It was really funny. But that's what that reminds me of when you described the snake thing. Obviously, you don't lose anything on death in this game, though. Something pretty notoriously different than OG RuneScape back in the day. But back in OG RuneScape, you lost like everything but your 3 most valuable items. And it would just drop on the ground for everyone to see. But yeah, good times, good times. We would try to PK other players basically in non-combat zones. Or, you know, not non-combat zones, but, you know. You'd find a way to try to kill other players with NPCs so you could loot all their loot. Remember when we didn't have the wilderness ditch? Oh yeah, that was funny. I can't remember when they finally added it. I want to say like 2006 or so, 2005. Yeah, there used to be no wilderness ditch, so you could like super lure someone and they wouldn't even know. But now it's really obvious when you're about to enter the wilderness. There's at least like 1,000 warnings these days, at least in old school these days. It's just pretty hard to accidentally go into the wilderness. Nice, pure runes. Congrats. Oh, I'm out of supplies. Right, how many more do we have? Should almost be there. Then we can do combat for a while. I need 38 more hammers. We're almost there. And then I'm done with Deathstone forever, I think. Or at least for a good while. Even if I keep doing that daily, I'm just going to stack them up for later. Maybe once I get the next tier of Deathstone or something. Because of course, like other ore, it does keep upgrading over time. Which, what level do you need for tier 2 Deathstone? It has to be like almost 100, right? Where's tier 2 Deathstone? Where is it? Oh, you can get better brimstone? That's interesting. Oh, because you probably need it for Deathstone. Yeah, that is super, super high. Oh, did the stream die for a second? We're back, we're back. Can you guys hear me? Sorry. Yeah, my OBS has been acting up a little bit recently. Not sure if it was my internet service provider or what, but... yeah, I've had a couple streams this week that were like that. We didn't have a single issue with it the first week for some reason. But the second week, yeah, it's been acting up a little. Luckily, it's very rare. Like over a 12-hour stream, it happens like maybe 3 times. Where we lose connection for like a few seconds. Oh, so hello, Mick. Hello, Vizon. Hello, Moose, if I didn't already say hi. Welcome, 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 everyone. And welcome, everyone just lurking in the background. Hope you've been having a wonderful week, everyone. You're so jealous of our level. Which level? We got a lot of levels. All of them? Yeah, we're not like the highest total yet, but we are on the higher end for sure. That's mostly because of how much we've been playing. I really need to go do what all the efficient people are doing though, which is the merchant leatherworker grind. Like get to 100 merchant, go spam leatherworker. Go do 51 raids already for detective. Like all like the max efficiency stuff you could be doing right now. But I'm just like pigeonholing finishing this quest already. Whatever it takes. Like we are not stopping until it's done. We set ourselves on this goal. We are not stopping until this quest is 100% complete. And then we'll move on to other goals, like just basically being locked to chapter 4 for a while. You did 30 to 40 merchants today? Nice. You don't want to do any more? Honestly, I was mentioning that too. I feel like merchant is good in like a few hour burst. It requires too much brain power to do it for like 10 hours straight or something similar. There are people out there that will do that, of course. But for me, I definitely gotta take a break from it and do something else for a little while, like combat or something else. It requires a lot of brain power to actually do compared to any other skill in this game. Like every single skill in this game is like super ridiculously chill. And then you get to merchant and you gotta like ultra mega try hard to do it properly. Like not like insanely so, but you know. It definitely requires the most thinking of any skill. As well as active playing. It's not like something you just passively do, like click on rocks or, you know, something like this where you have a bunch of chill time. Or AFK activities like cooking. Like this skill is intense having to do merchant, at least relative to every other skill in the game. Yeah, it has an insanely high skill cap. Like there's always things you could be doing. Like someone who does merchant for 100 hours could probably still improve. Is actually that insane how much skill you need for that. Like there's almost no way you can get like tick perfect on it. Not that this game has ticks, but you know, in that kind of sense. Like getting perfectly optimal with merchant is almost never going to happen. Just because you have to make so many on-the-fly decisions. Unless you're a robot that can make that like instantaneously, is never going to happen by a human. You're always going to waste some small amount of time. You can get quicker at it, of course, and waste less time. But humans will always waste at least some amount of time trying to figure out like what path they need, what they need to do with the tasks they have, everything else like that. That amount of time wasted is definitely shorter the more you do merchant. There's always going to be that very small downtime of like thinking and planning and figuring out your route. Or accidentally messing up at some point. Pre-dropping items at shops. Oh, that's interesting tech. I haven't been using that personally. But it does sound interesting. Is that even worth it though? Like dropping 6 or 12 items like at a shop preemptively? Well, I guess because you can auto pick up all at once. The problem is it takes forever to drop them. But that's some interesting tech I haven't been utilizing. That's actually really interesting. Because that would be good for dolls and pumpkins. Particularly pumpkins. I need to try that, actually. I never thought about that. But yeah, if I ever get a pumpkin task, that would probably be worth it, wouldn't it? Buy a whole inventory of pumpkins. Drop everything I don't need. That way on the next cycle, I could just go back there. That's some interesting tech. Hold up, wait. That's actually huge. I never thought about that for some of them. It definitely isn't something you should do for all of them. But there are a few of them that are so far out of the way that that would be worth for. The only problem is they only stay on the ground for 10 minutes, so you have to be really quick. But yeah, that's some interesting tech. The only annoying part is how slow it is to drop items currently. It's quick to pick them up, but it's really slow to drop them. Takes about 20 to 30 seconds to drop 24. That's not too bad. Why would you drop 24 though? Wouldn't you only drop a partial thing? Are my messages sending? Sorry. I might have missed them. Can I see what I said above? What do you say? Apparently making stuff level 19 makes a 25% chance at a purple instead of 12.5 at 20 plus. Yeah, some people were mentioning that earlier. No one posted the data though, so that's actually kind of huge. That's interesting. But yeah, someone mentioned that yesterday. But they didn't actually mention the numbers. That's the first time I've seen the numbers specifically. Like, someone was mentioning that it was better to do 19s, but they didn't say, like, by what ratio it was. So I didn't bother. I just felt like, you know, it's just quicker doing whatever the default is. And probably still is, to be honest. But that's kind of interesting if that is the case, then. Because that's some interesting tech. But yeah, someone did mention that the other day. Just without the numbers. Yeah, that would make a pretty big difference for profit. Though it takes extra time every time you want to craft something, which is kind of annoying. Because you're going to have to hit several buttons before you can even craft your item instead of just crafting it. What did someone mention? Basically, whenever you make something at level 19, it basically has twice the chance to be a 3-star compared to if you do level 20 or higher. So you would actually make more profit if you care about just profit for it, or want to make a little bit more money from what you're doing. As you'd basically be getting double the amount of 3 stars. The only problem is you have to change your number every single time because it's not a make all option. Yeah, another reason why we need to make all option. Also, I wish the game denoted that better itself. Because there's no way you would ever... Well, maybe not never have come across it, but you know. Like, unless you knew that ahead of time. I don't feel like there's a mechanic you would particularly know. But that would explain a lot, because I did feel like at the lower level range we were getting more 3 stars. But I thought we were just getting luckier at the lower range. Or, you know, luckier earlier on and then started getting unluckier. But no, it's actually a mechanic that you're twice as less likely on higher level stuff to actually get the lower or the higher rarity. As soon as you hit 20 plus, you start getting the reduction on it. It's interesting, though. I don't know, we can go test it for one inventory, I guess, real quick. Just for the fun of it, just to see. Just gotta remember to change the number each time, which is really annoying. which will cut into our XP rates a little. But I don't know, I can give it a shot. I'll see why not. Drink potion, drink. Give me that stone XP, please. I need every bit we can get. Boom. Alright, let's see. Alright, so I'm going to make it level 19 every time. Let's see how much we're losing per, though. Because don't lower level things get less. I was getting 1 silver for a 1 star before. Let's see how much I get for a 1 star now. Because you have to keep in mind, at a certain point, it's better just to keep it at your max level regardless. Probably because of the price difference. Because this should be, like, what, 800 if it's a 1 star? Info. Wait. Why is the level price the same? I always thought level affected how much it sells for. Oh, maybe it doesn't have, like, a secondary number unless it's only a single number. Alright, let's see what happens when it's 1 star. It does, but not that much. Alright, interesting. I want to see how much a 1 star is, because it should show it in bronze coins, so we can see how much we're losing. But if we get the higher rarity stuff, it makes up for it. But I need a 1 star to see how much it is actually worth. Oh, well, there's our first 4 star, yeah. It does look like it. 3 stars are more common at the lower range. I know it's not much data, but supposedly it's twice as common. I want to see a 1 star, though, so we can see the bronze coin number. So we can see the average loss for when we do get one. But with how much higher these are, it's probably not that big a deal. Come on, show me the 1 star. It feels weird wanting a 1 star drop. Please, drop me the 1 star. Alright, maybe these are way better. Because right now I can't even physically get a 1 star. The game just refuses to give one to me. I want to see it for science because it should show a bronze coin number. I know, how hard is it to get a 1 star from these? We're getting too lucky. It feels weird wanting like the lowest rarity drop, but please. I need to test the value. There we go, finally. Info. Oh yeah, you're right. We're only losing like 90 bronze. Maybe a little bit more because it doesn't show the decimal. We're only losing like 200 bronze at most. Or we're getting better higher rarity. Alright, we'll keep doing 19s, I guess. At this level range, it's probably worth it. At higher level range, probably not. Of course. But, yeah, we'll do 19s for now, I guess. For the rest of these. Only make a little bit more profit. But luckily, you don't get any less XP for a lower level weapon. Grab max. I should be good to go. Just gotta remember to change the level each time, which is a little annoying. Gotta click like 3-4 buttons there. But if it increases our profit by a few silver, I guess it's okay. The few extra seconds, or the 1 extra second that it takes or so. In order to make like, what, 10% more profit? That's probably what it comes down to approximately. Like 10-20%. It's only worth it at the low tier stuff though. This wouldn't really matter for higher level range. Because you wouldn't be able to do it because the higher level ore is capped at a certain level. Unless there's another threshold where rarity gets even rarer. Like if at level 50 they start getting even rarer than that. And at 100 they get even rarer than that. And 200 even rarer than that. Because I wouldn't be surprised with how things scale in this game. Because those tend to be the milestone numbers. Like 20, 50, 100, 200, 500. Also, could you imagine how low of a rarity rate it must be if you finally got something like 500 smithing to get a 3-star 500? They probably have the drop rate at like 1% or something to make a 3-star 500 perfect once you get down to ultra endgame. But that number currently is not known, and will not be known for a very long time unless it gets data mined. Yeah, they likely made it rare due to orange gear. 1% would probably be generous, but you have to keep in mind, you gotta get 3 of them if you're gonna make it into a 4-star. So they can't make it too rare, because whatever they make it, you have to do it 3 times if you were to do all 3 skills. Like if you want a level 200 4-star weapon, you would either have to go really high on one of the other ones, or let's say you were going to go even on all three. You would need to make 3 level 200 weapons across all 3 skills, or have one be like way higher, like smithing or something else. But let's just hypothetically say you went even on it. You would have to roll it 3 times, so they can't make the rarity like too rare. Because let's say they make it like, I don't know, like a few percent. You have to run that few percent 3 times just to... Excuse me. You have to run that 3% a few times just to be able to get your 4-star. So whatever rarity they make it, you have to do it 3 times over. So it can't ever be too rare. Because you always have to do it triple. Not just the one time. Unless you just want to settle on a 3-star. Which for some things you probably would. But honestly, once we have 4-star craftability, I don't think we're going to be settling too often. Because the gap in which we need to improve our weapon is going to be way wider. Because 4-star weapons last way longer than 3-star ones. Like the level range before you need to replace them again is like 20 levels or something. Whereas epic weapons you generally want, or you know, 3-star weapons you basically want to replace every like 5 to 10 levels. But honestly, 4-star weapons you could probably get away with replacing it every 20. And not see too big of a dip in DPS. Relative to how much it would take to craft, you know, how much time. I feel like every 20 levels is a good threshold. Maybe even 25, if you don't want to constantly keep having to craft them. It really comes down to how long it's going to take. So, does anyone know, once you unlock 4-star crafting, is it guaranteed, or is it like a chance it'll break or something? I really hope it's guaranteed. Because I really hate games that, like, you finally go and make something, and then it's like, oh, there's like a 20% chance it doesn't work, and it just consumes all your material. I assume it's 100%. It's guaranteed? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's good. So it's more so the RNG of getting the supplies, but once you actually have them, it's guaranteed. Okay, that's good. Did I ever do MapleStory scrolling? No. Though I am aware of mechanics that are probably like that in various games. That have like enhancement systems where it's like, oh, there's a 20% chance or 50% chance. This is nothing. I really hate that mechanic in games. I haven't really played that many games that had that kind of mechanic. And the few that I have, they generally had a 100% bypass option. Where it's a little bit more expensive resource-wise, but it's guaranteed. And I just always went for that instead. But yeah, I really hate games where to get best in slot, you have to just pure RNG an item. Where just some percent of the time it just consumes everything as if you didn't do anything at all. I really hate that mechanic in any game. Luckily, Brighter Shores doesn't have it. Yet. No, it doesn't have it though. I highly doubt he would ever do that. It's mostly things that are added like as a malicious thing in like free-to-play games or something. Just for you to like purely waste your resources. It's something that MMOs I feel like generally try to avoid. Or at least I would sure hope so. I definitely haven't played an MMO with that mechanic. And probably never would, because gosh, that's so bad. I had a feeling Andrew Gower wouldn't do that, but you never know. Oops, I did not mean to grab Max. Korean MMOs, yeah, it might be a little bit more popular to do in the East. Wait, did I run out of pine poles? Wait, is that the right one? Wait, did I miscalculate how many poles I need? I think I might have miscalculated. Wait, how much Deathstone do I have left? I need to go check. I don't am out of Deathstone already. Because I think I have enough for like, what, one more inventory? Honestly, yeah, at this point, I might not even do it. Because we're at like a weird interval. I think we finally go to combat. Especially if this gets us to 32. Which it might... Let's see, how many XP drops is that? I need like 1,200 XP. How much are we getting per? We're getting 520? Yeah, I might need to go process what we have in there then. Let's see. What's the final results on the poll? After 108 votes, Cryo Knight at 29%, Guardian at 22%, Hammer Mage at 37? Really? That's interesting. A lot more Hammer Mages. Go Hammer Mages. Poor Guardian still in last though. But not by as much as I thought. And interestingly, 12% on undecided. I'm kind of curious. On the undecided voters, oh, some more people throwing in some votes as well. But on the undecided voters, have you just not gotten there yet? Or are you like actually undecided as to which one to 3? Or are you just waiting until like special attack weapons come out and then deciding or something? Are there any people who are literally just like stalling just so they know which class has like better special attacks or something? Like out of anyone who's undecided, like what's your reason for being undecided right now? Because I'm very curious what that is. Like everyone in the undecided crowd. Yeah, as in free to play, it doesn't seem that necessary. That's pretty true. Especially if you're just camping chapter 1. You just pick just cryo because it has cool armor. Honestly, true. True. Very true. They don't care about anything else. That's honestly a perfectly valid way to pick your class. Because you're going to have to deal with its armor for forever. Alright, we got our level. We're out of here. How much do I have left if I was to process more, though? 20. Yeah, how did I do math wrong? I need, what? Yeah, I don't have enough rods. Somewhere, some way, we miscalculated how many rods we needed. Well, at this point, I might as well just finish them. I'll do every last rod I have, I guess. I'll regret this later when I need more, but that's fine. Making more later isn't that big a deal. Yeah, I'll run every last rod I have, I guess. Actually, I'll need one more Death Stone to do this properly. You don't mind making a new account later down the line if stuff changes? Yeah, I plan to make one for every class. Obviously, we're focusing Cryo Knight, and we'll always be focusing Cryo Knight. But those AFK accounts that I have rolling, they eventually need to get to Chapter 4. And I do eventually want to try every class in this game. But obviously, it makes the most sense at launch to mostly focus on one character. But down the line, I do plan to play every class. Cryo Knight will always be our main. But I do plan to play all 3 classes at some point. Might be a few months before we really bother, you know, properly get into the other classes. But I do plan to go through, like, pretty much the whole game and everything with every class. Like, finish all the quests, finish all the everything. Or at least the main chapter storyline anyways. We'll see about all the side quests on every one, because, gosh, imagine having to do this 3 times over. Imagine this grind, but 3 times as long. That sounds wonderful. Hello, little Aimbo. Welcome, welcome. Happy to see we're on the grind again. Yep. We're trying to finish out Stonemason. We're about to take a combat break soon, though. I'll take a quick bathroom break. Do some cooking while we're in the town, as we normally do for breaks. And then, honestly, one meal at a time. We will eventually get 61 cooking. Even if we have to AFK it just for, like, 10 minutes a day, we will eventually hit 61 cooking for that quest. Even if we have to gain a 5th of a level every day. We will eventually hit that level at some point. It might take forever, but I will passively get that level at some point. Oh wait, what am I missing? Oh, I need 2 Death Stone, not 1. Whoops, let me go grab it. Oh, let's see. See, you're playing and you don't even care? Oh wait! Wait, what are you doing? You have so many reasons? Wait, what were you asking earlier, Isabel? Are you actually trying Brighter Shores? Are you actually going to give it a shot? Because you need to go add me. I can't actually give you any gear or anything to help you yet, though, since trading doesn't exist. Plus, even if it did, it doesn't come out until Chapter 4. Nope, you're more ignoring me too much. I'm not trying to ignore you. There's just so much chat in chat. Why wouldn't you get both alts to level 20 and AFK them while you focus on your main? Haha, about that. We are doing that right now. But yeah, I highly advise everyone to do this. I might as well go show it real quick. Let's see. Let me go AFK this on the Stonemason thing when I go log out this. So we can get it like 20 XP or something. But yeah, I'm going to put this guy on here. But yeah, I highly advise doing that, what you just mentioned. Right, there we go. Let me AFK that for a few XP. But yeah, set up 2 other alt accounts just for free XP. I set these up a couple days ago last weekend. I didn't bother doing it day 1. But, yeah, you just click on one of these, set them up at an AFK activity. I gotta go do some active activity to get them a knowledge point soon because they're getting really close to level 30, which unlocks the next passive activity. Combat's definitely the easiest one to do it on. Yeah, they're getting really close to 30, so we're almost up to crabs. But yeah, they just chill, do whatever. They gain a bunch of gold, they gain a bunch of combat. Obviously, we could do standing skill in the game, but I'm just doing combat because it's the easiest to get to. And same as the other guy. Also, weapon doesn't even matter for this, so having a weak weapon like they have right now doesn't even matter at all. But yeah, it's easy as that. And just get a ton of free XP. Alright, there we go. Perfect. And look at that, we got 12. We got 12 XP while we're gone. Anyways. Let me go sell all this junk. Teleport, hope port. You're trying to play, but it's very confusing to you. Well, feel free to ask any questions. And we'll try explaining everything. And of course, most people in chat have also, you know, pretty familiar probably with early game and everything by now. If they can also help potentially. If you have any questions, let me know. And hopefully I don't miss them in chat. Are they going to wipe these accounts? Nope. All progress is permanent. If you start playing Brighter Shores right now, as soon as 1.0 comes out, you will keep 100% of the progress that you have right now. So they basically launched the game, even though it's in early access right now, and prior to even 1.0. But all progress done right now will be saved forever. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be grinding as hard if that wasn't the case. And I think that's why he did it too. Because he was really well aware of that, probably. Because I definitely would be playing a ton less if I knew in, like, you know, like 6 months from now this account would be wiped. But no, this is permanent. As soon as 1.0 comes out, all the progress we have will be saved on all 3 accounts. This is, yeah, I know. I'm not sure why some MMOs and stuff do that. Or they'll do like an early access for like 3 months or 6 months. And then it's like, yep, we're going to wipe everything afterwards. I never really understood that. Like, it makes some sense in case there was like ultra exploits. But, you know, just make a stable enough beta that doesn't happen. Like what Andrew Gower has made here. Like, there's been a few small exploits here and there, but everyone who did them got rolled back. And there were very, very few. Like, mostly just oversights and stuff. Anyways, I'll be back in 1 second. Need to go make a quick bathroom break. So you know what time it is. It is time to cook our daily meal. One single inventory at a time. We will eventually hit 61 cooking at some point eventually, SoonTM. But at this rate of cooking, we will probably hit it by like 3 months from now. But we will eventually hit 61 cooking for that one quest passively just by doing this. Anyways, I'll be back in a minute. Hey, we're back, we're back. Hey, I made it in time for once. No time waste. Perfect. Gosh, I love the AFK activities in this game. Have a good stream. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I had an extra U there, but I think he knows what I mean. Hello, Stardust. Hello, Apex God. Who that's hello to? Hello, Envy, if I didn't say earlier. Hello, Galaxy Beard. Hello, Max. Hello, more zombies. Hello, Stonemason. Imagine playing membership only for the account to be wiped. Oh gosh, yeah, that'd be so bad. Can someone who knows nothing about RuneScape leagues play it? Yes. I wouldn't necessarily try old school RuneScape leagues, or you know, Leagues 5, whatever they're calling it, Raging Echoes. I wouldn't necessarily try it if you've never played RuneScape before. But if you have some basic knowledge of what RuneScape is, and you know how to like basically play the game, it's definitely worth trying. It's a very fresh way to play it that's definitely different from before. But if you're like a brand new player, I wouldn't necessarily try it. I'll still try to explain things when we do leagues while doing Brighter Shores simultaneously to people who have like never played before or might have not played in a while or something. But you definitely need like some kind of basic knowledge of the game to truly be able to play it, because it can definitely overwhelm you if you were to try it as like a brand new player, because there's like a bunch of extra tasks you have to do and all these like weird relic thingies, and it can be a little bit hard to understand if you don't already have like a basic understanding of the game in the sense of, you know, like gameplay. As far as watching it, it should be understandable regardless, but as far as actually figuring out like what your plan is, because it's a really plan oriented kind of thing. Like, it's definitely a game mode that you have to have like a lot of goals for. And potentially, if you are like starting as a brand new player, you won't really know like what goals you should be doing or how to go about anything in that sense. Oh, come on. I normally check this to see if I can sell any vegetable stews, but he doesn't even have a single vegetable stew offer. Alright, well, fine. I'll sell them all to him. Anyways, what we're doing, let's go do something. So, what are we doing? What are we doing? We are about to go slaughter everything in Chapter 3 until our level is 59. I don't think I'm going to go do a whole grind right now, but we definitely have to do some of it. But I'm not going to grind all the way to level 59 right now, I think. In before we actually do it. I'm not sure. Because right now I got to reach level 38 Stonemason. Oh, wait, I forgot my potion. Wait. No! I forgot to grab my potion before I left. Alright, let me go back real quick. Wait, it's not that far out of the way. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, let me go grab my potion. A little unfortunate. You're still early in a lot of Brighter Shores. What advantage does buying the next tier of fishing gear spear get you? You get 5% more XP. I don't think it's any benefit other than 5% more XP. Oh yeah, Steve also mentioned in chat. There you go. Thank you, Steve. Oh, so hello, Steve. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, you get 5% more XP. I don't think there's any other advantage, but 5% more XP is huge, though. I believe it's also the earliest level you ever get a level 5 XP bonus. Because at mining, you need like 34. But for fishing, you get it like level 15. It's really, really low level to get that extra XP. It's nice. Alright, the whole reason I came back here was to grab these. I need these so whenever I put my XP into Stonemason, we get a little bit extra. It's not that much of a difference, but you know, every 20 hits, we get like a free hit, essentially. So for every 20, we get 21 if we use this potion. Alright, let's try this again. Round 2. Alright, so we're just going to kill these things a little bit. Am I in the right gear? We should be. Easy way to check. Yep, we are. Okay, perfect. Alright, let's go and kill these bugs. And we actually got a weapon from them that's really effective against them. We got a 4-star Necrome Spear. It's only 33% chance to do Necrome, but is a level 49 weapon, which is really good given that we're currently level 50. It's almost the strongest we can even wield. And what's even better about it is they are weak to it. They are weak to Necrome. Unfortunately, my main hand weapon isn't doing that, but that's fine. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, back to walk unders. So the reason why I'm walk undering this unit, for any of you that don't know, there's basically a walk under mechanic in this game. You can also do it by kiting if I walk away. But basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to attack 1-to-1. He moved. Oh yeah, I can't show it here. I'll show it on the other guy then. But basically, because we're using a slow attack weapon, he attacks really quick. Like if you see him attacking here, he's hitting us about 2 times for every 1 time we're hitting him. So we're basically walking under him so we can do a 1-to-1. And this does seem to be a bit of an intended mechanic, because if we go and try to kite him here, let's see if we can get it going. But if we try to kite him, let's get a hit here. You'll notice our character will actually attack every time his cooldown is off. So notice I'm doing nothing, and it'll stop and then attack. Oh, he didn't do it this time. Let me do it the other way. The problem is we had too much distance on him, but it should do it this time. Notice our character will attack every time he's off cooldown and exchange 1-to-1 on his own. Like, we're not telling him to do that. He's doing that on his own, which means it's hard coded into the game to do that correctly. Which is why I feel like the walk under is kind of intended, because the game kind of already does it for you. It's just walk under is more convenient than doing walk back. But it just basically halves the amount of damage this enemy is doing. You can do this on all enemy types in the game. The ratio that you have to do is a little bit weirder on slow enemies. But it's really easy to do on high attack speed enemies because you just do every attack, you just walk under them. And this is reducing his damage by about half. And since we full heal every time, it's really, really nice. Also, we're getting a bunch of teeth we need. These teeth are actually used for making this exact potion we're using right now. And he's dropping 4 at a time, which is really solid. And the only slight downside is we are likely stuck here until level 59. Because the next enemies we have to kill are just not as worth it compared to these. So that's the only big downside of this grind right now. Is as far as enemy variety, this is everything we're going to see for like 9 levels. Luckily the drops can still be really exciting that we can end up getting from them. As far as enemies that we actually have to kill, it's pretty much just all the way based on what's most efficient for us to kill based on our weaponry and everything that we have right now. Which is not ideal, but it could be worse. At least we have a 4-star weapon and a 4-star range thing. So our damage is pretty decent on them. One thing that would be really huge, so it's very unlikely we're going to get it as a drop. If they give me a 4-star Necromay axe for my 2-handed, that would be absolutely huge. So it's very, very unlikely that's going to happen. Though not impossible. What am I dumping this into? Oh yeah, Stonemason. Duh. What am I dumping this into? Of course it's Stonemason. Why am I even asking myself that? Yeah, technically you only ever need 25 fishing in this game. Everything beyond 25 is kind of not needed. Unless you're a free-to-play trying to use it as a money skill. Was something fast? I'm not sure what you mean by was something fast. Oh, was smithing fast? Okay, that makes more sense. Kind of. I felt like the smithing grind was really easy to do. Mostly because it's the weapon type for my class. So a lot of the XP just naturally came from making gear. As well as just putting the dopamine hits into it, you know, the knowledge points. So honestly, I felt like smithing was a really easy grind. I feel like 60 smithing was easier than 40 bone right and 46 stonemason. Any one of those two felt both longer than getting 60 smithing. Not because it actually was, but because we actually needed smithing. And we're using it to make weapons, making shields, other stuff like that. Whereas we didn't really need stonemason or bone right, at least until we complete this quest, and then we need them a ton. But prior to completing this quest, it just feels like a drag ever leveling these two. Because it feels like they do nothing. But they actually do. They help you make 4-star weaponry and shields. So they are relevant. They just don't feel relevant until we finish this quest. Which we're almost there. We just need 9 more combat levels and 14 more stone mason levels. And maybe a few knowledge points that we don't have yet. Which I think I only need 1 more in the combat and 2 to 3 in stone. And then we'll also have enough knowledge points. Because one weird thing with this quest is it makes you do a bunch of, what do you call it? A bunch of passive activities. You basically have to do a bunch of passive activities in order to get an item. In order to unlock the puzzle. In order to complete the puzzle. But in doing so, it just has like 1.5 billion requirements. As well as you need the knowledge points dumped into them. So whenever I do passive activities in the future, I might actually do it in this area. Because we're already forced to get the levels like absurdly high. So I might as well. I'm just not sure which one I would specifically go for though. In the future. I guess technically bone right. Because honestly, I want to make that T-Rex. That sounds so cool. At level 80, you can make a T-Rex thingy. Just the satisfaction of making it. I kind of want it. But also because we eventually need high bone right anyways. And high stonemason. Even though blacksmith is our most useful one. The other 2 levels we need in order to make better 4-stars. At least as far as weapons. And weapons are definitely really important. So I do plan to get them eventually like 50, 60, 100, 200. No time soon. But you know, eventually. At some point. Should you stay at the Tiger at level 14? I'm not sure. I assume you were doing Tempest Day earlier. Double check the weaknesses because I believe every area has 2 things that are weak to your damage type. I haven't seen a single area that has had an exception to that, from what I can tell. But there seems to be always 2 for the main 3 elements to be weak to. So one of them in Chapter 4 is the Tiger, but I'm not sure what the second one was. But there almost guarantee is a second one weak to whatever your main damage type is. I know for me, it's the 2 that are in the sewers. I'm not sure what both the two Tempest Day ones were. It's the sea mines? Oh yeah, the sea mines. Okay. The sea mines are all the way southeast in Chronopolis. Be all the way southeast. There's like a road that has a bunch of them on it that like auto attack you when you go by. They're kind of like the tentacles in a sense. Actually, I would think you can even range them too, like the tentacles. I didn't even think about that. Oh, maybe I kill them. I didn't even think about that. I might try killing them with a mason or range weapon later. Does anyone know for sure? I haven't actually bothered killing them, I don't think. But I'm pretty sure they're exactly like the tentacles in that they only hit you if you're in melee range. Because if that's the case, it should be pretty free to kill. Oops, someone else trying to add us. Thank you, thank you. Conqueror. There we go. Oh, I can't do that while in combat, I see. Hello, Delacreeks. Oh, that's you? Perfect. Well, I'll get you added in a second. Hello, JP. You think stepping on doesn't work that much? It slows your attack speed down. It depends when you're doing it and what your attack speed of your weapon is. Ideally, you want to be doing it in a way that doesn't make your DPS go lower. Because the main goal of Step Under is to make... It doesn't lower your damage, but it makes the enemy do less damage. Ideally, you want to be doing it at a timing where you don't lose damage on your enemy. And slightly slower attack speed weapons will always be able to do that, but even quicker weapons can do it too. Someone showed me earlier that Guardian has like a super high attack speed weapon. You probably don't want to do it with that. But things that seem to have like a 4 or 5 attack speed seem to be fine. Ooh, neutral blades? Isn't this neutral blades? I might actually keep this. This is our best range weapon, I think, if the thing we are fighting is immune to Necromay. Because even though they're weaker, these do 0 damage 33% of the time if they're immune. So this is actually a keeper then. Let me go put this in storage. Deposit. I'm gonna keep that. Because that's stronger than my current weapon if the current enemy is weak, immune to Necromay. Which will very rarely come out up, but when it does, that will be a weapon switch for this region. Sure, we can get some armor upgrades though. That's the main thing I need. Because I'll be a bit more confident actually fighting something stronger than this. But I can't do that if I get no upgrades. I don't think we got a single one. The only thing we got was this weapon upgrade we're using right now. Technically 2 of them, but I don't need this other one. Curious to see what you'll focus on after this quest, man. You've been eyeballing the mining? Oh gosh. Honestly, mining I do feel like I need to get up more. But I plan to go pretty heavy on Chapter 4, I believe, after this grind. I'm not sure, though. There's so many goals we still have to go do that it's hard to decide which ones I want to go for. But I have a feeling similar to how we went pretty heavy on Chapter 3 recently. Like the last few days or so. I kind of want to do the same for Chapter 4, I think, after this. Because so far, I feel like I've had the most fun in Chapter 4 so far. Not that I'm not having fun now, but you know what I mean. Like, Chapter 4's overall synergy and everything else has been the most enjoyable for me personally so far. And I kind of want to keep doing it more. But I want to finish this grind before we do. That hopefully we can do by the end of stream. So you're saving a friend spot for you, right? Yes, indeed, for sure. Yeah, once you can add me, Isabel, I'm pretty sure you already know Tacit in-game. See some other people doing it too, and anyone else who wants to add us. Our friends list is almost full, but we still have some space left. TACET, same as your channel. If any of you guys want to go add, feel free to do so. We have 100, or we have about 20 spots left or so. And one of those is definitely reserved for Isabel. When she gets past the tutorial, it can actually add me. Yeah, once you get past the tutorial, you'll be able to enable friends and everything like that. You'll eventually be able to like type in your date of birth, and then after that you can enable like public chat and everything. Just make sure to enable everything. You might as well. So is there any point in training the other two crafting skills that aren't your class? Yes, the quest right now. Because the system that we get at the end of this quest requires one piece from every class. And it seems like it averages the level of all of them. So if my bone rate and stonemason level are lagging far behind my smithing, I won't be able to make like a higher tier weapon. Like let's say I get a level 100 smithing. I'm not going to be able to make a level 100 4-star. Because my other two levels will drag me down. Like, let's say, hypothetically, I had 50 bone rate, 50 stonemason, and 200 smithing. I'm not going to be able to make a level 200 4-star. The other two will drag it down. I'll only be able to make a level 100 4-star. Because it takes all those numbers together and then averages them out, seemingly. So I will still eventually need to train both stonemason and bone rate. No time soon, though. But I will eventually need to train them higher than where they are right now. Because even if I go all in on smithing, I'm still going to be limited by how high my bone rate and stonemason levels are. One alternative to that is when trading comes out, you could hyper-focus on one skill and then buy the other two from someone else, or trade with a friend that you know is another class that's going heavy in it. Like, obviously, we're going to get 200 smithing at some point in the somewhat near future, but not like super, super near future, but you know, like semi-near future. But at some point, we're going to get 200 smithing. So what I could theoretically do is, you know, if we know someone who's getting 200 bone rate on their guardian, and also know someone who's getting 200 stonemason on their hammer mage, we could simply go trade each other, essentially. Like, you could almost have like a triple trade, where I make 3 200 smithings material, they make 3 of their bone rate one, or, you know, the guardian one, under bone rate, and then the other person makes 3 of their stonemason one, and then we all go trade each other. So we go 1-to-1 trade our 200, 1-to-1 trade our 200. And then with only one skill, due to trading, we were able to get all 3. I feel like that's what Andrew Gower's kind of trying to do with the trading system in a sense. Because then you only have to have trained 1, but can still get the benefit of all 3. Which is a pretty cool mechanic. Though personally, I'm just training all of them. Though of course going heavier into smithing. But that's like a strategy that you can do once trading does exist, which of course does not affect right now, but would affect the future kind of like gameplay loop of the game. But yeah. So you do still need them all, but the one associated to your class is by far the most important always, of course. Like smithing will always be the most important to us because we're Cryo Knight. While the other two are important, they are less important compared to smithing. But they're not completely unimportant. They're still relevant. If we're going to craft it ourselves instead of trading other people. You're curious how armor smithing is going to work? From what we currently know, it's going to require only one skill. Which means it likely requires the bars and everything else from the main skills. We were talking about this a bit earlier. But you'll likely still need the bones for Guardian. You'll likely still need the bars for Cryo Knight. And you'll likely still need the stones for Hammer Mage. So, for example, Blacksmith and Stonemason will still need mining, essentially, as well as their main skill. And, of course, the Gatherer skill from Chapter 2 Guardians will still end up needing for their bone rate. It hasn't been confirmed, but it seems really likely. Especially based on what the armors look like. Because, of course, Guardian armor has a bunch of bones on it. Cryo Knight armor is very obviously made of metal. And, hey, someone doing the right tech. Oh, I'm trying to click the thing. There we go. But what was I just saying? But yeah, we obviously our armor is made of metal. So basically what it's going to need is Leatherworker plus whatever your other skill is. So you'll need Leatherworker hide plus bars if you're a Cryo Knight. Leatherworker plus the bones for Guardians. And Leatherworker plus the stones for Hammer Mage, most likely. But from what we can tell, it looks like armor is only going to be one skill instead of 3, which is nice. But you would still need the skill from Chapter 3 and Chapter 4 to synergize for Chapter 5. For the triple synergy! Technically even quad synergy if you're going Guardian. Because you're going to need the Chapter 2 Gatherer to get your bones. It's going to be a 4-chapter deep synergy right there for Guardian. Or is it a triple synergy for the other 3? Or the other 2, I mean. Yeah, I have seen that too. It does look like we're going to be getting some kind of building skill next chapter. I forget everything that was confirmed at this point, but obviously we're getting a combat skill. We're going to get an armor maker skill. We're going to get some kind of building skill, though very little is known about it currently. And I think that's all the confirmed. I think someone mentioned there might be a third gathering skill coming, which obviously mostly help alchemy. Yeah, I saw a construction bank earlier on the path of chapter 3. The reason why it's over there is you can make some kind of cement thing, I believe at 46 stonemason. I mean, not stonemason, 46 bone rate. And probably many other levels, but the first one's at like 46. Could probably be able to buy that material, but it might be cheaper to make it, we don't know. Because chapter 5 isn't released and a lot of details is kind of up in the air. What on earth will even happen? Also, I do hope that next chapter is 5 skills, so that they keep doing a 5-4, 5-4, 5-4 pattern. Because that would drive me crazy if it goes 5-4, 5-4-4. I will never be able to unsee that number if they do that. Like, next chapter better have 5. Because I don't think my, like, OCD perfectness would be able to survive if they make next chapter only have 4. That will drive me crazy for the rest of the time if they only had 4. So I really, really hope it's 5. Because they gotta keep this pattern going, or my eyes will burn every time I look at it. Only 4 new skills on the wiki at the moment? Oh no. Oh, there could easily be a 5th one that they're hiding from us that we don't know about yet. I still have hope. Because the wiki can only really report on, you know, what's like in the game and everything at the moment. There could still be a very undercovered skill that's early in development that's still coming. Oh, we almost got our first dopamine point. This definitely isn't the quickest way of getting it, but it's not particularly slow either. We need to get level 59 Mind Freighter anyway, so... I'm not sure if we're going to grind it all the way, but honestly, we probably should. I just want to switch it up a little bit just so we're not fighting, like, forever. But we really need 59 Mind Fighter and see what Stonemason level that brings us to. Because we're trying to get 38 Stonemason right now. It might not look like we're trying to train it right now, but that's what we're doing right now. I'm just trying to do it as much as I can with 59 Mind Fighter because that's a requirement we need anyways. And I'm hoping that gets us nearly to 38, but it probably won't. Yeah, we get like 1 KP every run and a half or so. Up some other people adding me. Thank you, thank you. Oh no, what are we going to do? Our friends list is nearly full. And I want to reserve like the last 5 or so for IRL friends and such. In case I can ever convince them to actually play. The problem is I feel like a lot of my IRL friends don't really want to do like endless grind games. Which is understandable. Endless grind games definitely aren't for everyone, especially if you don't have a lot of free time. But honestly, this game is pretty favorable, even if you only have an hour a day to play, due to how the AFK system works. So compared to some endless grind games, this one is definitely a bit more lenient to people who only want to play like an hour or 2 a day. As you're still going to get like 22, 23 hours of AFK time. I just realized the guy's doing the exact same thing we're doing. Which I think he was here earlier. He said hi in chat. We're both doing the same strategy, and he's the same build, and he has the same cape. He has good taste, they say. I really want to get the level 100 smithing cape at some point. I don't want to rush it right now, though. But I really want my cape to be bigger. Because I don't plan on getting all the capes yet. I just want to have the one for now. So I got to make the one I have even cooler. Alright, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was about to do my dopamine hit. So we can get Stonemason up. Oh. If mobile ever drops, this will be a great adjacent game, yeah. Or I mentioned that earlier. I was mentioning I was almost considering getting a Steam Deck just for this game. Semi-tempted. Only problem is they're like $650 plus shipping, I believe. If you want to get like the best model. It's a little pricey, but you know, it kind of makes sense for what it is. It's just a big expense just to play Brighter Shores. Obviously, I would use it for other things in the future. But as far as short term, it would literally just be a Brighter Shores handheld. Which is a little pricey for like $650 or so. When there's going to be a mobile port probably sometime next year. That would cost nothing. Also, I heard from people that this game runs pretty good on Steam Deck currently, even though it's only in early access. I haven't heard anyone complain about it on Steam Deck so far. Seems like it's pretty stable on it. Hey, 51, finally a level. Oh, we unlocked the next passive activity. We're almost there. Actually, I only need to put one more point into it as well, and we're already there. There are RG allies better than Steam Deck, is it? I haven't looked into too many Steam Deck alternatives. I probably should at some point, to be honest. I've always felt like they're kind of expensive for how little I would use them. Like in an average year, I feel like I would use it for like under 200 hours. And most of their price tags are in like several hundreds. And obviously, most of the time, I prefer to just play on PC if I can help it. We're both just walking on each other. And then bank these and just next inventory we'll go have to sell over junk. Oh, these are level 51 ones. Oh, you know what? I should use my next knowledge point on combat. Just so I can get the passive XP for that. Because I need it anyways. I need one more knowledge point. I believe it's the last knowledge point I need if I use the +2 boost potion. Also, we only need 8 more combat levels. So close yet so far. Jokes aside, the game is goated on Steam Deck. Nice. Yeah, I've heard that from a few people so far who've tried it. So it's good to hear that it doesn't have any issues in case I do end up doing that. Oh no, I lost the guy who was in here. Oh no! I got deservered from the guy we added earlier. Because I moved multiple rooms away. Rippity. Well, at least the big benefit is no competition now. This room's nearly empty other than the people walking by. This is nice. This whole room is empty other than just walker-bys. Look at this. Not a single person doing any combat in here but us. We got them all for ourselves. We can greedily take them all. Make our XP rates a little better. It's not too big a deal. We're stuck at work today? Well, hey, at least you got passive XP. We'll just keep ticking up. Oh, yeah, what are you guys passively using your XP on, by the way? I personally haven't looked at any passive XP guides or anything. I kind of just keep doing it for whatever skill I need, to be honest. Not sure how inefficient or efficient that really is. Like, tonight I literally just did, or last night, I mean, I did a level 26 Stonemason AFK. Just because I knew we would need so much Stonemason XP today, so I was like, any less that we have to do is better for now. But honestly, I feel like I've been using the AFK time really inefficiently. Hey, there he is. He's back. You've been using it on mining? Nice. Honestly, mining wouldn't be that too bad, because I feel like mining falls behind your main skill so much. Like, if you're a hammer mage or cryo knight, your primary crafting level is going to always stay higher than whatever your mining level is. So it's good to get some passive mining XP to offset it. It's one of the reasons I keep doing the passive for the brimstone. Because we basically need it just to make sure our mining level doesn't fall a billion years behind. So we can actually still keep mining the ore we need. You want to do the passive potion making? So you're doing the passive together. Oh yeah, I did that actually as my first ever passive. I passively got a bunch of grubs. And then eventually ended up using it to passively do herb lore. Yeah, that was the first passive route I ever did. The only problem is I don't really felt like the foraging XP that was that useful, but obviously the alchemy XP was really useful. Yeah, we're out of here. We'll be back. I must sell all my junk. I guess I could have put it into my storage rift, but oh well. We're already here. Oh yeah, you know what we should start teleporting to? Wait, does anyone know? Does both of the two shops have a different stock? Does the guy in chapter 1 sell a different stock than the guy in chapter 2? I mean, chapter 4, I mean. Or are they both the same stock? Like, as far as the gear you can buy. Oh, and never mind, you can't buy gear from this guy. Oh, it's only the guy in chapter 4, never mind. This guy only has buyback. Interesting. And I could put my teeth away. That's interesting. Yeah, you only has a buyback option. Let me go check it. It's a bit of a waste since we're already there, or already here, but let me go check real quick. Because I really need some armor upgrades for chapter 4. And I really want to see if we get like a 2-star for it or something. I was not sure if it's worth this walk unless we have something to sell, but oh well. Also remember to try to sell here next time. But I think it's been long enough time. It was like every 3-ish hours it looked like. You just said 2 and something. Let me say trade. Yeah, it's every 3 hours his stock refreshes. Nope. Chapter 1. What do I need the most? 46. No, wrong chapter. What? I didn't get a single one for chapter 4. Other than a weapon that I don't need. That is so unlucky. Not a single one of these is a chapter 4 armor, let alone a chapter 4 armor I need. Yeah, the shop is kind of useless, to be honest. Especially with a 3-hour restock. I'd rather just kill for my upgrades at that point. I can't wait till the armor skill, making skill comes out already. Yeah, you can currently only have 2 ventures at once. It's basically a limit to how many dailies you can have. I don't believe there's any way you can currently get more. I don't think any 5-star quest unlocks more currently. But down the line, you'll be able to unlock as many as 6 dailies. But I'm pretty sure it's a hard cap of 2 until the game gets developed a bit further. Also, probably not to overwhelm people with dailies. Yeah, currently there's only 2 dailies per day. But eventually up to 6. Can you not take front 2 from the same skill or something? I believe there are some ventures you could do double. Some people were mentioning double lobster earlier. I don't have the level to try that, but I believe some people said they were doing double lobsters. But quite a few of them you can only do once over. Like both the 2 I'm doing right now, you can only have one of. So I can't like double up on mining or double up on merchant or something. But there are some that you seem like you can, like fishing. Like double lobsters. Alright, good water break time. We have a huge HP advantage. Yep, and another one's ready to go. Yeah, the next knowledge point I'm going to be putting on combat. We'll be able to get the one-time bonus on the room right next to us. Honestly, I don't think I've claimed most of those one-time bonuses. Probably should go claim them all. Like, every single one's worth almost as much as a kill. Actually, the one in the room beside us should be worth more than a kill. And at that point, I think the only thing I need knowledge points in to finish this quest is Stonemason. Which I think I still need, like, 5 more in? Or sorry, 4 more. So I only need 5 more knowledge points. Which is basically 5 XP bursts I have to waste. 1 for combat, 4 for Stonemason. Because smithing's done. Bone rate we already did. And then just leaves the other 2. But yeah, we're so close, it's so far. Oh, we'll get there soon. And when I say soon, we're measuring that in several hours. We got 8 hours left. Will we be able to finish that grind in 8 hours? The disappointing thing is, I feel like the answer is no. But I don't know, we can see. See how much we can get done in 8 hours. Because I don't feel like I'm getting a combat level every hour. This is the problem. And Stonemason is only going to get to like, what, 38-ish, 40-ish? But that does mean, like, first thing tomorrow stream. If we don't finish it today, first thing tomorrow stream will be us finishing the quest and just creating a billion 4 stars. So if that does happen, that's not too big a deal. Because that means nearly at the beginning of tomorrow's stream, we just go crazy crafting stuff. And by stuff, I mean 4-star equipment. And focus all in on just making a, like, 4-star gear for every chapter, basically. Though, when I say every chapter, I mean probably just chapter 4. When I say every chapter, I mean the one chapter that matters. Because I won't need it for this area anymore. I don't need it for region 1 or 2. I will eventually need it for region 5, but that's a later issue. What is a good thing to idle overnight? It really depends what your goals are. I haven't really seen any that are just like definitively better than anything else. It really just comes down to what you're currently wanting to train. Or if you want to go all in on one just to make a little bit more passive money or something. Like last night, I literally just did a 26 Stonemason one. Not because it's worth doing, but because it was the skill we need to get up the most today. And because it was the furthest from our goal, I just did it on that. Am I planning on stockpiling epics for PvP? Yes. That's one of the other reasons why we're doing this quest. That's not something I'm going to be doing initially, because obviously PvP is still a little ways away. Like, PvP is going to be... Like, trading is going to be out way before PvP is. But, yes, I do want to get this up and everything else, so that when PvP does come out, in case it has full loot PvP, or you lose equipment on death, or however it works, I want to make sure we can re-gear very easily. We still don't know if it's going to be like that, or how exactly it's going to go down. But in case you do lose some or all of your gear on death, I want to be able to re-gear instantly, over and over again. We're likely going to be using 3-star armor and 4-star weapons. At pretty much the highest level of what we can use. Whatever the level cap is, we don't know how it's going to work. Because if there's no level cap, not sure how PvP is exactly going to work. Because it'll basically be whoever has better gear wins. I'm also not sure how they're going to balance it with different classes. Because the Hammer Mage is pretty much always going to be the Cryo Knight. Cryo Knight's always going to be the Guardian. Guardian's always going to be the Hammer Mage. Maybe not always, but you know. Like, it's already starting at an unfair advantage. If it's a 1 versus 1 kind of situation. So they're going to do it 3x3, but then, like, 66% of the team is not you. So, you know. You'd almost need, like, a coordinated team, or in a sense. We don't really know how it's going to go down. Also, if it is 3 versus 3, it better have auto matchmaking. I really hope you can't just make like a super broken team. As fun as that would be to stream, I feel like from a balance perspective, that's not good. If you just pre-make like a, you know, like the best 3 PvPers in the game or something, that have like overly saturated gear from people trading them, and they just plow through everything. I really hope it's based on an MMR system and it just auto matches you. Which is probably what the PvP League's points are for. Because they mentioned at some point in terms of service at one point that there's a thing called PvP Leagues in this game. That obviously does not exist currently. We don't really know anything about it, but it sounds like a pseudo MMR system that'll be used for whatever PvP ends up being. And it might be used for auto matchmaking. Because there's no way it's going to be 1 versus 1s versus other classes. Just because of how class advantage works. Which makes me think it's going to be 3 versus 3. Because it'd be the only fair way to balance the class system right now. Yeah, 3 versus 3 with 1 of each class just seems like the most realistic way that's going to be. With like an auto matchmaking system. Because most minigames that Andrew Gower was responsible for back in like the RuneScape years did have auto matchmaking. There are some activities that you can still kind of make your team if you wanted to, like Barbarian Assault. But there was always like an auto matchmaking room that you could utilize. And in some games it was auto forced, like Castle Wars and Stealing Creations and stuff like that. Even Soul Wars and a few others. Yeah, it could always be same class versus same class. Like Cryo Knight versus Cryo Knight. Guardian versus Guardian. But it either has to be that or 3 versus 3 to be balanced. Anything other than that is going to be so unbalanced. Because one class is always going to have an advantage over the other. Otherwise. Also, thank you, XX, for the $2 tip. Greatly appreciated. Posture check. I hope he's behind. Yeah, I'm standing upright, or sitting upright, man. There we go. Make sure everyone else is uploaded up. There we go. Oh, yeah, I was going to put this point onto combat. Oh, yeah, let me go kill one of them real quick. It shouldn't take that long. I need bank anyway, so I can do it as I'm going down the path. Alright, how do I do this? I think I just whack one of these. They're not immune to frost, right? Alright, good enough. I was not sure why I choose this weapon, but I only need 1 kill, so it doesn't really matter too much. Waiting, waiting, waiting. As soon as we hit 1 kill, we could probably stop. Trying to get the first time bonus. Yep, there we go. Yeah, we're out of here. Alright, so now I have all the knowledge points for this. Because I'm going to do +2 potion. Because what we're doing this for is level 61, the shaggy thing. But you can both +2 boost the level and +2 boost the knowledge points. So currently I'm at 7 knowledge. So I could skip the 2 knowledge points and skip the final 2 levels we need. Perfect. Which is why we're currently trying to get to 59 and not 61. That's the only requirement then is, what is that? 7.5 more levels for combat. And then the only thing we have left is the good old Stonemason grind. But now the rest of my knowledge points go all in on Stonemason. Because the only thing I need is 3 points into Stonemason knowledge, but I can't do that until I unlock the activities. Actually, technically, I guess I could do 1 more of them. And the rest after that is just getting it to level 48. Or sorry, 46. 46, so we can do the other activity. Yeah, we're getting there. So close. It's so far. We're almost there, though. In like a billion more hours. I really hope we do get there by the end of the stream. It's hard to tell, though. But we might. You got like a solid 7 hours to get 7.5 combat levels. Which that part I feel like is doable. The harder part is I also need to go get 14 Stonemason levels. That's the part I'm concerned about. It will speed up a lot once we hit level 38, though. It really comes down to by how much. Because I don't really know what the XP rate's going to be like at 38. All I know is it's going to be way higher than whatever we're doing now. I might even start doing some mining once we get to like 36. So I'll have all the ore ready to go. Like I might mine all the way from 36 to 38 Stonemason. Which sounds weird because obviously mining isn't Stonemason. But you know, we'd be getting the stones and then, you know, using the XP burst on Stonemason. Because I think that's my game plan at this point. Like right now. I'm not sure if we're going to do it all in one chunk back to back, but I might at this point. But I think I'm going to go all in on combat until 59. Like we're doing right now, but all the way till 59. So 7.5 more levels. Obviously keep dumping all the XP into Stonemason. Then I'm probably just going to mine ore until we're level 38 Stonemason. Is that worth it? I have no clue. But honestly, I'm probably about to do that. It feels like what I'm probably about to go do. And that should be enough stone to get us from 38 to 46, hopefully. And if not, it should be very, very close. Might even overkill it, I'm not even sure. And the nice byproduct of that is that should give us like 40 something mining. And at 43 we get an upgraded pickaxe. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities for how to do PvP. I'm curious how they implement it. It can either go really well or really bad. No, we'll have to wait and see. I'm definitely going to give it a very fair shot. But if after like a few days or a week I don't seem too into it, or if it doesn't seem worth it, until they like fix it or something. Better to buy flint? Oh, I'd rather mine it personally. I need the mining XP eventually anyways. It's not the best thing I could be doing for mining XP, but it's not that bad. It's definitely not the worst method we could be using. Yeah, I don't mind minding it. Get the from scratch system going. Might be ever so slightly slower, but I don't really have the money to buy it. Our cash stack's at like 0 right now. We're at like half a gold. Obviously we'll get a bunch of gold from what we're doing now, but that could be that much. Especially since I'm gonna have to spend money to actually process these into potions at some point. But yeah, I've been doing a combination of both, but now that we're starting to get to higher tier ore, I'd rather just start mining it all. We don't have the spare funds to be buying it that often. Because most of the later game buying is always at a loss. And we can't really be affording to lose our whole stack that we don't have. You're thinking about not buying from shops? Is this game's version of an Iron Man style? That would be kind of fun. Actually, I remember seeing some very, very small channel that's actually doing a no-shop hardcore in old school RuneScape. They're getting like a less than 100 views per video, but I've actually watched almost every video in their series. I actually forget the name of the channel though. But they're doing a no-shop, I think it was called like the something monk. But he was actually doing a no-shop old school RuneScape challenge, which I found kind of cool. As a hardcore, so he only has one life and is, you know, self-sufficient Iron Man. Which is basically like what you just said, but in Brighter Shores context. It's kind of sad. He's like putting all this effort into this series, and like everything has like under like 2-digit views. Oh, no, I've still been watching the series as background noise for some things. Take your friend request. Oh, sorry, Isabel. Nice, Isabel Archer. Nice. Oh yeah, I can't do it while in combat. 1 second. I keep forgetting. There we go. You have been added. Welcome to the best MMO ever made. No. That's so fun and addicting. Oh no, it's my favorite MMO right now, that's for sure. It definitely has quite a bit of work to still get to the point where it needs to, but obviously that's why it's in early access. And you can't really expect a new MMO to compete with things that's been going for like 10, 20 years. But I think they have a really good foundation and has so much potential going forward. And honestly, with how much content is in the game right now, even if they don't do another update, this is like 3 years of content right here. As far as things we have to grind and everything. I have definitely haven't even come close to running out of goals. If anything, I feel like we have too many goals to go for. Yeah, we're taking them one at a time. Obviously, right now we're trying to get the Lost and Found quest done, so we can go craft 4-star equipment, which is the last like super important quest currently in the game. I still want to do the other ones, but the other ones are a lot less relevant. Yeah, I wish we had more 1-star quests. I'm not sure why they didn't add a 1-star quest to every region. Because the obelisk was pretty good. It acted as a tutorial on how obelisk worked. Gave a ton of combat XP. And even gave you basically a starting sword. Like a level 10 3-star sword or whatever it was. But yeah, I personally wish there would have been a 1-star in every region. Kind of weird that there wasn't. Because that'd basically be the first quest you'd want to do in every region if it existed. But they only added one to chapter 1 for some reason. I'm not sure why. Right, level 52 rolling in. I just realized we've gotten absolutely nothing as dropped so far. Kind of unfortunate. Yeah, make sure not to accidentally put all my equipment in there. That'd be a huge fail. Yeah, the big issue with armor right now is you can't craft your own. So you have to suffer through the RNG of getting them from monsters right now. Oh, I should be fixed in Chapter 5. But without it right now, it still feels really clunky. Like, I keep wanting to go for armor upgrades, and you're just down to, like, pure RNG if you get one or not. At least with crafting, even if you get unlucky, you can at least settle for 2-star stuff. Like, yeah, it's not the greatest, but it's better than wielding... it's better than wielding something like 30, 40 levels below where you should be. Like, we're at 52 right now, and I'm still using a 16 helm. Yeah, it's 3-star, but it's level 16. And even, look at my 4-stars right now. They're also 16s. Like, yeah, they're 4-stars, but, you know, the base level on them is so low right now. But yeah, it's something that Chapter 5 will fix. The problem is it doesn't help us now, unfortunately. But it'll be far less clunky once it gets developed. It'll fix pretty much every issue armor has right now. Would you recommend minecart for better XP until a specific level? I personally didn't give it a fair shot yet. I tried it a little bit, but I was far out over leveled. I was already like 30 something when I was doing the level 10 minecarts. But I do want to try it once I hit 55, which I think is the next one I could do, and see what the XP rates are like. I've heard they're pretty good, but haven't gotten to try it at a level range where it made sense to do it. Alright, let me make sure I switch back to room chat before I accidentally message someone. There we go. Anyone ever get a 4-star that was not an upgrade? I don't think I ever have. That'd be kind of hard to do. Because as long as you constantly keep going to stronger enemies, generally any 4-star you would get from that stronger enemy would be an upgrade almost always. Unless it's like an elemental difference. That's the only time I could think it wouldn't be an upgrade. But a lot of things tend to drop things that they're weak to. Like this thing is weak to Necromay. And I got a Necromay 4-star weapon. That should be very useful if you drop the other 4-star Necromay weapon that this class can use. Because then I can crush him with a big axe. And use that as my two-handed. And also be back to having all 4-star weapons again. You just completed Lost and Found? Huge! Nice. Major congrats. What's the first thing you're crafting? I think the first thing I want to go do is get a rapier and a shield for Chapter 5. For Chapter 4. Gonna try to get it at like level 50 something. Like 50 or 51. Obviously I can't use that yet, but we're pretty much there. A few levels aren't gonna be that big a deal. Also, I should probably double check my math on what I would need for that though. What level smithing would I need for that? You made a hammer fist? Oh, hammer mage, nice. Alright, let me go do some math real quick. Let's say I don't get the other 2 levels at all. We're about to do some math. What is 40 plus 46 plus... Well, I guess we could do it inverse. I need 150. So plus 60. Plus 60. Okay, I would need to get 4 smithing levels to make a level 50. Otherwise, it'll come out as level 49. But yeah, if I want a level 54 star weapon and shield, I would need 64 smithing after I do this grind. Well, welcome to the smithing grind again. I guess I could always make one a level below or 2. For now, I guess. Like make it level 48 or 49. But yeah, if I was to keep Bone Right at 40 and go get a 40 weapon, and keep Stonemason at 46 and go get a 46 weapon, I would need my smithing level to be 64 in order to make a level 50 weapon. So I need to go grind another 4 smithing levels. It's not ideal, but I would do it. We need it eventually anyways. We definitely wouldn't do that today though. But that's like a tomorrow stream kind of thing. So it looks like we actually need 64 smithing then, instead of just 60. Not to complete the quest. Oh yeah, wait. Does this quest give smithing XP as a drop? I almost forgot about that. That might give me a level or 2. I didn't even think about that just now. It probably has the XP reward that gives me a level or 2 that I need. Wait, that's huge. Wait, let me double check the wiki. How much XP does completing this quest give? Lost and found. I wasn't even considering that as a reward because the main reward is already so good. Yeah, it gives you smithing XP, bone rate. Oh, that's huge. It gives you XP for all 3. Which means, that means I might gain a level in the other ones. Which means I probably only need level 62 smithing, and the quest will probably give me 61. So I only have to get 1 smithing level then. Wait, that's absolutely huge. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, I only need level 62 smithing, and the quest will give me 61. Because we'll likely immediately gain a bone rate and a stonemason level just from completing the quest, and a smithing level. So we just have to gain 1 smithing level. Hey, that's not as bad as I thought then. I still need to go make the weapon for all 3 though. Which means I could probably sell those other 2 I've been keeping there, because I need them to be a higher level if I want a 50. But yeah, that's huge. Yeah, that's absolutely massive. It's good to know. So that's not too bad. 1 smithing level grind will probably be done just trying to get the 3-star we need. But then again, I guess I can't start until I get the final level though. Because I need the equipment to actually be 62, not 61. Well, I'm looking forward to that though. But yeah, that means we'll be able to make level 54 stars currently. Like pretty much the second we complete the quest. At most we'll have to grind 1 level. Might not even need 1 if I get a high enough level. Because if I gain 2 levels of bone rate, I don't need the other smithing level. Or if I gain 2 levels of stonemason from the quest. So I'll have to wait and see. Because I'm not sure how much XP drop that is. Like, I know how much XP it is because I checked the wiki, but I'm not sure how many levels that is. Based on where we're at. But there's a chance as soon as we finish the quest, we're able to make level 54 stars. Which would make sense because it would deliberately put you there. Because I think that might actually be a mechanic. So as soon as you finish the quest, you're already going to be able to make them. That sounds like something they would do. Well, we'll have to find out. Also, we're getting close to our next stonemason level. Through our indirect training method. Oh, so this combat's going a bit quicker than I thought it would. I'm expecting like a level an hour, but we're definitely getting them quicker than 1 an hour. Honestly, I should go time the next one just to see about how long it's taking. So we can get it a little bit more accurate. So we're gonna have so much herblore teeth after this. I might be able to get alchemy to 63 just off these teeth. There's one of the other reasons why I wanted to grind these out. Well, we do have to bank a little bit more often than I wish we would have to. In doing so, we're about to bank like 33, 34 alchemy. That's a byproduct of this that I keep kind of forgetting about. Even though that's not my primary goal, obviously. It is a byproduct of what we're doing. And the potion that we make out of these are these XP bonus potions for this region. A lot of them I'm probably just going to dump and sell. You know, they're still useful to use here and there. Especially if we're planning on 200 smithing sometime soon. Probably not like soon, but you know, eventually. Because, yeah, we already did the math earlier, too. If we get 40 Bone Right and 40 Hammer Mage, I mean Stonemason, I mean. And we get 200 Smithing. That will be tier 100 4 stars. And I do want to have access to that before chapter, what's it called, comes out. Chapter 5. Because that means we'll be able to have level 5, 100 spec weapons for when it comes out. Ready to go. They'll probably be weaker than if I was to make something like a 3-star level 200. But obviously you also need to reach that combat level, which is also a huge factor to consider. Because obviously we can't just immediately start using them. Hello. Getting the whole crew here. 3 people from the stream in our room right now. That's one thing that's kind of cool, the auto grouping based on friends. Makes it more likely you get the same area. Only problem is we're semi-crashing each other by doing so. At least we can kind of combat together, and just moving into the room alone if you have me added will, you know, kind of do that naturally. There's also a switch server button. Alright, what am I doing? Drink this. Throw this into, Stonemason. Almost a level, not quite. Can you click your level 37 skill? You want to see what your total XP is? Sure. Which one is 37? Oh yeah, 37 merchant. You need 415.6k XP to reach the next level. And I currently have 397k XP. It's 415.6 for the next level. And it started at like 390, 380k? Somewhere around there. Yeah, it's probably like 380, 390, somewhere around there, 385. It doesn't actually say on it. But after this grind is over, it's going to feel so satisfying when we craft our first tier 450s. A little unfortunate we won't be able to use the spec weapons on them yet, or, you know, the special attacks. But at least we'll have them as good gear for chapter 4. And we'll be able to pre-make, hopefully, level 100 ones by the time chapter 5 comes out. The one thing that's going to be weird, though, is they're not going to be as good for training. We are actually going to want to initially use a, assuming I'm going crazy on smithing as my option, we're actually going to want to go use a main hand that's 3-star, but then only use the 4-star for a spec. So for example, we might use a ranged spec and a 2-handed spec, but my main hand would be a 3-star weapon. And the main reason for that is because if I do get 200 smithing, and you know we get the other requirements so that we can make a level 100 thing, a 200 3-star is going to be stronger than a level 100 4-star. So aside from the special attack, we actually would want to still main hand our 3-star weapon. Now, so we're going to get all of them to 200, but that's not happening anytime soon. Smithing, maybe. The other ones, definitely not. You haven't seen any 200 plus combat streamers using 3-star? Well, were they all using 4-star stuff? Yeah, you can still get lucky from drops. 2 guys you saw had 2-star only. Interesting. Yeah, they're kind of at the might of RNG. Well, one thing that the crafting skills in chapter 3 and 4, or 3 and 5 allow you to do is basically bypass the luck. The only problem is it requires really high skills and a lot of levels. And a completion of this quest that's almost done. But you can just get them through combat, but combat's a lot more luck-based. Not that creating them yourself isn't luck-based, but It's definitely less luck-based compared to getting like a complete RNG monster drop. Because even if you finally get the 4-star, it might not be the 4-star weapon you want. Plus, normally it's locked to whatever region you're in, which is another problem with it. Like, you will get some untuned stuff when you're doing combat, but a lot of it's going to be tuned to the chapter you're currently in, which is probably the biggest issue that combat has for trying to get gear currently. Is it might give you a really good set of gear for the chapter you're in, but it's really inconsistent at giving you good gear for other chapters. Like, you'll get some, but the crafting skills are far, far better at doing that. Like, if you want to pre-get gear for Chapter 5, you definitely want to go down the crafting route, not the kill things route. With enough time, you would eventually get it from combat only, but it is far more consistent crafting it yourself. Plus, you can do certain level ranges when you craft it yourself that you might need. Like, for example, obviously, you're not going to be able to use, like, a level 150 4-star kind of thing as soon as you get into Chapter 5. You're going to have some other gear, so you might want to tune some level 0s. You might want to have some level 20s, you know, like every, like, 20, 30 levels or so. Have an upgrade ready to go. Which combat does a little bit less effectively than crafting does. Crafting can do that pretty well. But combat can't do that particularly consistently, especially untuned ones. Because, like, it feels like 90% of drops are tuned to your chapter. Like, look at this. The last 5 drops, all this chapter. Not a single untuned. The crafting's definitely far more consistent for that. So what are we up to now? Questing? Yeah, we're still trying to finish the quest. Ideally, we'll be able to finish it today. The Lost and Found quest. But if we are a little short, it's going to be the first thing we finish in like the first hour or two tomorrow. But I'm really hoping we could finish it today. And then at the beginning of tomorrow's stream, we could focus on just making some gear. How many quests have I done in general? Every quest except the 5 stars. The main storyline, every 1-star, all one of them. Every 3-star. And I haven't done any 5-star except for the one we're doing right now. And then I'll probably do the Chronopolis one in Chapter 4 next. And then after that, probably the one in Chapter 2. And honestly, I plan to just skip the one in Chapter 1 for now. Mostly because its cooking requirement is kind of pointless. If you have the member skills to make more money with. It's okay to do if you're playing free-to-play. And cooking's like your best moneymaker. But I'd rather just focus more on Merchant and Leathermaker instead. So I probably plan to do every quest in the near future. Like in the next few weeks. Except for the Chapter 1 5-star quest. Because the Chapter 1 5-star quest is pretty much only worth it if you're 100% free to play. And you're not planning to get membership anytime soon. But otherwise, it's very low value to bother with. But the crafting rate for 3 stars goes down as well. Yeah, it will get rarer, but doesn't it go down for combat as well? I'm pretty sure it's not just crafting. I'm pretty sure it also gets lower for combat. So even though crafting's going lower, it's probably getting lower in a ratio where it's still better than trying to get it from combat. Because I highly doubt like a level 300 something is spitting out 4-star gear. Like it would eventually, but not at a particularly high rate. Is it better to step on an enemy when fighting? Basically what we're doing here, notice his really high attack speed. He's hitting me like 2 times for every time I hit him. On really high attack speed enemies, you should always walk under them. Or walk away. You can also kite them by walking away. And the game will naturally kite them for you. But you want to do this just so you can trade 1-to-1. And it does seem like it's an intended mechanic because the game does it on its own. Like if I go hit this guy, and go walk him over here real quick. And I go walk to the other side real quick. Like, as we go here, notice our character will keep doing 1-to-1. Like right here. I'm not clicking anything. Oh, I got too much of a gap. Wait. It's gonna be hard to show because he's not wanting to do it right now. Right. Okay, now he'll go trade 1-to-1. Like, notice he stops and attack as soon as he's ready. He's attacking 1-to-1. But that's basically what step undering is doing. It's just more convenient. This only works on super high attack speed enemies, though. You can still do it on other enemies as well, but it's a little bit harder to time. Because it's based on their attack speed and the attack speed of the weapon you're currently using. Well, on super high attack speed enemies, it's really easy because you just do it every hit. But it can be done on every enemy in the game. The timing is just way weirder for every other enemy that has a higher attack speed than you. But enemies like these are like the most optimal. Or the simplest to do it on. Because all you have to do is just every hit. And it basically lowers his damage by half. So we can come here with like super bad armor and still kill. So our unupdated armor can get a lot more of a benefit from it. Which is good because there's no armor making skill yet. So it allows you to just kill things a little bit earlier that have a high attack speed. I'm not sure what the high attack speed unit is in every area though. If there even is one in every area. Because these are rather unique with how ultra quickly they attack. Compared to the average unit. We did it on the slime boss to kill at level 22? Nice. Yeah, I ended up just kiting him side to side in the room. I think I did that at 25. I didn't bother step undering with him though. Kiting just seemed a little bit easier because he would kind of get stuck occasionally. Which made perfect timing to just drink a healing potion. Are you ready for Riot's MMO launching in the next few years? I probably won't try it. I'm not sure. I never played League of Legends, so I don't really have any attachment to the IP, necessarily. Oh no, I might look into it. Oh no, I never played League of Legends or anything like that. Well, I shouldn't say anything like that. I played a ton of Dota 1 and Dota 2. And a few other small MOBAs that have come and died. As far as ones that still are alive, Dota 1 and 2 I think are the only two MOBAs that I have played that are still alive and not completely dead. What boosting potions are worth it so far? And starting at which level? None. The only use case I can find for boosting potions at the moment is the quest we're doing right now. The boosting potions only work on passive activities. And the cost relative to what they let you do is really bad. The only reason they're relevant for this quest is it allows you to skip 2 smithing levels if you want. 2 knowledge levels on all of them, I believe, if you want. And also 2 mine fighter levels. So you can skip 2 smithing and mining. I'm sorry, 2 smithing and mine fighter. And I believe it lets you skip the knowledge on all of them. Or maybe just on the 2, I'm not sure. But it might just be all of them. But you can't +2 boost the other 2 because you need the level to buy the material from the shop. That's why I need 46 Stonemason and not 44. Because the item you need to do the activity, you can't buy until 46. Same as Bone Rate. The thing you actually need to do the activity requires 40 before the shop will let you buy it. And you can't +2 boost it. But that's like the only use case for it that I believe exists. Because using it for AFK activities just doesn't seem worth it for the cost. Even if you made your own, it still seems so expensive. Hey, we hit level 53. Nice. 6 levels to go. We're so close, yet so far. Oh, we're getting there. One step at a time. Quite literally, as we step under him. One step under at a time. Alright, let's go bank. How much silver am I up to? We're halfway to our first gold piece for the 3rd time. Let's see if that one can last more than 3 hours to be our new record of longest time holding onto a gold piece. It's not going to, though. I'm immediately going to upgrade manacles twice. I already know what's going to happen. That gold piece will probably last the shortest of any of them. Because by the time I have 1 gold, I believe I can afford the double upgrade. Oh yeah, let me go sell the other 2 things I forgot to sell earlier. Oh no, I'm gonna need to make 2 trips. I have too many teeth in my inventory. Oh no! Oh no, what have I done? Oh no! It's not that big a deal. But I am gonna have to double do this now. A little unfortunate. I kind of forgot about that factor. Too many teeth. Grab that, grab that. Wait, let me get rid of these 2. I will keep that though. But I want to get rid of these 2 thingies. Also, you know what I should go do? I should go tune this to chapter 1 already. Where's my chapter 1 shield? Yeah, give me that. Withdrawal. I'm gonna finally tune this to chapter 1. Just gotta remember not to sell it. Because I hate that it keeps taking up inventory. It's getting kind of annoying. Honestly, I should probably get rid of that shield too. I'm gonna need a better one. Because by the time we finish that quest, I'll be able to make a level 50, level 50 4-star shield. So there's no point in me keeping a 3-star 48. Not what I wanted. Wait, I want to check my bank. I will keep the helm though, because we don't really have good access to that due to no armor making skill yet. Alright, so I just want to keep that. So I'm just going to drop it on the ground, like anything you want to keep. The rightful place it belongs, on the ground. That's exactly where the items we keep go. And then we just pick it right back up, and we're good to go. Alright, let me go tune this to chapter 1 real quick. Because that 48 shield's pointless. If I'm going to be smithing it into something, I need a 62 shield. So I can make a level 50 4-star out of it. And that will help clean our inventory, so when we actually go and do this, it doesn't over-encumber as often. Back to the grind. Nice, JB1. Good luck, good luck. What is the advantage? Does one of them have higher XP stats or something? For what? You don't understand something. At level 48 Bone Right, you can make a basic cudgel and a moderate cudgel. But I can make both of them for level 48 weapon. The higher one is better. The moderate one, I believe, has slightly better stats, I think. But it changes what that weapon icon looks like. Oh no, doesn't higher weapons be slightly stronger? Or is that not the case? Or is it just a visual thing if they're the same level? Because I know the level range on the weapons is different. I'm just not sure if the same one in the same category is any different or not. Alright, that's our best in shot shield for chapter 1. And now what this allows me to do is clear some storage. Because now that goes over there instead of in my untuned. So now I can hold more untunes when we go and craft some stuff, which we'll be doing a ton of tomorrow. As well as possibly today if we can speed up this grind a little. With that being said, let's go. Alright, teleport over to the mines. And let's get back to the grind. We got 6 combat levels and 14 stonemason levels to go. Technically 13 is pretty much already there. That knowledge point's about to tick up any second though. Also, you get a way more XP for crafting the higher tier one. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I noticed that with rugged iron. The XP difference is absolutely insane. Like rugged iron compared to normal iron. So, hello, Badger. Welcome, welcome. You watched your Brimstones or Brighter Shores review and loved it. Oh, thank you. Pretty much agree with everything and super happy to see others loving it. Nice. Yeah, honestly, this game has been so good. I've been way too addicted. Way too addicted. Yeah, Andrew Gower has done it again. I'm curious to see. And the best part is this game has so much potential for the future with how it's set up to upscale and everything. And obviously, this is still early access. We're not even at 1.0 yet. This is like the game before the game. Hasn't even implemented all the core features or anything yet. It's basically like the demo at this rate. Very curious to see where it's going to be in like half a year from now, everything. And we're going to be here the whole time. We're going to be doing 12-hour streams at minimum for the rest of this year. As well as Mondays we'll be doing slightly shorter, but still quite a few hours. And yeah, aside from like a few holiday stuff like that, yeah, we're going all day, every day. If you guys want to subscribe to the channel, we're going to be here the whole time. Just want to stop by, chat, hang out, ask anything, feel free to do so. I'll just be chilling here on YouTube. I'll cover some videos here and there. Main reason I cover that one video is a lot of people were requesting it, so I figured why not. I'm just not really sure what guides to cover. Because for one, I'm not the best at making guide videos. But also, I feel like everything that can be covered has probably been covered by now. I haven't personally been keeping up with like what everyone has been doing. But I just hate making like guide videos for something that's probably been covered like 20 times already or something. It just seems kind of redundant. Oh, that's not the weapon I want. Yeah, he's immune. So hello, Fication. Welcome. Let's see. Why am I moving that like this while fighting? So the enemy that I'm currently fighting has a really high attack speed. So whenever the enemy has a higher attack speed than your weapon, you can walk under them to basically reduce their damage. Like notice right now we're hitting him about once for every 2 times he hits us, approximately. So we can cut his damage basically in half by just walking under him every time. And you can also do it from walking away. So your character will naturally, every single time, exchange 1-to-1. He'll basically stop, as you can see. And we'll also do it that way. It's just easier to walk under. But the game doesn't automatically if you walk away from them too to kite them. But walking under is just more consistent. This only works if the enemy has an attack speed quicker than you, though. It can still work if they have higher. But the timing for it's not every attack. It's quite a bit different based on what your speed is, what their speed is, and everything. But it can be done on every enemy in the game. It's just the easiest to do on enemies that have a higher attack speed than you. Because you just click every attack, which is really easy to understand. But every enemy can be done on. It's just a little bit more complicated than just click every attack. Oh, it's potion time. You know what time it is? Stonemason level! We're making very slow progress, but it's progress. There we go. At 38, our XP just skyrockets, though. 5 more levels until we can actually start training it properly again. Or get in there. Honestly, I almost feel like doing some more blast mining to training it. The only problem is I gotta go do carpentry again. Someone else trying to add us? Oh, I forgot. You can't do that well in a fight, can you? You got Old School RuneScape like 2 months ago, and you played this game for like 70, 80 hours. While being away 3 full days. Oh gosh, nice. Yeah, this game is so addicting. I personally never quit Old School yet. I guess I kind of have. I actually came back. Actually, that's not true. Yeah, I have definitely taken breaks from it. I'd never say I like ever quit it. You never quit RuneScape. One does not truly ever quit RuneScape. But yeah, I actually was away from it for like several years. I played it back in 2017, 2018 for a little bit. Like Old School. Of course, I played it back like 20 years ago, back when it first came out. But I mean, as far as Old School specifically, I played it like 2017, 2018. Took like 6 years off. Came back at the 10-year anniversary of the game. Back in, what was it, 2023? And now we have a max hardcore that we made last year. It took about a year, a little over a year to max out from scratch. It was also the first Iron Man I ever played. But honestly, it made me fall in love with like self-sufficient game mode kind of thing. Which one thing that's kind of really hooked me in early game Brighter Shores as well. Like, you know, with the current state of the game. You're basically forced to be an Iron Man right now. Like, I won't mind necessarily when trading comes out, as long as it's balanced. But basically, in Brighter Shores, everyone's a forced Iron Man, which feels really nice. I almost wish it would stay like this. I almost kind of wish trading would never come to this game. I'll still engage with the mechanic and everything, but honestly, probably very rarely. Oh no, we'll see. I just really like that self-sufficient kind of game mode kind of thing. And I really like how you make all your own gear in this game right now. Especially when Chapter 5 comes around, when you can make your own armor. It's just so much more satisfying than needing to get like a pure random drop off of some kind of creature. Like, you can still kind of do that in this game, but there's always a path to just craft basically best in slot gear. Which is what we're trying to do this quest for right now. It allows you to make 4-star everything. Which is current best in slot at the moment. Because 5-star gear doesn't exist until probably bosses or something else. He maxed in 2020 and practically quit till now. I don't know, honestly, when I ended up maxing, I actually started playing more, not less. Because I really like skilling, so I still kept skilling even after max. But beyond that, you could basically start playing the game. Which was nice, because then you could just do like all-in bossing and everything. But even then, I still would like AFK skill and stuff like that. Speaking of which, I'm trying to switch it over right now. Wait, one second, where is it? Speaking of which, we've gotten 1.5 million arrow shafts while playing Brighter Shores since launch. Which, if any of you guys have played old school or even just normal RuneScape, that is an absurd number. Obviously, that's like a week and a half or so. Or, you know, since Brighter Shores came out. That's my Brighter Shores arrow shaft stack. I want to hit 10 million. I want to get a green stack of just arrow shafts farmed during Brighter Shores. We're so close. Also, we still don't have Beaver Pet, by the way. I think we're like double, triple over drop rate. I forget what drop rate is on Redwoods. But whatever we are definitely over drop rate. We are 2,000 something total and burnt out. Honestly, I don't tend to burn out on grinds like that. The main thing that burns me out is when something purely luck-based prevents me from progressing. Like, if it's a piece of content I don't want to do, but it's a pure RNG wall that I'm going like 4 times over drop rate or something for, that is what kind of gets me like, oh, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. But when it comes to a lot of skilling things, I don't mind if I go dry, because you're always getting XP. Runecrafting killed you? Have you tried Guardians of the Rift? They literally updated it, what's today? Yesterday. They just buffed Guardians of the Rift. I haven't gotten to try it yet, because obviously we've been doing Brighter Shores the whole time. But they literally just buffed Guardians of the Rift yesterday in old school RuneScape. And I believe in RuneScape 3 you have Rune Watch, or whatever it's called. Or whatever that, one minigame is called. Oh! Our first drop of the stream. It does exist. Oh, is there any oh, okay. Do we have any enemies coming up? Wait. Are these things weak to... Are you weak to... Oh, no, you're immune. Never mind. That's the exact opposite of weak. Never mind. I thought they were weak to it for a second. My bad. Never mind. We're not killing them. If they were weak to it, I would. But never mind. Yeah, that's a drop right there. Ooh, that's shiny. That's a keeper. What can I kill it with this with, though? Goblins? Oh, true. Wait, what level are the goblins, though? It's goblins and the wraiths. The wraiths are too high a level. Wait, wrong chapter. The wraiths are level 63. That's not happening. The goblins are too low a level, though. I can't kill anything with this. Because it's the goblins and the wraith that is a weak to temporary. And I can't kill a level 63 right now. That's unfortunate. Even though this is a really cool drop, I don't think I get to use it at all. Which is kind of sad. Oh, wait. Yes, I can. It's my better main hand. What am I saying? Hold up. This is my new main hand now. Duh. Oh, wait. That's huge. Look at this upgrade. Wait. This is huge. They're both the same attack speed. It's not like you're immune, right? You're not immune. You're immune to cryo. Yeah, perfect. Oh, yeah. This is a huge upgrade. What am I saying? Look at that. That is 14 more strength and 7% more to do elemental thingy. Though in this case, I don't think that matters at all. Nice. Oh, we can kill them quicker now. How much quicker? Barely, but more so than we were before. Which while I'm here, might as well deposit all. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that's huge. It's our new main hand now. Gosh, I can't believe I still have this cough. Hopefully it goes away soon, though. Yeah, now we get to whack them for a mace for the next, what is it? 6 levels. Oh, so I just realized all my weapons are now from these guys. That means the only upgrade I haven't gotten is a 2-hand. If they drop me a 2-hand Necro Axe, it would be my best in slot against them. So see if we get lucky or not. Yeah, honestly, I probably should go to the doctors for it at some point soon. I thought at first it wouldn't really be much. But I'm pretty sure it's just like asthma response and allergies. Because this isn't the first time it's ever happened to me. No, it has been a good several years since it last happened. But last time I went, they weren't really that helpful at all. Like everything they suggested didn't help at all with it. But after like a month, it just naturally went away. Which really made me think it was just like something seasonal kind of thing. Streaming 12 hours a day, probably not helping. Well, it's pretty relaxing. It's not like we're doing something super strenuous that's hard on the lungs. Oh yeah, I go for walks. I normally like 15 minutes to 30 minutes every morning. How's the grind been? Pretty good. It's really nice because there's actually a path like right behind my house. So you don't have to worry about like traffic or anything else. At most there'll just be some people walking their dogs or something. Or just kind of like traffic. How's the grind been going? Pretty well. Oh, we just got a level 49 mace. We got a new main hand weapon for this chapter. We just got this like literal minutes ago. Yeah, still trying to finish this quest. 6 combat levels and 13 Stonemason to go. You have a spaniel and that needs 3 hours a day of walk? Oh gosh. I don't think I ever walk that much. 3 hours a day? Wow. And normally I just do it like in the morning, 15, like 10, 15, 30 minutes or so. Pretty much until I just don't feel like doing it anymore. Also, it's pretty good exercise walking to my mailbox because it's like a mile and a half away. But how my HOA works, they almost have like a pseudo PO box system. It's not actually a PO box system, but it somewhat is. So it's like walking almost like to a PO box. It's like, it's not that far. It's like a decimal of a mile away. It's like 0.1 miles away or something. But you know, it's like a few blocks. I'm not sure what measurement I should make it. But you know, it's a decent walk to get there. Like it takes a solid minute walk to get to the location. So whenever I need to do the mail, it's like at least a 2-minute walk, even if I don't want to walk. Just from how far it is. It's not like right at the end of the house. It's all the way at like a little building. All the way in like the side at the front of the like establishment area. So afterwards, I normally just do a few laps around the block. Any blacksmithing tips to level up to 60? You're at 27. I forget at what level you get what ores. Because I know two that really helped me get up, besides from just using knowledge points on it, were the green ores over here at this furnace, and then the tier 2 iron on the other furnace. I forget what level you need to start either of them, but I know the green one's the lower requirement. So, yeah, start with the green one and then work on the other. I just don't remember what level you need to start using that green rock over there. But it's really close to the furnace, so you can just do inventory, go to the furnace, go do everything. Sell it all, or, you know, store it all. Repeat. He's found a level 901 at the tannery. Nice. Yeah, honestly, I haven't been doing the meta. The meta is rush merchant, then go, like, all in tanner. That's, like, the ultra meta right now. But I kind of got sidetracked with making tier 4 gear. And we're too close to stop now. We gotta finish the grind. Oh, someone's messaging us. Yeah, you gotta get pretty high merchant. I plan to get level 105, I think. And then probably stop for a little while. That's one of our probably next upcoming goals. Is just go kind of crazy on merchant. The irony of all is grinding this quest, just to then go train merchant. Well, one of the reasons I wanted to grind this, it was like a pseudo reason, but honestly, it is like 99% of my reason. Even though I've mentioned like so many other things, like, you know, chapter 5 spec weapons, everything else. The actual real reason was because when I was doing AFK Chronopolis, I was like, I wish I had a better weapon. So, then I realized, as someone mentioned in one of the streams, that you can make 4-star equipment from this quest. So I was like, wait, I could have 4-star for Chronopolis grinding. So I then got like super pigeonholed on just spamming this for almost the sole purpose of just grinding AFK level 51 raids. Which is where we're currently at right now, pretty much. So whenever I grind them for a few hours off stream every single day, because they're really AFK, so I can just do whatever else I need to get done. That's what I've been doing it for. Like, obviously, it's also for Chapter 5 and stuff like that. But the true reason why we're doing this is so I can more effectively AFK raids. And we have almost all the requirements for it. How does that work? Well, AFK raids? Basically, during the detective skill, there's a bunch of raids you can do starting at level 4. You walk into a house. You walk into the middle of the room. Your guy auto-retaliates, kills everyone. You then rinse and repeat. And only 3 clicks in order to kill everything and get 15,000 knowledge. It's not the best knowledge in the game, but relative to how many clicks, it's really good. Oh, the rare equipment? Basically, the rare equipment, you use 1 3-star from every class in order to combine it into a 4-star for whatever weapon you want. So ideally, obviously the one for your class. So it takes the average level, from my understanding. So if we put like a level 33, a 34, and another 33, it'll come in out as what, a level 33, I guess. I'm not sure what we're trying to do with the math there. But, you know, take the average of all the levels that you put in, and we'll spit that out for whatever the assumably middle one is, based on what someone said earlier. So it does require having levels in every skill, unless you buy them from other people when trading comes out. Like, you can hyper-focus on one and try to find 2 other people who hyper-focus on one. And then when trading comes out, you can all just trade each other for the material. Because that would probably be a pretty popular thing to do. Like, one-to-one trading, that kind of material. But, yeah, currently trading doesn't exist, so you kind of have to have all the skills. Luckily, after the quest, it seems like you can start making around tier 4. I mean, sorry, you can make around level 50. So just from the quest requirements and then the XP that you get after the quest, you can pretty much immediately start making 4-star level 50 equipment. At least for your weapon and shield, since armor maker isn't out yet. Armor can be made through that system, but it is really inconsistent to get 3 different pieces of class armor that are also high leveled, that are also untuned. Yeah, every character is basically an Iron Man right now. So you gotta get all the material yourself, but you will eventually be able to trade for it down the line. You disconnected on Brighter Shores? Oh no. Anyone else having server issues? Because I haven't had any yet today. And even right now, I don't see it. Might just be a connection issue. You just see it as well? Oh no. Maybe it's certain servers around the world. What region are you guys in? Because I'm in the United States right now. United States East. And seems pretty stable to me right now. EU? Oh, maybe it's an EU thing then. Oh, US? Okay, never mind. Yeah, the only time I ever had server issues was day 1 when they did the rollback and everything. Besides from day 1, I haven't had any server issues ever with this game. Aside from the day 1 issues that everyone had. Ooh. Oh, I already have that. Oh, it's untuned though. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. I'll keep that. But that kind of changes things. Yeah, that being untuned, I can actually go, you know, move it to one of the other chapters. Then again, it's probably still just worth trashing if we're going to be making tier 4 gear soon. Because I need all my smithing stuff to be level 62 if we're going to throw it into a crafter. Honestly, making our first tier 4s is probably going to be the most satisfying feeling of anything I've felt in this game so far. The only problem is it might not be until tomorrow. It might not be until first thing tomorrow. But once we do... I don't know, what's our current pacing? How much time do we have left? About 7-ish hours? 6 hours? A little over 6. I'm sure we're going to make it in a little over 6. The problem is my Stonemason level. I'm going to definitely have to AFK it again tonight. Because I think we all get the combat level. That shouldn't be the issue. The problem is going to be our Stonemason is going to be ever so slightly short. Because that still keeps throwing me off. That whenever you get a Herblore secondary or Alchemy secondary, it ends up coming in orange text. And given that we gotten 2 oranges from these already, it really throws me off. Like, wait, is that an actual drop or is that a secondary ingredient? But normally it's just a secondary, of course. But 2 times it wasn't. We got this spear and we got this mace. Alright, level 54 is about to tick in. Should we finally go face this thing? The problem is they're immune to my mace. That's the biggest issue with trying to kill it right now. And their main weakness I don't really have good access to. This class gets no arboray weapons aside from a bow, which of course has very limited ammo. There it is, 54. I unlocked a new creature that I won't bother ever killing anytime soon. Though we could try killing the new goblin once we get like another 2 fights. Though I'm not sure because that goblin will probably tear us up. Our DPS will be high enough because this tier 4 weapon. My concern is my HP bar will die way before. I guess we could do a one-time bonus just for the XP burst. But beyond that, it's not worth it. Have you bought the AFK things as well? Oh yeah, you have to for the quest. I think we still have to allocate a few points, but the only reason I haven't yet is you need the level to be able to allocate them. So I can allocate 1 point right now, and we need to allocate eventually 6. I really want to check after this how many thousands of teeth we have. There's no way it's not over 1,000. I thought it was earlier and it was only like 200 or 300. But if we're doing these all the way to 59, which is probably our most realistic path right about now, there's no way we don't have over 1,000 teeth by then. Which honestly is probably like 34 alchemy. Shipbringer's pretty close to 35, if not all the way. Probably not all the way though, but pretty close. High 33, somewhere in 34. Also, once I hit 55 combat, I might do some more blast mining. I'm not sure. I want to do something to get that Stonemason XP quicker to 38. And the only thing I can think of other than maybe doing some merchant with the other grind kind of thing would be to go and actually train the skill directly. You know, that funny thing called actually training the skill to level it. Instead of trying to find any other alternative than to train the skill to level it. Which is a kind of funny mechanic in this game. Which I do enjoy. But it's just kind of funny that sometimes the primary way you level a skill is to do literally anything other than actually directly level the skill. How does blast mining work? You've been banking explosives, but no idea where to use. You used it southeast. It's southeast of the mine right over there. So here's where you are with the banking. You go down here, then east, then south. And then you mine them at 32 mining. The quest only gets you to level 30, so you might have to grind a few levels if you're not there already. Oh, what did he just say? At 33 Stonemason, you just need about 4,400 Death Stone. And you get to, okay, thank you, T. At 400 Death Stone. How do we feel about that? How do we feel about getting about 300 Death Stone right now? Do we do it? That's like 12 inventories of explosives. which I think I can afford. Let me do some math real quick. What is 12 times, what is 24 times 12 times 675? We need 197 silver, which we have, of course. But it would cost 197 silver worth of, well, silver. Do it? I almost want to pull it. But yeah, I think we will, because I think we've been killing too much. I think my game plan is get level 55, because we still need to get 59 regardless eventually anyways. And then after 55, for a break from fighting, we go do like, yeah, 12 inventories of blast mining or something. And that should pretty much get us there if we just do like a few more dopamine points. Which we can easily do through anything. So I think that's going to be the game plan. Like a dozen inventories of blast mining. Honestly, I do enjoy blast mining in this game. The only problem with that is I have to also do carpentry to like 39. Because I need all those stocks and I don't want to buy them because we'd lose too much money on it. And we need the carpentry 50 eventually anyways. That includes using all your knowledge points though, by the way? Okay, that's fine. I can still knowledge it through other things. Even if that only gets me like 36 and a half or 37, I can just get some other few knowledge points from other activities. I guess we could do like 15 inventories then instead of 12, if that would get us a bit closer. Usually said what, 400? Actually, let me see. What's 400 divided by let me see real quick. Calculator, where are you? What's 400 divided by 24? That's how many trips technically. 16, so technically 17 trips. So if I do 16 trips, alright, 16 trips of blast mining, as well as still having to go do the logs as well. But I'm gonna buy the logs, but I'm gonna make the planks. We'll do a middle ground. Also, gosh, it started downpouring outside. What on earth is going on? That's so much rain. Honestly, I almost want to go do it right now, just for a change of pace. Even before we hit 59. I'm very tempted. The only problem is I can't really conveniently bring a healing potion or XP potion without constantly juggling it. It's the only thing that's kind of awkward about it. I guess I could use the first point on what's it called. So maybe that's what I'll do then. I'll kill these until I get one more knowledge burst. Sell everything out. And then we'll go and do blast mining. I just want to wait till we're at 0%. Just so we don't really waste any of the knowledge points. Because the first one we're just going to put into a passive anyways. So I think that's the goal then. And then we'll go do 16 inventories of blast mining. And then we'll do just a small amount of carpentry. Which will likely get us a level. And then that all in combination will get us enough levels in Stonemason that we can then process the stone that is actually good. You know what? I might even do slightly less than that. Maybe I will go back to the 12 idea and just do 12. Because I still need to go mine more flint. I don't have enough flint to go from 38 to 46. And ideally we would want to have that. Honestly, I could even just do that now and just hope that goes enough. I don't know, there's a lot of ways we can go about it. Which is one thing I like about this game too. You always have like a billion different ways that you can really train something if you really wanted to. A 2-star untuned? Oh, that's huge. Not for this chapter, even though it's probably stronger. That's my chapter 3 helm. I mean chapter 4. Oh, that's huge, 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 huge. I need to remember not to delete this later. Wait, what? Making slings? Wait, what did he calc for? My bad. You meant 34 to 38. You need about 400 F stone making slings? Oh, he didn't calc for the other thing. Don't slings use so much more stone, though? I was going to use the other thing. Oh, you only need 3 def stone per sling? Wait, what level can you make slings at? Can I make them already? I don't think I made a sling. I need level 34 to make a sling. Interesting. Okay, maybe we make slings then. I don't have access to them yet, but we're about to. Interesting. Because that skips having to get all the other material. Alright, so new plan. I guess we, No, we'll still stick with the original. I don't know. Always to go about it. I think we still keep killing these till we get 100% knowledge. So we can get a nice, even number. And then we just blast mine and, I guess, get it that way. Because getting the ore will push us over. So yeah, it's fine. We don't need the 5% always. Not having it on us isn't that big a deal. But yeah, we'll still stick with plan A, I guess. But skip having to make the other thing by just getting more ore. Which is fine. Alright, we got a plan. So plan. We kill these until we have the next knowledge point. We throw that knowledge point with a 5% boost into Stonemason. I then keep killing them for 2 minutes because I want to use the rest of the potion. We then go do about 12 inventories of blast mining, making sure to put at least 1 EXP boost into Stonemason, as well as getting the passive activity unlocked, so that we're one step further. That should bring us to 34, so we can then start making 1 billion slings. Oh, also, the processing the ore would also get us to slings, so yeah. Regardless how you look at it, we'll be able to do slings. And then we do slings from 34 to 38. Then I go mine every piece of flint that has ever existed in the mines until we have like 1,000 something, or 2,000 something. I have no clue how many we need. And then we get 48. There we go. There's the plan. There's the master plan. We'll see where it falls apart. And at some point, we also need to get 3.5 more combat levels. Or sorry, 4.5. Oh, he is the good weapon. Wait, did you just get that as a drop? Conqueror, I think you're still here, probably. I could also just talk to him in-game. I'm pretty sure he's still here. Did you get that as a drop? Because I don't think you crafted that, did you? Because that's like the best in slot against these things. You got it as a rare? Okay. Yeah, I was considering it. Oh, you crafted it? Oh, nice. Yeah, I was considering it. I just kept getting good 4-star weapons that I just felt like were good enough. Especially this mace now. But yeah, the most ideal thing would be a 4-star axe, as far as this class is concerned. But of course, the only realistic way to get it before the quest is to get it from them. But you got 2 4-star weapons from them. Unfortunately, not the one that we really need. The best one would have been the Necro axe because they're weak to Necro. Your shade would incorporate tabs for each episode into the gear bank. Would make it cleaner. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things interface-wise that I'm pretty sure they're going to change in the future. I think some people are even suggesting things on things like Reddit and such. But yeah, they're probably going to do it at some point. Because there's definitely some menus that can definitely be tweaked to give better information. Or just look visually cleaner. Currently they all serve their purpose, but some things are definitely still unclear here and there. As far as some tool tips and just other things. But there's a lot that the banking menu could be tweaked for, in particular. It definitely seems a bit more of like a placeholdery menu compared to some of the other ones in the game. But it currently serves what it needs to do for now, until they tweak it later. Also, hopefully it'll also add more space when they do that. Because we really need more per chapter space. And more untuned space. And maybe even just a dump box for stuff we can't necessarily take back out. But at the shop we could just, you know, dump it all quickly. That way you don't have to go back to your quartermaster thing every time. Because right now you have to sell your inventory, then go sell a second inventory. But if you had a dump box that would auto sell, or, you know, once you got back to a place. Like, basically a box that you can't touch. So you can't, like, take it out, take it back in. But once you get to the quartermaster, when you click sell all, it still counts as all those as sold. So you don't have to go back to your box twice. Would be so nice. It's not that inconvenient, but it's just kind of weird that you have to double use your box in order to sell everything. But if you had a dump box, then that would fix it. If the dump box gets auto-sold when you click sell all. And there's a buyback thing, so if you accidentally sell something you didn't mean to, you know, you just buy back. Alright. 11% more knowledge. And once we get that, I guess we're heading to blast mining for a little while. Not sure how long it's going to take to get all the ore. Honestly, I should go time how long one inventory takes, and that'll determine how many inventories I do. Also consider... Also, hello, Joshua. Welcome, welcome. Once trading is implemented, other players can likely see your dropped items. I hope they don't make that a thing. I actually hope they make it so dropped items are never visible by other players. Both monster drops and player drops. That way it would also eliminate drop trading. Which I think is one of the reasons why they even have it like that as well. Because you may notice you don't even see other people's drops. It's not even that you can't pick them up. But drop parties, but you can make a mechanic for that. That's what the party room is for. Like the Falador party room. Or the Camelot party room, back when that was the thing. Or I guess it was technically Sears Village, but you know, in the other in-between spot. But, like, you just have a party room mechanic for that if you need drop parties. But no, I personally feel like you should never be able to see other people's drops or ever drop something to another player. But I guess the only exception being if they have full loot PvP or something. You can either just go and help against combat, like drop trading and stuff like that. That way all trading has to be done through an official menu. It's probably easier to track than a dropped item. Not that dropped items aren't trackable, but you know what I mean. Like a bunch of trade interfaces are probably way easier to track than a randomly dropped item that then someone else then ends up picking up. I forgot to go use my knowledge thing, whoops. That's the whole point of why I was doing this. Especially if there's like a limit to how much you could trade per day or something. Like as far as like unfair value. Because you wouldn't be able to cheese that with dropping if they just completely disable drop trading and everything. That way you have to do it officially through actual trade screens and everything. Which is way easier to track. Let's see. Stonemason? As would be expected. Alright, now I'm going to go until this potion is gone. And then we'll go do blast mining for a little while. Yeah, I'm going to test the full set of how long it takes. We're going to do it all the way from the starting in the shop. All the way until the end process. Yeah, I'm really curious about PvP will be like as well. I'm not quite sure how they're going to balance it. Or what the content will even be like. Because if it's 1 versus 1, you basically have to fight the same class, otherwise it'll be unfair. Otherwise, it would have to be 3 versus 3s with one of every class. And if that's the case, hopefully they have an MMR system that auto match makes, so you don't get like super broken teams. Because that'd be really annoying if the only way you could do PvPs in a group of 3. But then there's just people stacking like the most broken groups of 3 ever. Like people in like level 500 something gear. Other things like that. Not sure if it's going to scale down the gear or what. Let's go sell everything. Alright, it's blast mining time. I'll time how long it takes one inventory to see how much I'm going to commit to this. Because we got to do at least 12 inventories if we're going to do this right now. And depending on how long one inventory takes, we might reconsider. Why not? We'll give it a shot. Because if one inventory takes over 10 minutes, I don't think this is worth it. Because that means we have to blast mine for like 2 hours straight. You relate hard to that bone right level? Yeah. Absolute bare minimum required. Though at this point, about all of them are going to reach bare minimum. I guess I technically have 2 extra smithing levels since you can boost it. But I was needing the smithing levels anyway, so it didn't really matter. Since we're Cryo Knight. This is why I want a drop box. If we had like a drop box that like auto sold, I wouldn't have to move all these out. And then move all these out. Yeah, I gotta remember not to sell this. It's gonna be really hard. That's gonna be really, really hard. I honestly might just tune it to that chapter right now just so I don't forget. Because there's a 100% chance I won't forget. Let me go do that right now. There is literally 0 chance I remember. Let me just tune both of these to chapter 4 immediately. There's absolute 0 chance I will remember this. Withdrawal, withdrawal. So I'm going to do it right now just so I don't delete them in the next hour somehow. That's one nice thing about these 2 combat levels being kind of near each other. Because I'm getting untuned stuff that I can just put right over to Chronopolis. So we're getting drops from Chapter 3 that we can use for Chapter 4. And even vice versa, if we get the other one a little bit higher. Oh, that's funny. Is the word bone censored? That's really funny. I haven't had any message get censored yet in this game, but I have heard a few things in regard to it. As far as like the weird things that keep getting censored. Okay, I'm going to try something. Deposit, deposit. I want to see what it auto-equips. What does the game think is our best in slot? Oh? Oh? What's my weapons right now? Equip. Oh, yeah, duh. I don't have the level. Never mind. I see what's happening here. These are our best in slot? I was going to say, there's no way these aren't better. It's because I don't have the level. Never mind. Okay. I forgot. They're level 48 and 49. I'm level 47. Need a few levels first. That's funny. Kind of forgot about that. Anyways, yeah, they definitely are better. I just forgot it wouldn't immediately equip them. Whoops. Anyways, let's go do some blast mining. I'm gonna time how long it takes. And if this is under... Oh, I forgot to put away my potions. Whoops. Let me go do that real quick. This has to be under 10 minutes per trip. Even then, it still takes like 2 hours. It's like so crazy. This has to be closer to almost like 6 or 7 minutes. I don't know. I'll see how long it is. If it's under 8, I think that's a good time. If it's over 10, I'm probably not even going to bother. I'm not even sure what the guesstimation is, though. Oh, wrong room. Alright, moment of truth. Where am I going? Oh, I was gonna say 44 items. How is that possible? I forgot it's a potion. I'm just so used to 24 being the highest you could ever see. Did I buy ores when doing smithing? No. Other than some iron, normal iron that I needed to make a few gear pieces, I think I mined all of it. I mined the green ore here that I needed. Or, you know, in this room and the next room. But I also ended up mining all the iron ore that we needed, the tier 2 iron. But yeah, I mined all the adithrol and all the iron, tier 2 iron. Right, give me all that. Give me all that. Alright, and now I will start the timer. This one counts down. I'll do it based on 10. You better not take longer than 10 minutes. Alright, let it begin. Yep, let it begin. Okay, if that buzzer goes off, we are not doing another inventory. What am I timing? How long it takes to do one inventory of blast mining? I ideally need this to be 8 minutes or less. Because we got to do about 12 to 16 trips. Ideally 12. And I ideally want it to take an hour, half, or less. Ideally an hour, but I highly doubt it's going to be that quick. But I mostly just want to see how much one full trip is. Just for reference. But if this takes longer than 10 minutes, we are not doing another one. I've done about, like, what, 10 trips so far? Roughly. I'd have to do about another 12. Yeah, I saw the name change there. Timers make you sad? Why? Do you not like being timed? There's some things that I don't like being timed for. I don't mind it just to check something, though. Oh, same name as the NPC? Oh, yeah, that's cool. I almost forgot about that guy. But I know who you're talking about now. That one mage in the starting area. One thing that's slightly funny about Cryo Knight is I feel like everyone has the same outfit. Everyone just in full tank armor with a smithing cape. It's just such a clean look. But it feels like everyone's doing it. Like every time I see another guardian, I mean not guardian, another Cryo Knight, I feel like 1/3 of the time we're in like the exact same outfit, basically. I don't mind that though. We just gotta upgrade our smithing keep to be bigger. Then we won't look the same. And of course higher tier armor will look different as well. It's just everyone only has like tier 1, tier 2 armor. Oh, so hello, Rain! Do you have to for a quest? For what quest? What I'm currently doing? To get here where I am right now, you have to do a quest. To be able to blast mine like we're doing, you need the 3-star quest of, what's it called? The Mutabin's Legacy. We're currently working on Lost and Found, though. Yeah, you need 35 smithing to do this quest. The one that unlocks blast mining like we're doing right now. It's most useful for hammer mages, but due to the weird gap in training the Stonemason skill, it's technically useful for every class. Hammer mages definitely gain the biggest benefit from this, though. as you need this for actual gear. Yeah, generally some of the more common 50 capes are definitely going to be ones that are actual quest requirements. Though as I say that, I haven't really seen anyone with level 50 Carpenter cape, despite that being a requirement. Did you find any more rooms with a lot of trunks with money, like Hope Fort? I believe they do exist. I personally just never felt like it would worth ever looting them. I could be wrong. I know they have like really absurd RNG to do like crazy stuff as far as some of the drops. But unless you get lucky, it seems kind of pointless to bother doing them. The biggest issue is you gain no XP while looting them. So whatever time you're like spam looting them, you're losing the opportunity cost of, you know, actually getting XP and training things up. Because currency only gets you so far. Also, given how good Leatherworker is, you'd basically have to be doing chests for over a gold piece an hour, if not more, for it to actually be worth it compared to Leathermaker. And like right now what we're doing, we're saving 2 silver per explode we do, while gaining mining XP. Hey, what's this timer at? Ooh, 6 minutes? Okay, that's not bad. Time to do some math. It would take 1 hour and 12 minutes. Roughly. Alright, a little over an hour. I don't know, what do you guys think? Should we do my blast mining for a little over an hour? That would give us pretty much, slightly short, but pretty much enough enough ore, or enough stone, I guess, to get 38 Stonemason. I'll probably still just need a few extra knowledge points. Oh wait, I forgot to use the box. Oh no! Well, ignore this timer. I technically got back. I just forgot to do it. Yeah, it's 6 minutes per inventory. Just gotta remember to deposit. Whoops. Alright, let me go back. Wait. I was talking, my brain didn't realize it passed deposit box thingy. Wait, it looks like it's about 6 minutes a trip. Assuming you don't just walk right past the deposit box. Let's try this again. It's roughly 6 minutes a trip. So a little over an hour to do all the ore we need, or all the stone. I guess we're going for it, I guess. Because there aren't too many other alternatives at this point. Yeah, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. I thought a trip took way longer than 6 minutes. So just out of curiosity, how much silver is that saved? Because each one's about 2 silver. If it's every 6 minutes, that means 10 of them. That's 240. So blast mining is currently about 400 silver, 480 silver saved per hour. Oh no, is that good? It's not bad. Yeah, we're saving about 480 silver per hour compared to buying it from a shop. So if you had a moneymaker better than that, it would technically be better to buy the Death Stone. We technically do if we eventually get Leathermaker higher. Oh, of course, we're also getting mining XP while doing this. Not the quickest, but, you know, still an okay amount. Yeah, it's about 480 silver an hour. 480 to 500k. Or not K, but, you know, 480 to 500 silver an hour in savings. Compared to mass buying it from a shop. Oh gosh, I forgot. It moves you. Come back. There we go. And one nice byproduct of this is we might actually reach level 40 more mining or so. And whenever we are short after this, I'm just going to probably mine flint until we have the stonemason level to actually process flint. And hopefully by then, we're good to go. But that is the game plan. I was going to try to remember how many inventories we've done without forgetting. Which will definitely happen at some point. You know what would be the easiest way? What if I just set an hour timer, and however much I get by then, we get... That should be enough for 10-ish inventories. Given that I just did 2 inventories right now. Okay, I think I found my solution then. That's going to be my game plan. I'll start an hour timer after we finish this trip. And if that timer goes off, we finish whatever trip we're on. And that should be exactly how much Deathstone we need for 12 trips. I has to go very, very slow at some point. As long as we keep up the rate. Only problem is the bit of downtime once we get back. I feel like a lot of skilling activities have like a really weird, needless downtime moment. Where you finish the cycle and then you're waiting around for doing nothing. That was pretty noticeable with fishing. It seems like a lot of skills have it. I'm not sure why he did it that way. But every time you do an activity in this game, that you do a 3 to 3 for 6 total, for whatever reason, there's like an extra bit of delay for reasons I don't quite comprehend. I wonder if they'll ever go to change the timers a little bit to fix that. Or maybe that's an anti-botting measure, who knows. But yeah, there's like a weird like 3-second delay, I would say, if you do like a perfect cycle. It's built-in sweat protection. Well, it's not that hard to be in cycle. Oh wait, what am I doing? I forgot the ore. Oops. Gotta always remember when we use our last dynamite. Because normally you come back to grab that, but in the last cycle you have to grab it after it explodes. Yeah, I guess they kind of did it to make sure that you can't get like absurdly good rates. That way everyone's a bit more even on it. It's also a lot easier to control XP rates that way. Because you basically force it to have to be a certain way. Alright, let me go start the minute timer, or hour timer, I mean. Alright, let it begin. 1 hour of blast mining, go! I guess this is our life for the next hour. Blast mining in the mines. Should get like, honestly, we should get 40 wood cutting. I wish. Imagine. We should get 40 mining after this. Yeah, Steam has a timer. I also learned that like a week ago. Because I saw like a little icon there. I was like, I need a timer. And I was like looking at some of these things. It's like, wait, this is a timer. Let's utilize it. They also have recording now, too. I don't use it. I just use OBS, of course. But they also have a bunch of recording features that they added pretty recently. But yeah, Steam has like 1.5 billion features. It's kind of insane. And since, of course, Brighter Shores launched on Steam, it has every feature Steam has. So you can use a browser. You can use, you know, timer. You can do game recording. There's like 1 billion different features. Which are just, you know, standard Steam features, of course. There's one really nice thing, actually, about Brighter Shores in that regard. And since it launched on Steam, it has every Steam feature. I guess technically Old School RuneScape has that too. But that means you have to not use RuneLite. And no one in that game is going to do that. The Steam features do not outweigh how broken RuneLite is. But in the case of Brighter Shores, they're disallowing all third-party plugins and, what are they called? Clients as well. So we don't have to worry about that with Brighter Shores. So we actually can utilize all the Steam features then, which is kind of nice. They come in handy here and there. Oh yeah, someone mentioned that the other day when we mentioned that. I've been playing Brighter Shores so much that I didn't really realize it. But yeah, someone mentioned that they finally added menu entry swapper and tile marking to the main client and to mobile client. I think for the 6-year anniversary of it. No, I honestly hope we never, ever, ever get a third-party client for Brighter Shores. I hope he never caves in. Because despite using RuneLite every day, I am not a big fan of it. Or any third-party client. They're just too powerful compared to the normal client. Regardless how you try to balance them. If Brighter Shores needs any feature, I'm pretty sure Andrew Gower will just add it as long as it's not, like, broken beyond belief. We don't need a client to do it if he'll just, you know, code it into the game as an official feature. Like, this game currently doesn't have menu entry swapper, but, you know, enough people ask, I'll eventually add it. Oh, we're at the halfway point of the stream. I could tell because the Old School RuneScape just got 6 hour logged. I absolutely love that. That's so funny. I can literally tell the exact half point of the stream based on when I get 6 hour logged in Old School. Oh, that's funny. Every day that we do this 12-hour stream. And I see that thing log out. I just know. It's like, yep, we're halfway there. Oh, that's so funny. Alright, there we go. Back to cutting trees. They're slowly turning themselves into RuneLite so they can shut it down. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Because once they make the upcoming client changes, RuneLite's probably going to die within the next year. As soon as they release, like, that HD thingy that they were doing and everything. Because it won't really be compatible with RuneLite anymore. And eventually RuneLite will be so out of date that it won't be able to function. So it will basically pseudo-kill RuneLite. So they're slowly preparing for that by making themselves into RuneLite, essentially. Oh, I would love to see skilling bosses in this game. Honestly, I would love to see skilling bosses more than normal bosses. I feel like some of the best skilling content Old School has gotten in recent years are things like Zolkino, which is probably the best skilling boss they ever ended up making. But also, not necessarily boss, but still like really good mechanic-wise, was Hollowed Sepulcher. Hollowed Sepulcher is probably the best training method they've added for any skill. Just because of how you can do so much multi-skilling with it. It's something I'm looking forward to when leagues come around. Because we're definitely picking Mauritania. Because we're going melee route, and melee's basically required. Or, you know, Mauritania is basically required if you go melee route. And that means we can do Hollowed Sepulcher again, which is going to feel so nice. Haven't done it in a long while. It utilizes pretty much like every movement mechanic the game has. We'll also be able to multi-skill so many skills simultaneously. Possibly even more so during leagues because you might have extra features that you wouldn't normally have. Yeah, plus they made an instance this year, which was even more broken. Because now it's the same pattern every time. There's a few things that are variable, but they're pretty controllable. I'm definitely not the absolute best at doing Hollow Sepulcher. But, you know, we'll always finish in time at a pretty decent speed. I'm not like the, like, mega ultra people who just go through, like, tick perfectly. But we're definitely, like, above average at Hollow Sepulcher. But we're not, like, tick perfect at that thing. Like some of the mega skillers in the game. Hey, we got a level. Wait, can I level that as I'm doing this? I don't think I can. Yeah, they made Sepulcher instance. It costs some resources to do so. But honestly, it should probably be your first unlock just because of how good an instance is. It is so broken. Because it lets you learn Sepulcher too if you've never done it before. It makes it easier if it's an instance because it's the same pattern every time basically. So it makes it way easier to learn if you don't already know how to do it. I think it costs like 200 little thingies though, whatever they're called, hollowed marks. It's a little expensive, but it's definitely worth it. It's expensive if you go for it as your first reward. But it makes learning it way easier. Because strategies become a lot more consistent if you get the same patterns every time. Which is actually kind of funny because I'll actually be able to show all the better scaling methods. Because I'm also going to be picking Terrawind, so I'll be able to show, what's it called? Zolkino. The only problem with that is I'm not sure if I'll have other people to do Zolkino with in leagues. And doing it solo is kind of awful. Kind of absurdly awful. But hopefully there'll be some people in the world also doing Zolkino. Because it's meant to be like a trio or four. It's like meant to be like a 3 to 5 person boss or so. That you can mass it as well. But it is like not meant to be soloed. Why are we doing mining right now? Oh wait, where do you do the mining venture? You need to get this quest completed. The Mutabin's Legacy. And after you repair the drill and get it back there, there'll just be a big drill in the middle of that mining area. Like just north of us. Like that one right over there. And you end up doing it there by ringing the bell. But yeah, just ring the bell that's next to the big drill. I've got to remember to get that Death Stone this time. Always forget about it. That first mining level almost coming in. Oh, I didn't click on it. I saw his storage rift open and thought that was mine. Whoops. That's funny. I don't think I've ever actually seen that before. Or someone else is storage rifting while I'm storage rifting, but I thought their storage rift was mine. So I just stand there doing nothing. Wonderful. I just realized my mining level is actually... Oh, never mind. No, it's not. Our Stonemason is. But it will be. After this quest, our mining level will be our lowest level skill in this region. It's not ideal, but it's one of the reasons why I keep doing the mining venture. Oh yeah, Moose. The mining thing is right there. You click that bell right there. And then the drill will go. Mine currently doesn't show a drill because he's already left. But yeah, you just ring that little bell that's right there. And then he goes get you some explosives over 12 hours. Then he comes back with like 12 of them and like 3k mining XP or so. You can do that twice per day. It's kind of weird that you can't attack these slimes in this room. They kind of just jiggle around. It reminded me of the rats in that other room, but slime based. Where they just randomly move slightly. Let's see, how many inventories have we done? Yep, we're 1/4 the way there. It's a bit of a grind, but we got to do it. But by the end of it, we should get 40 mining and pretty much all the deathstone we need for 38 stonemason. Only problem is there's not enough time to grab a water break. Like there's some downtime here, but it's like so short. It's definitely way more click intensive than normal mining. It's one of the reasons why pretty much no one does old school RuneScape blast mining. Other than just not being worth it. It's also just so much more click intensive than other methods. But it's the only way to get Deathstone in this game. So it's a bit more worth it. Also, the XP rates aren't like the worst thing in the world. I just wish the explosions went a little quicker. Because 6 seconds each is kind of high. Volcanic Mine will always be the best. Yeah, I absolutely love Volcanic Mine. I haven't done it in such a long while. Because I can't really do it on my hardcore because disconnecting there auto kills you. Which is really annoying. But if it wasn't for that, I would do so much Volcanic Mine. We'll be able to do it during leagues. There's normally a few tasks to go do it. I probably won't do it beyond whatever the tasks are though. Also, I believe they announced that you can get a different tool. Still not sure what tool I was going to get. I might end up getting the mining tool. Because I know this leagues you get basically one free skilling tool. Either woodcutting, fishing, or woodcutting. And I'm probably going for the mining one because it seems like the one that would probably take the longest to get up. Because I'll probably just AFK the fishing. Yeah, volcanic mine is over 100k EXP an hour. Blast mining in old school RuneScape is 100k an hour. Plus also like a mil an hour in loot. But no, mining's actually pretty quick in old school these days. You just gotta do the good methods and not just AFK, what's it called? Motherload mine. I think on my hardcore, I barely even touched Motherload mine aside from just getting everything unlocked. Though I do have to say, shooting stars are so broken. I did do quite a bit of AFK shooting stars. Even though you can tick manipulate them. But the amount of AFK time they did, especially when they were more broken, they actually nerfed them a little bit. They ended up buffing them like crazy and then slightly nerfing them because they way over buffed them. But during that way over buff period, I did so much shooting stars. Just because of how broken they made them. I think at one point it was almost like 10-minute AFK or something. Do Chronopolis have a second portal? Yes, it's all the way in the northeast. Or all the way in the southwest if you somehow didn't get that one as your first one. Oh yeah, that was really funny. During the peak brokenness of shooting stars in old school RuneScape, the servers would actually crash. Like whatever server had a good shooting star would literally make PVM in that server impossible. So they had to change how the system worked. Because everyone was just hopping there the second a good star was there. Just because of how long you could AFK it. It was really funny. Yeah, that lasted for like a month, didn't it? Or a couple weeks. But yeah, that was really funny. There would also be so many people at the shooting star that everyone would despawn. There'd be like 500 to 1,000 people all trying to do one star. Like you sometimes couldn't even get into the server because it hit like the 2,000 cap. It was really funny. Yeah, they ended up fixing that after a couple weeks because it was very, very broken. Not just as a method, but also as a server integrity thing. As any server that had that shooting star would become unplayable for anything other than mining the shooting star. You're actually enjoying the game now more. So than when you started. The more you... Oh yeah, the more you get into Brighter Shores, the better it gets. You start to see all the systems that they're intending to do and everything else. And it all just starts going together so nicely. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people that hated on Brighter Shores. Of course, if you don't like really grindy games and stuff like that, you know, that's understandable and everything. But I feel like a lot of people would have probably liked it if they just gave it a little bit more of a chance. Who didn't end up liking it that much. Because the deeper you go, the better it gets. I know you can kind of say that about every game. Like, hey, it doesn't get good until 100 hours. But that is Brighter Shores. It is in that category of game. I know it's this like stereotypical thing to say, especially about MMO or something. Like it doesn't get good until like 100 hours in. But it is very true with Brighter Shores. I don't think you fully, truly understand like what they're trying to go for until then. Or maybe not at 100 hours, but you know. At like maybe like 30, 40 hours, it'll kind of tick. Like, oh yeah, this is what they're trying to go for. It starts making sense the deeper you go. Like all the systems, how they connect together, everything else. What are the professions in the last area? Zone 4 or Zone 5? Zone 4, it is the most useful combat out of any of the 4. Detective, Leatherworker, and Merchant. Unless you mean Zone 5. In which case they have Builder, Combat, Armor Maker, likely a Gathering skill I think some people mentioned, and maybe one other skill. Oh, 4? Yeah. 4 just has a standard combat one as every chapter does. Detective is basically you keep breaking a bunch of crime. There's at least like 5 different methods you could do, so if you don't like one method, there's like a billion others you could do. Leather worker is basically just cooking, but more profitable. And merchant is probably the most skill-based skill in the game right now, as far as like strategy and everything, and the skill ceiling to actually do it properly or most efficiently. It's probably the hardest skill in the game, but also really rewarding with how the gameplay loop works. It's also, I believe, the quickest way to get knowledge in the entire game right now. Because hello, number 1. Welcome, welcome. I gotta remember to always pick up this Death Stone on the final trip, so I don't have to waste a tile going back. How do we know this? A bunch of icons. There's a bunch of icons already in the game. There's already the building icon in the game from 46 Bone Right. The leather maker already has the armor maker icon. I'm not sure how people know the gatherer one though. And obviously it's going to have a combat. That is a pretty easy guess based on any chapter. Of course it's going to have a combat thing for it. The only one, so those 3 are basically confirmed. I think the gatherer one was more speculation than confirmed. I'm not sure. But the 3 we know for sure is builder, armorer, and obviously a combat skill, like every chapter has. Those are the 3 that are like solid 100% definitely coming, as the icons already exist in the game as we speak, through various methods in the game right now. What the 4 for potential 5th skill is still up in the air though, for chapter 5. Oh, is there an icon with it? Okay. So yeah, foraging as well. So it really just comes down to, is there a 5th one or not? Because I don't think there's any indicator of a 5th currently. But it doesn't mean there's not a 5th skill. Might just mean that it's one of those that synergizes with chapter 6 or something. Or within the chapter itself, potentially. Any idea when we will get chapter 5? It's currently not known. I hope before the end of the year. But it could be a couple weeks, could be a couple months. But I am hoping before the end of the year at some point. But we haven't really gotten any, like, approximate time. It's definitely, like, mostly developed already, though, whatever they're doing for it. Like, it's probably already 80% done. Yeah, I can't wait till chapter 5. Honestly, I almost just want to rush armor smithing. Like, the second I get to chapter 5, we're going to rush the story. And then, like, go straight to armor making. Because I'm getting really tired of not having good armor. It's the only, like, slightly bad thing about, like, the current systems in the game is that armor is just so luck-based right now. Until the armor maker skill comes out. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if chapter 5 isn't until the start of next year. As much as I want it this year, there's a good chance it's not till like February or March or something. Or late January at the absolute best. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Whenever trading comes out will be a good indicator of it. Because trading is 100% going to come out before chapter 5. So if we don't have trading before like mid-December, then yeah, chapter 5 is definitely not coming till next year. Because trading will 100% be in the game before chapter 5. So whenever trading comes out will be a good indicator of when chapter 5 is probably going to come out. Because let's say trading comes out next week. Chapter 5 could still be before the end of the year then. But if trading doesn't come out till December, then yeah, we're not getting chapter 5 until next year, most likely. Yeah, the weapons that you make through various crafting skills are untuned, so you can tune them to any chapter. It's one of the things that allows you to gain power from outside of the chapters. other than the rare untuned drops that you get from monsters. Because you can actually just make your own. Right now, you can only really make weapons and shield. But after Chapter 5, you'll be able to make basically everything. Except the amulet slot. You'll be able to make your armor, you're going to be able to make your weapons. So it'll cover the whole array. You wonder if there'll be seasonal events like for Christmas? I don't know. Party hats V2 coming. Could you imagine? I really hope they don't have items like that. That are like discontinued things that are worth like $1.5 billion houses. Or however much a blue party hat is worth in RuneScape 3 these days. But I really hope we don't get discontinued items like that. I don't mind there being like, you know, seasonal items and stuff. I just don't want them to be like discontinued seasonal items. I much prefer how old school RuneScape does it. Like every year you just re-release them. Yeah, there's currently no amulets in the game. I was talking about it earlier. One thing I kind of hope they do with bosses, if they're not going to give them like 5 stars quite yet or something, is make like every boss drop a very special amulet that has a really unique effect and stat gain and everything else. And that has different tiers based on, you know, what level of the boss you take on. Because you'll probably have different stages, so you can fight it at a lower level as well as a higher level. But have it like that so that not only do you keep upgrading over time based on, you know, getting higher combat, getting better gear, but it would also make it so you basically make the amulet slot into like the specialty slot. So every single boss would have like its own unique thing kind of thing. Oh, I forgot to go get the ore. Oh, there's a lot of ways they could do it. Obviously, they're probably going to make 5-star gear come from it. We technically have jewelry making through... Yeah, I saw that earlier. You can passively do it. But you can't wear them, right? But you technically can make jewelry from smithing. But all it does is give you smithing XP. And maybe jewelry making in Chapter 5, who knows? There's a lot of ways you can go about it. Yeah, Keep is currently just cosmetic. Keep doesn't do anything other than look cool on your back. I honestly kind of prefer it that way. At first I was like, I kind of wanted some extra stats for paying this extra money for, you know, the Keep and everything. But then I think about it, it's like, oh, you know what? That's actually good that they don't have stats. Because eventually you'd have best in slot keeps, and whatever those keeps are, you would use over all these cosmetic ones. And then what's the point of having all these cosmetic ones? Because no one's going to wear them over the ones that are better. It's like the issue that Fire Cape has in old school RuneScape. In that it's so free to get because how easy it is. Or at least in modern RuneScape. That, like, why would you ever wear, like, a normal skill cape unless you're using, like, the perk of it or something? Because Fire Cape is just definitively better. And, of course, eventually the Inferno Cape. But Fire Cape is just, like, so free. Like, you can easily have a Fire Cape before you have a 99. Because you're never going to see this many people walking around in skill keeps in something like RuneScape. Like there are in Brighter Shores. Because they're pretty weak compared to other keeps that exist. But in Brighter Shores, since they're just cosmetic, you don't have to worry about that. Alright, 34 Stonemason. One step closer. Yeah, you can use them as utility things. Like crafting keep and construction keep are pretty nice. Just keep an inventory. Also, ever since I got max keep, I never go anywhere without it. Honestly, I don't even bother wearing fire keep or anything else now that I have max keep. It's just not worth it on a hardcore. Because you need the ring of life effect constantly. And it's better just to wear a stronger ring than it is to wear a stronger cape. If you still want to have like the ring of life effect on a hardcore. So I like never take off the max keep. You get crafting guild telly, you get a house telly. You have ring of life effect. You get every other perk that the cape has. Like extra prayer points from whenever you do prayer or extra health regen. and all the other weird utilities things you get. But yeah, Max Cape, honestly, I'm not sure why more people don't use Max Cape. Especially on hardcore specifically, but even just on like general accounts. It is so broken. No fire Max Cape. I initially didn't make one, but I did eventually make the cheese cape because I don't have the Inferno cape on the Max Hardcore yet. The main reason being is my range weapon to do it with would be like a rune crossbow on long range, which sounds insufferable. Like, yes, that's doable, but that sounds so annoying to do. Tried to kill Zuck with a rune crossbow on long range with no blowpipe. Sounds like an awful experience. Like, it's possible, but it's not ideal. Which is why I haven't bothered going for it. Yeah, if I had a proper range weapon, I probably would grind out Inferno. During leagues, we'll probably do it, especially if you get like that free revive every 3-minute relic again, or some equivalents of it. But in the main game, I just don't have enough DPS to do it comfortably. I'd probably run out of supplies before I would get there. What's my hardcore game name? Tacet Bird. Same as the channel's TACET, and then Bird. Same as our middle account's name on this game. Because in Brighter Shores, we named our account Tacet Bird, and it's Bird. I do actually have the name Tacet in Old School RuneScape, but it's currently on my defense pier. And there's not a safe way to transfer names in that game at the moment. Also, once the hardcore inevitably eventually dies, I don't want it to have the Tacet name. So I haven't bothered transferring it to it. But I do actually own the name Tacet in Old School as well. It's just on my defense pier rather than on my, what do you call it? On the hardcore. Because I absolutely love skilling. So of course I have a defense pier skiller. Which is basically a level 3 skiller, but it also gets defense and HP up. Which allows us to do some bossing, some PvP, and some other things. It's really good as a mule in the wilderness. Because, basically, the wilderness works where if you're up to a certain level, it determines what level people can attack you. So, for example, at level 20 wilderness, it's level 40, so only up to level 60s can attack you. So you can use it on a main account, basically, to hold all your items safely. Because that account in a high total level world can never be attacked by anyone. Because most pure builds are around, like, level 77 or, like, 80-ish, I believe, at that level range, or whatever they are. And even if the defense pier could be attacked, it's so tanky that it's never going to die. So you can safely hold all your stuff while you're doing wilderness stuff. And if it ever does get attacked by a specialty account, it doesn't even matter because it's not going to die to them. Do I have prayer on it too? No. Normally when I make a defense pier, I don't go prayer. Prayer makes it a lot easier. But non-prayer defense piers are a little bit more prestigious. In the sense that if you go prayer, you can kind of just bypass a lot of the grind. But normal defense piers take way longer to train initially. Though there are some cheese methods I believe you can do these days. Like killing Scurious, which are quite literally, I guess, is a cheese boss. Or more so a rat boss. Because I'm pretty sure you still max hit those. I'm not sure. I never bothered on defense pier yet. Because last time I really did that defense pier, other than to try the wilderness agility course when they added that. When they end up buffing it. Last time I like seriously played on the account was like 2018. It's been a long while since I really bothered with it. I only bonded it up because the wilderness agility course at launch was like 3.5 mil an hour. While getting pretty good at agility XP. And no pure could ever kill you. Because in a high total level world, most of them don't go there. Because they get decimated by main accounts. And even the few that did, they'd never successfully killed because you just ladder trick them or something. I would normally just bring them over to Laren's chests. And then those ladders you could just auto-win on. Which is something they were going to nerf, but it failed the poll. But at Laren's chest, there's like 3 sets of ladders there. And you're basically invincible if you know what you're doing. So all you have to do is run there and you auto-win. Because you just log out under them. Because you can't log out until 10 seconds after combat, but you can just keep, you know, doing the ladders and they can never hit you. We're almost at level 40 mining. Let's see, how much time do we have left? We got 23 minutes left of blast mining. And then we should have enough ore to have slightly less than enough ore. No, we should actually have exactly enough ore. Oh, no, that's just to get to 12, though. I think we technically need 16 inventories, but... whatever I don't have after we process all these is simply just going to be us mining flint until the XP boosts give us the level we need. So even if this doesn't get us to 38 after we process all this, we're just going to go all in on flint. Oh good, we finally got our level we needed to. I needed 34 before I could do this. We got 34 earlier. Forgot to mention that when we hit the number. Time to rewind all the way back to the start and watch from the beginning. Nice! Also, hello Chipmunk, hope you've been doing well. And thanks for the continued support, greatly appreciated. Yeah, have a good time. If you're going to watch all the way at the back, it might be here a while. It's a 12-hour stream. Or 11 and a half, however long it ends up going for. YouTube's weird about its timer. It's 8 a.m. by you? Oh, well, you got all day then. I hope you have a good day then. Hopefully the background noise will be nice. And thanks for stopping by. I guess soon you won't be able to hear me if you go all the way forward, but thank you, thank you. Also, for any of you that don't know, I've made a playlist for all of the Brighter Shore streams, so if you ever want a very huge catalog of background noise, we have over 100 hours of audio in the Brighter Shores playlist if you want to start it all the way from day one launch day. That would take a long time, though. But if you ever want some background noise instead of just the live stuff, we have a very long catalog for sure that keeps increasing by like 12 hours every day. Or if you just want to reference any given stream. I know some people just like having background noise for things, either when they're sleeping or something else. That's there. That's one nice thing about YouTube. Unlike Twitch, where it might get deleted after some amount of time. Everything on YouTube gets saved. I gotta do some ASMR. Actually, I don't even know what tags I have set up for the stream. I know for sure I didn't add ASMR, though. I don't feel like I really have an ASMR voice. I'm not even sure how to do it with the mic. I think it sounds like creepy rather than like relaxing if I try to do an ASMR voice. Or cough. Coughing ASMR. Yeah, that cough's still lingering a bit. Honestly, if it's still going after, like, another week, I definitely gotta check what's up with it. Because it's been lingering for so much longer than I expected it to. Yeah, sorry if that gets a little annoying here and there. But it should be gone soon, TM. Yeah, we're almost done. 20 minutes. We're committing to this grind. This is 1 hour of nothing but blast mining. One nice byproduct of this is we do reach level 40, which I believe reaches us to another ore if we want to try it. Is that for smithing or... I don't remember. Does anyone remember? What is carbonice used for? Isn't that like dwarf smithing? I think that's the lowest tier dwarf smithing. I'm pretty sure. I should forget at this point. Because that was so long ago. But I'm pretty sure that's the lowest tier of dwarf smithing. The carbonice. Or whatever this is. You pretty much watched and listened to all the streams you've done. Thank you, thank you. While you've been grinding, yeah. That's the best way to do it. Grind together. And gosh, does this game have enough to infinitely grind, that's for sure. There is not a lack of options. Not even remotely close. Do I have any ghost stories? No. I feel like I'm bad at telling stories. Is my thought processes keep bouncing all over the place, which makes the story so incoherent by a certain point. You just finished your first brimstone venture? Nice. But your mining level is too low to buy the explosives? Wait, what do you mean buy it? If you do the venture, you should just be able to use it on the guy, right? You don't need to be able to buy them. You just have to use it on the guy at the north or southwest of that one room. And then you can store it into storage. But you don't need to buy the explosive to store it, though. You just have to use it on the one guy that's in the corner. Not the shopkeeper, but the other guy. He's in, like, the southwest of the room. If you, like, turn your camera around. But yeah, use the brimstone on him or talk to him, and he'll process it into dynamite. And then after you make it into dynamite, just store it in the dynamite explosive bin that's right next to him. But you should still be able to do that even without 32 mining. You just won't be able to use them until 32 mining. But you can still collect them up until that point. So once you do have 32 mining, you can use them. Like we are right now. This is funny. Every time we see someone coming by to do the quest, you know they're not blast mining, otherwise they'd be doing exactly what we're doing right now. Which is kind of weird. I haven't seen anyone blast mining this entire hour duration. Is blast mining really that bad? Like, it's definitely not the best XP rate we could be doing for mining right now, but I need the rock. The answer is yes. Oh no, we committed to an hour. We're doing an hour. It's clunky? I don't know. I don't mind it. I'd much rather do this than old school RuneScape blast mining. At least here we get a unique ore. And an XP rate that isn't awful for our level. Not the best thing we could be mining for XP, but it's far from the worst. Better than mining granite right now if we needed it. Those are like, what, 100 each right now? You still have to wait for the 6th cycle. You're gonna do a bunch of merchant leatherworker? Nice. Honestly, that's probably my next big grind after this. The first big grind after we start making our weapons tomorrow is going to be to get to 51 or about 55 combat and Chronopolis, as well as 51 detective. And then our other big grind is going to be merchant into leatherworker. But yeah, the only problem is we only have 5 hours left, and I'm not sure if we're going to make it. We're going to get close. It's hard to tell exactly how close, though. But there's a good chance we're going to be ever so slightly short of completing this quest today. But that means first thing tomorrow, we should be able to go and crank it out in like the first hour or two. Spend several hours just making tools. Or maybe not several, but you know. At least get a few going. At least for Chronopolis, if nothing else. And then go from there. Because tomorrow I want to be able to wield our first ever handcrafted tier 4 level 50 weapon within the first several hours, like the first half of the stream. I want in our hand a level 50 tier 4 in Chronopolis. That's gonna be like our main goal of the first half of the stream, to finish whatever we still have to do, make the weapon, grind whatever we still need to be able to wield it, and then go kill some things with it. Yeah, we almost got the levels to do the quest. Blacksmith's, I mean, Stonemason's basically the only thing stopping us. What's the timer at? We can do one more inventory after this one. I heard mine carts are pretty good. If you feel like mining's a little slow at the lower level, try level 10 flint minecart. I'm not sure what the EXP rates are at that level. I tried it at like a way higher level where it wasn't worth doing anymore. But I have heard at level 10, when you unlock it, it's actually pretty good. But I didn't try it until like level 30 where it was beyond doing at that point. You got 38 detective and nearly 30 silver for Ave Kane the detective thing. Nice. You need a level 50 guardian, 50 hammer mage, and 50 cryo. I thought it averages the levels. Because if it averages the levels, I did the math earlier. As long as we have level 62 smithing and gain a level in the other two skills, we should be good. Actually, I think I only need 61 smithing. Like, after completing this quest, I believe it immediately brings you to the point where you can do it. Let me redo the math. I'm not sure how many levels we gain into the other one, though. But yeah, I believe you either need to grind one level or are exactly at the level you need to make 500s. Assuming it averages them, which is what I've heard from other people so far. So the quest itself already puts you at the point where you can make tier 50s. As long as you make the highest tier and everything you currently have. Which means I would need to make a level 41 or 42 bone rate. A 47 or 48 stone thingy. And like a 31 or 61 or 62 smithing thingy. It depends what levels the quest brings you to. Which I'm not sure. I know you get XP for all three. I'm just not sure what level it brings you to. If you're at like the exact number. The Brandolph Inheritance quest feels like a nod off to the family crest, does it? I haven't actually done it yet. And it's probably the last quest I'm probably going to do. Like, of the ones that currently exist. Yeah, I'll need to check it out later. But yeah, out of all the 5-star quests, it's likely the last one we're going to get around to. Also because the 61 cooking just seems kind of useless. Unless you're free to play. Because leather makers just so much more money. Hey, you know what time it is? Free Stonemason XP. Yeah. Come on, number. Get to 38 already. You're so close, yet so far. I think this is our last inventory. Yeah. Oh, that means we actually shaved off about 2 seconds. Because I averaged it to about 6 per inventory. Unless that's for me going slow and I missed a trip. This should be, us actually ahead of schedule. By about 2 seconds. Or 2 minutes, I mean. So I actually shaved off about 2 minutes over the course of, or it could be the other way around. I either wasted 4 minutes or shaved off 2 minutes. And I'm not sure which. Maybe the other one is more likely. Maybe I've managed to waste 4 minutes. Honestly, that sounds more likely now that I think about it. But yeah, I either shaved off 2 minutes or wasted 4 over the course of the hour. I should be able to tell based on how much ore I have by the end of this. But this is definitely our last inventory regardless how you look at it. So I can stop the timer. But overall, my final verdict of blast mining in this game, I actually enjoy it. I don't mind this at all. I wish the XP rate was a little better. It seems like it's a little low compared to other mining methods. Though I haven't actually gotten the chance to like properly test it, so I'm not sure. It does feel a bit slower compared to some other things we could be doing at this level range. But given how much extra banking you have to do with the other ones, maybe it's not. The main thing that's making it kind of annoying is how far you have to run to get more explosives. Oops, I didn't mean to grab those yet. But how far you have to run to get the explosives is kind of annoying. And definitely cutting into the XP rate. There's no explosive bank nearby. So you have to run all the way to the shop every time. Even if you have them banked already, you still have to run all the way to the shop. Ran out of work? Nice! Back to no-lifing. Good luck, good luck. Hey, our mining's not our lowest level anymore. I'm pretty sure bone rate will be. Even after the quest XP. Because I still need to go mine 1 billion flint. That's the only slight downside. And mining flint's actually even lower XP than what we're doing right now, I believe. But I need the ore. And I likely have to do it all the way to 48. Which means we'll have to do 10 levels of nothing but flint. You think a 5-star quest in episode 2 is worth it? I have no clue what the reward is, other than a teleporter. So I'm not sure. It's definitely the lowest requirement 5-star. So that alone kind of makes it slightly better. It's definitely, if you just want to get a 5-star quest done for the sake of it, like just to say you have one done, it is by far the easiest of any of the 4 5-star quests. The only slight issue would be the combat gear to kill whatever the boss is. But beyond that, the only requirements is 45 woodcutting and 50 carpentry. Both of which synergize together. So, you know, getting 45 woodcutting would likely get you 50 carpentry. Especially if you already bought the 32 carpentry grind without doing wood cutting. So if you simply just wood cut to 45, that would get your carpentry to 50, and then boom, you're good to go. So it's definitely the easiest requirement, 5-star. But the only other requirement being able to kill like the level 60 boss or whatever it is, and which means you need a bit of a scout level. Probably like 40, 45, 50. Is this good XP per hour? I feel like there's mining methods I could be doing that's better XP per hour. I'm mostly doing it for the stone. It's not horrible XP though. I feel like this isn't best XP you can be getting at this level range though. Especially now that we just hit level 40. But I was just testing this for an hour, and this was the last trip we needed. So we're done now. Actually, why am I going all the way back? I don't need to this time. Alright, we're done. Alright, so now to implement step 2 of the master plan. First, I want to see how much we did. Was I 1 inventory too slow? Because I should have 12. Which means, what is 12 times 24? That's how many I should have in here. If that's the case, then I saved about 2 minutes. Compared to our current guesstimation initially. But ideally, this should be whatever 12 times, where's the calculator? I think someone said it in chat. Let me just double check though. 12 times, 24. Yeah, this should be 288. If this is lower than 288, that means I went slow. If it's exactly 288, that means we saved 2 minutes compared to estimate. Let's see. Where's Deathstone? Yeah, we saved 2 minutes. Nice. Because I guesstimated 6 minutes per inventory, and over the course of 1 hour, we were 2 minutes quicker than 6 per minute. I mean 6, you know, 6 minutes per inventory. Nice. So we saved 2 minutes. Anyways, there we go. So yeah, it's very comfortably 6 minutes to do an inventory of Deathstone currently. If they move the shop or move an explosive thing closer, it's probably closer to 5 minutes in inventory. So hopefully they eventually do that. Because that's like, what, 15% more Deathstone and EXP if they ever change that down in the future. Just by moving an explosive box near there. But the main thing that kills your rate is having to walk so far to go to the shop every time. But yeah, it's slightly under 6 minutes in inventory. So that's not bad. It was actually far better than I thought it would be. Probably slightly worse than the most efficient thing we could have been doing. But far less worse than I was expecting initially. And it's a pretty unique way to do mining. Only problem is our pickaxe doesn't work on it. We have a 10% extra XP bonus that does not apply to blast mining. That's not that big a deal. Yeah, you can go down the granite route. I just feel like it requires so much granite. And you can also buy all the granite instead of mining it. You don't lose as much money on it. You still lose money on it though. Just not as much. Compared to buying like Deathstone that will just burn your money. But mining Deathstone, however, not as bad. Blast mining is the way. I don't know, if you like the activity, it's definitely worth it. But if you hate doing blast mining, it's definitely skippable. I just don't mind it, so I figured we'd run it. Alright, now he's got to refine all these ores, make a bunch of slings out of them, and be good to go. This should be slightly less than 38, but I'm not sure. I think someone else put it into the calculator earlier. But I'm not sure they really accommodated for the fact that we'd also get XP while doing blast mining. Because I think their calculation was like 16 inventories. But I did 12 because we also got some extra from what we were doing. So hopefully this is 38. I have no clue. But however far it gets us is fine. If it's somehow not 38, we just keep mining flint. And even if it is 38, I still have to mine flint anyway, so it doesn't matter. So regardless of what level this gets us to, it's going to be fine. If you could mine 2.3k granite, you would definitely have OP mining level. So honestly, if you mined any ore, you'd probably have a pretty OP level. If you did it that much to get to the level we need. There's pretty much anything 2,300 times. This is going to be such a big number. What you're hearing is mine till 50, then do the quest. I know, right? I think some people do skip the mining and just buy it all. But I don't know. I still want my mining level to be on par with some of my other skills. So I don't want to just shop buy all of them. I did some, but just not all. Because I do want my mining level to keep up with whatever we can make. I don't want to ever get at the point where the smithing is like so high that I can't even mine the ore I need to smith with. Alright, 10 more inventories. And after that, yeah, we'll make them all into slings. Luckily, we don't have to do any carpentry for this, which is nice. We have dodged the carpentry grind once again. We still eventually need 50, but that's a later issue that I shall ignore for as long as possible. As long as we can ignore it, we shall. We will do it eventually, though. Honestly, my biggest concern about the Chapter 2 quest isn't even the carpentry or the woodcutting grind. I think it's the fact that we realistically have to get like 40-something, 50-something scout level just to kill the boss. Yeah, there's a shop for pretty much every item in the game. Actually, what are some items that you can't buy? I can't think of a single one other than like absurdly good gear. But you know, aside from gear, like not counting gear, what like resource or thing like that can you not buy from a shop at a certain point? Rainbow water? Well, not quest items either. I mean like actual stuff. Like resources or, you know, other things like that. Brittle berries? Oh yeah, wasn't that used for some activity I didn't bother doing yet? Someone's mentioning they can't be stored anywheres. I haven't actually done the activity involving them though. Monument pieces technically have a storage. It's by the monument itself. Oh, but I guess you can't buy them. You can sell them though. Yeah, it's true. You actually can't... Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think about that. Because I was just doing it. Yeah, you can't actually buy monument pieces, can you? There's a shop to sell them. There's a place to store them. But you can't actually buy them. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. Because my mind was just go and pick them up. I never really thought like, oh yeah, I can't buy these, can I? But yeah, that's definitely one of them. Wouldn't it be funny if you couldn't buy items past 200? Honestly, I feel like buying items is only worth that lower level range. Otherwise, they get way too expensive. It's worth it at the super low range just because you need to expedite stuff. But once you start getting really high, it is way, way too expensive to bother buying the material for anything. Unless you're doing it for like a one-off, one-time bonus or something. But if you're like level 150 and you're trying to buy like the ore or something you need, your whole cash stack will die in like half an hour or less. Like you could be loaded and you will burn through the whole cash stack. It's just too expensive for what you get in return. It's only worth it at the lower range where the how much you lose isn't as high. Which of course is where pretty much everyone is 1 week into the game. But it's not going to be viable at the higher level range. And I'm pretty sure they have it like that just to make sure onboarding newer players is a little easier. Which, of course, everyone is currently a newer player, essentially. But long term, it's not going to be viable to buy anything from shops. If you have, like, base 150s, you're not buying, like, anything. You're just going to be gathering or trading other people or stuff like that. Yeah, that was one thing I was joking about earlier. Getting an absurdly high merchant level. Then just leatherworking, like, absurdly high. Until we can max out a tool. Because I'm really considering it. Particularly for the manacles. I'm very, very, very tempted. We're still a few steps away as far as, like, goals I have before then. But after we finish those few steps, I am very much considering just going all in merchant, like crazy, absurdly, ridiculously high. Like we're talking like 200 level or somewhere around there. I was going to stop at 105, honestly. Why not double it? But like, you know, almost like 200 level high. Then just go all super ridiculously in on Leathermaker. And then we could just go max out a tool or two or however many we can do with that much money. Because I kind of want to have a max tool before I go really hard on another skill. Especially if you want to do like post 200 on it. Yeah, my original plan was 105 Leathermaker. I mean 105 Merchant and then do Leathermaker. But honestly, I might go higher. We'll see. Maybe I'll start doing Leathermaker once at that range and then go from there. Oh yeah, by the way, do you guys know where the leather shop is where you actually sell the processed leather? Like once it's completed. Because oddly enough, I actually don't know where that is. I was just storing it in the bin earlier. But I actually don't know where the shop is that you sell them. Does anyone know? Like on the map approximately over here? Like where the sell leather guy is? Or of where you bank it. So you bank it right here. Oh, leather offcuts? Is that the guy? I see a leather store up there. Is that the guy that sells you your billions? Or is it a different one? Oh, that's the guy? Okay, I'll need to go check it later. That's good to know. Because I have a bunch of leather already stored. Honestly, I kind of want to bring it all out and cash it out. Because someone said earlier, they still make a profit even if you bought them from the thingy. And honestly, we need money now way more than we need it later. So I think I might cash in all the leather I have to him real quick. Because that'll make our cash stack look less pitiful. Yeah, without the discount, it's not worth it. But I was just rushing level 20 earlier. But when we do it later, obviously we'll do it with the full merchant discount the whole time. Is there a max for enchanting the tool? I believe the wiki said there's a cutoff until chapter 5. So it seems like how far you can upgrade your tool is based on what chapter you're in. And based on what I saw from the wiki, I think it was like level 45? But it seems like way down the line they might be able to go to like 100 or something. But it seems to be limited based on how far in the story you are. For some reason. But I'm not sure how accurate the wiki is on that at the moment. Or if I just read it wrong when I was briefly looking at it earlier. Oh, so speaking of gas, we're about to run out of gas in this thing. I'm actually insane how long this gas has lasted. I'm going to finally have to refill it before we hit 48. This was just one full inventory, and I've never ran out yet. We were at 69, now we're at 68. Yeah, this is still enough for all of our Deathstone as well. Not until I move on to Flint are we going to need to get more gas. So So at some point I should go get a whole another inventory, and that should be enough to hold us over then. Force Windows update. Oh no! I had that on my other computer earlier. Was there another one? Because both my two computers already updated in the last day or two. So hopefully it doesn't happen to me while we're it shouldn't while we're streaming or anything. But it did happen on my side computer when we were streaming yesterday. It like shut down midway through the stream doing the forced update. When's a good time to transition into premium? It depends how you want to play the game. Ideally, immediately, because chapter 3 and 4 are pretty broken compared to chapter 1 and 2. But you could try doing every goal that's in chapter 1 and 2 if you really wanted to. The grind would take a while, though. But if you wanted to min-max your time in free-to-play, you can try doing the 5-star quests in both regions. It's like a week-long grind, though. But otherwise, you pretty much want to rush chapter 3 and 4 immediately. So hello, Jason Yubo. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hello, Arcelin, if I didn't already say hi, and Jones Man, and who else knows? Hello to Tyler. Is there a max? Oh no, I already answered that. Someone else in chat did. Let's see. You finished your 50 milestone keep in 2 skills. Nice. Yeah, I almost forgot. We technically have 2 skills at level 50 now. I didn't make too much of a fanfare about it, but we finally have our second level 50's Mind Fighter. I don't plan to get the cape though. We're all in Smith and Cape at this point. $45 gathering? Nice. There's one thing that seems kind of weird about the gathering skill in chapter 2. I feel like the only characters that really need to get it like super high are probably I guess if you want to save money on bone rate in the future. So never mind, every character would eventually need it. But Guardians definitely gain the biggest benefit by far. Like I feel like foraging in chapter 1 is pretty neutral. But foraging in chapter 2 is like the Guardian skills essentially. Just because that's how you get all your high tier bones. Or even just bones in general. There's a few other things you can get too, but the bones are the most important ones. Oh, we're about to hit level 35. We're getting there. One step at a time. Let's go look at that XP. Let's see, where is it? Let's see. We should get it on the next inventory for sure. This shouldn't be enough. I think it's like 300 something. Yeah, a little short. But the next one we throw in there will be a level. And that will be level 35. We're so close to almost getting out of the mines. Alright, what is that? 5 inventories left. And this one right here will tick us over to 35. Which means we almost have base 40s in this chapter. Which is by far the highest we have in any chapter so far. That soon will be outpassed by Chronopolis being like base 100s. It actually will be the first chapter to hit base 500s in. Even base 50s, because I'm not sure I'm going to get these other ones up right now. Yeah, Chronopolis will be the first chapter we get base 50s and base 100. Not quite there yet, but you know, it will definitely happen. Alright, there's level 35. No unlock, unfortunately. But 38's that main milestone. The reason we care about 38 is we can start using the better flint. And I'm probably going to mine all my flint. Probably too expensive to do otherwise. Which means mining levels coming in. Only problem is flint is by far definitely not our best XP rate. I think that's one of the biggest issues with a lot of these. Like granite earlier definitely wasn't our best mining XP rate. Now flint's not going to be our best mining XP rate. We just keep hopping from like not worth it to not worth it activity. Like blast mining was the closest it came to being worth it, oddly enough. But now we gotta keep doing like subpar mining XP rates just so we can get the stones we need. That's hello Fabio, welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you. Hope you've been having a good time in Brighter Shores. Because we've been having an absolute blast. And the dopamine hit early tomorrow when we finally finish this quest. Which, unfortunately, yeah, I don't think we can finish it today. I don't know. It'd be very ambitious to say we can finish it today at this point. We have about 4.5 hours. We'll get close. But I don't think we'll be able to get there at this point. I don't know. You never know. Biggest issue is this stone wall of Stonemason. It's just this big wall that's in the way of everything. If it wasn't for that, we'd easily be able to. If, like, if you just ignored this and all you have to do is get, like, you know, 4.5 more combat levels, that's so easy. But, the Stonemason wall is, kind of blocking us. XP rate should start skyrocketing at 38, though. The problem is actually getting the flint. Because I banked way more basalt, but I can't use basalt until 48. Which will help us get to 50 basically for free. Like 50, 51, 52. Probably 51. But easily over 50. But the problem with that is, yeah, it doesn't help us do the quest because we only need 46 for the quest. It'll be nice after the quest because I think the quest itself gives us a 47, maybe even 48. So that will basically unlock us being able to use the basalt if we want to. Get a little bit more stonemason. But otherwise, as far as the quest itself, it doesn't help at all. Unfortunately. And I ended up mining for XP like 500 of it earlier or something. Like 600. I only got like 200 something flint. What was the flint that was way more useful? Which we have way less of, unfortunately. A few more inventories and we can start just building a billion slings. Of course, the first one will get the first time bonus. I don't know, any other first time bonuses really worth it? Not really. Requires too many weird items. I guess maybe that one. Not sure what rod we need for it, if we even have it. I guess I'll make that one because I believe that's also, what's it called? Ore. That's also death ore. So as long as that is death stone, which it should be. Hopefully we just have the rod in the bank. Because that's worth it for the first time bonus, if and only if I already have the rod. Is there a way to check? Two-handed. Where on earth is two-handed? Course, oh, I got it. Easy. Yeah, I'll make one later. Yeah, I'll make one and only one. But yeah, we do have it. I just need a course U log. Or pole, whatever it is. Alright, 3 more inventories. And then we'll go make the pole, and then we'll go make a billion slings. To get those higher first time bonuses. Nice, nice, nice. Just doing it. Yeah, I will eventually do them all for completion. That's not our super high priority, but on our ultra completionist list, I do eventually want to do every single node and every single skill. But for now, I only really do them if it's worthwhile, just for the little bit of XP boost. I don't really go too far out of my way for them for the most part. Unless it's worth it at a given time for the slight XP. Because the XP you get from them, it's nice, but if you have to go too far out of your way, it's not really worth it. Like, if I had to go all the way over to Chapter 2 to get a U-pole, for example, that one-time bonus would not have been worth it at all. But because we already have it, it is worth it. Also, that means this weekend we can start getting some really fun things. Because we'll be on the merchant grind into the leather maker. We'll be able to do this if we ever want some chill activity. And more important than not, we will finally have access to really strong 4-star weapons for every chapter whenever we want. But the first one utilizing it definitely being Chronopolis. Do you spend your knowledge points on passives? Normally no, but for this quest you have to spend like 20 something points. Or whatever it is. But yeah, normally I don't really level them. But this area kind of forces you to for the chapter quests. Alright, 2 more inventories to go. And that'll bring us to almost 35.5. Also, I'm not going to bother making these into a lower level one for the higher rarity kind of thing that we were doing earlier. At this point, I'm just going to be spam clicking them. Oh, I just realized something that's pretty nice about the slings. Didn't they only use 3 each? It's going to be nice because that's actually, you know, even number relative to the thing. Only problem is it's going to put too many in our inventory, but it's fine. Can you buy both Stonemason and Bonerite stuff for XP? Yes. Though it does get really expensive at a certain point. Which one do I think is worse? Definitely Bonerite. If you're not a Guardian, Bonerite is like the worst of the 3 by a mile. Mostly because if you want your own bones, you gotta go to Chapter 2 and use the Gathering skill. Whereas both Smithing and Stonemason go off the Mining skill, which of course helps each other. Because if you get more mining for one, you get more mining for the other. But you have to go out of your way to get Gather up to do Guardian. Which is really awkward. Because the other two, you know, coexist with mining. But Bonerite is its like own independent thing in a sense. So you have to go furthest out of your way to do Bonerite. Bonerite also dips into Carpentry the heaviest. So you pretty much only use Chapter 2 skills for it. Gatherer, Woodcutter, and Carpenter. Whereas these two are a lot easier to do just because they both work off the mining skill. And doing one gets you levels for the other. But you have to go all the way out of your way to do Bonerite properly. But yeah, Bonerite is by far the worst of the 3. It's not even close. Especially if you're not a Guardian. You get the even worse value from it. That does mean when trading comes out, having a super absurdly high Bonerite would be the most beneficial. Because everyone's going to have high tier bars. Everyone's going to have high tier stones. No one's going to have high tier bones. So if you want to prep for trading, and you want to be like the super outlier, go pick Guardian class. And go just like power farm Gatherer, Woodcutter, and Carpenter. And you will have like a monopoly on the Bonerite economy. Because everyone's going to need it to make 4-star weapons. And there's going to be the least amount of people with a super high Bonerite level. So if you're someone who likes to do a lot of trading, go get every skill other than combat in Zone 2 super high. Get your Bonerite level super high. Pick Guardian ideally because that will help you the most. And just get like an absurdly high Bonerite level. Like 100 plus before trading comes out. And you'll probably control them like a whole monopoly on the game. Because everyone's going to need that to make tier 4 weapons. It's by far going to be like the one that almost everyone ignores. It's only really worth it if you picked Guardian though. Because you'd have to be doing that anyways if you're a Guardian. Definitely not worth it if you're a non-Guardian. But yeah, you can buy everything from shops. But they start to get really, really, really expensive. At a certain point. Compared to gathering them yourself. You're picking up the 2nd tier of bones right now? Nice. The 3rd tier of bones has like the most convenient place ever if you have remote storage. Because the trees that you need to make the item and the bones that you need to make the item are literally on top of a deposit box. I haven't seen any skilling method more broken than that area. Just how close it is to the deposit box. It's a few steps away from just all the resource nodes in the exact same room. Yeah, was that our second to last inventory or our last one? I think that's our last one. Let me go check. That was indeed our final inventory. Okay, time to go process 100 flings. We got 300 Deathstone on the dot. Time to fling them at flings. Alright, let's see how long this takes. I guess I should do one of the other one for the one-time bonus. It'll pain me though, because it'll leave me with exactly one singular Deathstone remaining. That's fine. So I guess we're doing 98 slings instead of 100, because I got to do the one-time bonus for the hammer thingy. It's a high enough level that's definitely worth it. It wouldn't be if I didn't have the use stock, but we already have it already, so we definitely got to go for it. Alright, show me the use stock. Wow, we have so many. Why do we have so much use stock? What's going on? I wonder if this hammer is better to make. No, wait, what? Why is this so much less XP but more stone? I'm so confused. What? It requires one more stone and a U rod, but gives you less EXP? Well, the first time bonus is still worth it, but still, wow. Why is that so bad? That ratio is horrible. That's so bad if you actually need this weapon as Hammer Mage. That's like one of the worst ratios I've ever seen. Maybe it gets made faster? I'm not sure, even if it is. That's 100% not worth it. Unless you actively need this weapon as a Hammer Mage. You should never ever craft this beyond the one-time bonus. That's skilled so horribly. Not one-time bonus, there we go. Now we never make another one ever again. Anyways, back to the flings. But yeah, the fling is just a billion times better. Not only does it require less stone, but it gives you more XP. And it doesn't require like a weird secondary from carpentry. Also, I like whenever I cough, I cover my mouth as if I can get you guys sick. I'm just so used to doing it whenever I cough. That even though I'm in a room by myself, I still cover my mouth every time I cough. Well, for one, to try to keep it away from the mic so it's not as loud. But I still have like the natural habit of just like coughing away from people. Like into my sleeve or something. What is the best bone weapon to make to level up? I have no clue. I ended up going down the poles. Just because there's a really good place to get that material. Because that was the one I was talking about earlier. Because you make a bunch of those like pole arms or whatever they're called. Because you make them out of suave logs and bone spikes. And there's a storage rift literally in the room. So what you do is you grab everything from here, you grab everything from the adjacent room, and then you bank and then repeat. But they're all just like right there ready to go. Right on top of a storage rift. So that was by far the best thing. It's some kind of pole arm, I forget its exact name. But it requires like some amount of suave log and some amount of bone spikes. You do need far more bone spikes than suave logs though. Due to getting 2 per log. But that's so far been the best thing I've seen to make out of bone. Even at higher levels, I think I would still do that. Just because of how convenient that skilling method is, as far as gathering it all. At its current level range, it's decent XP too, but I guess you would eventually level high enough where it's not worth it for XP. At least at my levels, it is definitely worth it. It's probably Hammer Mage's best second hand because it matches element. Yeah, I had a feeling. Because that's the only way they would make it something that bad. Is if it was actually like really, really good. It's just weird that you lose so much on it. Yeah, it's probably their best two-hand. Because it is their element. I don't feel like my two-hand is scaled that badly, though. Like as far as how many bars or resources it needs or whatever it was. It's kind of weird that Hammer Mage's is. I just gotta feel weird making only 98 slings instead of 100. But it was definitely worth it for the one-time bonus. We're also gonna have 1 spear Deathstone by the end of this, most likely. Unless I miscalculated. Because we originally were going to have 100 slings, but we had to make the other thing. Which is going to leave us with 98 slings and 1 Death Stone. Because the hammer ate 5 of them. Definitely worth it for the first time bonus, though. Let's see. We're 35 and a half, a little pass. There's a good chance this doesn't get us to 38. But I am really, really curious how far it does actually get us, though. Hopefully pretty close. Worst comes to worst, regardless what level it brings us to, we just mine flint. And in mining flint, we will 100% have 38 stonemason by then. Hey, that reminds me, once I do, I think I put it into the passive activity because I need that one, I need that one. Also, this is definitely our passive activity for tonight. If I don't end up getting 48 by today, which, let's see, how much time do we have? 4 hours? It might be doable. But if we somehow don't, making that statue is definitely going to be my AFK activity for tonight. 100%. That's the one we need. But we have to hit 46 to get the resource we need to make it. Also, I do want to go back to combat at some point to stream. Maybe after we finish the flings, we'll go do combat instead of flint. But I'm up for either or. I don't really mind. Like, we have to do both of them. It really just comes down to which one should we do tonight compared to at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. If you had to pick, you were thinking Guardian, but the mob you prefer to kill for gear are goblins, and they're weak to Tempest Day. So hammer time? Well, every single region has different enemies that are weak to different things. So there might be cooler creatures in some later zones that, you know, could be any other type. So you never know. But every single class does have access to weapons that are good against everything. It's just every class has a particularly good weapon, or 2 of them, or multiple of them, for whatever their main element is. So we have a lot of really good blue weapons because we're Cryo Knight. Are we starting at 7 tomorrow? No, I'm probably going to do noon again. The noon thing's been working pretty good with my schedule and everything. It allows me to actually get enough sleep and everything without ever, like, you know, feel like I need to go, like, early. So we're probably going to keep going from, like, the noon to midnight kind of time frame. This kind of seems to work best for now. The only reason I started very, very early on day 1 was because it was launch day, and it launched at, like, 5 a.m. my time. It's not to say I won't eventually do another early one for people in different time zones and everything. But I don't know, noon to midnight just works best for me personally. But we will eventually throw some earlier streams in case there's other time zones that want to catch it early or something. Yeah, it's almost 8 p.m. for me as well. But of course, there's always the playback, so if anyone can't make the stream, you know, it's always there. Just might not be able to catch it live. But I feel like with a 12-hour stream, that hits pretty much every time zone at some point. Alright, you know what time it is. Is it even in question what we're putting this into? There we go. Hey, nice. We got the urns. Alright, the next 2 I might go do the passive for. Because we still eventually need 6 knowledge points. Okay, I now can allocate 2. The reason I wanted to start doing this next is just to make sure we guarantee I have the knowledge point for our AFK activity tonight. Which is 100% going to be making these urn thingies. Which I think you just do on those little sculptor things in the other room. Which will likely be our AFK activity of choice for tonight. As I need as much carpentry XP as we can get. Anything to get those last few levels. It's also the last one we could run for free because the next one costs money. And the next one costs money. And this is actually the one we need to actually finish the quest. But there's not a single other one that doesn't, you know, that isn't neutral. Yeah, I love the AFK methods that don't take or generate resources. Yeah. I'm not really understanding the ones that, like, consume resources. Like, it kind of makes sense because you're supposed to do another activity, then do that activity. The main thing that throws me off is why are they so expensive from the shops? If you ever buy them from the shops, you always lose money doing the AFK activity. They're only worth it if you double AFK them. Like, do the main resource and then, you know, do the secondary. But that kind of makes it really awkward. Because for one, you have to allocate into 2 different skills. Like, for a lot of these, you have to do mining and then, you know, whatever the other corresponding one is. But on top of that, I don't know, it's just a weird double process. You're spending double as many points. You're having to spend half your time at one skill and then half at the other just to train, like, you know, the one that you might be wanting to do. It's just really awkward with how it's currently scaled. It makes sense for a couple things like alchemy. But I feel like for almost every other skill, the double system that exists is not worth it. Where you have to do one activity, then a different activity. I think alchemy is the only one in the game where that double system kind of works. Just because you make potions out of it that are rather unique. That you can't make by normal means. But aside from alchemy, I personally don't feel like the double AFK setup works for any other skill particularly well. Compared to the ones that you could just go at and not need to worry about them. You don't need any items, you don't need any other anything else. You just simply go there, click, and you're good to go. But yeah, I hope they reconsider how they're scaled or something about them. For like all the double ones. Like it's fine that they exist. They're just scaled in a way that they're really not worth it at the moment. What's worse is you don't get the containers back when you use the stuff in the AFK. That's not too big a deal. The containers are pretty cheap. You just gotta remember to keep restocking them. Because the cost loss is basically nothing. What do they cap at? Don't they cap at like $9.99? I think I bought a bunch earlier. Where's my tool belt? I think someone earlier said they cap at $9.99. I got like 100 of each at one point. Also, I just realized I'm running low on vials. Kind of forgot that was even a thing. I bought like 500 a while back. It lasted for a long while, but we have somehow almost ran out of vials. Good thing I noticed, because I actually would have ran out the next time I did Herblore. Because I was going to process all those teeth, which would have been like over 1,000 of them. For however many we have stored at this rate. Definitely several hundred. Also, oh, that's so funny. You know why my bucket is so much lower than these other 4? It's not because I did an AFK activity. That's why this one's slightly lower than that one. Is because I did an AFK activity for something for Herblore earlier with the gathering skill. My buckets are so low because I filled 1 billion of them when I was doing the rainbow water. You know the spider quest when you need to get the rainbow water? I didn't realize you only needed 1 rainbow water. I thought you needed 1 per vat. And I forgot how many vats she had, so I got like 20 rainbow water. Just to find out you only have to hand her 1. But I got her 20 because I thought I would need 1 per vat of, you know, the things that the water is in. But no, you only need 1 and they all fill up somehow magically. I was thinking logically, like, oh, I'll have to dump 1 into every single one of the vats to make them work. But nope, that's not how it works. You just give her 1 and they all fill. That is why I'm missing so many buckets. It's because I filled 20 of them with rainbow water. You did the same? At least I'm not the only one who thought that. Oh, so hello, Ben. Welcome, welcome. Oh, does that one consume dye over time? I never personally dyed there, so I don't know. I only ever used the endgame dyer. Like with our burnt orange to match his cape. Looks so clean. I can't wait till endgame armor where it looks even more profound. Because I'm really curious to see how that looks with some of the max capes. Or, you know, the skill keeps in general. Yeah, we're definitely not going to have a 500 anytime soon, but you know what I mean. Alright, yeah, I'll do 1 more inventory. Whatever will fit. Should be like, what, 5 slings? Alright, so what's our levels right now? We need 4.5 Mind Fighters and 12 Stonemason. Gosh, the Stonemason... honestly, the Stonemason grind definitely took a lot longer than I was anticipating. Not necessarily in a negative way, because honestly, it hasn't been that bad. Not as bad. It's not carpentry. It's not that bad. But, like, the time to get it up has been so much longer than I was anticipating for 48. Like, 60 smithing felt like nothing. 59 fighting is just fun. But, I don't know, Stonemason, I've been enjoying, like, the blast mining and some of the other things we've been doing for it. It just feels like the time to get there felt longer than the other 3s for some reason. Obviously, bone rate was quicker because we only need 40. Blacksmith felt quicker because we're actually making gear and, you know, we just needed higher in general. But Stonemason of these 3 have felt the longest for some reason. Which is weird, because I would say Stonemason is better than Bone Rate. But for some reason, it has felt a lot slower. Not sure if the XP rate for some of the things are just a bit weirder. Or because that one Bone Rate method just was really good that we end up doing later. Like, because the storage box was right on it. I'm not sure. You're still like 4 days from finishing that quest? Yeah, it takes forever. We've been tryharding it like all day, yesterday and today. Wait, what's today right now? Thursday? We've been trying since Tuesday. What's today's date? I'm losing track of time. We are at... yeah, it's Thursday. So yeah, this is my 3rd day of like no-lifing this quest. And we're still not done. Because I started a bit late to the party. A lot of people I think started on the weekend or something. But I didn't really start super power grinding this until Tuesday. So this is our 3rd day in a row no-lifing this quest, and we're still not done. But yeah, quests in this game, they're definitely quests. They're not like a short endeavor. Alright, what am I doing here? I guess I'm going to Hopeport. You know what? Let me go to Chronopus. I want to see if he's selling anything. I think it's been about 3 hours by now. Sure felt like it has been. Let me go check it. Oh, wow. A 712. There's one of those efficiency people. You could tell because you know who all the max efficiency people are? If they're ever wearing a level 100 or 200 of any of these capes. Doesn't matter which. If they're wearing any of these 4 at level 100 or higher, they know what they're doing. I can't wait till we go to chapter 4. Looking forward to it. We'll be back soon. Well, I'm currently stuck in a quest. A very long quest. Where am I going? Alright, let me go sell my junk. And let me go grab all my junk. Wow, the sling actually sells for quite a bit more. The lowest rarity one was selling for like 2 each. It only required 1, what do you call it? Well, not 1, but 3, death metal. Which means we're actually profiting from these now. Every single one we sell, we profit. Unlike the other thing. Hey, we're actually profiting every sling. They're just selling for 2 silver each. And we spent 1.8 silver at max. Or 1.9, whatever it was. Whatever 675 times 3 is how much we spent per. Which is less than 2 silver. Or is it? Okay, it's like break even. But with the higher rarity ones, we profit. So our overall profiting is the long story of this. Long story short, we are indeed profiting from this. Oh, so did I clear everything? I think I did. Do I have anything weird in chapter 3 I kept? No, I think that's all of our normal stuff. We're good. Alright, good to go. Anyways, back to the grind. Gotta do what? 2, 3, 4, 5 more trips? We have to make 98 more slings, or 98 total, because the one hammer. Not sure how many I just sold him. What's the reward for the Mine 3 Star Quest? You get access to Death Stone, which we mined quite a bit this stream. We did even a whole hour straight of it earlier. That's what we're currently using to craft this stuff with. But it allows you to get access to this, Death Stone. You could buy it from shops, but it's way too expensive to bother compared to doing it through the quest. You also get access to a venture that gives you mining XP every day, as well as free explosives every day. It also gives you access to 2 good training spots. One for Cryo Knights and one for Hammer Mages. Yeah, I'm losing 25 copper, but the other ones make up for it with their rarity. So we're definitely profiting. Because every 2-star and 3-star, you know, obviously makes a huge profit. But we're basically breaking even on whenever we get a 1-star. But we profit every time we get a 2 or 3. Plus, also, some of our dynamite was free from the daily. I think we had like 48 that we already had from the daily system. Would you get like 24 per day, 12 at a time? But yeah, I basically wanted to do an XP method that wouldn't break the bank. And it seemed like a good middle ground. And overall, I feel like it was. And we got level 40 mining along the way. Though we still need to do even more mining. We still need all the flint. Which, I don't know how much flint we need, but it's a scary number. Honestly, I think I might just do all the flint I have. See if that gets us to 39 or 40. And honestly, after that, I think I might just go and knowledge point the rest. The entire 40 to 46. I think I might just do 40 to 46 with nothing but knowledge points. Because we're going to get a few from when we get 59 Mind Fighter. And then from there, I don't know, we just do whatever and just have some fun while we go and get the rest of the requirement. The only problem with that is it doesn't rush it down. So maybe I'll get slightly more flint. But I don't want to just do just flint all the way to 48. Because I'm pretty sure we have to mine over 1,000 flint. Which does not sound good. Like, I'm not against doing that. But gosh, is that a lot of mining of flint, which is definitely not the best mining XP we could be getting right now. What would be required because I need the Stonemason XP. But we could bypass that by just, you know, lamping up the thing with knowledge points. And not need to deal with it. I don't know, we'll see. We still got some time. Still got a solid 4 hours to grind it out. See what level that even gets us to. Is the grape daily worth it? Personally, I feel like it is. You get grapes at about 70% off. They're also used to make the potion that you need for 5% bonus in Chronopolis. But yeah, you have to pay a little bit of money. But it's about a 70% discount compared to buying them from the actual shop. And you get some merchant XP, which is a really, really good skill to train. It also has the lowest requirement of any venture, only requiring 21 merchant. Which I don't think there's any venture with a lower level requirement than that. The only weird thing about the grapes is it's a forced 24-hour one. So far, every other venture I've seen is a 12-hour venture. So that's both a good thing and a bad thing about these. Is, yeah, they go for 24 hours instead of 12. Like nearly every other venture in the game. For better or for worse. But yeah, they're pretty worth it. And I've just been making it to make them into potions. Also, if you get the merchant level high enough... Actually, you already would by that point. But if you buy your pearls with, which you would already have if you got 21. But if you buy your pearls with the 70% off, which you 100% should be doing in the town square place, and not from the guy in the main square in Zone 1. But if you buy them from the Zone 4 guy for 70% off, you do profit from these per potion. If you buy the grapes through the venture, and you buy the pearls through the 70% discount, you will go and make a huge profit when you actually go and sell them. Or you can simply use them. And just use it as a way to get the potion way cheaper, either or. How long is the venture at 65 merchant? I have no clue. But yeah, I did notice that. I would assume also at the same time. Yeah, you can buy tiles. Oh. Is that building material for zone 4? I mean 5? Hold up, you could buy tiles. That sounds like building material to me. Ooh. We need to go get merchant up and start running tiles. Oh, we 100% have to do that to get a head start on builder. Honestly, I kind of want to get 46 bone rate and do the same thing as well for bone rate. It wasn't a venture though. I think it was an AFK activity. What was it for? This one might not be as worth it, but it could be a good way to get bone rate up. Because bone rate, you can make basic cement, which you would need at probably low level, whatever you call a builder. But that means we can get tiles and bone meal cement early, the basic kind, which means you probably need it at a low building level. Wait, you can't get tiles? What do you mean you can't get tiles? Isn't that what that is? It says tiles. I was kind of assumed they would give you tiles. Or is it giving us course? I'm confused by this. The venture doesn't work? Oh. What, they didn't code it? Scammed. They forgot to code the thing into the game? That's pretty funny. Especially because tiles do nothing in old school RuneScape as well. Someone has it. It was posted on Reddit. Interesting. Hopefully they fix that soon. You got bricks from a chest. Interesting. Well, does the bone one work then? Has it been confirmed that the bone one works? Because honestly, I might start doing this if I don't know what AFK activity to do at a given night. Because getting free bone rate XP overnight while also making something we'll need for low level builder in chapter 5 sounds really good value. Because that definitely seems worth it at some point. Because the quest itself will get us to 41 or 42. So at some point it wouldn't be that hard to go get another 4 levels and 1 more knowledge point. Yeah, I'm definitely considering it just to have a head start on builder down the line. Plus it's just a bunch of free bone rate XP. Yeah, they just didn't add it to the game when it came to the tile thing yet. They probably will at some point. You can see the 200 cape on the upcoming unlocks. Nice. You're almost there. So close yet so far. But yeah, honestly, I'm pretty sure our first 200 cape is going to be the smithing cape. Unless I start to tangent at some point. I definitely don't want to do watch person unless we could do all the way to 500. Honestly, I thought the watch person cape would be my favorite, but honestly, the more I see people with it, I'm kind of growing out of it. Even the full cape, I feel like. It's just the color scheme of it, I think, that's throwing me off. Compared to every other cape. Just looks a little bit jarring when compared to, like, 5 other capes next to it. But I'm still not sure. The smithing cape just looks so clean the more I look at it. That I just want to get it all the way. I just feel like it's going to be so generic being a Cryo Knight with, like, a level 200 smithing cape, though. Next to the other 100 Cryo Knights with the level 200 smithing cape that will be in the game in like a month. It just seems like the most generic route to go that like every Cryo Knight will do. But for good reason, it's really useful for Cryo Knights. Get the Stonemason cape? No. Though I have seen some people with it earlier. It actually doesn't look that bad. Isn't that it right there? I like how it looks like almost like hieroglyphics. I do like that aspect of it. Almost as if it's made of stone. Almost like a caveman drawing or some kind of ancient society. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a rather unique take on some of the capes. Like, it has a drastically different design than many of the other ones do. But in a good way. The 200 plus mining keep is sick. I actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I've seen the mining keep yet. I haven't even seen anyone to level 50 mining keep, I don't believe. Unless I wasn't paying attention when they were near us. But yeah, I can't recall anyone in it. Everyone just keeps going for the smithing or stone keep or something. But no one who's done those have really been wearing the mining one. Oh, that's what I want. Don't do that. Was I putting this in again? I think Stonemason. Oh wait, do I not have the other activity? Oh yeah, I needed 2 points, I remember. I need another one to unlock the next. Yeah, that's my 8th K activity tonight. 100% this is going to be your 8th K activity. Hopefully get like 15K, 20K Stonemason while we sleep. There's not a huge amount, but you know, it'll put a dent in whatever goal we still have left by the end of this all this stream. I still can't believe we didn't get there after today, though. It's kind of crazy that that's still not enough. Yeah, I added to the wiki earlier. Is it on the Cape page? I kind of want to go check. Where is it? Professions, Lost and Found, Enchantress. Alright, this one right here. Capes. If I just type in capes, does it come up? Cape. Cape shop. Profession capes. Here we go. Alright, where is it? Oh, cooking looks clean. Fishing's okay. Okay, let me see. What's my verdict on these? Just from a quick look. My quick opinion on every cape. Actually, let me just do it while I show it on screen. Why am I being greedy and just looking at it myself? Wait. Let me go show it on screen while we do this. How to bring up browser again? Not that one. Where's the browser? Browser. Web browser. What's it called again? It would be Brighter Shores Wiki. Brighter Shores Wiki. Cape. Profession capes. Alright, let me go through this real quick. Oh, you're not done yet? Come on. So I can make the next one. Alright. It's okay. It's definitely one you'd want to do if you're a free-to-play player. Very clean. I love it. Fishing. I don't know, kind of okay. I like the first part. I don't feel like it gains too much from going into the depths, necessarily. Let's see. Which one is this? The other foraging cape. I don't feel like it meshes that well with everything. I feel like it has like too much going on like in the middle. Not sure though. It could definitely grow on me though as it grows. I wonder what the full thing looks like. Alchemy, kind of average. I like the whole bubble theme, but it just seems really samey. Especially if it does that the whole way down. Scout, honestly not bad. I feel like it's a little hard to see when it's on you, though. Gather? Oh, gosh, no one's doing Gatherer. Good job, Gatherers. Where are the Guardians at? See, this is what I said earlier. This is why, if you want to make a killing... If you want to make a killing when trading comes out, if that is tradable... Look, there's not even a single level 50 Gatherer cape here. That's so sad. Wood cutting looks okay. Honestly, the 200 wood cutting, I feel like almost looks better than the 500. Without the little bit of extra vines down there. Carpentry cape. I hate carpentry, but honestly, its cape's not bad. Some people are saying this was like one of the cooler looking ones for the combat capes. I like that glow that it has near the end. I'm not sure. I like how it's layered. So think about how it's layered kind of works. Not sure. It has like a lot of random creatures on it. Bone right, interesting. It's like a good little crossbow thing going. I would love to see what the full thing of that looks like. Like how this bone weave ends up going all the way down. Oh, this was the mining one? Oh, that's actually really good. Oh. Alright, the mining cape. Okay, that I might need to get mining a little higher. Wait, what? That actually looks clean. Is that the 500 or the... No, that's the 200, right? Yeah, that's the 200. That's the 500. wonder what the final little bit looks like. Honestly, that looks pretty clean. I have a bias. This one's so good. I think we should have a bit of a different tool all the way at the bottom, though. But we're not getting 500 anytime soon. I don't think it's that big a deal. Honestly, the 100 one's a huge improvement compared to 50. Not that the 50 one's bad. But out of any of these tiers, I feel like the 100 gains the most amount of visual improvement compared to the other two. No one's doing Stonemason or Barrelay. There's definitely out there. I've seen some. Actually, the Stonemason one actually looks really clean. That was the one I was talking about that looked like the inscription earlier. It's not here, but I think that one's actually really good. I'm curious what the full thing looks like. Watch person's only good if you have 500. Detective... I'm curious to see how this does, because obviously they're going for a street theme. I would need to see more of it. But yeah, it has the hourglass and has the other thing. Eventually it's going to have the manacles. And what was the fourth one? A wanted poster. So they're going to add manacles and wanted poster at some point. Probably wanted poster next and then manacles down the bottom. I think that could look cool at 500. But I feel like at the lower level, it just doesn't do it for me. Leather maker. I like how it has that stitch design. Though I would love to see what it has going further down. But that stitch design kind of theme makes it pretty unique. Merchant. I'm not a big fan of it. Oddly enough. As good as the merchant skill is, I'm not sure. Just not doing something for me for some reason. I'm not sure why. I feel like a lot of them that have like seemingly random items for some reason are the ones that kind of throw me off. Not that it's completely random, obviously. But whenever they do it like this... It just seems like slightly less coherent compared to some of the other capes. So something about that just kind of throws me off. Shieldbreaker is the combat for next region. Builder. Armorer. Those are the only ones we have confirmed icons for. But yeah, this is still one of my favorite. Honestly, that's clean. That is really clean. I can't zoom any further. But yeah, that is super clean. Honestly, I want to go get mining up now. What? I kind of want to get the mining cape instead of the smithing one almost. I think that might have just grown on me as like my new favorite cape now. Something about that design just looks so good. I'm not sure what it is. I can't quite pinpoint it. Alright, I saw all this. Alright, let's go get the rest of it. You got 47 gathering? Nice. Getting there. You're mining now from 200 after seeing that one yesterday? Nice. Honestly, I almost feel tempted to. Luckily, we're going to have to do some mining to go get our stonemason up. But we're going to need mining anyways in order to get smithing and stonemason up long term. And given that our bone rate level is probably going to slack compared to the other two, it's definitely worth considering getting up at some point. Because I need to make sure it keeps up with my with our other thing. You know what? I was even upgrading my mining tool initially, and I still am. I'm still going all in on the mining tool and on the manacles. So I think my strategy still hasn't changed. It just has gotten more refined. But our strategy is still going to be the same ultimately. In that I was upgrading my mining tool to level 10. We were doing our manacles to level 10. And I still think I want to prioritize both of those two. Manacles for AFK raiding. And mining because that cape will be ours. I might even pivot off of this cape. Because I feel like every single person who's a Cryo Knight is going this cape. We gotta be a little bit different and go for the mining one. Dude, that just looks so clean. I wonder what it looks like with armor. Plus it would match so many trims depending on which one you want. I think the true test is I will get the cape at level 50 and see what it looks like with some of the different trims with armor on. And if it looks just as good as it does in that image, we are 100% going all the way. But I will test drive it with the level 51. And if the level 50 works, we're going for the level 200 mining cape at some point. Long term, obviously, no time soon. But we'll have to see. Because I think that might have just grown on me as my new favorite now. How do you get your UI like that? Like with the backdrop and the professions. Oh, you click the little side arrow. You can move all the little bubbles wherever you want. Wherever you prefer them on any of the 4 sides. And then when you click the side buttons, it brings up the little things. I normally have it set up to do bounties. Like for a merchant. This is normally my merchant setup. Because we need the mini map, we need the spells, we need the bounties, and we need to just double check our inventory in case we're dumb and do something dumb and forget to path correctly. This is a good backup plan. But yeah, this is normally my setup for when I do bounties. But I normally have it like this because people normally ask what our levels are. And this is like the next best thing to see is our inventory at any given time. Especially if we're doing a gathering skill where we need to know how many we have just in case. But that's how you do it. And you can resize them however you want. It's pretty nice. Yeah, it's pretty customizable. I really like it. Also, you can also play on the mobile version. Or pretend to make your own mobile version, let's see. How far can we go? Let's see, yeah, there we go. The mobile port of Brighter Shores now in. We're good to go. They really need to port this to mobile already. You literally have it going right here. You're good to go. We're good to go. Anyways, let's go back to a realistic layout. Oh, not that. There we go. And of course you can hide it all and just have a normal screen, of course. Normally I like keeping it like this, but this is as small as possible. But you can customize however you want and move the icons around. Have whatever 4 menus you want open. I normally just keep the 2 open and as small as possible, though. I mean, someone's trying to add us. Mr. Grizz. What a name. Also, I only have 19 spots left. Oh no, whatever am I going to do? Yeah, we can only add like 10 more people. I want to keep someone reserved just in case. I'll still keep accepting them for now. I'm not sure what we're going to do after, though. I wonder... Oh, I have an inbox. I was going to say, I wonder if I can keep an infinite number of people in my inbox. I can only keep 50. I wonder what happens if that actually exceeds it. Like, if someone gets so many friend requests that you get, like, 51. Like, what happens? Does it overwrite it? Does it just show the most recent 50? Does it not let people even try to add you? We get an error. What do you mean you can resize them? While the whole sidebar is open? Yeah, you can resize the bar to whatever you want. Like, here's max size. Here's minimum size. You can do anything in between. Depending on what you want. I normally keep it as small as possible, though. Just so it doesn't block as much as the gameplay. You can make the top portion really small and bottom very long too, can you? Oh, new tech. I've never realized this was a thing. What? Oh, that is so cool. Wait, I never noticed that. Wait, that's new tech. Wait, that's huge. I don't think I would keep it at anything other than even though. It's still huge though. Right now I need to get back to normal. There we go. I never knew that. Wow. Hey, say we're how many hours are we now? Oh, I can't even see because we have the Brighter Shores thing open. We're at 132 hours, still learning something new. But yeah, I never realized that. That's interesting. That would actually be more useful over here. Oh, that's good. Wait, that's nice. Wait. What if I do this? Oh yeah, that's so clean. Wait. Right there. Now it even looks like a book too. It's not like a big bloated thing. Wait, that's huge. Because now I can have my map actually be correct size. And I just need to teleport here just to click it quickly. It doesn't matter what size it is as long as it don't misclick. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, this is our new merchant setup. Alright, there we go. I don't need it right now though. Yeah, I never realized you could do that. That's pretty cool. It's not really that useful for this menu, but it's really useful for the map to make it bigger. Because it's really easy to misclick the map, so you want it kind of as big as possible if you can. You knew that day one, did you really? Yeah, I never realized it. I found out about the side to side pretty quickly, but I never thought to move the middle bar for some reason. I just thought they were just static. You can customize like everything with the menus now. That's actually kind of crazy. Wait, can you make chat smaller? Oh. Make chat bigger too. I made it slightly smaller. I'm not sure why I never thought to go vertically. The sounds he's making. If only you could keep that chat open while playing. Yeah, it kind of eats up all your inputs if you keep it up. Like if you hit any numbers or letters or anything. Yeah, we're almost at 38. We're so close. The milestone of stone. And then we just have 8 levels to go. So close yet so far. Yeah, I think my game plan at this point is once I hit 38, hoping that this gets us to 38. Our plan is to go and consolidate everything. Or not consolidate everything, but run all the flint I currently have. See what level that gets me to. And then we kind of determine, like, do we just mine a bunch of flint? Or do we try to get it passively? Or some other third option? I'm still trying to figure out how we want to go about that. 4.5 years not going to take that long. It'll take a while, but not that long. That's not going to be that bad. Especially with the enemy we have to kill and the weapon upgrade. So it's really just solving Stonemason that's the issue now. Because I don't have enough material bank to get it there. Even at 38. I could probably, if all my flint and my other material could be used for it. But the basalt, don't think I can use until 48, not 38. That's gonna help get me to like 50, 51. But it doesn't help us in the 46 grind. Oh, that guy doesn't know he can't make armor. Yep, episode 5, there it is. E5, yep, there it goes again. Everyone knows. Yep, there it is. What they said, yep. I like how everyone answered. That was like 4 to 5 responses. Another ad. They are adding leaderboards very soon. Well, maybe not soon, but it is on the plans before launch. It'll likely be a trophy icon. I could have sworn I saw a screenshot in beta with a trophy icon. But they're likely going to add a trophy icon for in-game leaderboards. So hello, Seba. Welcome, welcome. As well as Funt, if I didn't already say hi. Welcome, welcome. As well as Max and Jonas. I know, at least he wasn't left hanging. Like we were about to. I figured it'd be some person that would. Monument unlocks leaderboards. Yes, there's just a monument of everyone's achievements in the monument. It's just an achievement hall in there, nothing else. You finally get 490 foraging, and all that's inside is just the achievement hall. You can't check the leaderboards without it. To build up your hate for the dirty cryo knights, you can kill them without hesitation. That's funny. When he looked at the toilet, he sees cryo knight. Gosh, what's all the cryo knight slander? I know, even that guy said it. Let's see. People already trash talking. PvP's not even out yet. I know, not a single Guardian site. Look at this. Well, it makes sense you'd see a billion Hammer Mages here. This is their skill. But yeah, there's like 10 Hammer Mages, 2 Cryo Knights, 0 Guardians. Poor Guardians. Is this slander if it's true? Oh. The sad part is hammer mages are strong against cryo knights too. So if there is a PvP situation where they can attack them, they will be stronger. But where are all the guardians at? How does this room have 0 guardians in it? Like, the ratio of players somewhat makes sense, because obviously it'd be like 80% hammer mages. Well, why is there not a single guardian in this room right now? I don't think I've seen a single one since I started processing this death armor, or death, oh, there it is! They do exist! He's here! Right on cue. As I say, I don't think I saw a single one since I've been crafting these. Oh, he left the room, though. I think he's buying ore. Alright, we're back to no guardians. As it should be, no. You played every episode except 3? Wait, did you just rush through 3? Honestly, rushing through 3 and just trying to power make money in 4 is actually a pretty good idea. If I didn't just go all in on this quest, I feel like a good strategy would have been just to go crazy on merchant leatherworker. But I'm in too deep to back down now. We're pretty much there. Oh, so this is why I kind of want to get rid of this cape. Look at this. Look at every guardian here. He doesn't count. He's not wearing a cape. There's 2 guardians on top of each other right there, both wearing smith and cape. We're wearing smith and cape. We got to get the mining cape. We got to do it. I'm starting to see too many cryo knights with this cape that's actually driving me crazy. It looks so clean on on this class, but still, I feel like everywhere I look, every other cryo knight is smith and cape in full armor. Well, obviously full armor. There's not much else you could really do. But yeah, the smith and cape ratio is getting out of control. I meant cryo knight. Yeah, I'm not sure what I just said. Yeah, I meant cryo knight. I think it said hammer mage or something. Is there any leaks on the new gear? What do you mean new gear? You got 40 bone right just from knowledge. Nice. Gain blacksmith to 61 now without stepping into the mines. Nice. Yeah, it's a good way to go about it. We're likely going to have to do it for the final part of the grind. Are there going to be any new styles for the new classes? Or for the classes? Still not sure what you mean by style. You mean like new armors? Well, basically how armor works is they'll look different the higher tier you go. Like tier 1 looks different than tier 2, that looks different from tier 3, so on and so forth. And I think there's 6 tiers. Going all the way up to perfect. So all 6 of those tiers look completely different. But otherwise, your armor will look really samey. Like a cryo knight in best in slot compared to another cryo knight in best in slot will look exactly the same other than the cape they're wearing and the trim that they have. That's one only slightly bad thing, potentially, about the current state of the game. Is in that regard. It can end up being pretty samey. But, you know, there'll probably be other things in the future that might make that a little bit different. Like a max cryo knight compared to another max cryo knight, the only difference there'll be visually is what cape they're wearing and what trim they have on their armor. But there's not going to be any variance because there's only one set of best in slot armor and they would both be wearing the same thing. Same as guardians, same as hammer mages. They'll likely find some kind of solution to that in the future. But at least at launch, that could be a slight issue, I guess. Like visually. Like a lot of classes will look really samey to each other. Not the different classes, but you know, within the same class, you'll look pretty samey to each other. But that likely would change over time. As they add more stuff to the game. Different sets of gear, stuff like that. Because eventually maybe every class will have like 2 different sets or 3 different sets, so on and so forth. Or maybe they already do. Because I've seen some other slightly different armor. Like he's wearing a different helm. So yeah, I guess there is like maybe 2 sets per class or 3 sets. Kind of like how we have 3 different shields. Maybe there's 3 different sets of armor. So maybe that's not true then. I was not sure how many there are because I forgot. There's this like bucket helm thing. And like the different mail kind of thing on them. So maybe that's not true. Maybe there's like 2 or 3 different sets. It's hard to tell because we don't have Armor Maker yet. Are there a lot of different ones? I feel like at most there's 3 sets because there's 3 different shields. So it makes sense that there's also 3 different sets of armor. I'm not sure what the 3rd set is for Guardian then. I mean, for Cryonite then. Because I know we have this heavy metal. And then like the slightly leathery looking one with the bucket helm. I'm not sure what the 3rd one was. Like that's kind of like what the 2nd one looks like. Kind of forgot about it. Almost like a musketeer kind of thing. Though this heavier armor is definitely my favorite. I'm currently not wearing the plate body for, am I? I am in the other chapter. Oh no, I am. Anyways. Back to the mines. I think this is our final set as well. Not sure if it's gonna get us over. It's gonna be a little tight. I'm not sure if this gets us a 38. I guess the alternative is put 1 knowledge point into it. And that would push us over. The problem is crafting the rest of these I don't believe gets me 1 knowledge point. So maybe I go mine flint for just a little bit, get a knowledge point that way, and then see? And then we process all of our flint. I think that'll be the way. I'll process the rest of these slings. After we process those, we'll go do mining of flint until we have 38 stonemason. Just from knowledge points alone. And then after that, which should only be 1 knowledge point, I'm pretty sure by then. And then after that, I'll process all the flint and see where that brings us. I'm not sure we can make out of flint, but it's definitely something. Hey, how's our money doing? We are still dirt poor. We don't even have a gold piece. Yeah, the knowledge points are really cool how they work in this game. It allows you to train anything without training anything. If there's things you don't want to bother training. Between the AFK activities and the just putting XP, dumping into something. Oh, did Brighter Shore Central do a 3rd video yet? On his monument progress? I'm really curious to see how that goes. Is he confirmed the highest level gatherer right now, or forager? Because I'm not aware of anyone else grinding it, but there might be someone else who just is less popular going for it. I'm not sure. Obviously, he's like the biggest person who's going for it right now. I'm not sure if there's anyone else kind of rushing monument as well at the moment. It's coming out tomorrow morning? Oh, okay. Oh, maybe I'll watch it before the stream then. Hey, Guardians, they do exist. Finally. There's now 2 Guardians in this. There's now 1 Guardian. There's now 1 Guardian in this room. Well, rip the 2nd guy. Oh, short-lived. Oh, he's back. I think he's buying ore or something. You have a ton of FOMO while leveling all skills. Yeah, I've kind of done the same. I kind of wish I would have committed to the merchant leatherworker grind. Or going all the way to 51 detective, which we really need to go finish already. But I don't know, we're too committed to this grind to stop now. We are far too deep to get out. There's no coming back until this grind is over. But the main advantage of this is we can now make tier 4 equipment at around level 50. Which in the short term should be pretty good. In the long term, this will pose an issue for chapter 4. Because I would have to train my smithing and or stonemason and or bonewright to really high levels to really start getting to the point where we can do Like, let's say 100, for example. Like 100 4-star. Is I need 300 levels between those 3 skills. And to do that with smithing alone, we'd need like almost 200 smithing. Which is not happening anytime soon. Unless we just start dumping every XP boost into smithing. Honestly, I kind of want to start putting it to merchant. That might seem like a weird one to start dumping it into. I kind of want to rush detective next. Like after we get this weapon and everything. I kind of want to rush detective, get to 51. Gear up in Chronopolis to the point where we can AFK the 51 level raid. Like 100% AFK. Because that's the main purpose of it. And then start dumping all my XP into merchant. Until we can get like 105 or 150 something. Maybe even 200 if we really want to go all out. And then just go all in Leathermaker. Make all the money we're ever going to need for every other skill. And then just start getting max tools off of Leatherworker into merchant. Or merchant into Leatherworker. Whatever you want to look at it. Because that's kind of the current game plan as far as our arc of soon things we'll do SoonTM. I think that's our current arc. Finish these, get tier 550 weapons. Get to 51 detective so we can actually start getting levels there. Get combat up a little bit more so we can actually survive the level 51 raids we just unlocked. And then just go merchant, leatherworker till the end of time. Until they nerf it. Which is my other concern of why I kind of want to get there soon. Is I'm not sure if they're going to nerf it or not. Like how broken merchant into leatherworker is. But they had to have known. Like they made the game that way. So I guess it's intended. It just seems really, really broken how much money you make from merchant into leatherworker. But it's kind of by design. Like it's not like they didn't run the numbers. They very specifically gave merchant a discount ability. And scaled leatherworker accordingly. Like it's not like they don't know. It just seems weird how much more money it makes compared to the free-to-play skills. Which obviously they would want it to be a bit more. But they made it like a lot more. Like 3 times as much. If not more at super high merchant levels and super high leathermaker. Because fishing cooking will never make as much as merchant leathermaker will. Not even close. You have an XP boost before you hit knowledge point. XP free added to the boost. Yeah, I have been utilizing that some. It just there's a lot of activities where it's not worth keeping a potion or keep juggling it. I just can't be bothered with what we're doing right now. When we go do combat again, we will for sure. But there's just a lot of activities where it just feels clunky having a inventory wasted. Let's hello Tim. Welcome, welcome. I really hope that sometime in the next week they add the utility potion slot. So we can have the 3rd potion just sitting there where we can do 5% off of. Because I'll start using them a lot more once that's a thing. But aside from combat, they feel really clunky to use more often than not. Yeah, if you craft 19s, you get more epics. I stopped clicking it because I just couldn't be bothered to keep moving the number every time. It does make you a bit more money. But you also have to click like a billion buttons every time you want to do it. Like right now, if I want to make a level 50, we have to click like 7 extra times per item. For just a slight like 10% profit increase or 20%, whatever it is. Like it's definitely better, but I don't think it's worth the amount of effort. Like right now, if I want to do it, I have to click this twice, that twice. And there we are. It just feels really clunky right now. Because you can't just like input the number of like 19. You have to click all the side numbers to just move the number where it needs to be. Well, you pop it only when the knowledge point goes up? I'm confused. Like, you mean beforehand? Because, yes, yeah, of course you do it when you do the XP boost thingy. And then just only do it when it does that. But is there actually an extra benefit when you do it before you even use the point? I don't believe there is. It's only when you use the point itself. Alright, there's not... Okay. I was just confused by the wording there. Might have been the all caps that threw me off. But yeah, that makes sense. It just applies to the thingy. I thought it was like new tech being dropped. But no, we already know that. But you never know sometimes. There's definitely a lot of stuff we don't know. Also, wow, it just started super downpouring. If I randomly disconnect, it is because that storm is so loud right now. I don't hear any thunder or anything, so we should be fine, hopefully. But it sounds like I'm being flooded right now with how much rain is just falling all of a sudden. Should go away soon, hopefully. If we randomly disconnect and don't come back, our electricity may have gone down. Hopefully it won't, though. Yeah, this is some super rain right there. I don't think it's coming in through the mic. But that is a high amount of rain going on right now. Alright, nothing on the mic, okay. But yeah, as long as we don't lose connection, we should be going for about another 3 hours or so tonight. But if the stream does randomly stop, we're likely not coming back. So just be wary if it just randomly stops for some reason. But otherwise, we should be going for about 3 more hours. See how much progress we can get in that time. It's not that far. Okay, the rain's already letting up. That's a good sign. Just getting randomly flash-flooded out of nowhere. Alright. I just realized I have some lower tier stuff as well. I still have some granite left too if we want to process it. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the final little bit of this. I'm running out of inventory space so hard. Oh gosh, I'm trying to push that level as much as I can, but I'm running out of inventory. Our entire inventory is nothing but items at this rate. Sleep is XP waste. Gosh, what conversation are they having right now? Someone yawned. Wake up. Don't sleep. The skills must grow. Sleep is XP waste. I think what's funny is that's 4 different people. All commenting once. That's not like a conversation. That's just... That's kind of funny. Yep, typing is XP waste. He knows. What's even funnier is it still has not been a repeat person yet. Oh no, wait, never mind. One of them is. Up there's a new unique one. 6 comments, 5 unique messages. Or 5 unique people in 6 comments. Interesting. I gave Guy annoyed at Sun for coming up and breaking him out of his game energy. That's funny. Yeah, we'll do 1 more inventory. Technically, I can make 2 more. Until our inventory cries for help. Because that is the absolute max. Hey, we got 38. Never mind. Well, actually, I don't know. I'm still committing to it. I said I would do it. 2 more. And then our inventory is as over encumbered as it could possibly get without dropping things around. Have I started killing Umber blobs yet? No. I don't really have the combat too. The problem is my defense gear. Offensively, I probably could. Defensively, we would get obliterated if I try going there right now, I'm pretty sure. If the armor making skill was in the game, I probably could go there right now. But my armor is too far behind at the moment. We got a lot of good weapon drops, but our armor is not kept up. Oh, actually, this is episode 4 gear, but still, if we showed the episode 3 gear, it's not much better. Alright, now we go sell all this, and I guess we run all the flint then. One thing I might want to go do, though, is go get another set of, gas. He's still at level 0 bone right, that's funny. You want to change your name to Umber Blob? I wonder who's going to change their name to the first boss added to the game.
That'd be a pretty cool one to have. Like, who's gonna snipe that literally like the second it comes out? Because you know someone's going to. Like, the second the first boss exists, someone will snipe that name within the first 5 seconds. Try to do it really quickly, but it doesn't really let you. Because the menu keeps moving. Alright, there we go. Alright, now to do it again! Oh, no. We're almost there, though. This should get us to at least level 40, hopefully. Running out of flint. And then from there, honestly, I'm just going to EXP lamp it the rest. Or, you know, knowledge point, I mean. And let me go get a whole inventory of gas. Just so we have enough for this grind and any future thing we might want to do with it. Oh, of course I mistiled. Wonderful. Alright, one inventory of gas, then we're going to run all the flint we have. See what level gets us, and then figure out what on earth we're doing. Which is realistically probably combat? I'm not sure if we can finish 59 tonight, probably not. But you know, just more combat just generally. Also, I'm tempted to replace my my brimstone daily with the detective daily, just to push it over a little bit for the last little bit of detective XP we need. What? I'm so confused. Did I not just click it? I'm so confused what happened there. Also, I mentioned this earlier. I hope they add it. We need like an always sensor on mode. So I don't have to use like spam click space just to see where hitboxes are. There should just be like an auto on mode so you can see. So you don't have to keep space barring every like 3 seconds. Because I like knowing where hitboxes are. I wouldn't always use it, but there's a lot of activities where I would definitely want it. Especially when they're blocked by walls like this. These also allows you to see through walls. X-ray vision. Which obviously you can't do if it's not enabled. Yeah, we're almost at level 650. $1,000's gonna feel like such a good milestone in this game. We're still a ways away, though. We're talking like a week, if not longer. But honestly, that might be a goal for week 2, maybe? No, is that too ambitious? I think that's too ambitious. I don't think we could do that. Especially with the next grinds I'm planning on prioritizing. Because they're not particularly good at increasing total level. They need a 1000 cape. You know what someone suggested earlier that I would absolutely love to see? Because the max cape is far, far off from being realistic, they should make a zone cape. Where level 50 in every zone, or not in every zone, but, you know, per zone. Like a Hope Port level 50 cape, 100, 200, 500. A Hope Forest 50, you know, 100, you know, you get the point. But make a cape for having X number in every region. Or every specific skill in a region. So, for example, the Mine of Mataban, 50 all cape. Where you have 50 Mine Fighter, 50 Bone Wright, 50 Miner, 50 Blacksmith, 50 Stonemason. Something like that for every region. And obviously have the 50, 100, 200, and 500 variant. I would love to see that, because it's way too early to do a max cape. But it's not too early to do a zone cape, essentially. I hope they add that at some point. Because I would love to do, like, a zone cape for Mine of Montalban or Chronopolis. Well, they can't add a max keep, so zone keeps is like the best in between. It is way, 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 way too early to add a max keep to this game. I don't think anyone is even 1% the way there. I don't even think anyone is 0.1% the way there, realistically. Especially when Chapter 5 comes out. Forgot this guy was here. Gotta do like a wide angle. Oh, what cape is that? Oh, that's the mine. Oh, you know what? Wow. What on earth am I looking at? Level 200 mine fighter? No, 500? No, 200. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's missing the last thing. Wow. Look at that gear on him, too. That's what high tier Cryonite looks like. That's like tier 4 Cryonite armor. Tier 3 or 4. That looks clean. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said how much more trim higher tier stuff would have. Look at how much trim is on him right now. Yeah, that's clean. I can't wait till we get higher tier armor like that. I want to mess around with the trims, with the max capes. Or, you know, with the level capes. It's pretty cool. Anyways, I'll let him have his little fight. I didn't say hi or anything. I'm just looking at him. I'm just admiring the craft. Also, he even got the name HP, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it looks clean. I can't wait till we're a higher level Cryonite. That's what our armor's going to look like at like tier 4 or something. I know, stare more. Yeah, we chose correctly. Though all of them are going to look really cool at that level. But yeah, I believe that was tier 4 Cryonite armor. We're currently wearing like tier 1 and 2. Whenever we get drops. Oh, you didn't get a screenshot? Oh, no. Well, if you go back into stream. Go back into stream, pause it. Full screen it. Wait until like the little bar thing goes away because they have like the grayed out thing and then you can kind of screenshot it. I didn't bother screenshot. Maybe still go. Well, I moved more than 2 rooms away though. Oh, you got it? Okay. Wait, did the wiki not have it? I thought the wiki had it when we checked it earlier. Did it not? I thought it had the Mindfighter cape. Where is it? Mindfighter. Mindfighter. Yeah, it has the full... It already has them all. The wiki doesn't need one. The other guy has a way better setup than this guy, though. But, yeah, the wiki already has all the Mindfighter capes. They don't need more. Honestly, this looks way better in game than it does right here. I'm not sure why. Like, all 4 of those make it look lame. But that Cryonite setup was insanely good. Yeah, that setup was so clean. I can't wait till we get better trimmed armor. That's what I was talking about earlier. When I was saying our trim will look better when we get higher level. That's what I was talking about. I can't wait till we get better armor. Because right now our trim looks so basic. But once we get that high tier armor and start trimming it, that is going to look so cool. with all the various capes that you can end up having. Really looking forward to it. But anyways, back to the endless grind. I said hello, William. Welcome, welcome. Alright, what are we doing again? We are doing flint. Because we can finally do flint. Oh, so I had more than I thought. I thought we only had 200 something. We almost have 400 flint. That's a lot more than I thought we had already. It's not as much as like the 800 something of the other ore, but 300 something flint will go a long way. It's probably, that's guaranteed enough for level 40. Really comes down to is it enough for 41. Do you wish you could see the numbers they're hitting? Oh yeah, he must be hitting absurdly high numbers. Definitely in the hundreds. Oh, what was the Discord again? Oh, Isabel has it on copy paste if she's still around. Not sure if she can hear me if she's busy with something. But I don't have the copy paste for the Discord on me. I know she posted a bunch earlier. Maybe I can copy paste it from her. Wait. I'm scrolling back through chat. There it is. Let's see. Hopefully this link works. There's the Discord, I believe. That should work. Yep, there it is. Hopefully that's the right one. I think it is. I didn't bother putting what it was, but that's the Discord. I just posted a random link with no context. Obviously with the question, you know. Why is there so much cryo hate here? I will not stand for this. Also, I think that's the highest level Guardian I've seen. 577? Normally if I see a high level, it's Cryo Knight or Hammer Mage. It's definitely the highest Guardian I've seen so far. Oh, there it is. Discord, Isabel got the link as well. There we go. Job thief? Well, they were asking for it, so I had to go get the link. And as Isabel mentioned, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated and helps people find your channel. Helps out a ton. And if you guys, pretty sure most of you guys already know by now. Many newcomers around. We stream Brighter Shores 12 hours every single day here on this YouTube channel. So if you ever want to stop by, just chill, ask about anything, ask any questions at all, yeah, feel free to do so. As we're around pretty much every single day. Well, every single day. Mondays will be a little bit shorter, but 12 hours every single day here. So we'll probably always be around if you just want to check in at any point. Do I talk in the Discord much? Not really. Honestly, I almost never even use my own Discord. Isabel helps run it and a few others. But I just very rarely use Discord. But, you know, if you guys want to communicate with each other and other things. I'm not sure exactly everything that's set up on it because I know my Discord's kind of cluttered these days. We've just done so many things over like the last 8 years. But yeah, Isabel does a great job managing and everything. But I personally just don't use Discord or even just social things in general that much. I'm like a really antisocial person. I know I probably don't come off as it. I'm like the most introverted person ever. Like the second the stream ends, I will probably not say another word until the next stream starts. I am so antisocial. So I don't really use Discord and stuff like that too often. This is just like to check messages or something. From people like directly messaging me. I said, hello, let me tell you. Also, hello, Thomas. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you're doing the smithing grind along our grind? Nice. Honestly, I really enjoyed the 60 smithing grind, but it's probably because I'm a Cryo Knight. It's really free. Like whatever one you need feels a lot freer for your class. Yeah, smithing was just so relaxing. Plus, we actually got gear we needed. It just feels weird doing it for the other classes because we're pretty much just doing it for the quest. We eventually will need to make some stuff, but it's only when we want 4-star equipment. Well, we're currently doing YouTube full-time these days. So any of like the join buttons, tips, stuff like that help out a great deal. to keep the channel afloat. But definitely not required. But we do currently do YouTube full time. Let's see. You need someone to talk to while playing this game. Nice. Well, whenever you want to stop by and chat, let me know. Wait, you can use both hour and 2-minute potions together? No? Kind of? I'm not sure. It wouldn't be worth it, though. Because the 1 hour only works on AFK activities. So if you were to do it, it would only work for the first 2 minutes of the AFK activity. And the amount of extra XP you would get from that 5%, or, you know, the 2-minute potion would be almost 0. Because AFK activities in general give almost 0. But yeah, the hour one only works on passive. So even if they both do stack, it would barely do anything at all. You'd get, like, maybe, like, 3 extra XP from the 5% potion. Like the 2-minute one. But there's a chance they might stack, but the benefit from doing so is like near non-existent compared to just selling the potion. I feel like that's the instance a lot of times with the 5% potion. Aside from using it for your knowledge point burst and like a few other things where you might be gaining like a ton of XP at once, it never really feels worth doing for the cost of like, for the opportunity cost of like selling the potion itself. Like in the final region, I think those potions are like over a silver each or something. So every time you use one, you know, you're consuming an entire silver. So you have to compare like how much extra XP you're getting to an entire silver worth of silver. Because if that number's too low, like only 100 extra XP or something, you know, you're barely getting anything from it. The cost of an entire silver. Well, when I said 1 silver, I meant that as in, if you do it through grapes and pearls, like from the discount. But that's not like how much you can sell it for. But buying it is actually slightly cheaper than 1 silver. But you got to do both the merchant thing and the 70% discount for it to be cheaper. But I was more so talking about its sell price, not its craft price. But it does craft for under a silver, but you have to do both the venture and buy the pearls in Chapter 4 with the discount. You take your 5% while doing merchant runs? Ooh. That definitely could be worth it. What total level are you right now, by the way, Lunar? I'm actually kind of curious. Because I recall you saying in the video earlier, hey, you're pretty much like the same playtime as us, or slightly higher. Are you like 650 total? I feel like you'd be pretty high if you're doing like the merchant meta kind of thing. If you're just like focusing on that, just getting a like really high level or something. $681, nice. Yeah, I really need to get on the merchant leatherworker band train. Or bandwagon, I mean. Band train. You know what I mean. I mean, because merchant into eventual leather maker is just so broken. And it's like intendedly broken too. Like it was designed to be exactly the way it is. Which is kind of crazy. And we're kind of missing out on it because my merchant level is too low to really utilize it. Yes, once trading opens up, the only thing that's really worthwhile is gear. Particularly armor. Because we won't have Chapter 5 yet. But the price that you'll need to get good armor just seems so bad. Like how expensive it'll be. So it's probably not even going to be worth buying. Because armor is going to go for like 10 times its cost compared to once Chapter 5 exists. Because it's by far the most scarce needed combat thing. It's just really solid, good armor. Like high level 3-4 star armor. Particularly unattuned. Because a lot of the ones that people get through combat is going to be tuned to a chapter. But that's like the only way to get it right now. Unless they get really lucky and get untuned ones. Because aside from shield, you can't make any armor in the game right now. What's your merchant level, Lunar? Like, is it around 100? Higher, lower? Oh, 42? Oh, you just kind of started. Never mind. I don't know. Anytime someone said they've been doing merchant, in my head, I'm like, okay, they're like 100 plus already. Did you already do the Chapter 3 quest, by the way? Have you done any of the 5-star quests? Or you just been just like generally skilling across everything? Like, have you done the one we're doing right now? The, what's it called? Lost and Found? Yeah, you have to go really high for the discounts. You need almost like double, triple your merchant level in your, compared to Leathermaker. You're currently working on the same requirements? Nice. I assume you're going for, what, 55 merchant, 50 leatherworker then for the final chapter? But as you mentioned, you kind of need, like, absurdly high. Like, if you want to do the best in slot leather all the way to level 50, I think that requires, like, 90-something, 100-something merchant. If you were to use the discount the whole time to level 50 leathermaker for the quests. Obviously, that's not required to. But if you wanted to, like, max profit on the way to 50 leathermaker for the Chapter 4 quest, requires absurdly high merchant. Like, the quest itself requires 55. But, you know, if you wanted the full discount, it requires substantially higher. Gosh, I just realized we still have like 10 inventories of these things to go run. I really wish this process of refining was just a little quicker. This needs to be a little quicker, and the other thing needs to make all option. And I'll be happy with all 3 crafting systems. He just takes his time putting all 6 stones down delicately. Aligning them with the lasers. Yeah, you do get a teleport in Zone 2. It's the easiest to complete 5-star quests, but it gives almost no notable reward. Trapper 1 has the same issue. I guess the biggest benefit of the 5-star quest in Chapter 4 is you're probably going to do all the levels anyways. 55 Merchant, you're going to need way more than that. 50 Leatherworker, you probably already would have done for money. And for eventual 5-star, or, you know, Chapter 5 armor making. Kind of like how you need Carpentry for these other 3. As well as level 50. So they're actually the same in that regard for the 5-star quests. But also, combat is just so free in Chronopolis compared to any other region. Oh no! I didn't put the final stone. I think that's the first time I almost made that mistake. Not put all 6 stones on the thing because I thought he was done because he's putting them on so slow. In actuality, he actually didn't put the 5th one down there. There we go. I just didn't undo the other 5. It would have been more annoying if I would have had to put all of them back on. That would have been so bad. Yeah, how many more do we have? That's like, what, 9 inventories? So close, yet so far. But hey, this is going to get us actually a lot further than I thought it would. It's like 380-ish flint or whatever it was. This is going to be pretty close to where I need to be. Especially when I do the AFK thing tonight. Like, I think we're going to be at like 43, 44, and then we just have to do a little bit of combat. Because I think at this point what I'm going to do is process the rest of this flint. Do combat for whatever's left in the stream beyond that point. And then, yeah, to see where we are tomorrow then. Because I should be 55, 56 Mind Fighter and like 42 plus Stonemason. Which means both skills will need like 4 levels or something. And now we're finally there. We will finally be there. We can put into the title, Crafting 4-star Weapons and Shields. It can finally be done. He's got a rare level 20 polished stone shield. Nice. Why can't you inspect players in this game? It's probably a feature they will eventually add. You somewhat can, actually, though. Though you can't check that much at the moment because there's not leaderboards or anything. But if you go to your community tab and click on nearby, you'll see the level and everyone's name. You can also check info. And I can see that they are a hammer mage of 220 with a mind fighter level of 7. Equipment is average, whatever that means. And obviously they're weak to arbor ray because of their element. But it's all you can check at the moment. That could change in the future, of course. But at the moment, inspecting them, that's all they do. But once they have leaderboard and everything, it might show more. Or have like a tab to check them on leaderboard or whatever else. That feature is yet to be implemented. But that's the furthest you can check anyone currently. So there's a way to check. It's just it doesn't give that much info. I'll catch you later, JB1. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Hope you get a good night's sleep. But yeah, that's the closest feature we have to inspecting a player. It somewhat is, but it gives very minimal info currently. Actually, I should have inspected that player that had that really high Mind Fighter. I forgot. I could have checked what Mind Fighter level he was. Obviously, we know he was over 200. But, you know, we don't know how over 200 he was. You're talking to him right now? Are you really? Can you inspect what level he is? with the inspection thing that I just did. Oh, he just hit 200 an hour ago? Okay. So there's only like 200, 201, 202, somewhere around there. He's trying AFK tonight for the first time? Fighting? Wait, what's he AFKing on? Is there anything even AFK in this area? I know that some things go aggro, but there's not like an aggro potion to keep them aggro on you. Is the problem. Wait, can you AFK the tentacles? Do the tentacles always re-aggro or something? Because I thought the shield makes it so they don't. Because you get like shielded after you don't move. The problem with staying in a hostile area is it puts a shield on you after. Because that's the problem that normally happens. It's one of the reasons why the raids in Chapter 4 are so good. Because they maintain aggro the whole time. But they don't keep respawning unlike in other areas. The shield falls off after a bit? Okay. That must take a while though, because that shield lasts like 30 seconds to a minute or something. That means you'd only get one kill every... Okay, that's interesting though. But you still have to keep clicking ever so occasionally though, so you don't get logged out. I guess this holding spacebar or something worked. You got the level 200 AFK method? Well, I assume it's tentacles, is it not? Based on the room that he was in. Was tentacle 200 at that level? Giant bat. Oh, there's no passive there either. Oh, yeah, it is giant bat passive. Never mind, I see. I see what you mean now. Yeah, I wonder if anyone's been banned for that yet. Someone setting up an auto clicker on a unit so that you just keep re-attacking it. Like something that's completely stationary. Because I'm almost guaranteed that is super ultra bannable. If you had like an auto clicker on a plant or a tentacle or, you know, something else in the game. And you just kept infinitely killing it forever. Only problem with that is you would never get any of the drops. But you would get like 1.5 billion XP. Obviously, that is extremely against game rules. Do not do that. What have I found the most beneficial AFK? I personally want to do raids more, which is what a lot of this is actually setting up to do. I personally feel like AFK raids in Zone 2 or Zone 4 is just one of the best activities for it. Mostly for the knowledge points. It's 5 knowledge points per click, essentially. Because you only need 3 clicks per raid. Oh, when I log off? I just generally do it whenever I'm doing it for whatever skill I'm doing. Like today I'm going to be AFKing the statues at level 36. Just so we can spend as minimal time doing Stonemason tomorrow. Probably not the best thing I could be doing, but anything to make us do Stonemason for like 5 to 10 minutes less tomorrow, I will be happy with. Is there a leather bank in chapter 4? Yes. There's also a leather cellar. But it's like north from where you make the leather. If you go down that path, you'll find like a leather worker house. And there's like a storage bin thingy for it. Also, apparently, slightly north of that is where you sell them. I haven't actually tried selling them yet. I need to later. Like, show it on the map real quick. It's right here. Where's Chronopolis? It's right... This is where you make the leather. Right here. And you make a northwest. And then the leather works is where you store it. And then slightly north of there is where you sell it. So normally you would just keep going from here. Well, basically the strategy would be go here, or go to the guy who you buy them from. Then go and, oops, what am I doing? Click button. Oh no, it moved my map back. No, go back. But you would, buy your leather, tan your leather, store your leather, and at a later point, go from here to there to sell your leather. And rinse and repeat indefinitely. Oops, I did not mean to rotate it. Go back. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I initially was banking them for next chapter. But honestly, I kind of want to go back and sell them all because I think I have like 300 silver tied up in them. And I could really use that to reinvest it into something. It would actually make us have over a gold piece right now. After running all this flint and selling, I think we actually will have over a gold piece. After we process all this random flint equipment. What can we even make out of this? I can make a one-handed thingy. Please tell me this one-handed thingy does not require any wood. No! What do I need for marbles? What do I need for marbles? What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? Not that. What do I need? Tell me it's level 40. Please tell me it's level 40. Yes! Saved, 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 saved. We just got mega ultra duper saved. What do I want for a one-time bonus though? Rugged hickory pole. Please tell me I have one in here. I should. One singular rugged hickory pole, please. Come on. Yeah, we got it. Saved. One-time bonus, please. Thank you. Wait, what? Oh. It's the tier above. Because this is the tier above. Never mind! That's course, yeah. Mistakes have been made. I don't have rugged, right? No. Well then, anyways. One-time bonus, goodbye. It was nice knowing you. Luckily, we should get level 40 from doing the rest of these processes, hopefully. And we can just make the marble the whole time. I forgot, we're using tier 2 material now, so we need tier 2 of the other thingy. Oh, this isn't going to be enough to get us to 40 either. Oh no. Oh no, what are we going to do? Oh no. Quick, XP boost, where are you? Actually, did I unlock my AFK activity for tonight yet? Yeah, I did. I just need the other 2 points later for the actual other activity we need. So I currently need 3 knowledge points. We'll need 1 for the combat, I believe. No, we already got all the combat. We got it. Right? Yeah, we got all the combat. So the only thing I need for knowledge points is 2 knowledge points into Stonemason. And then we'll have all the knowledge point needed for this quest. So hello, Joshua! You're so torn about wanting to do the merchant plus leather now for cash or focus on gatherer plus bone right to bank on upcharging the people? Well, short term, the merchant leather maker is 100% better. Long term, the other goal could work. As long as you're guardian class and it actually benefits you. Oh, you have a guardian main? Oh no, they both work. It's just we don't really know how trading will work. So there's a chance you might do that and make nothing. Plus, there will be some amount of people doing it. It'll definitely be like the least crowded thing to sell. But there obviously is going to be other people doing it, so we don't really know what the market will be. But we know that leather maker merchant just prints money. And XP. And knowledge points. So merchant leather maker is definitely safer to do. Especially since we don't know when trading's coming. Could be a month for all we know. It likely won't be, probably earlier than that, but, you know, there's no official date. Whereas merchant leather maker will instantly start printing money. And by instantly, I mean whenever you feel like you're stopping at the merchant level. But, you know, you need to get a really high merchant level. But then once you start leather making, you start making the cash. The merchant does make money. It's just not, like, insane money. It's the leather maker part that starts making the better money. But you do make quite a bit just from doing merchant itself as well. And, of course, a ton of knowledge points. Yeah, I kind of want to move my alts to a better passive. I honestly should try to get them to chapter 3. So they can start passively getting done the quest I'm doing right now or something. Or all the way to chapter 4 and have them start, I guess, doing merchant AFK. Or detective, so they can start doing the other stuff. The problem is I can't really have them do AFK combat through detective. It'd be way more beneficial having our main doing that. Wait, what am I doing with this? Oh yeah, XP. We're getting there. Come on, we need level 40. We're not going to make it though. And getting the other log is going to be too annoying to do right now. For how many I would need. Especially that I only need it for a level. Oh no, I guess that's one inventory. Oh no, maybe I'll go get it. Can I even cut that yet though? I don't think I can. I could do ash, but I can't do hickory. I would need 32 wood cutting. Which obviously we're not doing right now. And I could buy it from the shop, but that seems so expensive. Level 50 gatherer now? Nice. 15 all episode 2 skills. Huge congrats. Are you already trying to go for base 50s? Because at this point, it almost feels like I am. By the time we leave the mine of Manta Bomb, we're almost nearly going to be base 50. Obviously, chapter 4, we're going to have base 50 soon. As that's kind of our next grind area. We're getting there. Oh, you are? Nice. My biggest problem with getting base 50s is I feel like there's 6 or 7 skills I really don't need to be that high. That being everything in chapter 1 but alchemy and everything in chapter 2 but carpenter. I feel like every other skill in those 2 chapters I really don't need a level. For our current plans. At least in the short term. Ultra long term we will need to. But based on our current plans for the next like several weeks. Like pretty much the rest of the year. We really don't need those other 7 skills for the most part. Yeah, having foraging high for potions is pretty nice. But I don't mind spending a little extra if I just need a few good potions. Because if we want EXP, the 5% are fine. If we ever need fear potions, the cheaper ones are fine. But I guess the main thing we'd kind of want is maybe the extra damage potions, but just having high alchemy and buying them seems fine as well. Like, how many battles do we really need where we're going to need, like, a plus 60 cryo potion or something? Like, aside from boss fights in quests, there isn't really much we need it for. Also, I'm not even sure if this quest I'm doing right now even has a boss fight. The only one we need to do is Chronopolis, and we're going to be so overgeared for the Chronopolis area. Once we eventually get to any kind of boss there. Like the one for having 55 merchant, 50 leather maker. And then I don't really plan on doing the other 2 anytime soon. So I'm pretty much going to be ignoring chapter 1 and 2 aside from alchemy and carpentry for quite a while. At least for the next month or so. I said, hello, Thalia. Welcome, welcome. You started late, missed the launch. Oh, no. But you're working to catch up. Nice, nice. Level 397 now, and you started 3.5 days ago. That's really good for 3.5 days then. Yeah, never too late to start, that's for sure. Even if you started today, or a month from now, or 2 months from now, or a year from now. Never too late to get into it. Especially about how like the communal aspects work in this game. Even if you're doing something at a super low level, you'll still see people doing like a 300 something activity at your exact same spot. So you're never going to be too far from where all the action is. Ah, we're almost there. So close. 2 more inventories. Alright, now we have to figure, what do we want to do now? Honestly, I think I mine flint until mining gives me 2 knowledge points. That's a lot of mining of flint, though. I don't know, maybe I'll go do merchant or something else. Or train detective directly. The problem with trying to rush detective to level 51 is I still need more combat. So even if I got detective to 51, I would still need my combat to be like 50, 55. But I want to wait until I have the tier 4 weapon I'm making for it. Because that's one of the first things I want to make. Is a tier 4 level 50 rapier and shield for chapter 5. I mean chapter 4. I might just do Mind Fighter then. I think we'll Mind Fighter until we gain 2 dopamine hits for Stonemason. And then we run the rest of our ore. I think that'll be a good balance then. And by then we'd probably hit the end of stream time in about 2.5 hours. Yeah, I think that's our game plan then. I run the rest as Flint, which is 1 more inventory after this. I do Mind Fighter until we get 2 knowledge points, which will go into obviously Stonemason. Then we come back and run all of our flint into the ground until we have none left. And then we see what level we have and be disappointed that it doesn't say 46. Because it's definitely not going to say 46. But hopefully it'll say at least 42 by then. And that way we'll only need to get 4 or 3 Mind Fighter levels tomorrow. And 4 Stonemason levels tomorrow. Or roughly that many. And then we're good to go. And I'll try to grind a little bit off stream so we could try to, as immediately as possible at the start of tomorrow's stream, make our weapon and everything. The only problem with that is it's definitely not going to be immediate. It's definitely going to take at least 1 to 3 hours at the start of tomorrow's stream. But once we do, we will be ready. Oh, so did this place just become a ghost town in that other room? What happened? Did everyone log off? Is it getting that late? How many players are still playing this late at night? Where's the Brighter Shores player number? How many crazy people are still up this late? 10,500 something. Nice. Also, hello, people watching. No, I've obviously just time zones. Actually, it's not even that late. It's only like 9:30. But I think it was way later. I thought it was almost midnight. It feels like it. It's kind of like pitch dark outside my window. Though that kind of is expected at this time of day. You're going to pick up Old School RuneScape for the first time after this game. That would be 20 years. It's not too late. Honestly, you can easily get into Old School RuneScape at any point. I feel like it has a much huger learning curve compared to Brighter Shores. But you could definitely get into it at any point. They're also doing a leak soon, which I'm not sure how new player friendly those really are. But it's a really interesting way to try the game. I was not sure if that's necessarily good for brand new players to try it though. Because if you try that first and then go to the main game, you'll be gaining XP and drops and everything like 20 times slower. Yeah, Old School RuneScape has a lot of mid-game content. Honestly, the last year, they haven't released anything but mid-game content. Not counting Coliseum, they've literally only added mid-game content the last like year and a half. With Coliseum being the main exception. There's even something like a Raxor is basically mid-game content. It requires 92 Slayer, but it's really free. I'm like 2 times dry on it at like 1,000 something kills and still haven't gotten the amulet yet. But hey, I got like 3 halberds. which are really good mid-game melee weapon. I think it's used a lot in PvP too because it's a really good weapon that has 2 attack range but still hits with melee. So you can't run away from it like you can normal melee hits. So it's used in PvP pretty often because of walk-unders and everything. Speaking about games with walk-unders. Anyways, alright, I think we do combat. I'm not even sure I'm in the right gear. But let me go get my Zone 3 combat gear on. I think we're doing combat until our Stonemason level says 40. And after that, we're coming back to go run all of our stones that we just etched into. Alright, auto-equip chapter 3. Just go grab my XP pot real quick. I wish there was an easier way to access our XP pots. If only there was like a tool belt that had a potion area that had a 3rd slot where you could wield them so you don't have to keep coming back every single time to go get your potion. If only that was a thing that will hopefully be added in the next week or two. As a quality of life update that 100% needs to be in the game already. I think the weirdest thing is like 3, 3, 3, and then 2. Like, wasn't it 3 in the first place? Just feels so weird. Hopefully it'll code it at some time in the next week or two. Because I would need this. I need this so badly. A utility potion slot. So you can equip these. Because the amount of times we have to go out of our way just to go get them is so annoying. Oh wait, where am I going? That's the wrong spot. Alright, let's go get a Mind Fighter level or 2. However long it takes to get 40 Stonemason. Because I can't go back to doing stones without it. Because I need to be able to make those marble thingies. Look at this. Every single time. Every single time you see a Cryo Knight, they all got the Smithing Keep on. The amount of people I keep seeing with it is discouraging me so much from ever wearing this thing again. I'm about to set this cape on fire. We're going for the 50 mining cape. And eventually, 100 plus. Wait, Conqueror, are you still here? Wait, what? Did you come up here just because I said that? Or have you actually been here this whole time? What on earth am I looking at? You were here like 6 hours ago. There's no way. Oh, nice. Gosh, that looks so clean. Do I get it? Do I get it? Do we pivot? Do I pivot off of Smithing Cape into Mining Cape? I'm so tempted. If I see another Cryo Knight with the Smithing Keep on, I'm gonna go crazy. They're just everywhere. Honestly, Mining Keep's not much better. There's gonna be so many with Mining Keep as well. It's basically like a fire cape, yeah. Kind of looks like it. Just get the 100 smithing one. That's not gonna fix the issue though. Oh, yeah, by the way, we got a level 49 mace from these guys earlier. That's where this thing came from. Yeah, a lot of people need 60 for the quest, so it's one of those that like everyone has. Whereas you don't need 50 mining for the quest. Actually, I'm pretty sure you can get the quest done with only level 30 mining. Yeah, that's what you would have at the end of the other 3-star quests that people likely would have done first. But you can have this 5-star quest likely done with 30 mining. Even lower, but most people would have the 30 mining for the 3-star first. I highly doubt there's too many people doing this quest before the 3-star one. But yeah, look at that 50 mining cape. It's tempting. I like how golden that area looks. I think that's what's doing it for me. Look at how much the minecart pops on that thing. It's going off the rails. Actually, does it have sparks behind it as well? Wait, is that actually a thing? Wait. Am I looking at that correctly? Are those sparks coming off the rails? Quite literally. If so, we are 100% shifting. There's no way there's literal sparks coming off the rails. Wait. Oh no, this is a lantern. Boo. It just kind of looks like it from this angle. Let me see. Let me go really close. Oh no. It's not that cool. It is cool though. But it's not that cool. Missed opportunity right there. It's still amazing though. Oh no, I don't feel like mining would be that rare. You need it to defeat smithing and stonemason. Oh yeah, the wiki shows a bunch of the capes, yeah. They're not all here yet. But yeah, it has like half the capes here. This is the wiki page for the thingy. We were looking up earlier when we were AFKing something. Capes need to have some kind of buff. Honestly, I'm kind of okay with them not. Mostly because currently you wear it based on which one looks the coolest. Or matches your armor the most. Or what kind of aesthetic you want to go for. Whereas if we eventually ever get a cape slot on our back that's like best in slot, you're going to have to kind of feel forced to have to use it for everything. Like for example, let's say the Mind Fighter cape gave like 5% extra XP or whatever. Or 5% more damage, or, you know, like, even just 1% something. Even just 1%. Like, no one would ever be fighting any creature in this area with anything but a Mind Fighter keep on. So every single person you ever see doing the activity is going to be only wearing Mind Fighter cape and never anything else. And everything will just get so samey so quick. Everyone smithing would be doing the smithing one, so on and so forth. Because right now you just wear whatever one looks the coolest. If they ever get a benefit, you're basically forced to have to keep switching your cape based on what you're doing. Which also makes switching activities a lot harder. Because you have to go all the way back to the cape shop every time you want to change from one activity to another. I wouldn't mind them having a small amount of base stats, though. Just for like a little bit defense, because you know, you have a little cape on. I thought they initially would. But I wouldn't mind that. Like a very, very small amount of stats defensively. For every defense type. Like I'm talking like plus 10 each or something. Like something really low. But you know, more than 0 essentially. Because as long as every keep has the same amount of defense, it wouldn't really matter as much. The problem is when keeps start to become better than one another. It would start to become the problem. But if all keeps were equally good, it would be fine. Like if tier 1 had 10 to all defense, tier 2 20, or you know, the 100 cape zone and so forth. For just some kind of small extra benefit. But it would have to be the same across all capes. Otherwise, you'd have to keep switch for every activity you ever do. Wait, aren't you allowed to store them in the corner of the cape stall? Doesn't the cape store have like a cape bin? There's like literally a cape bank in the corner. It's kind of hidden, but it is there. You just saw 828? Nice. We're falling so far behind the curve. Oh, fairness. I feel like the average person who's been playing since launch is probably at like 500-ish? Give or take a little. Obviously, it depends how much time you had. Like 400 or 500-ish. I am curious how progressive the account would be right now if you only played for 1 hour a day. I wonder if anyone's going to do that experiment. Because I'm really curious, like, 100 days, 1 hour a day, what a Brighter Shores account would look like, utilizing the AFK activities you have. Because we already found out that 1 hour is enough to get to, you know, your first AFK activity. As long as you just rush combat. you can get AFKing within an hour. So I'm curious what that would look like over a long period of time. With 1 active hour of playtime and then 23 hours of AFK. Like, how far can you end up getting in, like, X amount of time? Because that'd be a really interesting test of, like, you know, the AFK system in this game. Or, you know, the log out AFK one. And that 1 hour would easily be enough to earn a knowledge point, if not multiple. So you'll always be able to keep your activities up. Honestly, the Stonemason grind hasn't been that bad. It's been a bit longer than I thought it would be. But now that we're over the hump, it's kind of fine. Now that we can start using our flint and eventually the other material down the line. I think the biggest issue is the amount of time you have to go using Death Rock, or whatever it's called, Death Stone. Like, it's a 10-level gap that if you don't use Death Stone at all, you gotta use, like, granite or something, which is so bad. And we did use a bit of both. But yeah, 28 to 30, it's really slow. But after you get past that, it's not that bad at all. But at 28 to 38 area is kind of bad for Stonemason. With how it's currently skilled. But I was mentioning earlier, I feel like 28 to 38 was going to be harder than 38 to 46. And so far, it seems like that's true. In all fairness, it's also less levels. That is more EXP that you need, but you're also gaining substantially more EXP. So overall, it's like way, way, way quicker. Right now, I'm just trying to get 40 passively. Because we need to do this mind fighting anyway, so we might as well do it now. And then 2 points, we'll have 40. Then we can go process all of our stuff. Probably have 42. And probably just mine the rest of Flint or do something tomorrow to get the rest. We could definitely passive it all the way if we really wanted to tomorrow. The only problem with fully passiving it is it would take a lot longer. And if we, of course, just directly train it. Yeah, Deathstone mining is a little slow right now. I hope they do some things to tweak it. Based on my timing, it took about 6 minutes to inventory, technically ever so slightly less. But I think the biggest improvement they can do is make it explode 1 or 2 seconds earlier. You know, it counts down from 6, and you should count down from 5 at the highest. And on top of that, they should make an explosive bank in, like, right there. Like, either in their storage box, or right there in one of the 2 rooms, or something. Because right now, having to go back all the way to the shop every single time is really dumb. And I really hope they change that. Because it ruins the whole gameplay loop that you have going on there. Having to go that far all the way out in the mines. Like, I'm pretty sure it's 1 minute quicker per cycle just with that change alone. Not even counting changing the timer from like 6 to 5. But just putting the explosive bank closer probably saves a minute per inventory. Because how much time you spend backtracking all the way to a shop, all the way out of your way. Multiple explosives at once would be nice as well. Because that's how it works in old school RuneScape. You normally do 3 cycles due to the timer on them. You normally set up about 3 at a time. Which is exactly how many are in the Brighter Shore rooms. Also, wow, combat is going so quickly. Kind of weird when you train a quick skill how much better it goes. Is there a quest to get where you're at in the mines? Where I'm at this exact moment right now. This is the standard chapter 3 quest to get here. The main storyline. As you meant where I was earlier. But this exact location I'm at is the main storyline for chapter 3. So just progress the storyline a little bit further. And you'll end up getting here. As well as get access to the gnome furnace. Which is really useful for smithing. I said hello, Bat Ninja. Welcome, welcome. What are the requirements for this quest? Which one? The one I'm trying to do right now? Or to get to the area that I'm in right now? Or do you mean the lost and found? You start using your XP pots for the points drops, and they're giving you like 421k. Oh yeah, you definitely want to do it when they're that high. I initially wasn't doing it just because it didn't seem as worth it, but once the skill goes higher, definitely helps out a lot. For the area I'm in right now, oh no, was there any skill requirement? I don't think there was. Because I'm pretty sure after you whistle for the guy, he just tells you to follow him off. I know at some point you need 14 mining, and then 20 mining. But to get exactly where I am right now, I don't think it has any requirement. Other than just progressing the chapter 3 story a little bit more, I think. I know by the end of it all you need like 20 mining though. But I don't believe to get here you needed any specific requirement. Other than just chapter 3 progression. Oh, the rank 3 gnome furnace? Wait, there's not a rank 3 gnome furnace. Are you talking about like the third area south from me? Like that area down there? Because I believe you just need to start the chapter 3 or the 3-star quest from this area. And they just let you in. These are the requirements to complete that quest you don't actually... Oh, this might be an upgrade. Really? Well, I guess we're sticking with this. Wow, is 4-star gear broken? Well, 4-star it is. That's interesting. Like, obviously it's a side grade. But I'm not replacing my 4-star for this 2-star if it's a side grade. Oh, we're talking about the 3-star quest? Oh, the 3-star quest requires 29 mining, 35 smithing, and the ability to kill level 35. Which can be done at around level 25 or so. If you want to kite it around and walk under and everything. Oh, I forgot to drink the potion. Oh, come on, one more. We're so close. Can I show on the map? Can you find those iron... Wait, the thing I'm currently fighting? Well, they're not going to look exactly like this. You'll have like level 10 ones here initially. Are you talking about this area? You just got to go south of the river. And then you can pass this part of the quest. And just go east. I found a guardian. Oh! Oh! That's interesting. Wait, that changes everything. That changes everything. Wait. Hold. Oh, that's big. I can't use it, obviously. But the reason why I'm excited for this is I don't need to go make another bone weapon. I could just use that. So I don't need to go make a level 40 bone weapon. I can make a 49. Which means the max level I can make after this quest is going to be higher now. Not sure how much higher, but it'll be slightly higher if it just takes the average level. Like, I'll probably be able to get a 52 sword for Chronopolis now. Or whatever it comes out to be. Instead of a level 50. It's going to be a weird number that will drive me crazy, but I'll take any power we can get. Yeah, that's huge. Because that's the lowest of my 3 numbers as well. Or level 40, or eventually like 42-ish bone rate, whatever we get after the quest. Where Stonemason is going to be around like 47, 48. And our smithing's going to be like 61, 62. But yeah, this is huge. It's actually a really good drop. Even though we can't use it, we actually can use it after this quest that we're trying to complete right now. Which episode do I plan to tune it to? Oh, chapter 4. It's not even a question. We need it for raids. I want to get to the point where I can consistently AFK them without ever dying. The level 51 raids in that region. The problem with that is going to be our armor. That might be something I have to do next stream. After we make our weapon and everything. Aside from just, you know, grinding combat a little bit more. We're going to need to get some better armor in that region. Our armor is really slacking behind. I think we're still using like some level 20 armors or something. Not even like 4-star 20s like in this region. Do you really need an understep for these? Probably not. I just keep doing it out of habit. But honestly, I think we're at the point where we can just chill and drink some water. Good hydration break. But yeah, I was just doing it out of habit, but I think we're so strong now that, yeah, we don't need to step under. I say as he tears me apart and kills me this battle. Oh? Oh, I don't need that. Never mind. That's a weaker version of what I already have. Sad. I thought that was something useful for a second. You know what I should go do before I forget, though? Well, I guess I could just send all of them over. But yeah, I gotta remember not to get rid of that Guardian bow. That is exceedingly important to not get rid of that bow. Because I'm gonna need that as my material to make my weapon for next chapter. I'm still gonna have to make a shield, though. Our shield's gonna be a slightly lower level, but that's fine, I guess. Unless I can get a shield drop from Guardian or Stonehammer. Or whatever his name is. Hammer Mage, I mean. Don't all 3 need to be untuned? What the dialogue on it said I could use it. So I guess if it's not from your character, it doesn't matter? Because this is the dialogue that it says when it's not our own. It says Guardian only. But if you check the info, it says only a Guardian can equip this. However, it can be used to create an epic weapon! Exclamation point. Complete the quest, The Lost and Found, easier said than done. To learn more. So I assume you can? Because the weapon is telling me you can. Unless it can't. But I'm not sure why the weapon would say I can if I can't. But yeah, I don't think any that aren't your own need to be unattuned. I think your own might need to be. But even now, I'm not even sure. I don't know, we'll find out. Worst that will happen is it might be stuck to chapter 3. In which case, that's not ideal. Because maybe they all have to be untuned for the result to be untuned. Or maybe just your base middle one needs to be untuned. Like your 2 side ones might not need to be, but your other one does. I think that might be the case. Speaking of untuned. Untuned helm. That might actually be an upgrade for chapter... whatever. Oh no, I already got a better helm for that. Oh wait, I need him... Oh no, I already tuned it. I forgot. I already got a tier 3 helm tuned for it. I did that earlier so I wouldn't forget and accidentally scrap it. Didn't someone say that Epic goes to a random episode? From what I've gathered from what some other people said, it seems to go based on whatever you put in the middle of whatever this crafting system is. So I assume it takes on all the attribute of the middle one then? Like if the middle one is attuned to a chapter, then it would be tuned to a chapter. If the middle one is untuned, then, you know, it's untuned. And it just averages all their levels or something. That's my gathering of it, but I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow when we go make it. It tunes to whatever area you make it in. Wait, now I'm even more confused. How do you make it in a different area? Wait, you make them at the obelisk? Wait. Do you combine the 3 items at the obelisk? I thought you were going to do it as some kind of like crafting furnace thingy thing. You make it at any obelisk. Oh! Well, that kind of changes everything then. That's interesting. I was wondering where you would do it. I just kind of assumed it'd be like a 3rd crafting area in this area. But just doing it at an obelisk is kind of interesting. Okay, that changes things slightly. Alright, interesting. Those obelisks are a lot more important than I expected. I thought they were just for a cool little icon on the logo. But no, they're actually important if they make 4-star armor and weapons. That is absolutely massive. That would explain why the obelisk is in the logos. Because honestly, 80% of the game is just going to be tuning and upgrading stuff there. I guess until like 5-star equipment comes into the game. Yeah, the obelisk being so prevalent in the logo makes sense now. If that's where you craft 4-star gear. Oh, there's that guy that's like completely loaded in this area. What is over here now? Maybe he made a weapon or something as an upgrade. Wait, that can't be true. Because he's like level 200 something. There's no way he can craft an upgrade. There's 0 shot he's crafting an upgrade. I'm not sure why he's over here. Alright, one more knowledge point. Which will also probably get us to 56 Mind Fighter. And we're good to go. Guardian armors are so whack. Yeah, I've seen definitely a mixed opinion on it. Some people really like it. Others very much not so. I would definitely say it's the most controversial armor. I haven't really heard anyone say like, ew, Cryo Knight armor at any point. Or ew, Hammer Mage armor. But there's definitely been some mixed reception on Guardian armor. Yeah, I do want to see the high tier or Guardian armor. So far, everyone I've seen who's like 1 billion levels, he's either a Hammer Mage or Cryo Knight. I haven't seen a level 200 Guardian yet. I've only seen 200 of the other two. You thought it would look more like the Dryad? I think that's something that's kind of weird during Chapter 2. Is you get to see a Cryo Knight and Cryo Knight armor. You get to see a Guardian and not Guardian. You get to see a Hammer Mage and Hammer Mage armor, but you don't get to see a Guardian and Guardian armor because the spokesperson is the Guardian Spirit that you meet during the quest. So at no point prior to picking Guardian do you see what the armor looks like until you actually craft it or get it as drops down the line. He's found another guy who came here, and both of us from your stream off that discussion. Nice. The continued support is greatly appreciated here. Also, hello, something catchy again. Welcome, welcome. What does the walking do? So basically, if you look at his attack speed, notice he's hitting us about 2 times for every time we hit him. The reason I keep walking under him occasionally is just to make sure we don't die. Because you notice we start hitting 1-to-1. I'll hit him once for every 1 time that he hits us. But if I stop doing that, he'll start hitting me twice for every time I hit him. So it basically halves the amount of damage he does. I just keep doing it out of habit, though. I think we're at the point where we're tanky enough that it doesn't really matter that much. I just keep doing it out of habit. From when we were way less tankier many levels ago. But now we're upgraded enough that we can kind of just tank it the whole time properly. I say as we're about to die, probably. Come on, you got this. Don't die on me now. As you can see, we took way more damage. Compared to walk undering, he'll do half as much. I wonder if walking under was an intended feature. I feel like it is. Because whenever a character runs away, it also does 1-to-1. I think that's the main thing that keeps making me think it's intended. I can show it a little bit better on this guy right here. Hopefully it doesn't do a drop. I'll show it on this guy since it'll be a little easier. But the game itself is coded to do it. Like, look at this. I always show this whenever anyone asks. Oh, it would help if I'm in melee range though. Wait 1 second. But notice our character will attack 1-to-1. Like, I'll stop, attack. I'll stop, attack. I'm not clicking for him to do this. He's doing it on his own. So the game itself is already doing 1-to-1 if you just kite him backwards. It's doing the same effective thing as if you just keep step undering. So it seems kind of intended. Because our guy kind of does it on his own. I don't even need to do anything and he'll do it on his own. It's just easier to walk under compared to walking away. I think the only time I really used the walk away method was on the 3-star chapter 3 boss. Yeah, if you get a tile gap, you won't attack. That's why I want to keep showing it. Sometimes it won't actually do it. Yeah, as long as you don't have a tile gap, it'll do it. You have to be adjacent to it, like 1 square away. Otherwise, it won't keep hitting. It'll just walk away, but not hit back. It's definitely far more AFK to do the walk away method compared to keep walk undering. I don't know, walk under just slightly more consistent. Yeah, we're almost at 56. I gotta keep going until we get our knowledge point though. Almost there though. So close. There we go. 56. Let me get out of this menu. There it is. Hey, we get that AFK method though. I technically can't because I'm not going to put the point into it. Because we're going to be doing a double point skip. So it will not be worth it. Yes, chef. What a name. Next to Saucy Yaffy, however you say that. Yeah, Chef's a pretty good one. You better get a level 500 cooking cape at some point. The fact he's not wearing the level 51 kind of saddens me. This pole is so in the way. What is with this pole? I know it's for like the gas system thing for the other thing, but it's going all over the place. Such a loopy pole. It's just weird because when you get rid of walls, it doesn't actually disappear with the wall. It just keeps blocking your vision. It looks like we need, what, 2 or 3 more kills? And now we can go back to doing 1 billion stones! Just gotta remember not to accidentally delete the bow. Which sounds like something I would 100% definitely do. I gotta remember between now and when we use the bow to not delete the bow. Alright, one more. Yep, I want all of them, thank you. Actually, technically more than one more. Because I want to utilize the 2-minute potion. Thank you, BK. Greatly appreciated. I try to be as chill as possible. This game's kind of just a chill game in general as well, so it kind of works out well. Your favorite thing to do now while grinding? Greatly appreciated. But yeah, guys, feel free to stop by whenever. We stream here on this YouTube channel 12 hours every single day at Brighter Shores lately. Mondays being the only exception where we still stream just a little bit shorter. And yeah, pretty much 12 hours every day. If you ever want to stop by, ask any questions, or just kind of, yeah, relax with us, feel free. As we're here for the long haul. We'll be here for months, years. And as long as Andrew Gower keeps the servers up and keeps making content, we'll be around. Not sure if we're going to be keeping the 12-hour streams every single day up forever, but, you know, like, you know, like 5 months from now, I'm not sure if we're still going to be doing 12 hours every day, but, you know, we'll still be doing pretty long. As long as the hype is still there, honestly, I don't mind. The grind's definitely here. Till all those numbers say 500, we're not done. Got a long ways to go. Obviously, that's super ultra mega long term, though. No time even remotely soon. Did I really forget to use the potion? What a fail. Oh, wait, did I use the potion, but I forgot to allocate the point? That's even worse. How did I do that? Wait, I used the potion, but forgot to allocate the point that I used the potion for in the first place. That's funny. Yeah, quest finish will be tomorrow. There's no way we finish it tonight. I'm streaming for about another hour and a half or so. And I can assure you there's no shot we get that within this time. We're 3 combat levels and 6 stonemason levels away. We are very, very, very close. But we're definitely not making it within an hour and a half. Unfortunately. But luckily that does mean one of the first few things we're doing tomorrow is finishing up whatever small little bit of grind we have left. And then immediately crafting using the new system. So, hello, Elos. Welcome, welcome. What did you mean when you said you were going to skip or point skip regarding the passive method? Point skip. Oh. So, basically during this quest, you have to solve a puzzle thingy. The puzzle thingy is like the easy part of this quest. The part that is hard is to repair the puzzle thingy. You have a skill requirement of an item you have to bring. To get almost all of these items, you have to do various passive activities that are in this area. And when it comes to passive activities, you're allowed to boost 2 levels and 2 knowledge points using a potion. And because of that, you can skip 2 levels on Mindfighter and on Smithing. Because both of them, in the case of Mindfighter, you can simply just do it. In the case of Blacksmith, the material you need, you can buy at level 56. You don't need to be level 60 to get it. So you can do both those 2 activities without needing, or, you know, with the potion. To basically skip 2 knowledge points, as well as 2 levels. Which is why I only need 59 Mindfighter, even though the quest requires 61. Because we could plus 2 boost not only the knowledge points, be like, we have 7 knowledge right now, but we're actually going to be able to have 9 knowledge using the potion to skip 2 of them, as well as only 59 combat, because we'll also be able to skip 2 of those with the potion. You can do it for smithing too, but I just got all the points because we were pretty much close anyways. You cannot do this with Bone Right or Stonemason though. The reason for this is the item you need to actually do the activity doesn't become purchasable until you have the level. So once trading exists, you could technically plus 2 skip it. But as long as trading doesn't exist, you need the full level of 40 and 46, which is why we need 46 Stonemason instead of 44. If trading existed right now, we could probably get away with it. And that might even be a highly traded item when trading first comes out, if you want to make some extra money. If you have 40 and 46 in these, you could probably sell them to people who don't, because they can 2 level skip, because they're definitely going to need it at some point. Not sure how the market will be for that. But currently you can't level skip it because we don't have trading. But once trading exists, you will be able to skip them similarly, most likely. It's just currently you need the shop item. Since you can't buy it from another player, you have to buy it from the shop, which requires the full level requirement. But yeah, that's what I was referring to earlier, was skipping the thing. And for any of you that don't know, there's like the plus 2 passive potion you can buy from Chapter 1. You don't need to be able to make it. You can simply just buy it from the shop. It's a little expensive. It's like 46. But, you know, it saves a bit of time. So it's worth it for the 46 silver or whatever it was. Yeah, being able to trade will really break this quest. Because I don't even think you need half the requirements. Because couldn't you just trade over the dice you need? And trade over the smithing thing you need? The jewelry thing? Like, I don't think this quest requires anything. Which I didn't even think about till just now. Wait. You know how broken this quest is with trading? If you're allowed to trade those? I didn't think about that till literally just now. I think this quest has no requirements. Wait. Hold. There's no way. I wonder if they're going to change how that works or something. Or maybe you can't trade them. Because unless I'm missing something, assuming all those things are tradable, this quest is a no requirement 5-star quest. Oh, no, you still need 61 Mindfighter though. Because you can't buy that. But aside from 61 Mindfighter, I don't think this quest has any requirement other than that if you could trade everything. Unless I'm missing something. They're not quest items. They're completely tradable. I'm not sure where you sell them, though. And they wouldn't store any other storage. So I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with them. Oh, passive items might not be tradable. True. Yeah, that would fix it if they do that. Because then you wouldn't be able to trade the pendant from smithing. You wouldn't be able to trade the dice from the bone thingy. Yeah, that would be a way to fix it. I don't know. We'll figure out what they do when they do it. But yeah, because, yeah, otherwise the only thing that you would be able to... the only thing you would need is 61 Mindfighter then. If they don't, like, fix how that would work. But yeah, hopefully they'll do something about it. Because this quest requirement is about to tank. If the only thing you need is 61 Mindfighter. Did I even sleep? Yes, we sleep at some point. But yeah, I've been going for, what, 10 hours now? About to go for about another 2, slightly less than 2, but go until about midnight my time. Which is like an hour, 45 minutes or so. You just woke up? That's funny. Oh, no, no worries. We've been getting plenty of sleep. It's just pretty much every waking second we've pretty much been playing this game. But no, I've still been playing this game for 12 hours, getting like 8 to 10 hours of sleep, and just, you know, doing whatever the other few hours. But nope, I haven't been losing sleep on this game, other than day 1 where we did a 24-hour stream. But no, we've been doing a healthy amount of everything. No worries. Aside from the 24-hour stream, I've gotten at least like 8 hours of sleep every night since launch. But the concern is welcome. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, sleep is very, very important. Should never skip on it. You did a 24-hour grape venture, and you randomly thought about it. You clicked it within 10 seconds on the cooldown. Nice. Ooh, a guardian. Oh, they do exist. A guardian finding another guardian. That's so funny. This must never happen. We're seeing 2 guardians in the wilds in their natural habitat, fighting something that they don't have an advantage against for some reason. In all fairness, neither do we. Anyways, why am I still killing these? Let me go already. Let me go sell all this junk. Okay, now let's play Do I Remember to Not Sell the Bow? Because it is exceedingly important I do not sell that bow. That's going to be making my best in slot weapon for Chapter 4. And it is so absurdly important that I do not sell it. Because that's actually a huge drop I wasn't expecting. Is that actually drastically increases, well, maybe not drastically, but it makes it so the weapon I can craft at the end of all this will be a few levels higher than expected. But that's actually a really huge drop I wasn't expecting even could be a thing. It's actually pretty lucky. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to use it for it. The only thing that's kind of weird is it is locked to Chapter 3. But, hopefully it still works. Based on the description of the item, it seems like it will. So hopefully the fact that it's locked to Chapter 3 doesn't lock my weapon that I make to Chapter 3. But I don't know, we'll find out. But as long as it works, we should be fine. It says in the description it will. More so comes down to will it actually. Or maybe it can only be used in a Chapter 3 fusion. Ooh, that's a bit worse, but not awful. Because I can still get a rapier upgrade for killing like toads or the slimes. Like I can make a good weapon for the slimes if nothing else. But maybe I can only make a Chapter 3 weapon out of it. Which is not ideal, but that's still usable. Not usable for what I want to use it for, but still usable. I don't know. We'll test it and see tomorrow. I'll find out. Oh, we almost have 1 gold piece again. You know what time it is? Time to spend our money before we get a gold piece. Poor gold piece. But yeah, I'm going to go double upgrade my manacle because I'm probably going to AFK some tonight. Because I really want to go get 51 detective already. Oh, wrong storage bin. Oh no, I just stored away my XP boost. Well, actually, that's good. The accidental thing I just did is actually correct because I'm about to go do Stonemason. Though I never did check what material I need. Hopefully I don't need some kind of wood thingy. What am I doing right now? Oh yeah, I'm upgrading my manacles to level 10. I should have enough silver now. I believe it's at level 8. And it should be enough to get it to level 10 for 4% bonus. What's nice is we're getting pretty close to the 5% bonus as well, if I'm not mistaken. I believe at level 52 you can get 5% more. Which is huge. But yeah. Pretty much as soon as you get the raids almost. Alright, upgrade you go. We should have more than enough for this. It will consume most of my cash stack though. But now we have 2 level 10 tools. Or handcuffs and or pickaxe. At some point we'll know what a gold piece looks like. Today is not that day. I still, in this entire history of this game, never had more than 1 gold piece at any given time. I still have never had 2 gold pieces yet. After like 130, 40 hours, whatever we're at these days. We have still never seen that number move above a 1. Which is kind of sad. But it's because the second I get money, it's like, oh, I gotta go spend it. I can't just let it sit there. Gotta put it into something. We will eventually know what a 10 gold piece looks like. But first we gotta start by getting 2 gold pieces. in like 3 weeks from now. No, once we start doing like merchant leather maker or stuff like that, it should go a little better. Alright, did I process all the flint already? Please say yes. Good. Alright. I already processed all the flint. Now we just gotta go use it. Alright, moment of truth. What can I make out of this? I should have probably checked this earlier. Oh yeah, that's why I need level 40. Never mind, I did check this earlier. I thought ahead. This was the whole reason why we were doing... Okay, I remember now. I remember now. That was the whole reason why we did this grind. I got level 40 because I needed to be able to use these on this. Alright, that's nice. Alright, it should be pretty easy then. Well, time to make 1 billion marbles. Too bad he doesn't have a marble bag to hold them all in so they don't take up so much inventory space. But yeah, it should get us to about level 42, though I haven't calculated it out, so I have no clue. Could be 41, could be 46, who knows? No, it's definitely not going to be 46. 43 at the absolute best. Realistically, somewhere's in the 42 range. Yep, epic ones immediately. Oh, I just realized, the epic bow I got. I just realized something that I won't actually be able to do. I probably can only use the epic bow to make an epic bow. Or epic range weapon. I kind of forgot. I probably can't use it on a melee weapon. So that's not as good as I thought it was. I'll still upgrade our bow, I guess, for Chapter 5. But that's not as relevant. I guess still helpful. But yeah, I kind of completely forgot about that. No, this one's not a keeper. I actually can't keep these. Because I'm going to have level 47 or 48 Stonemason after the quest. So anything I need, I'm going to have to remake after the quest. It's one of the reasons why the bow for bone rate is so nice. Because we're only going to have like, what, 42-ish, 43 after the quest. So 49 bow will upgrade the level that we can make the equipment. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the equipment has to be similar. Like you have to use a bow to make a bow. You know, well, one-handed weapon to make a one-handed weapon, so on and so forth. Because I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Because there's definitely no way we could cheese it to do it onto armor or something. It would have to be a like-minded material. Like if we want to make a range weapon, it has to be 3 range weapons. A one-hand, 3 range, one hand, so on and so forth. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Like one from each character. I am curious if they're ever going to add more. Like, are we ever going to get a Necromay class or a Pyromay class? Because obviously a lot of the game structure and balance and everything is centered around, you know, the 3. I'm curious if they're ever going to add a 4th or 5th. Obviously no time soon. It definitely seems like super long term they probably would. If find a way to put it in. Maybe even start a 2nd triangle. Because you just make a 2nd triangle instead of breaking it. Though the problem with that is you'd have to add 3 at once, I guess. Which would be Necromay, Pyromay, and whatever 3rd one they eventually add for some reason. Seeing the end of episode 4 as interesting, suggesting a different class maybe? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm starting to get tired, so it could just be my brain shutting down. Let's see. Where would that... I already read that. Would be kind of lame if we're stuck with only 3 classes the whole time. Yeah, there definitely feels like they're going to add it as more at some point. Though a ton of the game is balanced around 3. But I don't feel like they're going to keep 3 forever. Definitely for like the first year or 2 probably. But it seems like they'll add more down the line. And likely more slots to correspond with it. A subclass? That would be interesting, but kind of annoying if you're committed to like a certain subclass. They could be elite classes. Imagine like a cryo necromay. Does allow mice. Welcome, welcome. Could be select your main class early. And then you have a minor class that you can keep switching. That would actually be good. I would love that. Because that would fix the people's concern of I'm locked to this class forever. If you can get like a secondary subclass of any class. Which could be Pyromay, Necromay, Guardian, you know, anything. You're primarily the one, but have like a second one that you can kind of switch. somehow. Where like we're always going to be a cryo knight, but you know, you can still kind of have like some kind of swapping thing. I don't know, it'd be interesting to see how they implement it. But yeah, something like that could work out really well. Because I know one point of contention with this game is probably like the being locked into a single class kind of thing. Where if you want to go experience it again, you basically have to start completely from scratch. And I don't mean like the region system, I mean like actually another account from scratch. We have to go through all the quest lines again, all the levels again, all the requirements again. This quest that we're doing right now again. Because that's how it's currently structured if you want to try a different class. Gotta replay through the whole game. Yeah, if they ever added like another class, like an actual class you could play, they would definitely add another slot. Like if they added like a 4th official class of some kind, they would definitely add a 4th slot to go with it. Plenty of time before trade? I don't know. We don't really have an estimate on when trading's being added. Could be within a week, could be a couple weeks, could be next year. I know it's high on his priority list as far as new features for trading to be implemented pretty soon. It was supposed to come at launch, of course, but was delayed. So it's probably like the first major new feature that is likely to come to the game. Which means it has to come before all of the other new features. So it should be kind of soonish. But no real estimate I don't think we've ever been given yet. But it was originally obviously supposed to come with launch, but had to get delayed. Just to make sure the system actually works and doesn't get a duplication glitch or some kind of exploit or whatever else. Like that's something really, really exceedingly important to get right. Because the ramifications of getting it wrong are very absurdly bad. But yeah, it's good that it got delayed. Because duplication glitch with trading day 1 would have been horrible. Technically day 2 because it would have taken that long to get to Chronopolis. I don't think anyone could get there in 24 hours. Though it is technically possible. Though not with day 1 knowledge. But I think you can get to chapter 4 with, like, you know, with the knowledge people have now. You could probably get there if you really speed ran it. But with day 1 knowledge, no one would have gotten to Chronopolis yet. Unless they, like, played the beta or something. But with current knowledge, I think people could if they really speedrun it. Trading might be tied to your merchant level. Well, even more of a reason to go get level 500 merchants. I don't think it would be. But, honestly, I wouldn't be against it. Though that's about to make the merchant level even more broken than it already is. Imagine if they added a grand exchange and you got, like, an extra slot for every 100 merchant level. That would be so broken. Like, if that by default it had, like, 2 slots or something, or 1 slot. But then, like, every 100 merchant levels, it got an extra slot. That'd be so overpowered. Like, everyone would be level, like, 200 plus merchant minimum. How do you start this? Oh, what cape is that over there? Oh, that's the Mind Fighter one. Oh, he's level 50 Mind Fighter, but hasn't even started this. Trading tied to total level? Honestly, I wouldn't mind that. There's one really controversial thing was, back in, like, what, 2007? Around 2007, 2008, oh, no, the stream, come back, wait, 1 second. Let me stop talking. Wait, Wait till it stops buffering. Is it back yet? Can you guys see it? Hello, hello? Hello, hello? Okay, I think we're back now. Alright, anyways. But yeah, Andrew Gower, one of the controversial thing back in like 2007, 2008 to try to counter botting and everything. They ended up making trades so you couldn't do unfair trades. And in doing so, he made it based on quest points. Where the more quest points you had, the more, you know, the more unfair trade you could do. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did it by like total level or something. Where for like every one total level is like, I don't know, 100 bronze of unfair trade or something. Or even 1 silver of unfair trade, though that would be kind of high. But yeah, maybe 1 silver? I'm not sure how he would balance it. But something like that wouldn't be awful. Because that means we could do an unfair trade up to 639 silver worth right now. By the time you got to chapter 4, you'd be able to do like, what, 400, 500 unfair trade of silver? If it was based on 1 per total level. It would be nice to be able to view someone and inspect their stats, yeah. Currently, you can only see their total level and their combat level in the current region you're in. You can't see anything beyond that. Like, the closest thing we have is this menu right here. Where I can, like, check this guy's combat level. He's currently level 25 Mind Fighter. But you can't check anything beyond that currently. Come on, we're so close. We are so close. I wonder how partying's gonna work. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how they're gonna handle a lot of the group content in this game yet. Still a lot to be seen how it will be handled. I do feel like if they ever add bosses to this game, they're gonna also scale. Like there's gonna be like 4 to 5 variants or something. Or the first one might be as low as like 50 something. And they keep scaling until the final one's like 400 something. Alright, I would like some Stonemason XP, please. Not enough for a level, but good enough. That is pretty much 41. Where are we at now? It's like, what, 3, 4 more, 5? Pretty much this inventory, we're gonna get it. But we still need 5 more levels. So close yet so far. We'll get there, though. But yeah, after we finish this stack, we should be about 42, 43. Actually, at this rate, it looks like we might be 43 because I kind of forgot about the knowledge points as well. So hopefully we get to about 43-ish or high 42. AFK tonight and get to like 43. Then the problem is, how do we scrap together the final 3 levels? Honestly, I'm probably going to just knowledge point it. It's probably the most realistic way. I'm probably even going to AFK knowledge point off stream. Like, you know, doing raid dens. Because I need the detective and combat level anyways. And hopefully that can get me nearly the rest of the way. It's one of the reasons I want to try to finish all my stone right now. He's AFK off stream. I'm going to be getting these 2 up very slowly on level 8s. And then also use all the knowledge points on Stonemason. The only problem is I think the level 8 dens, it takes me like 11 raids now to get a knowledge point. Because of how much reduced percent I'm at right now. Until we get access to the 51s. That's why I want access to 51 so bad. Because I feel like I'm wasting so much potential. I think we're at like negative 40% or something. But they're just so AFK and free that I can't not do them. Hello, Chican. Welcome back. Working spreadsheet formulas is so painful. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I cannot stand like using Excel or anything like that. It just drives me crazy. I do like math and stuff like that. But something about Excel just always drives me crazy with spreadsheets and similar things. Yeah, the 18s are pretty AFK. The problem with the 18s is if you full-blown AFK, you're not guaranteed to kill the room. That's my biggest problem with them. Is let's say I go away for like 5 minutes. I will probably come back to a non-killed raid. You do the same with a level 8, it is 100% killed every time. So if you like ultra AFK them, it is actually better to do the level 8s than the level 18s. You have to be like active AFK to do the 18s, if that makes sense. But normally if I'm doing them, I'm like full-blown AFK, like literally away from keyboard for like minutes on end. I have heard that the 51's layout are more like the level 8s, which is huge if so. I sure hope so. Because if the level 51 dens don't get caught up, we're going to be farming them to like 100 something. Like literally 100 detective plus plus watch person. Like we're going like all in. Like ultra mega all in. Alright, where am I going? It's time to sell. My brain is like half off right now though. 51s are pretty pog. That sounds good. I love to hear it. You're getting 4% knowledge per kill at the 51. Wait, that's huge. Ooh, that's huge, huge. What is your weapon that you're using, by the way? I guess the armor matters more, but I'm kind of curious. What weapon are you using? Like, what's the tier and level on it? I'm pretty sure I need better armor, but I'm just kind of curious what DPS you're running with. Is it a pathing issue? Yeah, they get stuck. They don't grab aggro properly. You're using the epic hammer fist you made? What level is it? Because I kind of want to know about like what range of armor to DPS I might need. Because the higher your DPS, the less armor you need. And my armor is so bad in Chapter 4 right now. Though I did get an upgrade for it earlier from a different chapter. I got a level 48 helm that I tuned to the chapter. Because this is my current helm. a level 8. A level 8 3-star. And then we're upgrading to a level 48 2-star. Which is an upgrade. My boots are so horrific. They're still 1-star. That's so bad. How are they? How? How? Why? What is this? At least my body's okay. That's like the only piece I have. I do need to upgrade to shield 2 to a 4-star as well. But how is my body my only piece of good armor? Everything else is so trash for my chapter 4 gear. I need to upgrade so badly. But hopefully a tier 4 level 50 something shield will hold us over when we go make it. Just making sure this isn't anything useful. Looks fine. Alright, back we go. Before we do though, I need a little bit of AFK real quick. I know we got another hour. I don't think I can wait. Quick bathroom break. Gone through 2 waters already and a soda. Let me just, you know the drill. The 2 times a day or 3 times a day cooking XP drop. Very, very slowly, we will eventually hit 61. At current rates, it'll take like half a year, but we will get there. Anyways, guys, I'll be right back real quick. See you in a moment. Well, back. Perfect timing again. Nice. Think chat died for you. Try clicking refresh sometimes. YouTube be like that sometimes. Okay, where are we? Let's finish cooking these, see if we have any contracts for them, bounties, whatever they're called. And then, so what's our game plan right now? I guess finish the rest of the stones. Then off stream, I'm going to AFK those. Try to get as much stonemason as I can. Because all those stones should get us to 42, almost 43. And then hopefully this can get us to, like, you know, whatever we need. 46. I do still have to do a little bit of combat in Mines of Matabon. I might try doing it a little bit off stream. But it isn't particularly AFK is the only problem. You have to click like once every like 20, 30 seconds? I guess 30 seconds or so. We might try getting it a little bit further. The Stonemason, of course, is the priority. Yeah, we're almost there. Come on, show me like a triple stew order. I feel like I never get a stew order anymore. You always order all the stuff that isn't stew. Come on, show me like a double or triple stew order. Yeah, what do we get? Come on, at least show me one stew. Nope. Scammed again. I don't think I've done a single cooking bounty all day. Alright, anyways, we're out here. Let's go back to the mines. We're almost out. We are so close. We are so close. You always got jellied eels. Yeah, those are kind of annoying since you kind of have to catch them yourself. It's like one of the few things fishing is useful for. Yeah, how much stone do we have left? Because I want to process all of them before I go to bed and or before the rest end of the stream if we can. Okay, I gotta make 103 more. Yeah, let's get going. Oh, wrong table. Whoops. I gotta make 103 more of these. Let's see, is that even doable? We have like, what, about an hour or so? Let me go start the timer. Let's see how long it takes to do one. I'll start on the next one. Yeah, the eels make a lot if you fish your own things. Like a lot. Oh, so why is there never a guardian here? Oh, never mind. There's one guy right there. Poor guardians. I feel like every room I enter, it's like 10% guardian. In like these bigger rooms. They're out there though. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna try timing this. Let's see. It's gonna be hard to do with a timer that's like this though, but there we go. How long does it take to do one? Because I'm gonna have to times this by like 100, whatever this number is. Let's see, moment of truth. Can we get it done in time? There's a little bit of extra downtime, so we'll round it up or down or whatever you look at it. Whatever way is more negative to make up for more time. Okay, it looks like it's a 30-second action. It is exactly 30 seconds. However, there's a little bit extra downtime, but let's just say 30 seconds. That's fine. There is a little bit extra, but we will just calculate it as 30. 100 times 30 divided by 60. 50. Okay, good news. We can make them all before the end of the stream. As long as I don't waste like 20 or 30 extra minutes. But yeah, it only takes 50 minutes. But that doesn't count the downtime of, you know, shifting around the ore, selling all the stuff. Stuff like that. Yeah, that's interesting. It's 30 seconds on the dot to make one item. So you have 30 seconds AFK if you want to do one of these. It's actually 25 seconds if you want to be on the next one. So yeah, these are not good for AFK unless they make a make all option. In which case, I think the lowest thing you'd ever make is something like this at 3. Which means you can get 7 of them. Which means you can get 3.5 minutes AFK if they ever add a make all option. So, yeah, hopefully it has add a make all option. Yeah, this is 3.5 minutes AFK. If they ever make a make all. Obviously, every item is going to be a bit different because of how many you can make. But in the case of an item where you can make 7 per inventory, it is 3.5 minutes of AFK if they make a make all option then. Hopefully. I need it. I need it so badly. That's actually a really good number. It's a little bit awkward because you have to like rebank all these and then you eventually have to like sell them and everything. So it's not a particularly good AFK activity necessarily. But there's definitely far worse ones in the game. But without a make all option, it's not viable for it. Not at all. I mean, that's good to know. Whenever we craft something, it takes 30 seconds. So if we ever know like the rarities, we can just do the math based on that. Like let's say it's like you know, like a 5% chance to get a purple at a certain level range. We can do the math based on the 30 seconds to know about how long it would take us. It'll, of course, always take us a little bit longer than that. Because you have to bank these, you have to store them, you have to eventually sell them, all that kind of stuff. You have to walk over and get more ore. As far as the processing time, we can do the math based on that. It's hard to calc for everything else because it's pretty variable how long it will take. Hey, do weapons sell more in Chapter 4? That's actually an interesting question. I never tried. But yeah, I don't think they do. But honestly, that's a good question. I've never tried selling them in Chapter 4. I just kind of assumed they sold for the same in Chapter 1. Has anyone tested that? I'm pretty sure the answer is no. They should sell the same to both. I never really thought to check. I can't see any reason why they wouldn't sell the same to both, though. Hey, nice high rarity one. I'm in like full focus mode right now. Just watching him twist around the little marble thing. Honestly, I actually kind of like how some of these stone things work. I feel like there's some of the most unique. Smithing probably is the least unique as far as like the animations used. Guardian's kind of like in between. Oh yeah, I should have calculated out how much XP we'd get from these, knowing that they take 3 each. Oh well. We'll find out what our number is at the end of it. It doesn't change what the number is, knowing what it is ahead of time. So we'll find out in like 40 minutes. Gosh, I can't wait till we don't have to do this for a while. But you know, the second we finish this quest, I gotta do the skill again. Because after we finish the quest, the first thing I'm gonna have to do is go do Bone Right and Blacksmith and Stonemason, so we can actually go make our shield and our weapon. And honestly, that's about it. I guess I'll do a ranged weapon now too, because assuming that can be attuned to chapter 4, which I highly doubt it can because the other one is tied to 3. But it still wants me to do it. I still kind of want to try to do it, though. If it is for Chapter 3 only, I'll probably try to make a Chapter 3 Frost weapon. Because I already have one at that level that's, I guess it would technically be a slightly higher level. But we already have one that does death damage, or necrome, whatever it's called. But I would definitely want one for ice. So if we fight something that's weak to ice, we will be able to double dip on it. The only problem is the two things weak to ice in this region both range you back, which is kind of annoying. So there's actually no reason to engage with range. Wait, what are the tentacles weak to? Was it Arbore? So I should probably make a 4-star Arbore bow here then. Because we'd use it on the skeletons, we would use it on the, I believe, the tentacles, just because it's neutral. I'm not sure what else was weak to Arbore here that was worthwhile though. Yeah, I might make a Arbore bow if it is tied to this chapter only. So I mostly want to focus on Zone 4 gear, not Zone 3. But in the long term, if that bow is tied to this chapter only, we'll make it into a, which I think it might be just because it's like that. But, yeah, we'll just make a good 4-star Arbore bow then. That'll be like level 55 or whatever we'll round out over to. Based on all of our other levels. Because whatever it goes to, like 55, 56, whatever, we should be able to immediately wield it in this area. And it would immediately become our best in slot bow as well. At least for this region, of course. Right, halfway to the next level, we'll get in there. Oh, we got a little spear. We'll just drop him, of course. Pick up all of our ore. Double check how much we still have to go. Which is like 260 or so. We're almost there. 90 something to go. Actually, I think it's almost exactly 90. We'll get there though. Knowing that after tomorrow, we'll never need to touch the skill again until we need another weapon. So immediately, I guess. No. Once I make my stuff for Chapter 4, we shouldn't need to do this for a while. My Chapter 3 gear is already good. My Chapter 2 and 1 gear doesn't matter unless I go do the quest there. So at this point, the whole reason for this is just for a good Chapter 4 gear. Particularly a weapon and a shield. That's all we need. We don't need a bow. Let's get a bow eventually as a drop. Yeah, that's pretty much my game plan now. Like, once we finish this quest, I'm only making 2 items with this quest. At least immediately. Obviously, long term, we'll make every spec weapon for Chapter 5 and stuff like that. And as well as just a full set of gear for Chapter 5 and everything. But as far as in the short term, the only thing we need is a one-handed good cryo weapon for Chapter 1. I mean, for Chapter 4. And a good shield. So we can actually tank because our armor is so bad in Chapter 4. That's all we need. At least in the short term. Like long term, that list is like dozens of items. But in the very short term, those are the only 2 things we gotta immediately make. That we won't stop until we get both of them. So there isn't too much we have to do with this immediately, luckily. Long term, though, there's a lot more we'll need to do with it, obviously. But that's a later issue. Hello, Daniel. Welcome, welcome. Got some amazing info. I'd love to hear it. Just saw someone craft the epics, and it says you can do armor as well. That I am aware of. That I am aware of. It's actually why I have that one untuned armor. The problem with doing armor right now is how absurdly hard it is to get untuned armor for every single class. I currently have one untuned hood for Hammer Mage, but I don't have one for Guardian. But and obviously it's very easy for. Oh, actually, no, I would need one. Oh wait, I forgot. I would need one for my own class too. Oh yeah, that's gonna be even harder. But yeah, it's nearly impossible to do currently. But it is technically possible. But until Chapter 5, it's nearly impossible. Because I forgot, you need an untuned version of your own character as well. Unless you're doing it to like a specific chapter. Oh no, I know. I'm definitely doing a fast attacking weapon. So far, I haven't seen any reason to use a slow attacking weapon. Unless you get like a 4-star one from whatever you're killing and it just happens to be better than what you're using. Otherwise, it seems like it's the old days of RuneScape where literally every 5 attack speed weapon or higher is just trolling. Because 4 attack speed was just so much better. And the exact same thing seems to be the case in Brighter Shores. At least until special attacks come out. But yeah, unless I'm misunderstanding some kind of core feature of the game, you shouldn't ever be using a slow attack speed weapon. Other than for its special attack once Chapter 5 comes out. But beyond that, they are pointless, from what I can tell. They're basically just dead content weapons. Unless I'm missing some kind of core mechanic somewhere. Because their DPS is so much worse. I really wish you would have put like some amount of armor piercing on them or something. Or maybe there is. Like all slower weapons having like 25% armor piercing or, you know, some kind of other variable to actually justify their slower attack. Yeah, you could try using them as a last hit. It's just too much effort to really bother, though, compared to just poking them one more time. Also, there's no guarantee that your last hit will actually kill when you switch to it. But I'm curious to see how they get incorporated into special attacks. Because I know back in the day, like OG Dragon Mace, they have since made it a 4-tick weapon instead of 5-tick. In old school RuneScape at least. But that weapon used to be used for its special attack just because it just whacked people so hard. If you got lucky on it. But then they ended up rebalancing it to be scaled with everything else. So there was actually crush weapons in the game that weren't horrible. But long story short, most of the slower attack weapons will probably be just like good spec weapons probably. With no real other purpose. Could you imagine if something's as broken as Dragon Claws? That'd be funny. I am curious what he does for the special attacks though. They have so much potential. I really hope the Rapier one is good. Because it seems like, unlike in old, you know, old school RuneScape or similar, it doesn't seem like we're going to have non-special attack weapons. Like, we're not going to have, like, super strong, or at least in the current state of the game, it doesn't seem like that's going to be when they add it. Like, we're not going to have weapons that are simply just good, that have no special. Every weapon's going to have a special. Maybe some of them will just be really bad, like maybe Rapier will have, like, Tentacle Whip level special, where you basically do nothing for your special. Except pretend that you clicked a button. But, I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. Because maybe that's how they balance the or, you know, the quicker attack speed weapons. Because maybe their special attacks are kind of bad. But all the slower weapons have, like, insanely good special attacks. To justify their slower speed. Because that's the only thing I could think of why it's like that. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Let's go sell all this junk. We're at level 42 now. 46 is the goal. So we only need 7 more levels. 3 more in Mindfighter and 4 in Stonemason. The 4 in Stonemason is definitely going to be 1,000 times harder, though. But both should take a similar amount of time. Kind of. No, Stonemason will still take longer. But it does look like we're on track to hit 43 at least. Instead of 42 and something change. It does look like we'll hit like 43 in like a third or something. That's good at least. Gotta find the positives. They're in there somewhere. We're almost done, though. But yeah, pretty much first thing tomorrow, we're going to finish whatever small bit didn't get done from the passive or anything else off stream. And then, yeah, we are immediately going to try to craft 2 items. And then go do some combat in Chronopolis, try to get to that point. Hopefully get 51 Detective and try out our first level 51 raid. Hopefully get to the point where we can AFK it. Then I'll do that off stream. But I want to try to get to the point where we can kill it on stream. And just kind of test to see for future proofing. Because if we can't currently AFK it, I want to on-stream grind the gear we need to be able to. Which includes a lot of armor upgrades being needed. A lot of armor upgrades. Alright, whoever asked about the helmet earlier, here's the thing I was talking about. I have a untuned 3-star Hammer Mage hood. The problem is I need this not only for Guardian, but because there's no armor making, I even need it for my own class of words rendering somewheres of Cryo Knight. It's getting late. Can't remember the name of my own class. But yeah, we only have 1 out of 3. So trying to tune an armor like that is so hard. And even if I do, it's only gonna be like level, well, I guess it depends on what the other hoods are. But anyways. What am I doing? Something. Oh yeah, sell. I'll go do that. Sell all, throw. Get rid of all that. Alright, let's go back to making things. You want the Hammer Mages to have the Karasi spec? Oh gosh, could you imagine? Oh, I found HP again. He's still going strong. I must want to follow him. I'm just going to stalk him. Where's he going? He changed the color of his armor compared to before. Oh, this guy's named Cryo. Ooh, that's a cool name for a Cryo Knight. Alright, how much stone do we have left? 224. We're almost there. Is what I would say if we were almost there. No, we're almost there. It's like, what, 40 minutes, 35 minutes? Oh, nice G. It's actually insane that it gets that high at that high of a level. You're not going back to the mine? Yeah, honestly, after I craft these weapons for Chapter 4... I mean, yeah, after I craft these weapons for Chapter 4, in Chapter 3, you know, getting all the supplies and everything we need, I don't think I'm coming back to Chapter 3 in a very, very, very long time. We're basically going to be a Chapter 4 locked account instead of a Chapter 3 locked account for a little while. And kind of just ignoring Chapter 1 and 2 for the most part. Because I plan to go pretty hard on Merchant so we can go hard on Leather Maker. And off-stream AFK both Combat and Detective. I'm not sure what I'm going to dump all my points into. Honestly, I'm considering Merchant. I was ripping on the Merchant cape earlier. But there's a good chance it'll be my first level 100. And it might even be my first level 200. And it might even level a little bit beyond 200 because I believe we get some good discounts like 5 levels higher or something. But as crazy as it sounds, I'm actually thinking of a 205 Merchant grind. As our next easy grind to do after this. As our next short-term, quote-unquote, short-term goal. I'm actually considering 205 Merchant. That seems like a short-term goal, right? That will take what? Actually, I don't know. How long would that realistically take? A week? I don't know. That would definitely be our biggest grind. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because let's see something real quick. Superior Deer Hide. What level leather maker is this? I want to say 100 something. Let me see. This will kind of determine it. Superior Deer Hide. What level do you need? Okay, there's fine. There's still fine. There's strong. We're superior. Wait, that's going way deeper than I thought it would. Yeah, easy. That would get us to 190 leather maker. Technically to 196. So basically to 200 if I don't mind doing a slightly weaker one for a little bit. That's a lot of money. Do you know how much money 200 Leathermaker is? Because I don't. All I know is that is measured in gold and not in silver. And a lot of gold. We're not talking 1 gold piece or even 10. We're probably talking hundreds. I'm tempted because it's also needed for armor. But yeah, you know, just 2 easy grinds, just 2 200s. Nothing special. Just a normal day. I'm considering it though. I'm not sure though. Because that's a long grind. But something in the back of my head says go all in on Chronopolis. Like all in. Like we're not coming back all in level of going in. Do I think there's a coin above gold? No, I don't think there is. I'm pretty sure it stops at gold. I'm not sure if anyone's gotten high enough to check in the live game. I could have sworn I saw a screenshot in the beta, or not the beta, but you know, like before the game even came out, that showed like 1,000 something gold. But they could have changed it since whatever that screenshot was taken from. But yeah, I don't think anyone in the live game has gotten 1,000 gold yet to check. Even people doing money-making methods, I don't think has gotten to 1,000 yet. Like, even if you're doing all-in merchant into all-in leathermaker, you're not at 1,000 gold yet. Even if you rush chapter 4 and just start doing that immediately. Like, 1,000 gold's a lot of currency in this game. Like, a lot. Yeah, enchanting from 0 to 10 is only 2 gold. And I've done it to 2 tools so far. But it goes quite steeper as it goes higher. Apparently it cuts off at like 45 right now until chapter 5 for some reason. So apparently they're like chapter locked almost. Do you think you would be able to get RuneScape level gold? No. Gold is never going to be like that in this game. Just because of how much more valuable a gold piece is. Unless you count 1 gold piece as... But technically, what is 1 gold piece in this game? It would be 1 million. Basically, 1 gold is 1 million GP in a sense. So yeah, I don't think you would ever get to RuneScape level gold. If you count 1 gold as 1 mil. But you're never going to be able to get to those kind of rates unless they make better methods in the future. Because the best money makers in this entire game right now... Well, actually, that's not true. I guess super endgame, like level 500 kind of stuff. Some of it probably is like 10 gold an hour. Like 20. But even raids in RuneScape make more than that these days. Or at least old school. And GP's even more inflated in normal RuneScape. Because the absolute end of endgame moneymakers in old school are like 20 to 30 mil or so. Which is basically the equivalent of getting 20 to 30 gold pieces per hour in this game. It really comes down to what merchant into leathermaker is at like ultra high levels. I heard some people mentioning they were getting like 1 gold an hour. But that was at a way lower level than 500. Yeah, it's not currently overly inflated. Though trading will ruin that really quickly. Depending on how trading is implemented. $9 gold before 200 achieved? Nice, huge. Definitely got to see that keep on your back at some point. I have you added, right? I'm pretty sure I do. I have no clue at this point, but I assume you're somewhere on this list. There's so many now. It's hard to tell who's who, but you're probably somewhere in there. Because I would love to see it once you finally get it. I don't think I've seen the 200 cooking keep in game yet. Like I've seen like images of it and stuff like that, but never like in game, in person, or you know, as in person as it can be. You know what I mean? Oh, so I just realized something. I wonder if anyone is going to make and sell the Capes of Brighter Shores. Who's gonna do that? Who's gonna start up a cape sale of IRL 1-to-1 capes of the ones in Brighter Shores? I wonder how much that would cost. I feel like that'd be like a couple $100 for how much effort that would take. Depends what it's made of and everything else, though. But honestly, I feel like I would almost get one. An IRL level 500 cape. You know how cool that would look for some of the designs in this game? About to start episode 3? Nice. Yeah, luckily you don't have to stay here too long. It's mostly the 5-star quest that makes you stay here forever. The actual storyline is pretty in and out. I actually feel like chapter 3 was the shortest chapter of any chapter. Chapter 1 is a bit slower because you're doing it blind. Chapter 2 is a bit slower just because it's just slower in general. But honestly, I feel like chapter 3 was pretty quick. Out of any main storyline quest, I think it was the quickest. Technically, chapter 1 is the quickest, but generally a person's knowledge at that time when they entered the game makes it the slowest one. Well, not the slowest, but you know. Like, the amount of time chapter 1 takes when you have no clue what you're doing and learning what on earth every mechanic is makes it slower. But if you know what you're doing, it's probably the quickest. But obviously, if you're a brand new player, you have no clue what you're doing there. Just kind of messing around and stay there way longer than you probably should. Because I got chapter 1 done in, I think, an hour and a half when I did it on the alt account. Like, hour and a half, 2 hours. I didn't do it to the exact T. But it was somewhere around there. Took a little bit longer than I expected, but it wasn't that bad. But obviously, like, a first playthrough, you're spending, like, 3, 4, 5 hours or so going through chapter 1. Maybe even longer, depending on how you go about it. Oh, hello, Isabel, again. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Yeah, episode 4 is a lot quicker if you did the spider nest quest. Though it's very long if you didn't. When I got there, I actually wasn't done with it at the time. I did everything but the boss fight at the end, so I had to go grind it. I didn't realize it was actually a requirement for it. It's actually the only side quest currently required, I believe, in the entire game for the main storyline. Is the 3-star chapter 2 quest. This guy tried to be a level 3 bot, but I think his color is slightly off. Other level 3 bots have looked way more level 3 body. Oh, that's the cooking keep, though. Oh, wait, never mind, that's you. I didn't realize that was you. Wait, is that the level 3 bot appearance? Why does the color look off? Maybe it's this room. Or maybe it's not the level 3 bot appearance, but nice. That looks so clean, though. Oh, you're switching the cape. Ooh. Wish I could zoom a little bit more. I can't zoom any further. Could you walk, like, right here? I'm pretty sure you're here right now. Could you walk to, like, that exact tile so I can get better zoom on you? Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, that looks nice. Huge congrats. Very nice. Are you going for 500 now? Are you going for 500 or are you settling on 200 because the XP curve? Yeah, honestly, the camera still needs a bit of work in this game. They made some updates to it today, which is nice, so they are working on it. But there's definitely some additional tweaks that they could definitely do. Honestly, I think it's kind of fine for now. Like, it's not like a super high priority. Go do some wood cutting for now. Let's see. Good luck. You really like the center of character option? Yeah, it is pretty nice. There's this hammer mate setup. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, Cooking Keep looks clean. Unfortunately, I'm never going to get it. It's going to take us half a year to reach 61 cooking at our current rate. Honestly, other than alchemy and carpentry, I'm pretty much ignoring chapter 1 and 2, I think, at this point. I'm going all in chapter 3, 4, and 5. I had my fun in the other chapters, but I see the direction I want to go for at this point. And unfortunately, a lot of the skills in chapter 1 and 2 just don't fit in it. At least not right now. Alright, we're almost at 33. We just got a dopamine hit. So one more of those and we're already there. Just the crafting alone before our next dopamine hit is probably 43. So it's going to get us a lot closer than I thought. I wasn't even sure if we'd reach 43 doing this. And right now, we're in the question if it reaches 44. It's like going to be a 43.5 or further. And then I do the AFK activity tonight, and that'll be 44. And then we just got to figure out how to very quickly scrap together 2 levels. Easier said than done, but we'll figure something out. Now, instead of just AFK it all tonight, that'd be funny. If I just AFK it so hard tonight that by the time we start tomorrow's stream, it's like, oh yeah, I already have it done. Let's go finish the quest. That would actually be the most ideal thing, because I would love to just immediately at the beginning of tomorrow, just craft our shield, craft our weapon, and just head straight into chapter 4. And then we lock ourselves to chapter 4 for a week. Instead of locking ourselves to the mines for 3 days, we're going to lock ourselves to chapter 4 for an entire week. Because honestly, that's probably going to happen at this point. Because my goal is to get merchant really, really high. I'm not sure if my goal is 105 or 200 and whatever I just said. Because there's 2 stopping goals. It really just depends on what we feel like doing. Or what you guys think we should do. But we're either going to go for 103 or 205. Those are 2 very different numbers. But one of them is my goal. And I'm not sure which yet. I guess by 103 we'd kind of determine that. If we want to go like double that again. But yeah, it's either 103 or 205. Ideally 205, but that's not a short task. That is a very, very long task. Doing the hardest skill in the entire game to do efficiently. Episode run really feels like the first one done. And then not touched since. Honestly, it probably was. I wouldn't be surprised. Because we know for sure they made 3 and 4 in that order. Based on teasers before the game even came out. Or, you know, progress reports, I guess, in a sense. Which means 1 was definitely made first, then 2, then 3, then 4. Like, they were actually developed in order. Which, you know, that kind of makes sense if you're doing, like, an episodic thing. But we pretty much have confirmation that they developed it in order of chapter. $217 is the next veggie stew. Ooh, that's so many levels above 200, though. That's another thing, too. Once I reach 200 merchant, I wonder if I'll burn out trying to get to 205. That might sound weird to say, but because of how the XP curve is, that is actually realistically something that could happen. Due to how the XP curve is. So maybe we just stop at 200, we'll see. Because the XP curve gets so curvy at that point. But the reason I want to do 205 is that's like definitively like I'm done. Like I get 205 merchant, I never train it for like the next year kind of level. Like that's like the penultimate, or I keep saying penultimate, but you know, that's just like the point where of no return. Like we're done with merchant for like the rest of time kind of level. Not like literally the rest of time, but for a very long time. Like until we're considering getting like base 300s or something. Like 205 is just like the cutoff point, which is kind of the reason I want to go for it. Is if I get to 200, I kind of want to do 205 and then never touch merchant for like a year or half a year or however long it is. Obviously, we still probably will here and there. But it's basically the point of no return where we just never come back to the skill for quite a while. I'm not sure. We'll see. It would be cool if you gain merch XP while trading players. That'd be funny. Yeah, I don't know. We'll determine it. It's a toss-up between 105. Or sorry, not 105. It's a toss-up between 103, 200, and 205. And we'll make the determination as we go, I guess. If we still feel like it after 103, we go to 200. If we still feel like it after 200, we'll go for 205. And the second we hit 205, I forget the skill exists for a long, long, long duration. And then focus on Leathermaker. And then repeat the process. Because honestly, we're going to get like 200 Leathermaker or something. Getting 205 Merchant allows us to do Leathermaker to 190 for max XP. At full rates. At full discount. Honestly, I might get a level 200 Leathermaker cape at that point. What's another 10 levels? I don't know, sure. We'll see. It depends what the further Leathermaker cape really looks like. What am I doing? I need to teleport. How much more do we have? What number of disappointment is this? No, it's almost done. It's 137. It's barely any compared to the grind we've already done. Let's go finish it. Yeah, that might be my plan. We'll see. What's going to be kind of funny is during that time, I'll probably reach like level 100 watch person and detective. Which means we're actually going to have base 100s in that chapter. By the time we get like 205 merchant and then like 200 Leathermaker. Honestly, I might just go for base 200s at this rate. If I go that far, I might just go all the way. Are we about to go like super all in on that? The problem is I really want to get my smithing at other levels up though. I feel like if I go crazy on chapter 4, I'm going to neglect chapter 3's creating skill. Which almost completely invalidates the entire grind I've just done. You try to be able to craft stuff. Because being able to craft stuff doesn't really matter if I have no level for it. But I guess the way to round that is what if making armor is really good and I have like level 200 something Leathermaker? Because that could help us a lot when making armor. So even if our weapons lag behind a little because I wasn't doing smithing, we would still have the benefit of armor making. Because we already know that that quest will help us combine armor to 4-star. The problem right now is there's no good way of getting that. But once Leathermaker, I mean once Armor Maker exists, that will probably pretty heavily use Leathermaker. Then we're going to be good to go. Because Leathermaker is basically the carpentry of armor making. Where you need it for all 3 class weapons. Or you need all 3 class thingies. Because carpentry is used for making tools and weapons and everything for Bonewright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. Similarly, Leatherworker will be used to make armor for all 3 classes. It'll be 1 skill instead of 3, most likely. But you'll use it for all 3 classes, so. 200 Leathermaker, going to be pretty nice. Which means we're going to be way more proficient at making armor than we are at weapons. Which at this point, I think that's our angle. Even though we don't get better DPS, I think that's the angle. I see the vision. I think we've just laid out our whole path. For the next month. Or however long that takes. But I think we just laid out our path. We finished doing this. Oh, that is not where I meant to teleport. We finished doing what we're doing now, because this is the bare requirement in order to access being able to combine armor. We then go and get Merchant to the point where we could train Leathermaker to 200. We then proceed to train Leathermaker to 200, getting 1 billion profit per whatever, however much we get. We invest all of it into handcuffs, so we can get maximum XP while we AFK both Watch Person and Detective. This will also give us unattuned stuff that we could then use for whatever, Chapter 5, other chapters, anything. And just attune it to that accordingly. That then gives us the ability, due to all those skills, to make really good armor, because we unlocked the Chapter 3 quest to make the armor, and then the very high leather worker. The only thing that we might need are better bars or bones or stones. But then we'll backtrack to go get those. And then we're good to go. And the only slight issue with that is I will need these 3 to be higher. Notably smithing. So maybe I go all in on smithing still. At some point in that master plan, I need to invest into smithing. Also doing some mining. But mostly maybe buying the ores. I don't know, this seems like a somewhat dumb idea to go buy all the ores that we used from Leatherworker. But the long-term goal might like it. I'm not sure. I'd rather mine it though. But mining it makes us get less overall compared to buying it, like XP wise. I'm not sure. How many days will all that take? Yes. Big number. Well, we'll finish this tomorrow. So, good. 205 Merchant. I have no clue. Maybe a week? It sounds like it would take a week or slightly longer. Of doing nothing but Merchant. Leatherworker, probably also a week. But it's way more chill. We could turn our brain off completely. Yeah, not completely, but pretty much. Pretty close to completely. This is literally free. You just AFK it. And then we have to backtrack for blacksmith and mining, I guess. But what I want to do with my Leathermaker profit is buy a max pickaxe and a max manacle. Doing the manacle first, though, then the pickaxe. Because that's also part of the master plan. Was we need a lot of gold to max out the handcuffs and pickaxe. We're doing the handcuffs first just because we get free AFK XP every day anyways. And then the pickaxe because I need it for smithing. And then we get smithing up to like 1 billion. And then assumably we need smithing and leatherworker to make my armor. And by my armor I mean cryonite armor. And then we're golden. At some point we will need like 300 something smithing though. Unless we want to train the other two, which probably need to train the other two to like 100 or something. Because at 200 smithing, if I don't train these other two, we can only make up to like, what? Like level 100 4-star weapons. That's not high enough. 100 4-star is not particularly high. Like it's double what we will be able to do after this quest, but that's still not that high. Unless we get some other lucky drops or something that we can combine with our 200 from that. But that requires a lot of RNG. If you want to do merchant super efficiently, you definitely want to get detective up high. Yeah. The problem with that is I kind of wanted to do the merchant grind before detective. Unless I'm going to do the AFK method non-AFK. Which, I don't know. Is that worth it? I guess. It'd be kind of weird to do, though. But I guess we could. Do the AFK method completely non-AFK. But if you thought this activity had a lot of downtime with 30 seconds, wait till we're doing 3-minute long crime dens with 1 click. Technically 3 clicks. Yeah, honestly, that was my plan. I wanted to try to get to the point where during leagues, we could just do crime dens the whole time. Which is why I want to get like the merchant and leatherworker rush. So I can make the profit from it. Because if we are going to be throwing in leagues, which we almost guarantee are going to be doing, for better or for worse, hopefully the Brighter Shores crowd will still stay around. But I really do want to do old school RuneScape leagues. We're going to try to speedrun it and get it done in like 2 weeks if we can. But I do really want to get Dragon Rank there and get in, get out. But the thing that we would be AFKing during leagues would be the detective combat grind for this area. Which is why I want to kind of get it set up. We're on like a 2-week timer though. It's like less than 2 weeks. I could always start leagues later though. Honestly, I think that might be the angle. Because I kind of want to start leagues after Thanksgiving. Because I really don't want to do it beforehand. So the play might be to start leagues a few days late. That would kind of ruin the hype of seeing 1 billion people around us. But that might actually be the play, is just not start leagues on day 1. But still do it. I'm considering that. Because we don't have to start on day 1. We can just start a few days later. It's kind of cool seeing the craziness of everyone around on day 1, though. But I'm considering starting leagues after Thanksgiving, just so it doesn't interfere. Because if I start it beforehand, I'm going to feel the need to grind during Thanksgiving. Now, obviously, I want to spend time with family and everything. So I think I might just delay leagues until, like, maybe the start of December. Like, December 1st, and then start it. Or even just the day after Thanksgiving or something, I'm not sure. But I think that's the play. Oh, Mo, change your name to Lug. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm not sure what our Brighter Shores stream schedule is on Thanksgiving. I need to go figure it out, hopefully in the next week. Because I'm not sure what time we'll be streaming on that day. It's obviously going to be shorter than normal. It might be really late at night, but the problem is that ruins the following day's kind of day cycle. So I'm not sure. I'll stream for some amount of time still on Thanksgiving. But don't expect a particularly long stream if we do. Why not play 16 hours a day? The problem with that is YouTube's 12-hour limit thingy. I technically do play about 16 hours a day for this game. It's just a lot of it's off stream, obviously. Well, not a lot of it, but you know. I probably play like 2 to 3 hours off stream of this game every day. But it's normally like ultra AFK stuff. Like ultra AFK. Like I'm talking like walk into a level 8 raid and come back 3 minutes later kind of AFK. Like, it's normally this. Like, if you're wondering how we're on Earth we're 47 watch person and detective despite barely doing it ever on stream, 80% to 90% of it is all off stream, completely AFK. It's the only reason that number is more than, like, 30 right now, both of them. Otherwise, it would look like this or something. Also, for anyone who can't see, it's I'm pointing at my 26 Guardian and 31 Cooking. Just because they're near each other. Kind of like how the other two symbols are, the Watch Person and a Detective. Obviously, those two don't have synergy like the other chapter does, but you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, we're almost there. Actually, we're about to get another dopamine point. Honestly, we got way further with these than I thought we would. Next dopamine point nearly gets us to 44. A little bit shorter than that. Someone just said this skill sucks to train in game. That's funny. I think it was a hammer mage too, which is even funnier. I think he's regretting. I think he's slightly regretting his hammer mage pick. Oh no. In all fairness, smithing does feel like the freest one to do. He's just so chill compared to the other two. Which is why I still suggest, if you have not picked your class yet, you probably want Cryo Knight. The Cryo Knight bias. But of these three skills, I can assure you, Blacksmith is the least torturous to train. Especially as a Cryo Knight. He's not only the chillest of the three, but you need it as a Cryo Knight anyways. So it's even easier to train because you're making weapons and natural gear for it as well. Yeah, Guardian probably has the worst. Because not only do you need Gathering from Chapter 2 to get all your bones, so you don't even get the mining synergy that this chapter has, like these two have. But you also have to do Carpentry and Woodcutting. Like basically all the Chapter 2 skills. Stonemason at least still uses mining, which you need to get up anyways for, you know, your eventual blacksmith grind, because all of them will still have to grind all three to some degree. But these two have a double synergy because the mining into both blacksmith and stonemason. Wow, 4 people using portal. I've never seen that many people do that. Interesting. But anyways, where's I going? Tangent? I get distracted. I see one thing and it's like, oh, I gotta focus on that. Anyways, I was saying something important about these. Anyways, but yeah, bone rate is awful. Is the bottom line I'm trying to get to. Like, stonemason may be slightly bad, but gosh, is bone rate worse. The smithing animations are surprisingly detailed. Honestly, I really like them. It's a little bit repetitive for the weapon making compared to some of the other few. But yeah, it definitely feels the most like smithing in any game I've ever smithed in. Which is a pretty low bar because in all fairness, I haven't played too many games that have a smithing skill. And my standard for that is nearly old school RuneScape or something like that. Which is a pretty low bar, to be honest. But, I don't know, it does look really good in this game. The smithing skill. It feels the most like actual smithing of any game I've ever played. Honestly, all three of these I feel like nailed that pretty well. But smithing is the most realistic of the three. Compared to etching a bunch of rocks with a weird machine. Or dunking a bunch of bones into a fryer. A bone fryer. Deep fried bones. Anyways, where's my XP for Stonemason? Hey, we're getting 69 XP, 6,900. Nice. But yeah, this got me way closer to 64 than I thought. We're about to hit it. At this rate, it's like, are we getting 45 and a half? Because it sure looks like it. I said hello, Delphi, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Not sure I said hi earlier. I said hello, Defiant, if I didn't already say hi. Welcome, welcome. Have I dreamt about this game yet? I think I did briefly about something. I can't remember what it was, though. But I think I did already. It was ever so briefly something. Though I cannot recall off the top of my head. I know I did. I just can't recall what it was. You're doing bone right and want to run into traffic? Honestly, that's a proper response. Don't do that, though. That does sound about right, though. I feel like a make all option and the dunking thing being a bit quicker are two quality of life all 3D skills need. Crafting an item shouldn't take 30 seconds. And if you are going to make it 30 seconds, you got to at least add a make all so it could at least be an AFK activity. But bare minimum, make all. Ideally, make all and make it slightly shorter, like 20 seconds or something. I guess because the animation, you got to play the whole thing. So at least make all. You don't need to make it quicker. Just add a make all. So it's at least like ultra AFK, like 3.5 minutes or however many you do. But I feel like the dunking process should be quicker, or the etching, or the smithing. Like that whole process should be at least 5 seconds quicker per dunk, or per etch, or per smith. Because for how many of them you have to do, 6 at a time, it would speed it up so much if it was a few seconds quicker at least. If someone's asking which one should we get to 500 first, honestly, none. I think my legitimate answer to that is none. That sounds insufferable. Grinding a single skill to 500 is like the first thing you do in this game. Like, I know some people are doing it, but that sounds so awful to do. I would go crazy by like 300, 400. Like, I do eventually plan on 500 all, but, that's like a long-term goal. Like, we're gonna hit like 100-something goals before we're even close to even thinking about that. As I said it earlier, I plan to get 200 all before I even consider getting like a 300 or 400 skill. With the only exception maybe being Chronopolis Combat and Detective. But aside from that, just because of how AFK it is, that's like the only exception. The other one, I guess, is eventually mining Smithing Synergy. I'm not sure how much I'm going to focus train that overall. Yeah, they should really balance how much XP you get for some of the weapons. Like, we saw a hammer earlier that required, like, 5 Death Stone and a rod, or 4 and a rod, or something. Yet, something that requires only 3, which is less material, gave more XP for some reason. It made no sense. I did it for the one-time bonus, of course. But beyond that, it was completely pointless. It required nearly twice as much material and gave less XP. Including more stone. Which is, of course, the main one. And the other one was only, like, 3 of a stone and it gave more XP. It was so weird. Yeah, that's the other reason why I want to do 200 all first. You don't need Brimstone in order to mine Deathstone. You could buy it from the shop for $2.75 each. The daily just allows you to get it for free. But it's not required. You can just buy it from him. Like today, I did 2 full inventories just off of dailies. But I also bought like a couple hundred from him. And we did like a whole hour plus a little extra. But yeah, you can just buy the dynamite. But they're $6.75 each, but it's still way cheaper than buying what's it called? Def ore, whatever it's called. Def stone, that's the one. They call it def ore. Well, it's close. It's not smithing material though. Alright, how many more inventories do we have? 1, 2, 3? Somewhere around there. Yeah, def stone's like 3 silver each. But it costs like $6.75 to mine each one if you're not using the daily ones. Oh, there's the guy that was in the room with us earlier. I guess he also sold all his stuff. Hey, we're down to 50. Oh wait, that's less than I thought. But you know what's kind of crazy? Is I think this gets us to 44. I was not expecting that. We are so close. I can smell it. We're so close. We are so close. We're still a mile away though. No, we're pretty much there. We still need to get the 2 passive points later. But now off stream, I can go AFK these things. Who knows? We might even... Honestly, I think tomorrow stream, I will have the 2 knowledge points. Maybe 45, maybe even 46. Stonemason, which of course is our end goal, 46 we need. There's a good chance the beginning of tomorrow's stream will be us immediately doing Mindfighter until we are 59, and then completing this quest the second we hit 59 Mindfighter. Which should take, what, an hour? 2 hours? Give or take a little. But that's our game plan. Our game plan tomorrow is do Mindfighter to the requirement, +2 boost it, you know, do all the other ones we need to go do. Oh, you know, we won't need a level on any of these. Because I should be able to off-stream finish Stonemason, I think. We're at 44 right now. Can I make that? I don't think I... Wait, can I make that? What up? New shield just dropped? New shield just dropped. Alright, well, let's start making this, I guess. Moving on. I guess I'll just do one. Because I think I get more XP if I do the other. I get less XP per build. But relative to how much stone I have, I guess it's better. I'm not sure. Any clues on how the +2 boost pot works? If you need a knowledge passive? I'm not sure. I think I just drank it and it lasts an hour. Okay, some people were saying it doesn't partially work like the other potions. We're going to use like a partial potion or something. Okay, I think I'm going back to these thingies. Well, I did make that shield. Look at the difference here. It's 1 more stone. But you're not getting 1 more stone's worth of XP. Like, we're getting like 200 something XP per stone here. And here we're getting less than 200 XP per stone. So I'm actually going to keep doing these marbles. It's slightly slower XP, but we get more from the stone we have. And since we're nearly out, I kind of want a little bit more XP from what we have. So I'm not even going to bother with a shield other than the one-time bonus we just claimed. Did you see they added shield fighter, builder, and armor to the wiki? Yeah, we could already see the icons. That's why they added it. Builder was on some of the building materials you can currently earn in the game. Like at 46 bone right and a few others. I think merchant has like a AFK thing, or venture you could do it like 85 or 65, whatever it was with it. Though I heard that that one isn't working, but there's a few places you can see the icon. Obviously, the armor maker is on leather maker because leather worker is basically the carpenter of armor maker, whereas carpenter is used to make all the weapons. Leather worker will be used to make all the armor for all 4 classes, all 3 classes. I mean, but unlike that, it will probably be only 1 skill, the armor making skill, rather than 3 separate ones. But similarly to carpenter, it'll be used for making all 3, like how carpenter is used for all 3 of the weapon types. But and the other one is just the standard fighter one that every chapter has, of course. We don't know what the other 1 or 2 are. I believe one of them was rumored to be a gathering skill, a 3rd gathering skill, or maybe it's actually confirmed. I'm not sure. Maybe there's an icon somewhere. Someone said it was like a hand with a worm or something. Oh, maybe it was on the 2 things you need to make the potion, possibly. That might have been it. And then we don't know if there's a 5th one. But I sure hope so, because it'll drive me crazy if it goes... If it goes 5-4-5-4-4, I will never live that down for the rest of my life. It better be 5-4-5-4-5. I'm not sure how I will live with playing Brighter Shores. Because every time I look at that menu, it's like, ooh, the pattern is ruined. But hopefully there'll be 5 skills. Because I will lose a lot of sanity if it is only 4. I could live with it if it is 4, but it will drive me crazy for at least the first few weeks that it comes out. I don't know, then I will just eventually get over it. But it'll be a process to get over it. I'll have to go through like the 6 stages of grief or something before we get over it. But yeah, this gave me way more XP than I was expecting. If we went and mined like 100 or 200 flint, imagine if I mined 1,000 flint earlier. You know how overkill that would have been? Good thing I didn't. Gosh, if we did 1,000, we'd be combined with the other thing, we'd be at like 55 stonemason by now. Yeah, I was actually really surprised how far this flint got us. Like really, really surprised. Like, I was expecting like 42 and a half, 43 and something. Like low 43. We're at like gonna be at 44 and almost a half. Especially if this dopamine point gets stirred, the knowledge point. I think we're gonna be a little short on the knowledge point though. Yeah, we're almost at that time. I don't want to end. YouTube, why do you have to have a weird thing where you have to make all your streams like 12 hours or something before it starts cutting off like crazy? And the worst part is it has to be like slightly lower than that. Because it's been cutting off like my last 5 minutes whenever I keep going like slightly dipping into it. Which means it has to be like 11 and 50 minutes or 11 hours 50 minutes. Which, hey, we're a few minutes left. But if you guys have any questions or anything you want me to go over, do let me know. Because otherwise, once I finish out the last of these etch things, we're just going to sell them and probably call it there. Which is pretty much just a few more. So any last minute questions before tomorrow? We'll start probably around the same time, noon Eastern Standard Time. And hopefully off stream I'll have 46 stonemason. Meaning the only thing we'll have to do tomorrow is get Mindfighter to level 59. And we can finally finish this quest. Why not just start a new stream and play for an hour or so? Oh no, I feel like that'd be kind of weird with how it breaks up. If I'm going to do a stream, we're going to go for like 6+ hours. I don't kind of want to break it up like that. Alright, the final ones. So I'll make 4 more. We'll have 1 spare material that we'll never use. Oh yeah, the +2 boost gives you 2 knowledge and 2 skill. So for example, I only need 7 knowledge and 59. Even though the requirement is 61 and 9. The potion for passives give +2/+2. So I'll be able to do this without having 61. I only need 7 knowledge because of +2, and I'll only need 59 because of +2. There aren't really any use cases for it other than this quest though. Because actually using it for passive activities just isn't worth it. If it lasted an entire night, I guess it would be, but I don't think that's how it works. But if that was how it works, then it would be worth it. But I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. It lasts for an hour, not for an entire night of time. Because if you could use it for like a, you know, like 23, 24 hour kind of period, then it's like, oh, okay. That's kind of okay then. But to my understanding, it only works for like an hour or something. Which seems really weird. Unless you could start it during that and your character keeps doing it the whole time. I'm not sure, I've never tested it. Yeah, most of the other activity auto use pots. Like the greed ones, they give you like 250% extra, or the wealth ones, I mean. I made a bunch of them. I haven't actually used them yet, though. But maybe in Chronopolis, once we have a super high level, we'll try to test them out. Like level 100 something. Or maybe even Mindfighter, just because our Mindfighter thing is already so high. The problem with that is I'm doing a 2-level skip. That if I ever was to do it in the future, would have to go get those points. Alright, there we go. Let's go sell all this junk. And I think that is almost mission complete. But yeah, look at that. 44 and a third. And our dopamine hit's almost ready to go. But yeah, I think that's the plan. I'll get 46 Stonemason off stream tonight. Just through AFK raids. Then the only thing we have to grind tomorrow is Mindfighter. I could technically even do Mindfighter off stream. The problem is it isn't AFK. But maybe I'll try throwing a little Mindfighter in there. The most AFK we're gonna get is like 20 seconds though. Oh, I thought I had a bunch of material there. Never mind. Oh, wow. Why did I store it then? Wait, what? I thought I had a bunch of stuff already filled here. Oh, wait, well, that's everything, I guess. Interesting. Whoops. That's not that big a deal. But anyways, guys, I think we will be wrapping it here. Though, for any of you that don't know the method, I should probably show it real quick. I feel like I mention it almost every stream, but I've barely ever done it on stream. But, let me go show the method. I'm pretty sure most of you guys know it by now, though. We showed it a couple times, but for any of you that don't, they're just curious, like, what on earth am I talking about with this? But if you go to chapter 4 and get the East Teleporter, there are a bunch of raid dens around that you can go to. And 80 to 90% of the time off stream, this is probably what I'm doing if I'm playing the game. But you go over to one of them. This is one of the lowest level ones, but there's a weird gap between them. And this one's just super AFK. But this is what I mean when it's 3 clicks. So here's the raid door. Here's my total number of clicks. 1 click. Oh, you also need 1 click to get out, but it's only gonna be 2 clicks. But you normally need 3 clicks. 2 clicks. But normally you need 1 click to remove from the building. And then what I do is nothing. I'll go, you know, just watch something, eat, whatever. I'm doing nothing right now. I'll go take a sip of water right now. This is it. That's all you do. You just walk to the center of the room. They all die. You get XP. One thing I probably should show is the reduced XP rate, though. Let's see. What is that right now? After this kill, we'll go check. If I click on one of these, it'll show me how much of reduction I'm getting, which is the bad thing and why I want to get 51 so badly. For one, this is only the level 8 raid. But on top of that, we are getting a 34% penalty. That is so bad. Well, we're almost there. But yeah, we're getting 34% less XP and everything. Which is making this horrible, horrible. Oh, can you see it with the portrait too? I don't think you can. But yeah, you can't see it on their card. It only shows it when you engage in battle. But yeah, we're getting minus 34%. But yeah, that's all this activity is. You just do this. I'll show it one more just to show the 3-click thing. I believe we're getting about 9 or 10% knowledge, but normally you get way more than that. We're just getting ultra reduced right now because we're fighting something so weak. But they're just absurdly AFK. Why would you do this? Just because of how AFK it is. And that's not why we're something else. But yeah, I'll show the 3-click thing. This is why I normally say it's a 3-click activity. Because you can't actually click the door from here to go to the next raid. What you gotta do is click out. So here's the 3-click to do a raid. You click out. So that's 1 click. 2 click to click on the door once you're in the room. And the 3rd click is to go into the middle. You then AFK until they're all dead. Which is like 2 or 3 minutes or whatever. Depends on your gear and their enemies. And you rinse and repeat indefinitely. Why is it minus 35%? To discourage people from farming low-level stuff. Like we're doing right now. It's just there to discourage. It doesn't stop you. But we're way above the level for this content. This is a level 8 raid with level 8 enemies. We're 47 and 48 on combat and detective level. But this is like some of the best AFK in the game. And it's why I want to unlock the 51 ones. But anyways, guys, this character will be doing this for like the next 2 hours. And hopefully along that time, we will get all the knowledge points we need for 46 Stonemason. And if I have some time to do non-AFK, I want to get Mindfighter up. So that at the beginning of stream, as minimally as possible, we could just get straight into finishing this quest and get ourselves to chapter 4 permanently. But anyways, guys, I hope you have a wonderful week. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, we'll be starting around noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, around 12 hours from now. And we'll go from there. And I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.